Chapter 110, 000 Fold Feedback System. Are you willing to be my disciple? They were on Lingju Peak of the Qingyan clan. Yizan had asked a handyman disciple in front of him the question. The handyman disciple was a young girl. Her small face was red, and her hair was tied up in a bun. Her big eyes were filled with shock. Yizan was the youngest elder of the Qingyan clan, the favored son of the heavens. Meanwhile, her natural talent was extremely weak. She could not understand why an elder of the Qingyan clan would want to take her, someone so weak that she could only qualify to be a handyman disciple, in as a personal disciple. Why did Elder Yizan want to take her in as a personal disciple, or as a handyman disciple? The young girl Lu Yanran's mind was blank, so she could not give him any reaction. At this moment, Yizan's face was pale and somewhat anxious. He was facing a crisis of life and death. He had just transmigrated here, but he had already been poisoned, and he only had 4 hours left to live. Fortunately, when he was on the verge of despair, the system did not disappoint. The system was called the Disciple Feedback System. If he gave his disciple something, he would receive it back severalfold as feedback. Thus multiple varied from 2 to 10,000-fold. For example, if Yizan helped a disciple improve his comprehension, his own comprehension would increase by 2 to 10,000 points. The specific multiple varied each time. The higher the multiple, the lower the probability of it occurring. After gaining this system and understanding its functions, Yizan knew that he had found a way to escape the jaws of death. The most important thing for him to do now was to take in a disciple. Because this system was called the Disciple Feedback System, he could only get feedback if he gave a disciple something. That was why Yizan wanted to take in this handyman disciple, Lu Yanran. At this moment, Lu Yanran was still in shock. Because in this world where the strong were respected, it was almost impossible to be taken in as a disciple by the strong if one did not have a talent or a strong background. Therefore, Lu Yanran could not believe her eyes and ears right now. She thought she might have wished to be taken in so badly that she had started to hallucinate. She could not help but laugh at herself. She did not expect to go so crazy she would begin hallucinating. She reached up with her small hand and pinched her cheek. It hurt. Now, Lu Yanran was really confused. It seemed that this was not an illusion. What? You don't want to be my disciple? Yizan's words were clear in Lu Yanran's ears. Yizan looked at Lu Yanran, who was across from him, somewhat helplessly. Just now, he had screened the disciples he knew in the Qingyan clan in his mind. He then realized that he really knew too little about the Qingyan clan was really too little. Although he knew some disciples with outstanding talent in the clan, most of them had already been accepted as disciples by other elders. After thinking about it for a while, he could only think of one suitable candidate. That was the handyman disciple in front of him, Lu Yanran. Of course, the reason he chose Lu Yanran was not that the girl had exquisite and beautiful facial features, as well as a graceful and sinewy body. It was because Lu Yanran was usually responsible for cleaning the area near Yizan's residence on Lingju Peak. Since he saw her often, even if Yizan did not pay much attention to her, he still had a good impression of her. Moreover, Yizan occasionally noticed that Lu Yanran was very diligent with her work. She cleaned every area she worked on thoroughly. Along with that, as soon as she finished her work, she would immediately go to practice and not waste any time. Because Lu Yanran's talent was very average and her status was low, she had no chance to come into contact with the Qingyan clan's core techniques. However, she still worked hard. This perseverance moved Yizan. It was because of this that Yizan decided that no matter how talented Lu Yanran was, he would take her in as his first disciple. Become Elder Yizan's disciple. Lu Yanran still looked somewhat incredulous. She found it hard to believe that her dream of being taken in as a disciple by a great master would ever actually happen. Yizan's eyes were calm as he looked at Lu Yanran in front of him. The latter suddenly woke up from her daze and immediately kowtowed. Your disciple is willing, she spoke loudly. When she raised her head, her forehead was red and swollen. Lu Yanran completely ignored her red and bumpy forehead. She was already trembling slightly from excitement. All right, Yizan nodded in satisfaction and said softly. All right, since that's the case, from today onwards, you will be my first disciple. On the Tianyuan continent, most masters had to go through a series of complicated steps before taking in a disciple. This was because the entire Tianyuan continent paid great attention to masters. However, there were also some masters who did not like the red tape and would directly appoint disciples. Now that Yizan was on the verge of death, he naturally did not have the mood to think about such complicated procedures. Don't kneel. You can get up. Yi Zan spoke indifferently. Lu Yanran quickly thanked him and stood up. Yi Zan looked at Lu Yanran. She was still very young. If Yi Zan were back in his previous life, she would probably be a girl who had just entered junior high school. At this time, although Lu Yanran had regained some of her consciousness, she was still in a daze. She could not understand how she had so easily become Elder Yi Zan's disciple. Yi Zan had been known as the most talented and youngest elder of the Qingyan clan for the past 1,000 years. What had she done to become Elder Yi Zan's first disciple? The sudden surprise made Lu Yanran unable to wake up. Since you've accepted me as your master, I will give you a pill today. Later, I will go into seclusion. When I come out, I will give you other treasures. Thank you, master, Lu Yanran said in surprise. She knew very well that the pill that Yi Zan was going to take out was definitely not an ordinary item. As soon as Yi Zan finished speaking, he took out a fragrant pill from his pocket. In fact, before accepting Lu Yanran as his disciple, Yi Zan had already thought about this carefully. This was because after he obtained the system, he received a novice reward. The first time he gave his disciple something, he would be rewarded 10,000-fold. With this novice reward, he had already found 2 ways to save himself. One was to give his apprentice cultivation directly, so he could get 10,000 times the feedback. Then, his problem would be solved. Chapter 2. Bestow the pill. However, this path would not be so easy to walk at the moment. After all, most of his meridians were broken, and all the bones in his body were even worse off. Under such circumstances, it would probably be impossible for him to transfer his cultivation to his disciple. Moreover, the large amount of cultivation that would be required for this was probably not something his broken body could withstand. In this case, he could only choose the second option. He would give Lu Yanran an antidote. This way, he would definitely obtain a higher quality panacea. Fortunately, the 10,000-fold feedback system was not just a return of quantity. The system would automatically convert the superposition of quantity into an increase in quality as well. Unfortunately, most of the antidote pills in Yi Zan's interspatial ring had been used up. The only one left was the white pill he had just given to Lu Yanran. This pill was a 3rd-grade soul-returning pill. It was not a precious thing in Yi Zan's eyes. However, Lu Yanran was staring blankly at the 3rd-grade soul-returning pill in her hand. In her eyes, this pill was extremely precious. After all, a 3rd-grade soul-returning pill could treat the injuries of a master of the core formation realm. How could her master give one to her so easily? Lu Yanran's body trembled slightly. She felt a warm current run through her body. Her master's great love moved her significantly. After Yi Zan gave her a few more simple instructions, he quickly rushed to his place of seclusion. Just as Yi Zan was leaving, the system's clear voice rang in his mind. Ding! The host has detected that a 3rd-grade revival pill has been bestowed upon his disciple. After the 10,000-fold feedback, he has obtained a 7th-grade Nirvana Pill. After hearing the sound, Yi Zan quickly calmed his heart and looked at the system space. He saw that a purplish-red pill was floating quietly in the system space. Even though Yi Zan had not taken out the pill yet, he could already smell its pungent medicinal fragrance. Beside the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill was a row of small words. Yi Zan focused his gaze and saw that it was the description of the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill's effect. 7th-grade Nirvana Pill. A top-tier 7th-grade pill. This pill can only be refined by a top-tier pill master, and even then there is a high failure rate. Not only can this pill cure all injuries and viruses below the 7th grade, but it also has a life and death effect. It can also greatly increase the strength of the user. The power of the pill is divided into 7 segments. After each segment is released, the user's strength will increase rapidly. After the power of the 7th segment is fully released, the user can possess even the power of a king. After reading the explanation of the 7th-ranked Nirvana Pill, Yi Zan's worried heart finally relaxed. With this, he could finally be saved. He threw a token to Lu Yanran and said, "From now on, I will go into seclusion. You will stand guard outside the door. No one can come and disturb me without my prior permission." Yi Zan had thrown his elder's token to Lu Yanran. As long as he had this token, even if the master of the Qingyan sect wanted to see him, he would not be able to force his way through to him. After all, the master still had to give face to him, Yi Zan. "Yes, master." Lu Yanran held the token with both hands and watched Yi Zan leave respectfully. Seventh-Grade Nirvana Pill, I hope you won't disappoint me. After Xuan walked into the hall, he closed the door tightly behind him. His body quickly collapsed before he even arrived at the futon. Like an eggplant hit by frost in winter, his entire body was covered in a cold sweat. Just now, in order to maintain his image as an elder, he had deliberately gathered up his own power. As a result, his injuries began to get even more serious. Fortunately, he now had a 7th-grade Nirvana Pill, so these injuries should not be a problem anymore. He used the last of his strength to take the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill out of the system space. There were exquisite patterns on the pill. At first glance, one could not see anything special about them. However, as soon as the pill was in his hands, Xuan immediately noticed the terrifying energy it contained. Xuan did not have time to hesitate for too long before he swallowed it down. He initially thought that the medicinal power of the Nirvana Pill would come like a surge of water, but the truth was that after he swallowed it, its medicinal power was like a trickle of water, constantly nourishing his limbs and bones. Xuan felt extremely comfortable. The broken meridians and broken bones in his body slowly recovered under the pill's gentle yet powerful medicinal power. While his body was recovering from this medicinal power, it was also becoming stronger than before. The layers of his bones, flesh, and fascia were all undergoing qualitative changes. During this process, Xuan paid attention to the minute changes in his body, so he was not able to notice the passage of time. At this time, Yanran was still holding the elder token that Xuan had given her, dutifully waiting outside the door. She had already recovered from her initial shock and confusion. She could not help but look at the 3rd-grade soul-returning pill in her hand. She never expected that Elder Xuan would actually give her such a precious pill. To the entire Xianxia sect, a 3rd-grade soul-returning pill could be considered quite precious. The other elders probably would not be willing to give it to their disciples so easily. However, when her master gave her this pill, he did not seem reluctant at all. Yanran knew very well in her heart that she was only a small-time cultivator who was currently in the refinement state. If she used this soul-returning pill now, it would simply be a waste of a gift from heaven. Therefore, Yanran made up her mind. Unless she encountered a situation where she had no other choice, she absolutely would not use this pill. She carefully put the pill into her pocket. Until now, her heart had not stopped beating wildly. To her, the 3rd-grade soul-returning pill was something that only core formation realm masters could refine. It was a priceless treasure. On the Tianyuan continent, the cultivation realms of cultivators were ranked from low to high: refinement state, chi transformation state, true essence state, purple spirit state, core formation state, unity state, condensing state, and so on. Within each large stage were 10 small stages. Yanran was only at the 4th stage of the refinement state. For ordinary people, this was already very powerful. However, in the eyes of masters, it was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 3. Breakthrough. On this continent, those in the refinement state could only bully ordinary people. Only after reaching the chi transformation state could one be considered to have a certain level of strength to be able to walk on bodies of water. Of course, the water had to be somewhere where there were no experts around. A cultivator could only become an alchemist after reaching the true essence state. Because in order to refine pills, one needed at least the pure energy of the true essence state. Even after reaching the true essence state, a cultivator could only refine 1st-grade pills. Those in the purple spirit state could refine 2nd-grade pills, and pills like the 3rd-grade soul-returning pill could only be refined after reaching the core formation state. For a person like Yanran who was in the refinement state, it would be difficult for her to obtain a 3rd-grade elixir even if she spent her entire life working on it. Based on this, it was clear how important the 3rd-grade soul-returning pill was to her. Just as Yanran was getting lost in a daze, a piercing sound came from afar. With a whoosh, a beautiful figure quickly descended onto the Lingju peak. Within the Xianxia sect, the sect master and every elder had their own mountain peak. Elder Xuan's Lingju peak was his own territory. As Xuan did not usually take in disciples, the entire peak was a little deserted. Only a few miscellaneous disciples responsible for Xuan's clothing, food, accommodation, and travel would occasionally show up. Yanran soon saw the person who had come to visit. She saw that the person was a woman with a graceful figure and a beautiful appearance. It was none other than the elder of the Xianxia sect, Lin Qing. Yanran's expression was serious. She cupped her fists at Lin Qing according to the sect's etiquette customs. Greetings, Elder Lin Qing. Lin Qing slowly descended from the sky. She looked at Lu Yanran in front of her with confusion. Because at this moment, Lu Yanran was still wearing the uniform of an odd job disciple. Thus, Lin Qing did not understand. She did not understand why this handyman was not doing anything but instead standing guard outside Elder Yi Zan's hall. Before Lin Qing could ask, Lu Yanran spoke first. Elder Lin, please stop. Master is currently in seclusion. He cannot be disturbed by anyone. Please forgive him. After hearing Lu Yanran's words, Lin Qing was also shocked. However, she soon saw the elder's token in Lu Yanran's hand. It was Yi Zan's token. Lin Qing no longer had any doubts about Lu Yanran's words. However, she was still very surprised. Yi Zan, who had always been focused on his own cultivation, had actually begun to take in disciples. It seemed like his situation was getting a little bad. Thinking of this, Lin Qing's mood could not help but sink. She wondered, could it be that Yi Zan knew that he was dying, so he chose a disciple at the last minute to pass on his legacy? Although she was a little upset, Lin Qing was not in a hurry to break into the hall. She could still feel traces of fluctuations coming out from the hall. Moreover, it had been Yi Zan's idea to have Lu Yanran stay here, so she naturally would not rashly barge in. Thus, Lin Qing went to the front of the hall and sat down cross-legged. As an elder of the Qingyan sect, she had naturally also participated in the battle for the treasures of heaven and earth a few days ago. It was during that battle that Yi Zan was poisoned by the people of the Xuanian sect with the 5 poison powder. Lin Qing had also gotten slightly injured when she tried to save Yi Zan, who was being besieged by many experts. However, her injuries were not serious, and she had already fully recovered. Right now, Lin Qing did not know that while Yi Zan had been poisoned by the 5 poison powder, he had also been poisoned by another highly toxic bone-dissolving powder. If she knew the truth, she would definitely be despairing right now. This was because the bone-dissolving powder was much stronger than the 5 poison powder. It could be said that there was no antidote for the bone-dissolving powder in the entire Great Qian dynasty. The 2 girls, one old and one young, waited in front of Yi Zan's hall in silence. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. No one else came during this time. During this time, Lu Yanran continued obeying Yi Zan's orders and did not leave the front of the hall at all. After all, Lu Yanran was only at the 4th stage of the refinement state. With her current strength, it was impossible for her to not eat and drink without her bodily functions being affected. She had not eaten for 2 days and not a single grain of rice was inside her tummy now, which was why her body was beginning to collapse. Lin Qing, who was beside her, was resting with her eyes closed. She had not noticed Lu Yanran's condition. At this moment, a strong wave of aura suddenly came from the hall where Yi Zan was. Lin Qing, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opened her eyes. Was that a breakthrough? Lin Qing's face was full of shock. She could clearly sense the strength of the aura coming from the hall. After all, she was a powerhouse in the core formation realm. At this moment, she could clearly feel that the sense of pressure within her body was still increasing. How could this be? The surprise in Lin Qing's eyes did not disappear for a long time. She did not understand why Yi Zan, who should have been seriously injured and on the verge of death, was suddenly emitting such a powerful aura. Moreover, his aura kept growing more powerful. It was clearly a phenomenon that only occurred after one broke through. Just as Lin Qing felt she could not grow more shocked, 5 more cracks of the sound barrier breaking could be heard in the distance. They came from the other peaks of the Qingyan sect. It was obvious that these 5 people had also been attracted to the astonishing things happening where Yi Zan was. Soon, 5 figures arrived near Lin Qing. They all stood in the air. All of them looked at the hall which Yi Zan was in with great shock. The 6 of them all stood in the air. This was something that only core formation realm masters could do. The 5 of them were the sect master, deputy sect master, and elders of the Qingyan sect. The one in the middle was the sect master, Wan Shanhai. The few of them landed and approached the hall where Yi Zan was. They were like Lin Ying, full of doubts. They all wanted to figure out what had happened to Yi Zan to make him able to emit such a powerful aura. At this moment, Lu Yanran was standing in front of the hall. When she saw the high-level members of the sect appear, she felt a strong pressure. Despite the pressure, she still forced herself to stop them. Sect master, deputy sect master, and elders, please wait. Master is still in seclusion. Please don't disturb him. Lu Yanran was just a servant disciple. It took great courage to be able to say these words in front of so many high-level members of the sect. Lu Yanran's words attracted the gazes of these higher-ups. When they saw her odd-job disciple attire, they were all somewhat displeased. What did you just say? Wan Shanhai focused his gaze on her and coldly asked. Chapter 4. True Core State. Wan Shanhai looked at Lu Yanran coldly with a displeased expression. This glance scared Lu Yanran so much that she took a few steps back. She had not swallowed a drop of water for 2 days, and her body was already being pushed to the limit. Now that she was being stared at by so many higher-ups, she could not help but feel flustered. Fortunately, these people did not exert any pressure on Lu Yanran. Her small body definitely would not have been able to withstand it if they did. Wan Shanhai reacted to what Lu Yanran had just said. You just said that he's your master. Then, his gaze drifted to the sect elder token that Lu Yanran was holding tightly in her hand. The word, Yi, on it indicated that it was Yi Zan's elder token. The others reacted quickly and soon understood the current situation. Elder Yi has taken in a disciple. And a servant disciple, at that. Everyone was surprised. Everyone knew very well that Yi Zan, a rare genius of the Qingyan sect, had never bothered with taking in disciples. Usually, he was too busy with his own cultivation and rarely paid attention to outsiders. This was very normal. After all, Yi Zan was still very young. The most important thing for him right now was to raise his cultivation level as quickly as possible. Only when his own cultivation reached a bottleneck would he need to consider taking in disciples and passing on his legacy. However, why would Yi Zan, who had such a distinct personality, suddenly change so drastically and take in a handyman as a disciple? Everyone could not wait to learn Yi Zan's thoughts behind this. Thinking of Lu Yanran's words just now and looking at Yi Zan's elder token in her hand, they all gave up on the idea of barging into the hall. Even though Lu Yanran was just a handyman disciple, now that she was holding Yi Zan's elder token, she could speak for him. And after calming down, everyone could not help but share Lin Qing's thoughts. Everyone felt that it was very likely that Yi Zan knew that he did not have long to live. That was why he had accepted a servant disciple as his disciple in such a hurry. He did not want his legacy to end. Thinking of this, everyone present could not help but allow some of their sorrow to leak through their facial expressions. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with resentment toward the Xuanian sect. If not for the Xuanian sect, Elder Yi Zan would not have fallen into such a state. However, if Yi Zan was really on the verge of death, then why had there been an aura akin to a breakthrough coming from the main hall just now? Although they were extremely confused, these people still waited outside the main hall quietly. No matter what, as long as there was still an aura fluctuation coming out from the hall, it meant that Yi Zan was still alive. Another 2 hours passed. An even more astonishing aura came out of the hall. This aura was much stronger than the one before. Everyone's eyes widened. It's the true core realm. It's indeed the true core realm. This kind of aura is very powerful. What's going on? What's happened to Yi Zan? Everyone's faces were covered with shock and confusion. They could not understand why the hall which Yi Zan was in would emit a pressure that only those in the true core realm could possess. Among the core formation realm were empty core, true core, and golden core. Within empty core, true core, and golden core, there were early, middle, and late stages. With Lu Yanran being so weak, she was already unable to withstand the pressure of those in the true core realm. Just when she felt that her body was about to explode, she suddenly felt her body and mind lighten. It turned out that it was Lin Qing who had made a move and helped her block most of the pressure. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the door to Yi Zan's hall. Everyone wanted to find out what had happened to Yi Zan that allowed him to leap into the true core realm. Lu Yanran's face was also full of shock. She did not know what her master had done. She did not know how terrifying this so-called true core realm could be. However, based on the expressions of the high-level members of the Qingyan sect around her, she could roughly guess that her master had probably broken through to a very terrifying realm. Based on Wan Shanhai and the others' expressions, it was very clear that this was a big deal. Perhaps the true core realm could be seen as a very expert realm within the entire Great Xian dynasty. That was indeed the case. As long as the golden core realm experts were not around, the true core realm experts could completely run the Great Xian dynasty completely amok. After Lu Yanran figured it out, she stared unblinkingly at the hall. She really wanted to look through the main door so she could clearly see what was going on inside. The others were just as curious as her and did not understand what had happened. Fortunately, it did not take long for the powerful aura to dissipate. A slender figure walked out of the door. He was handsome and had a strong facial structure. Sect Master, Deputy Sect Master, Elders. The person who had come was Xuan. His appearance made everyone's eyes light up. Just now, everyone had still been very confused and suspected that someone else might be in the hall. However, after Xuan appeared in front of their eyes, everyone's doubts were completely dispelled. Although they still did not know how Xuan escaped death and had benefited from misfortune. This was still a good thing for the Qingyan sect. Elder Yi, why did you? The sect master, Xuan, looked at Xuan in confusion. Right now, he urgently needed an explanation from Xuan. It was just a lucky opportunity. I was lucky enough to benefit from misfortune. Xuan knew that these people wanted an answer. However, he could not let outsiders know that he had the system. Hearing this, the others all nodded silently. Although Xuan did not elaborate, the simple phrase, lucky opportunity, was enough to explain everything. After all, cultivators knew that opportunities could often be unpredictable and wonderful. There were both big and small opportunities. A small opportunity might just be a simple treasure. However, a big opportunity was often an epiphany that could bring about a rapid increase in cultivation. In short, Xuan could cover everything up with the word, opportunity. Across the vast and boundless Tianyuan continent, there were cultivators obtaining opportunities of varying sizes all the time. The sect masters and elders of the Qingyan sect had all obtained opportunities of varying sizes during their cultivation process. Therefore, it was not appropriate for them to ask too many questions. Chapter 5. Foolish Disciple. From the looks of it, the opportunity Xuan had obtained this time was no small one. After all, 2 days ago, everyone knew that Xuan had been poisoned and was likely going to die very soon. However, not only was Xuan completely cured of the poison now, but he had also made great progress in terms of his strength. Could it be that Xuan had obtained a top-tier 4th-grade pill, which was why he had come across such a great opportunity? No one knew that Xuan had ingested bone-dissolving powder earlier. Therefore, everyone thought that a 4th-grade pill would be able to dispel the 5 poison powder and give Xuan a certain increase in strength. If they were to find out that Xuan had taken a 7th-grade pill 2 days ago, everyone would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the floor. At this moment, Xuan, the sect master of the Qingyan sect, woke up from his initial shock. He laughed heartily and said, "That's great. Now our Qingyan sect has finally gained another true core realm expert." Xuan was really delighted at Xuan's breakthrough. Previously, Qingyan sect only had 2 true core realm experts. They were the sect master, Xuan, and the deputy sect master. Now that there was another true core realm expert, Xuan, this would definitely raise the overall strength of the Qingyan sect. The atmosphere between the higher-ups of the Qingyan sect was relatively harmonious. After all, with a force like theirs, if the higher-ups were not united, the entire sect would quickly fall apart and be replaced by external forces. Therefore, after everyone confirmed that Xuan had broken through to the true core realm, everyone stepped forward and congratulated him. "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations, fellow Taoist Yi, for successfully breaking through to the true core realm." Everyone present had a joyful look on their faces. At this moment, Yanran was standing far away from them. When she looked at Xuan, her eyes were filled with joy. After congratulating Xuan, the higher-ups of the Qingyan sect left Lingju Peak one after another. Xuan's breakthrough had injected a surge of energy into them. After all, it was not easy for those at their level to have breakthroughs. Now that there was a living example right in front of them, everyone's motivation had been stoked. After everyone left, soon only Xuan and Yanran were left on Lingju Peak. "You foolish disciple." Xuan could tell at a glance that Yanran had been guarding the main hall. "Without eating or drinking for the past 2 days. You're too stupid," he scolded her with some heartache. After hearing Xuan's words, Yanran knew that he was feeling heartache for her, so she quickly lowered her head. Xuan taking her in as his disciple had happened too suddenly, so Yanran had simply been following his instructions to the word for the past 2 days. She had been very afraid. She was afraid that if she made a slight mistake, Xuan would not want her anymore. She knew very well that her talent was lacking, and in theory, she was not worthy of being Elder Yi Zan's disciple. It was precisely because of that she cherished this opportunity so much. She needed to become strong and avenge her family. Yi Zan walked to Lu Yanran's side and rubbed her head with his hand, feeling sorry for her. If I didn't come out of seclusion for a long time, were you going to starve to death here? Yi Zan did not know whether to call Lu Yanran stupid or loyal. In fact, there was food and drink not far from where they currently were. If Lu Yanran went to eat something, although she would have to leave the hall for a short time, the risk would still be very low. Yi Zan said, "Go back and rest well. Tomorrow, I will give you a new opportunity." "Yes, sir." Lu Yanran nodded frantically and staggered away. After Lu Yanran left, Yi Zan turned his attention back onto himself. He could see that the true core in his body contained extremely terrifying energy. He felt that his true core was like a miniature planet. At this moment, as long as he willed it, he could easily mobilize the terrifying energy. A mere empty core realm expert, if placed on Earth, could be called a humanoid missile. Meanwhile, a true core realm expert was more than 10 times stronger than an empty core realm expert. Is this real life? Yi Zan muttered to himself. He was very surprised at how terrifying he was. With his current terrifying body, if he were still in his previous life, nothing could hurt him besides nuclear weapons. However, he knew very well that there were countless people like him across the entire Tianyuan continent. Compared to other masters, he was nothing. Even within the entire Great Xian dynasty, Yi Zan was still not the strongest around. However, under normal circumstances, he should be able to do whatever he wanted. In his body, besides the true core energy, there was also a purple pill that was slowly rotating. This was the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill he had consumed. After removing the 5 poison powder and bone-dissolving powder as well as breaking through, only 1/7 of the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill's energy had been consumed. The rest of the pill's energy was still being stored in his body. Yi Zan could feel that after absorbing all the energy of the pill, his strength had definitely experienced a tremendous change. The guy from the Xuanian sect, Yi Zan muttered to himself. His current strength was more than enough for him to go and kill those who had surrounded and attacked him just a few days ago. However, he was not in a hurry. He could still make a long-term plan right now. After all, within the Great Xian dynasty, the overall strength of the Xuanian sect was ranked second. Their sect had Golden Core Realm Masters in charge. Moreover, the Xuanian sect should have more than 20 true Core Realm and Empty Core Realm Masters altogether. Yi Zan was very clear on the fact that it was not too safe for him to rashly go and kill the other party now. Until he achieved the Golden Core Realm or even the strength of the completion of the Core Formation Realm, he could not be too confident. If he was still the previous Yi Zan, he would have a long way to go before he could obtain the strength of the completion of the Core Formation Realm. However, for Yi Zan, who had the 10,000-fold feedback system, the day was not too far away. He felt that he should first extract all the rewards he could get from Lu Yanran, then take in a few more disciples. The next morning, Lu Yanran arrived at Lingju Peak very early. After resting well the previous night, she finally recovered. Chapter 6. Spiritual Power Infusion. When Lu Yanran stepped onto Lingju Peak, she had a mixed expression on her face. She was full of excitement but also a little nervous. Master. As soon as Lu Yanran arrived on the peak, she saw that Yi Zan was already waiting for her in the courtyard. She hurriedly bowed to him. Now that you have become my disciple, you don't need to wear the kind of clothes handyman disciples wear. You can go to the Cantonese school later and get a set of clothing exclusive to personal disciples. Yi Zan looked at Lu Yanran's plain clothes and immediately told her she could change them. As you command, Master. Lu Yanran said obediently. In the Qingyan sect, disciples were divided into different levels. From the lowest ranking to the highest ranking, there were handyman disciples, exterior disciples, interior disciples, and personal disciples. Disciples of different levels also had different clothing. Hearing this, Yi Zan could not help but smile and nod. He soon spoke again. Today, I will open up your meridians and pour wisdom into your body. Yi Zan's seemingly casual words stunned Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran's body could not help but begin to tremble in the next second. Is what Master is saying true? Is he really going to pour his spiritual power into my body? Although her strength was weak, she was certainly not unknowledgeable. After she finished her cultivation for the day, she would go to the scripture depository within the sect to read books. She had used up almost all of her allowed time there as a handyman disciple. It was because of this that Lu Yanran knew exactly what spiritual power being poured into a body meant. In layman's terms, a cultivator with a high cultivation base would give their cultivation base to some weaker cultivators. In other words, it meant that the spiritual power that they had painstakingly cultivated could be given to others for free. Generally speaking, the spiritual power after being enlightened would be completely lost, and the initial cultivator with a high cultivation base would only be able to replenish this part of their lost spiritual power through cultivation in the future. It was a purely altruistic concept, and almost no cultivator actually chose to do it. After all, for cultivators, time was extremely precious. The cultivation in their bodies had been obtained through arduous work. Unless one was a fool, otherwise, no one would give their cultivation to others for free. Even if they were blood relatives, it was very rare for spiritual power to be infused into someone else. Under normal circumstances, only cultivators who were in a desperate situation and knew that they were doomed would impart their spiritual power to their loved ones or to extremely important people. No matter what, this imparting was a great favor, almost equivalent to raising someone ever since they were a baby. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yanran felt extremely shocked. She was completely stunned and could not think straight. Spiritual power infusion. If Xuan really did this, her strength would be greatly improved. Even if her aptitude was average, her cultivation would still undergo a tremendous change after that. Master. For a moment, Lu Yanran's voice choked with sobs, and her eyes turned red as she hid them. Xuan treated her so well. How could she repay him? Moreover, it was already enough of a blessing to be his personal discipline. What had she done to deserve even more special treatment from him? No matter what you did before, now that you're my disciple, you naturally won't be mistreated. Xuan said calmly. In the eyes of outsiders, spiritual energy installation was a bad thing that did not give one any personal benefits. Basically, no cultivator would ever choose to do it. However, for Xuan, this was completely beneficial and without harm. After all, he had an apprentice feedback system. Every bit of spiritual power he taught would be returned at the lowest multiple. The more apprentices he took in, the higher the amount of feedback he would receive. In short, he would not be at a disadvantage. Of course, Xuan would not randomly take in apprentices because of this. Although he did not value talent, he still attached great importance to the character of his apprentices. Follow me. Xuan looked at Lu Yanran indifferently and then walked into the hall. Yes, master. Lu Yanran held back her tears that were about to fall and followed Xuan with a face full of gratitude. Since her parents passed away, no one had ever treated her so well. She did not expect to meet such a good master in her lifetime. Soon, Lu Yanran came to the hall, still behind Xuan. The hall was very wide. There were 5 or 6 futons inside it. This was where Xuan usually secluded himself. Then, under Xuan's signal, Lu Yanran came to a futon and slowly sat down. Xuan sat down behind her. At the same time, a few lines of words appeared in Xuan's field of vision. Of course, no one other than him else could see this virtual font. Comprehension value, 234. Innate bone value, 25. Kendama body, not yet activated, can be activated with star sword grass. This was the function of the disciple feedback system. He could see clearly his disciple's talent. This so-called talent referred to the cultivator's comprehension value and innate bone value. Comprehension value, in layman's terms, was the cultivator's understanding of heaven and earth. The higher the comprehension, the higher the cultivator's understanding. Thus, their cultivation speed would be extremely fast. Not only that, but it would also be of great help to the cultivator's later comprehension of power, such as sword intent. Cultivators with poor comprehension would have to spend more time comprehending the power of heaven and earth, and their success rate would still be extremely low. The innate bone value referred to a cultivator's physique. After all, everyone had a different physique. Some cultivators were naturally very friendly to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the help of the system, they could cultivate twice as much as others with half the energy. Other cultivators might have to spend 3 to 4 years to break through, but they would only need a few months to do so. Your bone and comprehension value are pretty average. Xuan could not help but exclaim upon seeing this. No wonder Lu Yanran worked so hard. Her current cultivation was only at the 4th stage of the refinement state. When Xuan saw Lu Yanran's special physique, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Presumably, activating the Kendama body would greatly improve Lu Yanran's bone value. It seemed that he would need to spend some time to find this sword star grass. After all, after Lu Yanran activated her special constitution, he could also receive some feedback points. Abandon concentration and immerse your spiritual energy in the present. Just as Lu Yanran's face filled with nervousness, Yi Zan's voice rang out. Lu Yanran hurriedly closed her eyes. Her entire essence, qi, and spirit instantly gathered together, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy flowing between heaven and earth. Into her. Buzz. In the next second, Yi Zan's palm suddenly pressed against Lu Yanran's back. Spiritual qi surged out of his body and slowly poured into her core. Master's power so terrifying. When Lu Yanran felt this vast power, she could barely calm herself down. Chapter 7. One disciple is not enough. Quickly restrain your mind and carefully comprehend my power. Absorb it all. Just as Lu Yanran was getting lost in a daze, Yi Zan's voice sounded again. Her eyes grew a little ashamed before she quickly stabilized her mind. However, because the gap between their realms was too big, Yi Zan was forced to slow down the speed of his transmission of spiritual power. After all, Lu Yanran's meridians were too weak. If too much spiritual power was transferred to her at once, it was very likely that her meridians would be damaged. As he transmitted this spiritual power, Yi Zan also paid attention to Lu Yanran's condition. After all, spiritual power infusion was no small matter. He had to constantly control his speed of transmission. This was closely related to Lu Yanran's condition. If her meridians were saturated, then he would have to reduce his speed. Of course, even if Lu Yanran could completely withstand his power, he could not blindly output all the spiritual power in his body. After all, he could not confirm the exact multiple of the system's feedback. Although the probability of a high multiple was very low, if it really happened, it would be a disaster for Yi Zan. The reason was very simple. If Lu Yanran withstood all of Yi Zan's power and suddenly received hundreds or even thousands of times the feedback, Yi Zan's current meridians would definitely not be able to take it. Even if Yi Zan barely pulled through this terrifying force, his meridians would still suffer a lot, and it might very well affect his foundation in the future. This one disciple isn't enough. I have to take in more disciples. When the time comes, I'll use each of them. With enough time, I'll definitely break through very quickly. Yi Zan continued to transfer his spiritual power to Lu Yanran as he thought about this seriously. If he irrigated all his disciples with his spiritual power, even if he received a high rate of feedback, he would be able to easily withstand the power and not damage his foundation. After all, if he had very few disciples, even if the rate was high, it would be within his tolerance range. Moreover, he could also find some more disciples to help him out. With that, he would be able to have many breakthroughs in a very short period of time, and his future would be set. With Yi Zan's surging spiritual power, Lu Yanran soon broke through in her cultivation. After becoming a cultivator, the first realm one would face was the refinement realm. Across the vast and boundless Tianyuan continent, everyone had innate qi in their bodies, but its location was obscure. If one wanted to become a true cultivator, one had to locate the innate qi in their body, then slowly circulate it around their body according to the cultivation circulation technique. After performing the cultivation circulation technique, the innate qi in the cultivator's body would gradually grow stronger. This would then evolve into a more innate strength, which would then strengthen the cultivator's meridians and flesh. The refinement state was divided into 10 stages. Every time a cultivator broke through a small stage, the strength of the qi and force in their body would double, and their physicality would also be strengthened. When the cultivator's core and meridians were filled with the strength of their qi, it meant that the cultivator's cultivation had broken through to the 10th stage of the refinement state. If a cultivator at such a level was on Earth, they would have power akin to a transformer. They would be able to tear apart a small building with just their bare hands. When the energy filled a cultivator's core, their spiritual power would completely penetrate their meridians. From then on, the cultivator would be able to sense the spiritual power that existed between heaven and earth. Thus, using the cultivation method taught by the sect, the spiritual power between heaven and earth would be absorbed into one's core. This state was called qi transformation state. Compared to the previous qi transformation force, the spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth was undoubtedly of a higher level, and it had a stronger effect on the cultivator's physique. After absorbing enough spiritual power of heaven and earth, one could even expand the space in one's core. The qi transformation state also had 10 realms. Yi Zan's current realm was the true core realm. The power in his body was of a higher level than the spiritual power of heaven and earth, so there was no need to say anything more. He transferred his power to Lu Yanran. The speed of the realm breakthrough that he catalyzed within her could not be imagined. Fourth stage of the refinement state. Fifth stage, sixth stage, Lu Yanran felt like her cultivation was going through some crazy breakthroughs. The most important thing was that the power she obtained was not superficial at all and had no effect on her foundation. The reason for this was very simple. When Lu Yanran broke through a minor stage, Xuan would carefully compress the power in her body and use his spiritual power to stabilize her foundation. For a moment, Lu Yanran's heart was filled with gratitude. In the entire Qingyan sect, which cultivator's master would ever do such a thing? Forget the Qingyan sect, she had read stories of cultivators in ancient books and had never come across such a selfless teacher before. However, it was also possible that she did not have too much experience and had not seen all kinds of things, but no matter what, her heart was still filled with gratitude for Xuan. After I get revenge for my family, I will serve my master for the rest of my life. This young girl, who was in the prime of her life, silently made a vow in her heart. Xuan did not know what Lu Yanran was thinking, but he was very serious about transferring his own power to her. Soon, Lu Yanran was breaking through at a speed visible to the naked eye. The seventh stage of the refinement state. Eighth stage, ninth stage, 10th stage, when the power of Qi ran through Lu Yanran, her meridians were instantly opened up. At the same time, she could feel the spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth. Xuan instantly increased the speed of transmission of spiritual power. He used his own power to guide the power in Lu Yanran's body, slowly circulating it and absorbing the spiritual power flowing between heaven and earth through her. The first stage of the Qi transformation state. The second stage of the Qi transformation state. The third stage of the Qi transformation state. One was very serious in transmitting his spiritual power, while the other was very serious in refining the former's spiritual power. This pair did not notice the passage of time at all. When Lu Yanran entered the 8th stage of the Qi transformation state, the speed of her breakthrough also slowly slowed down. Xuan also noticed the change. It was obvious that the spiritual power infusion was about to reach its limit. Of course, this was related to Lu Yanran's bones. If Lu Yanran's bones were stronger, she might be able to accept more power. Soon, after Lu Yanran's cultivation entered the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state, Xuan stopped the transmission of power. If he continued to transfer his power, Lu Yanran would naturally break through again, but this would damage her foundation and affect her meridians. Although he wanted more feedback points, he would not ruin his disciple's future because of this. Chapter 8. The kind that comes once a month. Ha! Lu Yanran slowly opened her eyes. After sensing the surging power in her body, her eyes grew extremely excited. She never thought that she would one day break through from the 4th stage of the strength training state to the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state. This was simply unimaginable. She felt like she could totally beat up hundreds of clones of her previous self without breaking a sweat. Most importantly, not only had her cultivation crossed over into the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state, but her foundation was also extremely stable without the slightest bit of weakness. The most important thing for her to do now was to completely familiarize herself with the power in her body. However, because her foundation was extremely stable, Lu Yanran only needed to spend a few days to completely grasp the power in her body. Ding! Because the host has been transferring cultivation power to his disciple for a month, he has received 15 times the feedback. Critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained 450 days worth of cultivation. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Xuan's mind. Rumble. In an instant, the power contained in Xuan's core skyrocketed. He was now only half a step away from the middle stage of the true core state. It's so nice cheating. The speed at which my cultivation breaks through is amazing. Xuan noticed the changes in his body, and his eyes could not help but shine with a golden light. He could not help but smile. With his current strength, he only needed to spend a moment to completely grasp his new level of power. With 450 days worth of cultivation, after deducting the loss of a month from the transmission of power, he had profited with 420 extra days of cultivation. With just one spiritual power transmission, he had gained more than a year's worth of cultivation. I didn't expect that 400 days of cultivation wouldn't be able to help me reach the next state. The further I get, the harder it is for me to break through. Thinking of this, Xuan could not help but sigh. At his current state, 1 day of cultivation gained through the system was equivalent to 1 day of cultivation gained from closed-door training. Due to the difference in states, the amount of cultivation obtained was also different. After all, although it was the same amount of cultivation done in 1 day, the cultivation of the Qi transformation state and the true essence state were completely different. To give an example, if Lu Yanran wanted to get to the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state, it would have taken her at least 6 to 7 years to break through with her own efforts. However, with the transfer of Yi Zan's spiritual power, she only needed to spend a month to reach the true essence state. From now on, I will irrigate your spiritual power every month. Yi Zan stood up and said to Lu Yanran. Now that he had tasted the sweetness of spiritual power infusion, how could he miss this opportunity? Moreover, if he took in 2 disciples and irrigated his spiritual power once, he would be able to immediately enter the middle stage of the true essence state. What? Lu Yanran, who was still trying to control her new power, was stunned. Spiritual power infusion once a month. Was Master serious? Lu Yanran was petrified. Yi Zan's methods shocked her. Whether it was the 3rd-grade soul returning pill or this spiritual power infusion, he had completely exceeded her expectations. Lu Yanran had indeed fantasized about 1 day becoming a disciple of a master cultivator. However, she had never dared to imagine that she would receive such treatment. Yi Zan's words almost scared her silly. Spiritual power infusion once a month. Even her own father would never be so good to her, right? Master, for a moment, Lu Yanran's eyes could not help but redden. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her beautiful face. You don't have to be so touched. If you slack off with your cultivation because of this, you won't be able to enjoy such treatment in the future. Yi Zan looked at Lu Yanran, who was moved to tears, and spoke slowly. However, he was somewhat helpless himself. After all, he was no selfless saint. Infusing Lu Yanran with his own cultivation was just to obtain feedback points from the system. He would not do something that would not benefit him. Of course, he also knew what the infusion of spiritual energy in the Tianyuan continent represented. Normally, no father would do this for even their own child. After all, the cultivation lost with infusion was permanent. It could only be recovered through cultivation from scratch. On Tianyuan continent, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong ruled. No cultivator would selflessly donate their cultivation. Yi Zan's methods had undoubtedly surpassed an ordinary master-disciple relationship. Even partners might never be so nice to each other. Just 1 infusion of spiritual power had already touched Lu Yanran so much, let alone the future monthly infusions. Bam! Lu Yanran suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Zan, pressing her pure white forehead hard against the ground. I understand Master's kindness, and I will definitely remember Master's kindness after my rebirth. I will definitely serve Master well for the rest of my life. Lu Yanran's body trembled slightly as she said this, her eyes filled with determination. Other than her parents, she had never had anyone treat her so well before. Lu Yanran's story was very tragic. She used to live in a small mountain village and had no worries in life. However, one day, bandits suddenly attacked her village. The bandits cruelly massacred the entire village. She was one of the lucky survivors. After going through all kinds of hardships, she finally joined the Qingyan sect and became a handyman disciple. However, because she did not have a good backer in the sect, and because she had a strong constitution, Lu Yanran was subjected to endless looks of disdain and bullying. Although she did not seem to care much on the surface, she felt extremely wronged in her heart. Every night when she was falling asleep, she would suffer alone. Lu Yanran had sworn back then that she would work hard to cultivate and become a disciple of a senior with a high cultivation. She would learn how to kill those bandits. However, she knew very well that her innate ability was very mediocre. It was almost impossible for her to become a disciple of a senior in the sect. Just when she thought that she would only be a handyman disciple for the rest of her life, she met Yi Zan. Yi Zan was like a beam of light, shining brightness into her dark life and bringing her out of her shell. Silly girl, don't kneel when you see Master again in the future. Yi Zan reached out and gently lifted Lu Yanran up. A gentle force immediately helped her up, and even Yi Zan's voice grew gentle. I have something to tell you, Master. Lu Yanran wiped the tears off her face and said to Yi Zan. Chapter 9. Old Feud. What's the matter? Hearing this, Yi Zan could not help but raise his gaze and look at Lu Yanran in confusion. My real name is not Lu Yanran. My real name is Yu. Lu Yanran revealed the secret hidden in her mind. It was obvious in Lu Yanran's heart that Yi Zan was already a person worthy of her full trust. Otherwise, she would not have revealed a secret that she had kept hidden for so many years. Yi Zan's eyes slowly turned cold. He never expected his disciple to have such a tragic backstory. Lu Yanran had lived in an ordinary small mountain village. Most of the villagers were ordinary people who had not practiced before. There were only a few cultivators who practiced at the Qi transformation state, but their cores were only at the third or fourth stage. The villagers' names were simple and plain. At that time, Lu Yanran's name had been Yu. Although the villagers did not have much money, they were still self-sufficient. The families were all quite happy. However, this peace was ruined one day by a group of bandits who appeared out of nowhere. These bandits robbed the entire village and took away all its young and beautiful girls. Back then, Lu Yanran had only been 10 years old. Because she and her father had been cutting firewood on a mountain not far from the village, she was lucky enough to escape this calamity. When they returned to the village, the bandits had already massacred everyone. The surviving villagers had left, and the village was a sea of blood. They thought that the bandits would not return. They did not expect them to come back again after resting for a while. Not only did they rob the villagers of their money and food, but they even slaughtered everyone they could get their hands on. Paying with the price of her father's life, Lu Yanran escaped to the Netherworld Forest. The Netherworld Forest was filled with all sorts of powerful beasts, so the bandits did not chase her into it. Lu Yanran was lucky to survive. However, Lu Yanran's parents were not so lucky and were killed at the hands of the bandits. Lu Yanran witnessed all of this with her own eyes from the forest. One could imagine how much her heart had ached back then. Up until now, Lu Yanran still vaguely remembered her father's final words before death. You must live on. Don't avenge us. As long as you live a good life, Dad and Mom can die without regrets. However, how could she not avenge her parents? Back then, she did not even have the strength to tie a chicken up. She had not yet stepped into the path of cultivation. Her father naturally did not want her to take revenge and lose her life in vain. Perhaps it was God's blessing that although the Netherworld Forest was filled with powerful demon beasts, Lu Yanran had passed through without trouble. It was after Lu Yanran left the Netherworld Forest that she successfully entered the Xianxia sect by chance. In the beginning, with Lu Yanran's talent and innate ability, she was simply unable to become a disciple of the sect. At the time, the manager in charge of accepting disciples had looked at Lu Yanran's tattered clothes and the bloodstains on her face and could not help but feel sympathetic. It was also because of this that Lu Yanran successfully became a handyman disciple of the Xianxia sect. After Lu Yanran told her story, she could not help but get lost in the memories of the accident back then. She fell into an extremely sad mood. It had been 2 years since her parents died tragically at the hands of the bandits. Every night, when it was quiet, she would dream of her parents' tragic death. The image of the village would appear in her mind unprompted, like a nightmare. During these 2 years, Lu Yanran had no one to talk to about it. Only she could lick the wounds left in her memory. However, today, she had met the kindest person in the world to her. She loved him just as much as her parents. As tears welled up in Lu Yanran's eyes, a broad and warm hand came to rest on her shoulder. You were once you, and you will still be you in the future. You're my disciple. No matter what difficulties you encounter, there's no need to hide your name. Aren't they just a mere mountain bandits? I'll accompany you to meet them now. You can personally avenge the village and your parents. Lu Yanran's tearful face slowly lifted. Hearing Yi Zan's domineering words and looking at his handsome face, she felt warmth in her heart. It was also at this moment that the grievance in Yu's heart could no longer be suppressed. Her tears started to fall like raindrops. Before today, she could only bear the grievance by herself and force a smile in front of others. However, from this moment onward, she had someone to talk to, a master who was like family. Yu threw herself into Yi Zan's arms, her tears falling like rain. Yi Zan gently patted Yu's head. His palm contained warm power, slowly calming Yu's emotions. This little girl was only 12 years old, but she bore the deep hatred of the entire village and her parents within herself. Life was indeed hard on her. It was also because of Yi Zan's spiritual power that Yu had completely trusted him and told him her secret. Of course, to Yi Zan, Yu was also someone very special. After all, she was his first disciple. How could he bear to see his disciple suffer such a grievance? Moreover, this was a blood feud involving her parents. Perhaps those bandits were particularly fierce when compared to ordinary people, but in Yizan's eyes, they were just small ants. In 3 days, we'll set off. Seeing that Yu's mood had slowly calmed down, Yizan spoke. Yes, master. Yu nodded obediently. Then, Yizan stretched out his hand and gently tapped on Yu's forehead. In an instant, core cultivation methods and martial techniques related to the Qingyan sect entered Yu's mind. Ding. Due to the mid-grade black-grade martial technique, windstorm sword technique, that the host has imparted to his disciple, a random 10-fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-grade black-grade martial technique, windstorm slash. Ding. Due to the mid-grade black-grade martial technique, rampart sword technique, that the host imparted to his disciple, a random 20-fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-grade black-grade martial technique, 3 feet sword defense. Ding. Due to the high-grade black-grade martial technique, sword spirit art, that the host imparted to his disciple, a random 100-fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade earth-grade martial technique, sword defense lightning technique. The system's voice sounded in Yizan's mind. Chapter 10. More critical hits. The martial arts that Yizan taught Yu represented attack power, defense power, and the core cultivation methods of the sect. Most importantly, these represented the highest level of Yizan's martial arts. Across the entire Tianyuan continent, whether it was martial arts or cultivation methods, from low to high level, they were divided into the grades of yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade, and emperor grade. Each grade was then divided into top grade, high grade, mid grade, and low grade. The previous martial technique feedback was not uncommon, but it surprised Yizan that one of the pieces of feedback was so powerful that it had allowed him to directly obtain a low-grade earth-grade cultivation method. As everyone knew, under the condition of equality in talent and innate ability, the higher the rank of the cultivation method that one used, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. Yizan had imparted some martial arts to Yu. Since the type of martial arts he imparted already had their feedback returned, there was no feedback for the martial arts he imparted later on. Moreover, the martial arts that Yizan had imparted afterward were mostly yellow-grade martial arts. Although their quality was not high, it was extremely well suited for Qi transformation state cultivators to practice with. Only when Yu's realm broke through to the true essence state or the higher purple spirit state could she truly unleash the power of the black-grade martial arts. I'll give you some more pills. Just as Yu was thinking about martial arts and the new techniques she had learned, Yizan's voice rang out again. He spread out his palm, and 3 pills suddenly appeared in it. As he had already given her a 3rd-grade soul-returning pill, Yizan chose pills with other attributes this time. One of the pills was called the True Essence Pill. It was a rare pill that could help cultivators condense the true essence in their core. It was considered a high-value supplementary pill. The second pill was called the Poison Pill. The pill contained a lethal poison that could corrode a cultivator's reinforcements. It was best used to deal with enemies at the true essence state. The other pill was called State Breaking Pill. It was the pill that peak Qi transformation state cultivators used to enter the true essence state. In the next second, the 3 pills in Yizan's hand turned into a stream of light and landed on Yu's palm. Ding. As the host has given his disciple a true essence pill, 1st grade, the host has received a 3-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received a body refining pill, 1st grade. Ding. As the host has gifted his disciple a poison pill, 1st grade, he has received a random 5-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received a black poison pill, 1st grade. Ding. As the host has gifted his disciple a state-breaking pill, 1st grade, he has received a random 10-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received an energy-breaking pill, 2nd grade. It was obvious that the feedback critical hit from imparting pills was very ordinary. Well, you don't have a storage ring yet, right? I'll give you mine. Yizan looked at Yu as he reached into his pocket and spoke. Master, this isn't. Hearing this, Yu was about to refuse. After all, a storage ring was extremely precious. Even as an elder of the Qingyan sect, Yizan only had 1 ring. How could he give it to her? However, Yizan did not give Yu the chance to refuse. The storage ring in Yizan's hand instantly turned into a stream of light and appeared on Yu's hand. Of course, most of the things in the original storage ring had already been transferred to the system storage space. All that was left inside were pills and some things he did not need. This was also an experiment Xuan was doing. He planned to see if he could get a critical feedback attack by giving his disciple a storage ring. Ding! As the host has given his disciple a storage ring, 350 cubic feet, you will receive a random 5-fold critical hit feedback. Congratulations, the host has obtained a storage ring, 1765 cubic feet. The system's voice rang in Xuan's mind again. Xuan hurriedly opened his newly obtained storage space but saw that there were no pills there. He was thinking about whether putting some pills in the storage space as a gift would give him a corresponding critical hit, but he did not expect the system to not even give him the chance to try. Now that I've given you cultivation methods and some martial arts techniques, all you need now is a weapon. How about this? I'll give you a Qingyan sword. Xuan waved his sleeve, and a Qingyan sword, filled with sharp sword chi suddenly appeared in the air. This Qingyan sword has been by my side for 5 years. It's a powerful high-grade spiritual artifact. From today onwards, it's yours. Xuan stretched out his hand and gently tapped it. The Qingyan sword bloomed with sharp sword chi, then turned into a stream of light and landed in front of Yu. Seeing this, Yu's eyelids could not help but flutter. She did not know how to reply. Facing her master, who doted on her so much and did not hide anything from her, she knew that no words of gratitude would be enough to express her appreciation. Xuan's attitude towards imparting knowledge was immovable. She could only choose to accept it. Although words could not express the gratitude in her heart, she would use her own actions to express her gratitude to her master. Ding! Due to the host gifting his disciple a Qingyan sword, high-grade spiritual artifact, a random 102-fold feedback critical hit is obtained. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Cold Light Ice Soul Sword, low-grade magic artifact. The system's voice sounded in Xuan's mind. A long sword filled with ice-cold power appeared in the system's storage space. It's actually a magic artifact. Hearing this, Xuan's eyes could not help but light up. A magic weapon was much more powerful than spiritual chi, and it would also help him improve much more. On the Tianyuan continent, a cultivator's weapon could be of the grades Spirit grade, Magic grade, Mystic grade, or Saint grade. Each weapon's grade was divided into top grade, high grade, mid grade, and low grade. Although the Cold Light Ice Soul Sword he obtained was only a low-grade magic weapon, its power was far superior to a top-grade spirit weapon. Xuan had wanted to get a weapon with strong defense, but unfortunately, he did not have a defensive weapon on him, so he could only wait. Alright, you, go to the sect's administrative office now and collect the clothes for a personal disciple like yourself. After settling everything, you can move to Lingju Peak. If you run into any cultivation matters, you can come and consult me anytime. What you did not know was that Xuan wanted to use these 3 days to prepare a special gift for her. Chapter 11. Promise. As you command, Master. After you put the equipment into her storage space, she bowed respectfully to Xuan before leaving. After you left, Xuan began to take stock of his previous gains. He had already given away all the things that he could give to you. In general, his gains were quite good. The most surprising gains were the spiritual artifacts and cultivation methods. The sword defense lightning technique was a low-grade earth-grade cultivation method. The Cold Light Ice Soul Sword was a low-grade spiritual artifact. With the sword defense lightning technique, not only would Xuan's cultivation speed increase, but it would also allow his own power to be attached to the power of thunder. On the Tianyuan continent, the power of thunder was an extremely tyrannical power. If a cultivator's power was attached to the power of thunder, it would greatly increase their destructive power. The Cold Light Ice Soul Sword could increase both Xuan's combat power and also give him the additional power of ice. If ordinary people who had not stepped into the ranks of cultivation came into contact with it, they would instantly become an ice sculpture. Moreover, if a cultivator's power was strong enough, one sword could freeze even an entire river. With the support of these two powerful tools, Xuan was not even slightly afraid of meeting more advanced cultivators later on. Of course, if he wanted to fight against a cultivator at the Golden Core state, he could only use the power of a 7th-grade Nirvana Pill. After all, some talented cultivators could easily cross states to challenge others. This was especially in low states, such as the refinement states and the Qi transformation state, which those who had just entered cultivation were in. With the support of all kinds of rare equipment, many talented geniuses could cross even 3 or 4 stages. Of course, as one's state increased, the difficulty of crossing stages also increased. Perhaps in the Qi transformation state, some talented geniuses could cross 3 or 4 levels to fight, but if their cultivation reached the true essence state, they could at most cross only 1 or 2 stages. When one's cultivation reached the purple spirit state, if they could cross even 2 stages to fight, they would be 1 in 10,000 and a complete genius. Once one's cultivation base reached the core formation state, the power in the cultivator's core would be extremely boundless. It would be extremely difficult to cross stages to challenge. To be able to remain undefeated in such a state, one could be called a rare genius. If one was able to cross a minor stage to challenge someone, then one would be a monster among 10,000. If one was truly able to cross a minor stage, he was an absolute monster. In this 1 month, if you want to make another breakthrough, you have to find some special items to give to you, or you'll have to take in more disciples. Xuan stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then said slowly. Although it seemed like he could no longer get any use out of Yu's body, there were actually quite a lot of things that he could farm from her. For example, a cultivator's comprehension value and innate bone value. If he could help you increase her comprehension value and innate bone value, he could also receive feedback points from the system. However, to increase a cultivator's comprehension value and innate bone value, he would have to find some extremely rare heavenly and earthly treasures. Of course, Xuan could also farm some experience related to refiners or alchemists through Yu. The current Xuan was just an ordinary cultivator. He did not have the talent of an alchemist or an armament master at all. If he wanted to dabble in these 2 fields, he could obtain some knowledge from his disciples. As long as his disciple had successfully become an armament master or an alchemist, he would be able to obtain corresponding feedback points. Then, he would gain the corresponding talent. The most important thing was that his level would always surpass his disciples. Let's not think about this for now. For now, I should first break through and bring you to get her revenge. Xuan waved his sleeve and set up a simple array in the hall. Then, he went into seclusion. After pouring his spiritual energy into Yu, he was only half a step away from the middle stage. As long as he gathered the power of the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill, he would be able to break through easily. Moreover, he still had 3 days left, which would be more than enough. The array in the hall would completely shield Xuan's aura, so as to avoid alerting the sect master and the others as to what was happening. Time passed quickly. Soon, 3 days passed. During this period, his movements in the hall did not disturb anyone. When Xuan left the hall, his strength had already broken through to the middle stage of the real core state. Other than that, the cultivation method in his body had also undergone a transformation. He had already successfully mastered to the sword defense lightning technique. In the entire Qingyan sect, the only one who had broken through to the middle stage of the true core state like him was the sect leader, Wan Shanhai. Even the deputy sect leader was only at the early stage of the true core state. After sensing the surging aura bursting out of his core, Xuan could not help but smile. After reaching the true core state, every stage crossed was like a difference in strength between heaven and earth. Now, he could easily defeat his previous self. True core state cultivators were already very powerful. Every stage brought one's power up more than 2-fold. It was not just a little more than 2-fold, either. When a cultivator in the early stages of the true core state met someone in the middle stages, they would be crushed. After all, this was no small increase. It was very likely that the power increase was between 10,000 and 20,000-fold. It was also because of this that the higher the state, the more difficult it was for a cultivator to challenge a cultivator at a higher state than them. When Xuan walked out of the hall, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. It turned out that Yu had been waiting outside the hall for a long time. "Greetings, Master." Seeing Xuan come out, Yu quickly bowed, her eyes respectful. "Yu, today I'll give you a special gift," Xuan said with a smile. Yu was puzzled. Suddenly, a symbol that looked like a small bird lit up between Xuan's eyebrows. As the symbol emitted rays of light, it left Xuan's eyebrows and slowly grew bigger. Then, it turned into a huge flying bird. Its feathers were a fiery red color, and it increased the temperature of their surroundings. "Master, this flying bird." Seeing this, Yu could not help but open her cherry-like mouth slightly. She looked at the flying bird in front of her with surprise. "Don't be surprised, he is my mount, a level 4 firebird. Now, he's yours," Xuan said with a smile. Then, without waiting for Yu to react, Yi Zan reached out and grabbed the mount. A drop of blood essence suddenly appeared in the body of the firebird before slowly falling onto Yu's glabella. The next second, Yu's entire body shook, and the symbol of the firebird suddenly appeared between her eyebrows. Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable connection to the firebird in front of her. When she looked at it, she felt warm inside. This was a powerful Tier 4 demon beast, which was equivalent to a cultivator being in the purple spirit state. Was her master so easily giving it to her as a mount? The tiers of demon beasts were very straightforward. There were a total of 10 tiers. The lowest tier was equivalent to a cultivator's refinement state, while the second tier corresponded to the chi transformation state, and so on. In other words, the firebird that Yu had just been given was equivalent to the purple spirit state of human cultivators. In the Great Xian dynasty, it was considered an extremely rare treasure. Ding! As the host has gifted his disciple a firebird, Tier 4 mount, the host has received a 50-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations on obtaining the Blazing Plume, Tier 5 mount. Chapter 12. Competition, Special Reward. As soon as the system finished speaking, a bird filled with fiery red power appeared in Yi Zan's system storage space. This was the Blazing Plume gifted by the system. It was a powerful Tier 5 mount. The Blazing Plume was similar to the firebird from before in terms of appearance, but the fiery red color of its feathers was more powerful and saturated. The strength of a Tier 5 demon beast was equivalent to that of a human cultivator at the empty core stage. Not bad. Seeing this, Yi Zan could not help but smile. Let's go. You can familiarize yourself with the mount on the way. After Yi Zan withdrew his spiritual sense, he said to Yu. Okay. Yu nodded obediently, then slowly controlled the firebird to fly. Screech. The firebird faced the sky and let out a long cry. Its huge wings suddenly shook, and it slowly squatted down in front of Yi Zan and Yu. When the two came behind it, it flapped its wings and flew up high. However, just as the firebird was about to leave the Qingyan clan, a stream of light suddenly appeared. A figure then stood in front of Yi Zan and Yu. Elder Yi, are you leaving the Qingyan clan? The stream of light slowly dissipated, revealing a woman with a curvy figure. This woman was Elder Lin Qing from before. I want to bring you outside the clan to train. Yi Zan said. I see, no wonder. What? Seeing this, Lin Qing could not help but look curious. Just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed, and he stared at Yu. 9th stage Chi transformation state. When the difference in strength between cultivators was too wide, cultivators with high cultivation level could spot weak cultivation states at a glance. Of course, if these weak cultivators had special methods to cover their states, they could indeed prevent others from seeing through their own cultivation realms. However, Yu obviously did not have this. In addition, Lin Qing's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the empty state, so she could naturally see Yu's state at a glance. How did you do this? Lin Qing looked at Yu with a face full of shock. If she remembered correctly, 3 days ago, this little girl had still been at a weak 4th stage refinement state. How could she have crossed such a large state in an instant? Most importantly, this girl's aura was extremely stable. She did not look weak at all. Elder Yi, what on earth is? Lin Qing turned her head to look at Yi Zan. What else could be the reason behind a weak cultivator being able to cross such a large state in just 3 days? There could only be 2 scenarios. Firstly, a cultivator could have taught her everything very quickly, or perhaps the girl had awakened a rare physique in her cultivation. However, even if it was a rare physique, it would be impossible to jump states so quickly. At least, to Lin Qing's knowledge, there was no such physique capable of doing that. Most importantly, even if this girl's physique was really unique, it was impossible for her to not see any clues of it, right? In that case, there was only one other possibility. Elder Lin, what's the matter? Yi Zan did not seem to see Lin Qing's questioning expression. He spoke to her indifferently. Seeing this, Lin Qing could not help but look at Yi Zan with a complicated expression. It was obvious that Yi Zan did not want to reveal the matter of the spiritual power infusion, so he pretended not to understand her meaningful gaze. Forget it, since this guy does not want to say anything, why should I ask? However, even so, Lin Qing was still extremely shocked in her heart. It's like this, my 2 disciples have left the clan to train for 2 months. Their names are Huang Ling and Shui Min. I don't know where they are right now. If Elder Yi happens to meet them outside, please bring them back to the clan for me. Soon, our Qingyan clan will hold a competition. After the competition, there will be another competition between the three great clans. The clan leader said that the competition rewards are very special, so I want to ask my two disciples to come back and participate. Lin Qing explained. Special rewards. Hearing this, Yi Zan could not help but perk up. That's right, Lin Qing nodded and said again. Whether it's the grand competition of the Qingyan clan or the grand competition between the three major clans, the rewards will all be very special. It seems like they'll be able to increase a cultivator's comprehension value. What? Hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes immediately lit up before his gaze fell on you. In that case, you go and register too. Now that you had absolute trust in Yi Zan, she naturally would not question any of Yi Zan's decisions. If her master asked her to participate, she would have to put in 120% of her effort to win and obtain victory. Hearing this, Lin Qing could not help but look at Yu. She did not say anything. Although it was indeed a very rare thing for Yu to have broken through to the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state at her current age, there was still a huge gap between her and the more talented disciples of the Qingyan clan. Especially the personal disciples that the clan master and elders had taken in. All of them had already reached the true essence state. Perhaps when it came to interior disciples, Yu's current strength was indeed outstanding, but if she wanted to compete with personal disciples, she would not currently have any chance of winning. I won't be out for too long this time. If I meet Huang Ling and Shui Min, I'll definitely bring them back. Yi Zan said. If he ran into them by chance, he could of course bring them back. Otherwise, he could not be less bothered about them. Thank you, Elder Yi. Lin Qing said with a smile. Well, in that case, we'll be leaving first. Yi Zan nodded slightly, then the firebird flapped its wings and flew away. Lin Qing's gaze fell on the firebird in the air. She could not help but reveal a hint of confusion on her face. Spiritual energy infusion. How could this guy waste so much energy on a girl with such mediocre talent? Didn't he hate taking in disciples more than anyone before? For a moment, all kinds of questions popped into Lin Qing's mind. Chapter 13. Hiding Auras. Yu sat on the back of the firebird thousands of feet high in the sky. She looked down at the ground below and could not help but feel curious. It was her first time flying in the sky. On the Tianyuan continent, the weak are prey to the strong. The strong are respected. This world is extremely cruel. You must remember not to expose your strengths in front of others. Today, I will teach you a method to hide your aura. Yi Zan stood on the back of the firebird with an indifferent expression. The spiritual power in his body turned into a transparent shield to resist the strong wind in the sky. He suddenly remembered something from his run-in with Elder Lin Qing. He had been so focused on helping Yu break through with her cultivation that he had forgotten to teach her how to hide her strength. Hearing this, Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the back of the firebird, could not help but look at Yi Zan with bright eyes. Yi Zan reached out and gently tapped on Yu's forehead. Qi storage technique. At the same time, a secret technique suddenly appeared in Yu's mind. By practicing Qi storage technique, one could easily hide one's own strength. Unless the difference in strength between two parties was too great, the other party would not be able to see through one's cultivation. Yu's current cultivation was at the 9th stage of the Qi transformation state. After practicing the Qi storage technique, she could at most block the spiritual sensing of an empty core state cultivator. If she encountered a true core stage cultivator, or an even stronger existence, this secret technique would have no effect at all. Of course, with Yu's breakthroughs in strength would also come the improvement of her Qi storage technique. Ding! Due to the host imparting the Qi storage technique to his disciple, a random 21-fold feedback critical hit has been obtained. Congratulations on obtaining the breath-concealing technique. Immediately, he hurriedly opened the introduction of the breath-concealing technique. The breath-concealing technique was the same as the previous Qi storage technique. It could also conceal the cultivator's specific realm, but it could completely conceal the cultivator's aura, making the other party seem dead to the world when it came to spirituality. In other words, the Qi concealing technique could only hide the cultivator's cultivation state, but the breath concealing technique could hide all the cultivator's information. Whether it was the cultivator's cultivation state, breathing, heartbeat, or anything else, it could all be completely concealed. After using the breath concealing technique, one's entire person would be like a grain of sand, completely unremarkable to the eye. Moreover, if one could cultivate to a state of mastery, there was a very high possibility of concealing the detection of a high-level cultivator. This could be said to be a killer's ultimate move. Seeing this, Yi Zan chose to cultivate without hesitation. You, who was carefully comprehending the chi field, could not help but raise her eyebrows. She realized that with her spiritual sense, it seemed that she could not detect the existence of her master at all. However, when she opened her eyes, her master was beside her with a calm expression. However, when she used her spiritual sense to detect again, she once again lost all her perception of her master. It was as if her master had become one with the void. The firebird was extremely fast. In a moment, it had covered thousands of miles and was flying toward Yu's home. When Yi Zan left the Qingyan sect, he had asked for Yu's specific address. Yu's home was in Fengxian County, Linxi Village, west of Yunhei City. Fengxian County was located in Yunnan Province, which was in the east of the Great Qian dynasty. Back then, Yu had also experienced a narrow escape. It had taken her several months to reach the Qingyan sect. Now, with the rapid flying speed of the firebird, they had only taken 4 days to get close to Yunhei City. Time passed slowly. Soon, a huge mountain range appeared in their field of vision. Even though they were thousands of feet up from the ground, they could not see the end of the mountain range. Not far away is the mountain range of the rural area. After passing this mountain range, we can reach Yunhei City. Yi Zan stood on the back of the firebird, looked at the mountain range not far away, and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Yu hurriedly stood up. Looking at the mountain range in front of her, she could not help but feel absent-minded. When she first came to the Qingyan sect, she had experienced a narrow escape, barely passing through this mountain range. After leaving the dangerous center of the mountain range, she had met a pair of kind-hearted merchants. It was also with the help of that pair of merchants that she was able to arrive at the Qingyan sect by horse carriage. The Death Zone mountain range was extremely dangerous. It was known as one of the forbidden areas of the Great Qian dynasty. Cultivators who had not broken through to the core formation state would never to show off like Yi Zan. After all, there were many powerful demon beasts in the mountain range. If one was not strong enough, it was very likely that one would fall prey at the hands of those demon beasts. Of course, the mountain range of the Death Zone had many opportunities as well as much danger. It was also because of this that countless adventurers were active around the mountain range. At least on the way over the mountain range, Yi Zan had already seen more than a dozen groups of adventurers. When the adventurers saw the firebird flying over the void, they could not help but shrink their necks back. Just the aura of the firebird alone was already so terrifying. How terrifying could the strength of the master behind him be? Of course, Yi Zan did not know what the adventurers were thinking, and he was not interested. He planned to cross the mountain range of the Death Zone as soon as possible and then take a rest in Yunhei City. However, at this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Are they so fated? Seeing this, Yi Zan could not help but reveal a helpless expression. Not far ahead of them, there were 3 groups of cultivators confronting each other. One of the groups consisted of 2 curvaceous girls. Their beautiful eyes were filled with solemnity, and the longswords in their hands shone with a sharp light. On the other side were 7 cultivators in different clothes, with various weapons in their hands. Their gazes were fixed on the crystal in the hands of a young girl, their eyes filled with greed. On the other side, there were 3 young men dressed in cyan and black robes. These 3 men had calm expressions, and their faces had focused and strategizing expressions. The man at the front stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the 2 young girls in front of him, and his eyes were filled with ridicule. I wonder what the 2 of you think. As long as you agree to use the dark glacial frost as a reward, we will help you deal with these people. The young man dressed in green robes looked at the 2 young ladies indifferently, his eyes filled with ridicule as he spoke. Brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth, do you know what you're talking about? Before the 2 young ladies could reply, one of the group of 7, a fierce-looking man with a scar on his face, spoke up with a vicious look in his eyes. This guy really did not know what was good for him. Did he really think the 3 of them would be able to defeat them? He has not even tried to find out how powerful our ferocious adventurer team is. Hee. The young man did not bother with the scary guy. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the 2 girls. Chapter 14. Can the 2 of you escape? What else do the 2 of you have to think about? You're not a match for them at all, and you can't beat us. Do you really think that the 2 of you can escape? The young man lightly turned the storage ring on his finger and spoke with a playful look in his eyes. Amongst everyone in the crowd, his cultivation was at the highest level, and he was also the strongest. Although the two junior brothers next to him were slightly weaker, they were still able to deal with these people. In other words, even if both sides chose to join forces, they would not be afraid. "Senior sister, what should we do?" When Shui Min saw this, her expression could not help but change as she anxiously asked Huang Ling what to do. "We must escape this place, no matter what it takes." Knowing this, Huang Ling could not help but grit her teeth. Then, she used her spiritual senses to send a message to Shui Min. When Shui Min heard this, she could not help but frown. The difference in strength between the two sides was not small. Could they really escape? If they were facing only the ferocious adventurer team, with their current strength, they might still be able to escape under the promise that they would ensure the safety of the dark glacial frost. Not only that, but if they used the trump card left by their master, they might be able to destroy the adventurer team. However, besides the adventurer team, there were three other powerful existences. The cultivation practitioners of these adventurer teams did not know the identities of these three people, but Shui Min and Huang Ling knew them very well. These people were all from the Xuanian sect. The young man standing at the front, dressed in a green-black robe, was the disciple of the ninth elder of the Xuanian sect, and he was a powerful personal disciple. His name was Duan Wuji. Judging from the energy waves emitted by his hand earlier, it seemed like he was a cultivation practitioner who had reached the fifth stage of the true essence state, but Shui Ming and Huang Ling knew very well that this guy's strength had already broken through to the seventh stage of the true essence state. The reason was very simple. Duan Wuji was very familiar with the qi storage technique and had concealed part of his energy waves. Therefore, not for the cultivation practitioners who were extremely powerful, they would not have been able to see his actual cultivation state. It was also because of this that the cultivation practitioners of the adventure team thought that Duan Wuji was just an existence in the fifth stage of the true essence state, so they were not too worried about him. Most importantly, the Xuanian sect was ranked second in the Great Qian dynasty. As the personal disciple of an elder, how could the other party not have a trump card? "What, haven't you made a decision yet?" At this moment, Duan Wuji's gaze fell on Huang Ling. The expression in his eyes gradually grew colder. However, when his gaze fell on the crystal in Huang Ling's hand, he could not help but reveal a hint of greed. The dark glacial frost was an extremely rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate ability quite a bit. When Shui Ming and Huang Ling saw this, they could not help but narrow their eyes. Their grips on the longsword in their hands tightened. It seemed like the other party was already impatient. It was very likely that he would make a move against them. "Quickly leave." Right at this moment, Huang Ling roared in anger, then her feet abruptly stomped the ground. The powerful spiritual power undulations left a deep pit in the ground. The waves ended explosively not far away, shooting some earth up with it. At the same time, Shui Ming performed some mysterious footwork and followed closely behind Huang Ling. "Hehe, do you think you can escape?" Seeing this, the leader of the adventurer team immediately revealed a savage smile. The sword in his hand emitted a sharp light before his whole body shot forward like a cannonball. At the same time, the other cultivators of the adventurer team also followed with the treasures in their hands. "Why are you struggling so hard?" Seeing this, Duan Wuji could not help but let out a cold smile. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. His two junior brothers followed closely behind. Bang, clash, bang, clash. Soon, the sound of intense fighting could be heard from the forest that was covered with rocks. The leader of the adventurer team had a sharp and long sword in his hand. The sword was suffused with powerful sword energy, and he had used it to cut trees down along the way here. However, an even more powerful force emerged, slamming into the long blade of the scarred man. The powerful force sent the scarred man flying over 30 feet back. As he flew back, he knocked several trees down. Just after the scarred man slammed into the ground, a huge fist imprint appeared on his chest, making his entire ribcage sink in. "Why your strength?" The man looked not far away, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Just a few seconds ago, Duan Wuji's extremely fast speed had surpassed him, and that casual punch had almost killed him. It was that punch that made the scar-faced man truly understand his opponent's strength. This guy had actually reached the peak of the 7th stage true essence state, and was only half a step away from the 8th stage. How could a mere 5th stage true essence state cultivator like him be his opponent? PFF'd. Immediately, an extremely violent power rampaged through the scar-faced man's meridians. He could not helped but spit out a mouthful of black blood before his entire body collapsed next to a broken tree. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Leader. The leader is already dead. Let's run. The other cultivators of the adventurer team saw this scene and could not help but have a drastic change in expression. However, their first thought was not to save the scar-faced man, but to check if he was still alive. Then, they frantically fled in all directions. Besides the scar-faced man, the strongest among them was only at the 4th stage of the true essence state. Even their leader, who had reached the 5th stage, had been no match for Duan Wuji. How could they dare to stay? Kill them all. I don't want anyone to escape. Duan Wuji indifferently gave his 2 junior brothers some orders before he disappeared again. Hearing that, a murderous glint sparkled in the 2 cultivation practitioners' eyes. Then, a ferocious smile appeared on their lips as they charged toward the fleeing adventurers. Ah, I beg you, let me go. Mercy. Not long after, screams of pain rang out in the forest covered in rocks. Although the 2 disciples of the Xuanian sect had only reached the 5th stage of the true essence state, as talented cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect, they were not existences that these ordinary adventurers could compare to. In just a moment, all the cultivation practitioners of the fierce adventuring team were killed. At the same time, Duan Wuji caught up with Shui Ming and Huang Ling, who were running away. Looking at Duan Wuji, who was walking toward them leisurely, their faces twisted up. Chapter 15. You are quite arrogant. Duan Wuji was too powerful. He had caught up with them so quickly. He was a genius cultivation practitioner in the 7th stage of the true essence state. Even if they chose to use their master's trump card, it would be difficult for them to escape. After all, how could the genius cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect not have their own trump cards? Most importantly, Huang Ling was only at the 5th stage of the true essence state, and Shui Ming was only at the 4th stage, so how could they possibly stop this other party? It seemed like this was a dead end, no matter how one looked at it. Don't you guys like to run? Go on, then, run. Duan Wuji moved his body and suddenly appeared on top of a big tree, looking at the 2 people below with a mocking gaze. It was at this moment that the 2 other cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect came over after finishing off the adventure team. Then, the 3 of them formed a pincer attack and surrounded Huang Ling and Shui Min. Duan Wuji, you're a 7th stage true essence state practitioner bullying a 5th stager and 4th stager. What kind of man are you? Huang Ling looked at Duan Wuji coldly. She and Shui Min had obtained this dark glacial frost by chance. Duan Wuji and the fierce adventurer team had discovered that they were in possession of it. What made them feel helpless was that both sides had discovered the existence of the dark glacial frost. It was a rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. How could they miss out on such a thing? After all, this was a treasure that even cultivation practitioners in the core formation state coveted. It was precisely because of this that the previous scene had taken place. Whether it was the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect led by Duan Wuji or the ferocious adventurer team, they all coveted the dark glacial frost in their hands. Of course, with Duan Wuji's strength, there was no need for him to negotiate with Huang Ling and Shui Min. He had only proposed such a condition to show off in front of them. However, Shui Min and Shui Min had repeatedly rejected Duan Wuji's condition, so he of course would not be kind to them. Hehe, treasures belong to the capable. Do you think your strength is worthy of owning this dark glacial frost? Duan Wuji could not help but sneer when he saw this. As long as you hand over the dark glacial frost, I can spare your lives on account of the fact that we're both part of top-tier sects of the Great Xian dynasty. After all, I don't really like fighting. Don't force my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Wuji's eyes landed on Huang Ling and Shui Min wantonly. A lewd look flashed across his eyes. Duan Wuji, if you choose to attack us, you'll be making an enemy of our Qingyan sect. Do you think you can bear such consequences? Huang Ling could not help but ask the question with a cold expression in her eyes. At the same time, her heart was filled with despair. If the other party attacked, she and her junior sister would die today. Making an enemy, hehe, our Xuanian sect is ranked 2nd among the top sects. Your Qingyan sect is only ranked 10th. What can you do if you offend us? Besides, as long as I kill all the people who were here today, who will know that you died by my hand? Even if the Qingyan sect really hears about this, do you think they'd dare to become enemies with the Xuanian sect? Duan Wuji could not help but put on a mocking expression when he heard this. With the strength of the Xuanian sect, he was indeed justified in being cocky. Forget a mere personal disciple of the Qingyan sect. Even if your elders came here, they wouldn't dare to make an enemy of my sect. Duan Wuji spoke arrogantly, his eyes full of disdain. Oh, it seems like you're quite confident about that. It was at this moment that a faint voice suddenly rang out. Who is that? Hearing this, Duan Wuji's pupils constricted abruptly, and the spiritual awareness in his body swept out of him, searching for the source of the voice everywhere. At the same time, the expressions of the two cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect, as well as Huang Ling and Shui Min's expressions, also changed. They knew very well that a truly powerful cultivation practitioner had appeared. Though the voice was faint, it seemed to ring out in all directions at the same time, filling the entire area. Duan Wuji carefully searched the surrounding space but could not find any traces of a cultivator. At this moment, Duan Wuji seemed to recall something as his gaze suddenly landed on one point within the empty space. A fiery red figure suddenly appeared. It was a firebird. Accompanied by the crack of the sound barrier breaking, the firebird showed up in an instant. At the same time, Duan Wuji noticed the two figures behind the firebird. They were a young man with a peerless face and temperament, and a young woman with a delicate and graceful figure. Although he did not know that woman, they were extremely familiar with the man. This guy was the fifth elder of Qingyan sect, Yi Zan. Although the Qingyan sect was only ranked 10th in the Great Xian dynasty, Yi Zan's reputation was nothing to be scoffed at. As the youngest elder of the Qingyan sect, he was also known as the greatest genius of the Qingyan sect in the past 500 years. He had broken through to the middle stage of the empty core stage at the age of 20. Even within the Xuanian sect, there were many elders who thought highly of Yi Zan. They thought that it was very likely that he would break through to the true core stage before the age of 26, and even reach the golden core stage before the age of 46. It should be known that in the Great Xian dynasty, cultivators in the golden core state represented absolute power. Even Duan Wuji, who thought that his talent was not bad, had only broken through to the 7th stage of the true essence state at the age of 18. Although he was confident that he could reach the purple spirit state before the age of 20, he could not guarantee that he could reach the core formation state before 30. This was a huge barrier for cultivators. The higher one's state, the more difficult it would be to break through. Many cultivators had already broken through to the 10th stage of the purple spirit state by the age of 30, but most cultivators had to spend decades before they could then enter the core formation state. There were many cultivators who tried their entire lives, unable to break through the purple spirit stage. This proved Yi Zan's talent. How could Duan Wuji not have heard of him? He was now looking at this legend. After seeing Yi Zan appear, Duan Wuji's expression grew extremely unsightly, and his body could not help but tremble. He could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to quickly run away. That dark glacial frost was nothing. Right now, saving his life was the most important thing he could do. Chapter 16. Extermination. However, in the next second, Duan Wuji discovered to his horror that he could not move anymore. An invisible force had restrained his body. It was a terrifying force from the core formation state. At the same time, the two other cultivation practitioners from the Xuanian sect not far away were also restrained by this invisible force, unable to move. However, Huang Ling and Shui Min were not affected in the slightest. Right at this moment, a loud and clear cry rang out in the void. The wings of the firebird vibrated with the terrifying power of flames, slowly hovering above a big tree. The terrifying pressure of the air even pushed the surrounding big trees to the ground. Elder Yi. When Huang Ling and Shui Min's gazes fell on the figure on the back of the firebird, they could not help but reveal the wild joy in their eyes. There was hope. Yi Zan, the idol they worshipped in Qingyan sect, was here. His cultivation was a terrifying existence on the same level as their master. A true expert at the middle stage of the empty core state. Even if Duan Wuji was a monster, it would be impossible for him to snatch the dark glacial frost away from them in front of a core formation cultivator. Duan Wuji greets Elder Yi. Under Yi Zan's terrifying pressure, Duan Wuji could not move at all. However, he still forced a smile. He could not help but curse in his heart. Damn it, why would an elder of the Qingyan sect appear in such a goddamn place? This is going to be so troublesome. When he thought about how he had been acting so pretentious 1 second ago and had gotten slapped in the face the next, he immediately felt extremely aggrieved. You're quite arrogant. How dare a mere personal disciple look down on the elders of my Qingyan sect? Seeing him, Yi Zan could not help but put on a sneer. Although the Qingyan sect's strength could not compare to the Xuanian sect, it was still a powerful sect that had been around for thousands of years. It was not weak enough to kowtow to the Xuanian sect. Most importantly, the Qingyan sect and the Xuanian sect were not on good terms, anyway. A few days ago, the elders of the Xuanian sect had besieged Yi Zan, so the two sides were enemies. However, since Duan Wuji left the sect 30 days ago to train, he did not know about this matter. It was all my fault. Please forgive me, Elder Yi, for my unintentional mistake. Seeing this, Duan Wuji quickly forced another smile. Hehe, do you think this is fun? Yi Zan looked at Duan Wuji indifferently before the chi transformation power in his core suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Duan Wuji could not help but change his expression. The bones in his body made no sound, but it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He could not help but kneel down. Huang Ling and Shui Min watched this scene from not far away. They were overjoyed. Duan Wuji had been extremely arrogant before, and his face had been full of pride, but now he was smiling like a dog in front of Elder Yi Zan. This was the absolute power that only those with great strength could possess. By simply relying on pressure, he was able to immobilize another 7th stage true essence state genius cultivator and make him nearly kneel down and beg for mercy. Elder Yi, my master is Gongsun Wuji. Please show mercy on account of my master. Duan Wuji did not want to kneel down. A powerful energy burst out of his body and resisted Yi Zan's pressure with great difficulty. For a moment, Duan Wuji's face was extremely red, and his blue veins almost burst out of his skin. Gongsun Wuji, hearing this, Yi Zan's eyes immediately turned cold. Gongsun Wuji was the 9th elder of the Xuanian sect and was one of the people who had besieged him. Boom! Immediately, Yi Zan unleashed all the terrifying power of the true core state. In an instant, Duan Wuji and the other 2 cultivators of the Xuanian sect were pressed down to the ground. PFF'd. The 3 of them simultaneously spat out blood. They were severely injured. This pressure. Witnessing this, Duan Wuji's pupils constricted abruptly, and his expression changed drastically. He had never felt such a terrifying pressure before, not even from his master. This is the pressure of the true core state. How is it possible? How could he have broken through to the true core state? For a moment, Duan Wuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Zan should have been in the middle stage of the empty core state. Why did he have the terrifying pressure of a true core realm cultivator? He had broken through to the true core state after just 20 years of cultivation. Even the founder of the Xuanian sect could not have done so when he was younger. Duan Wuji immediately shouted with a face full of fear. He could already sense the killing intent in Yi Zan's pupils. This guy was probably going to kill him. Previously, he had been at most scared and worried that Yi Zan would punish him, so he did not want to reveal such a fearful expression. However, he could now sense Yi Zan's killing intent. He might die. He would not dare, right? For a moment, Duan Wuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. If he really died at Yi Zan's hands, the Xuanian sect might declare war on the Qingyan sect. How could the Qingyan sect survive that? Elder Yi Zan, please. However, before Duan Wuji could beg for mercy, Yi Zan slowly raised his hand, expressionless. When Duan Wuji saw this, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Elder Yi, don't be rash. If you make a move against me, the Xuanian sect will definitely not give up. Duan Wuji shouted with a face full of fear. Don't worry, after you leave, I will send Gongsun Wuji to find you very soon. As for the Xuanian sect, they will also be buried with you. Yi Zan said indifferently. Then, in response to Duan Wuji's desperate expression, Yi Zan waved his hand lightly. A terrifying force that could collapse mountains and crack rocks suddenly erupted. In an instant, the 3 cultivators of the Xuanian sect turned into nothingness and disappeared from the world. Huang Ling and Shui Min, who were not far away, witnessed this entire scene and could not help but stare blankly, almost rooted to the spot. Had Elder Yi really killed Duan Wuji? Was he not worried that the Xuanian sect would take revenge on the Qingyan sect? The 2 of them thought that Yi Zan would at most punish Duan Wuji by breaking his limbs or something like that. There was nothing they could do. The Xuanian sect was very powerful. They were the 2nd most powerful sect in the Great Qian dynasty. The Qingyan sect usually did not dare to offend the Xuanian sect. They never expected Elder Yi to be so decisive in killing him. Although they felt slightly relieved at Duan Wuji's death, they were more afraid now. If the Xuanian sect took revenge on the Qingyan sect, how would they deal with it? Since Yi Zan's pressure had only swept over Duan Wuji and the others, Huang Ling and Huang Ling did not know that Yi Zan's cultivation had already broken through to the true core state. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, and come over. Yi Zan's voice slowly drifted over to their ears. Ah, okay. Hearing this, the two came back to their senses. They jumped onto the back of the Firebird. The next second, the Firebird faced the sky and let out a long howl before it flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Chapter 17. Someone Else's Master. Thank you for your help, Elder Yi. Huang Ling and Shui Min came to the back of the Firebird and bowed respectfully to Yi Zan. They had never been so close to Yi Zan before. Looking at the idol that they had admired for so long, their cheeks could not help but burn. Their hearts could not help thumping hard. Not only was Yi Zan extremely talented, but he was also very handsome. His temperament was also unparalleled. The most important thing was that he was only 20 years old this year. He could be said to be the ideal type in the hearts of the countless female cultivators in the Qingyan sect. Seeing them, Yi Zan waved his hand indifferently. Putting aside the fact that these two were Lin Qing's disciples, even if they were ordinary disciples of the Qingyan sect, if they encountered such a thing, he would not have hesitated to do the same. Not only Yi Zan would have done so, too. The other elders would do the same. After all, in the Great Qian dynasty, the Qingyan sect was famous for protecting their own. Although there were some internal conflicts within the sect, they always united when it came to facing common enemies. When I left the sect, I was instructed by your teacher to bring you back to Qingyan sect if I met you two along the way. The competition between the three great sects is about to begin, so it's time for you two to go back and participate. I thought I wouldn't see you two, but you guys were the first people we ran into on our first day out. Yi Zan said with a smile. Junior sister and I have been training outside for 2 months. We wanted to come back soon, but we didn't expect to find dark glacial ice in the mountain range of the death zone. We wanted to bring it back to the sect immediately, but we didn't expect to get blocked by Duan Wuji and an adventuring team. Thinking of this, Huang Ling could not help but shudder once again in fear. If Yi Zan had not appeared in time, she and Shui Min might have really died here. The cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect were extremely vicious. In order to avoid information about dark glacial frost having been found being spread around, Duan Wuji and the others might have chosen to silence them. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, many cultivation practitioners were well aware of the Xuanian sect's style of doing things. The cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect were extremely arrogant, and they had countless grudges with the outside world. It was common for the cultivation practitioners of the sect to snatch treasures out of the hands of other cultivation practitioners. The most infuriating thing was that they often used the strength of the Xuanian sect to distort the truth. Some of the cultivation practitioners who were not familiar with the style of the Xuanian sect might believe their slander, but they would be extremely disdainful once they truly understood it. The reason was simple. The Xuanian sect did not differentiate right from wrong. It was also because of this that Huang Ling and Shui Min knew very well that if they had agreed to Duan Wuji's condition earlier, they would still not have let them off after annihilating the team of adventurers. Most importantly, knowing the Xuanian sect, they would definitely humiliate the cultivation practitioners before they slaughtered them. Even if the Qingyan sect wanted to hold them accountable, they couldn't do anything without a witness. What? You have dark glacial frost? Seeing this, Yi Zan's eyes lit up, and then his gaze fell upon the crystal in Huang Ling's hand. The crystal was crystal clear, and it was suffused with a faint icy power. If Elder Yi hadn't appeared in time, the both of us would have died here. This dark glacial frost can be considered a thank you gift to Elder Yi. Huang Ling and Shui Min looked at each other and nodded in unison. If not for Yi Zan's appearance, they would have perished at the hands of Duan Wuji, and might even have been humiliated before death. Compared to their own lives, what was mere frost? Anyway, this treasure was going to be given to their idol. What was there to hesitate about? The frost in your hand is not small. It is more than enough to increase the innate bone values of 3 cultivators. Yi Zan waved his hand slightly, and the ice in Huang Ling's hand appeared in his palm. In the next second, the ice in his palm suddenly split into 3 equal portions. 2 portions fell into Huang Ling's hand after that. I only need 1 portion. The rest is up to you to use. Okay, but I won't take the ice for free. Yizan thought for a moment before he took out 2 pills from his storage ring. One was a body refining pill, and the other was a poison pill. These 2 pills were the pills that Yizan had gotten from you. His cultivation had already reached the true core state, so these 2 pills were not of much use to him. However, they would be of great help to Huang Ling and Shui Min, 2 true essence state cultivators. Yizan flicked his finger lightly, and the 2 pills suddenly fell into their hands. Huang Ling and Shui Min looked at each other, selected the pill they wanted, then bowed respectfully to Yizan. Their eyes shone. "Thank you for the pills, Elder Yi." The 2 of them had always admired Yizan, but this had put him on an entirely different pedestal. The 2 of them chatted for a while. Huang Ling and Shui Min also learned that the girl next to Yizan was called Yu. She was Yizan's new disciple he had just taken in. For a moment, the 2 of them were filled with envy. They sighed in their hearts. Why weren't they Elder Yizan's disciples? One had to know that in the Qingyan sect, countless cultivators yearned to become Yizan's disciple. However, he used to have no intention of taking in a disciple at all. No one expected him to suddenly take one in now. Yu was really enviable. However, what happened next made Huang Ling and Shui Min even more envious of Yu. Because Yizan did not hesitate to give Yu his portion of dark glacial frost. Dark glacial frost was an extremely rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. Although the increase was limited, it was still enough to greatly help someone even at the core formation state out. However, Yizan did not hesitate to give it to Yu. Even Master Lin Qing, who loved them very much, had never given them such a great gift. Ding! As the host has given his disciple Dark Glacial Frost, you have received a random 8-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained Mountain Chalcedony. A system notification sounded in Yizan's mind. A clear and pure white liquid suddenly appeared in his storage space. This was also a rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value, and its effect was even more pronounced than Dark Glacial Frosts. This feedback is pretty good. Seeing this, Yizan could not help but smile. Whether it was the Dark Glacial Frost that Shui Min and Yizan had obtained, or the Mountain Chalcedony that the system had given him, these were all extremely rare natural treasures. Elder Yi, we've met a lot of cultivators from the Xuanian sect recently. It feels like they're plotting something. Just as the Firebird was about to arrive at Yunhei City, Huang Ling suddenly spoke to Yizan. The Xuanian sect is secretly planning something. Hearing this, Yizan could not help but raise his eyebrows. That's right, I'm sure that Elder Yi is also aware that the Xuanian sect has been frantically recruiting more cultivators over the past few years. Chapter 18. Giving Gold. That's right, is there a relationship between those 2 things? Yizan asked. Huang Ling said, these new disciples have been placed in the provinces of the Great Qian dynasty. They claim they want to eliminate the bandits there. And the strangest thing is that they're actually doing it. Everyone was well aware of the Xuanian sect's usual behavior. They acted arrogantly, snatched away magic treasures from others, and made enemies everywhere. Moreover, they made use of their power to distort the truth, which aroused the anger of countless cultivation practitioners. However, because they were too strong, many cultivation practitioners could only be angry but did not dare to speak out against them. If they had sent disciples to steal things from the provinces, no one would find it strange. However, if they really wanted to eliminate the bandits and be chivalrous and righteous, that was odd. These guys would never act benevolently. Why did they care about getting rid of the bandits? Oh, hearing this, Yizan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but link this matter to the massacre of Yu's village. Could these 2 events be connected? Yizan could not help but stroke his chin and think. If the destruction of Yu's village really had something to do with the Xuanian sect, then he would have another reason to kill them off. However, he could not find any evidence for the time being, so he could only keep this matter to himself. As night slowly fell, Yizan and the others finally arrived at the Yunhei City on the Firebird. Yunhei City was located in the east of the Great Qian dynasty, and it was a place of extreme violence. The reason for that was very simple. Yunhei City was located in the mountain range of the Death Zone, where the Netherworld Forest and Fog Lake met. If Yizan wanted to reach Yunnan Province in the shortest time possible, he would have to cross Yunhei City. Of course, some cultivators with a weaker cultivation level would choose to avoid Yunhei and use a safer route to travel. After all, Yunhei City was different from other places. There were no rules in this city. It could be said that the law of the jungle was strictly followed, and the strong were greatly respected. As long as one was strong enough, they set the rules. The imperial family of the great Xian dynasty could not be bothered less about this place. After all, Yunhei City was located in a remote area, and they could not do much about it. As long as nothing huge happened, they turned a blind eye to the city. Yunhei City was an extremely chaotic place. If one did not possess a certain level of strength, one would not dare to visit. Huang Ling and Shui Min had only heard of the city from books and had never set foot in it before. Not long after arrived, they walked down from the back of the Firebird. When Huang Ling and Shui Min saw that the Firebird entered the space between Yu's eyebrows, they could not help but be shocked. Should the owner of this Firebird not be Elder Yi? Why did Yu own it? Could it be that Elder Yi Zan had given his mount to Yu? At the thought of this, the two of them could not help but look at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Yu keeping the Firebird was enough to prove that these two had a deep bond. For a moment, Huang Ling and Shui Min felt their hearts ache and their eyes fill with envy. Elder Yi Zan was too good to Yu. I'm so torn up about this. If only I was Elder Yi's disciple. Both of them knew each other's intentions very well. If they had not already become Elder Lin Qing's disciples, they would definitely have tried to convince Yi Zan to accept them as disciples. Think about it, if they could become the disciples of a handsome, talented, and young existence like him, how blissful would that be? For a moment, Huang Ling and Shui Min felt extremely regretful. Someone as handsome as Elder Yi Zan was akin to a god in the hearts of countless girls. Yi Zan did not know what Huang Ling and Shui Min were thinking. He brought them to Yunhei City. As soon as they entered the city, they heard that there was going to be an auction soon. Countless adventurers gathered in this chaotic city. Most of them were cultivators who had ventured into the Netherworld Forest and the mountains of the Death Zone before. As their gathering place, Yunhei City was naturally filled with countless treasures. It was said that Yunhei City held a small auction every day, and a large-scale auction would be held every 30 days. Right now, it was exactly 30 days since the last auction, so a large-scale auction was about to be held in the city. Yi Zan and the others found an inn. After settling down, he began to take out all the gold coins in his storage space. Here, take these gold coins. If you see anything you like, buy it. Like a member of the nouveau riche, Yi Zan threw the pile of gold coins to Yu. Looking at the mountain of gold coins that illuminated the entire room, Yu was completely stunned. Beside her, Huang Ling and Shui Min could not help but stayed rooted to the spot. It was too much gold, shining bright light onto Yu and the other two. How much were all these gold coins worth when added up? At least tens of millions. Oh my god, Yu was still in a daze. Huang Ling, who was the first to react, could not help but swallow her saliva. She had never seen such a huge amount of gold coins in her life. For a moment, she was stunned. As expected of an elder of the Qingyan sect, he had so many gold coins, and he was giving them to Yu as pocket money. After all, Yi Zan had asked Yu to buy whatever she liked. Was it not pocket money? He had even given her so much pocket money. Did that mean he still had more gold coins in his storage ring? Oh my god, why did they not have such a rich master? For a moment, Huang Ling and Shui Min could not help but look at each other and smile wryly. They felt completely at a loss and like the world was extremely unfair. There was nothing more painful in the world than this. They had clearly met the most perfect master, but he did not want to take them in. As expected, the grass was always greener on the other side. The two of them did not know that this mountain of gold coins was all Yi Zan had to his name. After his cultivation reached the true core state, gold coins of the secular world were no longer very important to him. He valued the rare cultivation resources more. Of course, if he converted the heavenly treasures in his storage ring into gold coins, he could indeed accumulate a mountain of gold much higher than this one. Chapter 19. Violet Orchid Valley. Silly girl, why aren't you putting it away? Yi Zan smiled and reminded Yu, who was still in a daze. If Yu did not accept it, he would not be able to get a critical hit from the system's feedback. Thank you, master. Yu knew that what her master had given her could not be rejected. She put the mountain of gold into her storage ring. Ding. As the host has given 32,510,000 gold coins to his disciple, you have received a 10-fold feedback critical hit. Congratulations, the host has received 325,100,000 gold coins. The system's voice rang out in Yi Zan's mind. Hee, It's time to go to the auction house and spend some money. Hearing this, Xuan could not help but smile. He had given all the gold coins in his storage ring to you to obtain a critical hit from the system's feedback, so he would have enough funds to go to the auction house and auction on items. There were 3 major forces in Yunhei City that were the most powerful around, and the auction house was one of them. To be able to carve out a place for oneself in Yunhei City, one needed the auction house on your side. However, that was no simple feat. There was a rumor that an early-stage empty core state cultivator ran the auction house. The headquarters of the auction house was in the center of Yunhei City. In a city where the strong preyed on the weak, being able to occupy such a central area was enough to prove one's majesty. Xuan only put a little bit of pressure on them before the staff of the auction house invited him inside with great respect. Essence Condensation Pill, 1st grade. It can help cultivators refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transform it into the power of true essence in their core. If cultivators below the 5th stage of true essence state take this pill, they can skip over a few stages. The starting price is 300,000 gold coins. I bid 360,000 gold coins. I bid 390,000. I bid 430,000. As the voice of the sexy female auctioneer rang out, several voices pierced the auction hall. Is a 1st grade essence condensing pill so expensive? Witnessing this scene, you could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Although she figured that the price of a 1st grade pill would not be low, she also did not have a good concept of how much gold coins were worth. After all, Yu had only been with the Qingyan sect for 2 years, so her knowledge and experience were extremely limited. Most of her knowledge outside the sect came from the scripture depository or from the other disciples' discussions. Yu was a girl who had yet to experience the world. Yu knew that her father's annual income had been less than 50 gold coins. However, these unremarkable 50 gold coins could easily support her family for the year. In her backward village, if one's annual income was 90 gold coins, they were already considered to be rolling in dough. The price of a mere 1st grade medicinal pill was 300,000 gold coins. This was simply unimaginable to her. If the price of a 1st grade medicinal pill was already so ridiculous, how much would the 3rd grade medicinal pill that Master previously gifted to her be? How about the heavenly and earthly treasures and the gold coins that Master had gifted to her over these past few days, too? How much did the value of those things add up to? Even some cultivators in the core formation state might not possess such wealth, right? Thinking of this, you could not help but put on a complicated expression. Her master treated her so well. Could she really repay her master's kindness in this lifetime? Xuan did not know what Yu was thinking. Looking at the items being auctioned off in the hall, he could not help but feel bored. Although the female announcer had already auctioned off many treasures, and the cultivators in the auction hall were intensely bidding, he was uninterested. Of course, Xuan did not choose to leave. After all, as one of the 3 major forces in Yunhei City, how could the auction hall not have at least a few good things? Fellow cultivators, the item we're about to auction is an extremely rare natural treasure. We call it the Violet Orchid Valley. It's a treasure that even purple spirit state cultivators are extremely envious of, because this treasure can help condense purple chi. It can allow a purple spirit state cultivator to cross a few stages. Most importantly, speaking up to emphasize her point, the female auctioneer deliberately paused for a moment before speaking slowly again. After consuming the Violet Orchid Valley, the probability of a cultivator at the peak of the purple spirit state stepping into the core formation state will increase by 10%. As soon as she finished speaking, the cultivators in the auction hall instantly grew excited. Most of the cultivators had been waiting for this treasure, especially those who had been at the 10th stage of the purple spirit state for many years. Being able to increase the chance of breaking through by 10% was already enough to make them pay any price. Seeing this, a hint of interest appeared in Xuan's rather bored eyes. This Violet Orchid Valley was indeed a rare natural treasure. But this treasure is still somewhat incomplete. The female auctioneer once again poured cold water on everyone. She spoke slowly. Although the effects of the Violet Orchid Valley are quite powerful, it's still immature and somewhat incomplete. But in any case, it is indeed of great help to purple spirit state cultivators. Especially to cultivators below the 10th level of the purple spirit state. If you're already at the peak of a lower state, there is an almost 100% chance that you'll immediately jump stages. Although this Violet Orchid Valley doesn't have a 10% chance increase of breaking through for the cultivators of the 10th stage of the purple spirit state, the chance increases still 3% to 4%. Everyone, the starting price of the Violet Orchid Valley is 10 million gold coins. Let the bidding begin. As soon as those words were spoken, the cultivators in the auction house were once again in an uproar. Although this Violet Orchid Valley was immature, it was still extremely useful. It still possessed a fatal allure, especially for purple spirit state cultivators. The auction value of the mature Violet Orchid Valley was around 70 million. Some wealthy purple spirit state cultivators were even willing to spend 100 million gold coins on it. Very few cultivators would ever choose to auction off a mature Violet Orchid Valley that they had found. Chapter 20. The Evil Blood Sect and Shadow Tower collide. I bid 12 million. I bid 16 million. I bid 19 million. For a moment, the auction hall was filled with the sounds of bidding. Evil Blood Sect, bid 20 million. A majestic voice suddenly rang out in the auction hall. A powerful pressure slowly spread throughout the room. Everyone's eyes changed when they saw this. It was obvious that the other party was threatening them. To be able to reveal his sect and have such a powerful command of the room. His goals were self-evident. He wanted to warn them that if anyone dared to continue bidding, they would become enemies with the Evil Blood Sect. When everyone heard this, they looked for the source of the voice. They saw that the person who had spoken was a half-naked middle-aged man with a rather muscular body. When the middle-aged man met the gazes of the crowd, his gaze did not change in the slightest. Instead, a cold smile grew on his face. It's actually the Evil Blood Sect. I know this fellow. This fellow is the deputy sect leader of the Evil Blood Sect, Feng Yitai. It's said that this fellow's cultivation has reached the 10th stage of the purple spirit state. He's an extremely powerful existence. The most crucial point is that this fellow's cultivation reached the 10th stage of the purple spirit state 10 years ago. Without the assistance of special heavenly and earthly treasures, it's practically impossible for him to step into the core formation state. Now that he's seeing such a rare Violet Orchid Valley, he definitely won't give it up. Forget it, the Evil Blood Sect is incomparably powerful. We'd better give up. After all, there's still a final treasure to come. For a moment, everyone's expressions could not help but change. They completely dismissed the idea of bidding against him. Feng Yitai's threat was obvious. If anyone participated in the bidding, they would be completely offending the Evil Blood Sect. Even if they remained alive to bid for it, they might not remain alive to enjoy it. Feng Yitai naturally heard everyone's discussions. When he heard what they were saying, he could not help but smile. At least they knew their place. Otherwise, HMPH. At this moment, a faint voice rang out in the auction hall. I bid 21 million. When Feng Yitai heard this, the smile on his face froze. His eyes immediately turned cold. He was familiar with the owner of this voice. It was the deputy leader of the Shadow Tower, Lin Yu. The Evil Blood Sect and Shadow Tower were extremely powerful. Although they had some connections in Yunhei City, their true headquarters were in Zhaohei City, which was 250 miles away. The most crucial thing was that these two great factions both had cultivators at the early stage of the empty core stage, and they were extremely powerful. Both sides were at odds with each other. Especially since a few months ago, when a great battle occurred between the Evil Blood Sect and Shadow Tower. The leaders of both sides had suffered heavy injuries in this great battle, and neither side had truly won out. They had come to Yunhei City to bid on a medicinal pill in the auction hall. If they could obtain this pill, they would be able to completely heal their leader's injuries. In this way, not only would they be able to obtain victory in the great battle between the two factions, but they might even be able to completely annihilate the other party. I bid 22 million. Feng Yitai's eyes were ice cold as he spoke. 24 million, Lin Yu said indifferently. Both of them were in the 10th stage of the purple spirit state. The temptation of the Violet Orchid Valley was no small one. I bid 25 million. Lin Yu, does your Shadow Tower really want to become sworn enemies with our Evil Blood Sect? Feng Yitai could not help but reveal a cold smile when he heard this. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at Lin Yu. Isn't it obvious? I bid 26 million. Lin Yu's gaze was filled with ridicule as he looked at Feng Yitai. He spoke indifferently. HMPH, with your Shadow Tower's strength, do you really have gold to compete with me? Don't tell me that you really want to abandon that medicinal pill for the sake of this incomplete Violet Orchid Valley. Don't you want to cure your leaders? Feng Yitai's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke. They had come to the auction hall not because of the Violet Orchid Valley, but because of the medicine that was about to be auctioned off. If they spent too many gold coins on the Violet Orchid Valley, they might not have enough to bid for the healing elixir medicine. One had to know that that healing elixir medicine held the life and death of these two great factions. If you're not worried, what's there for me to be afraid of? Lin Yu said calmly. I'll bid 30 million. If you have the guts, then continue to bid. Feng Yitai slowly spat out a bid and then looked at Lin Yu with a smile. When Lin Yu heard this, his expression could not help but change. The Violet Orchid Valley was indeed valuable, but this incomplete item was not worth 30 million. If he spent too many gold coins on it, he might not be able to afford the medicine. On the one hand, it would increase his chances of breaking through to the core formation state. On the other hand, his decision would affect Shadow Tower's future. He already knew what choice he should make. Fine, so what if I give it to you? Lin Yao thought for a while before saying indifferently. 30 million, going once. 30 million, going twice. 30 million, going thrice. Congratulations to the deputy leader of the Evil Blood sect on winning the bid for Violet Orchid Valley. With the words of the female auctioneer, the Violet Orchid Valley finally belonged to Feng Yitai. It's really laughable. Just because you wanted a small chance of breaking through, you actually spent 30 million. Feng Yitai, oh Feng Yitai, you've personally ruined the future of the entire Evil Blood sect. After our leader recovers from his injuries, we'll completely massacre your entire sect. I'm afraid that then, you won't even be alive to enjoy the Violet Orchid Valley. When Lin Yu witnessed this, he could not help but mock him. The two great factions had about the same amount of assets. Now that Feng Yitai had spent 30 million gold coins on the Violet Orchid Valley, how could he possibly compete with him for the healing elixir medicine? Everyone, the item we're going to auction is a third-grade medicinal pill that has a miraculous healing effect. It's called the Soul Returning Pill. This Soul Returning Pill was personally refined by Tier 3 alchemist Master Lin Song. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with Master Lin's methods. Even if a cultivator below the core formation state suffers a serious injury, as long as they consume this medicinal pill, they will be able to quickly recover. Even for powerful cultivators at the core formation stage, the pill has a great effect. As long as it doesn't damage the core and bones, it can also heal all external injuries. I announce the starting bid for the Soul Returning Pill is 25 million. As soon as she said that, many cultivators in the auction hall put on excited expressions. The Soul Returning Pill. Hearing this, Yu could not help but be stunned. Was this not the pill that her master had given her when she accepted him as master? Right now, the pill was still quietly lying in her storage space. She did not expect the starting price of that pill to be a terrifying 25 million. Thinking of this, Yu's gaze could not help but fall on Yi Zhan. When she saw Yi Zhan's incomparably handsome side profile, she could not help but feel like she was in a trance. Chapter 21. Intense Bidding. Although the Soul Returning Pill was not the best third-grade medicinal pill, it was not something that an ordinary core formation realm cultivator could afford. The most crucial thing was that after a cultivator broke through to the true essence state, they would have the possibility of becoming an alchemist. Of course, there were also many cultivators who tried to refine medicinal pills in the Qi transformation state, but all of them encountered a fatal shortcoming. The Qi or spiritual power in their dantians was not enough to support the refining process of top-grade pills. Because of this, the pills refined by cultivators below the true essence realm would not reach the top grade. They could not fully refine the essence of the medicinal materials used at all. Only those who had stepped into the true essence realm or higher had enough spiritual power to refine the medicinal materials perfectly and turn them into a top-grade pill. In other words, the strength of an existence that could refine a top-grade medicinal pill was definitely no lower than the core formation state. Moreover, the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty were extremely familiar with the name of the alchemist Master Lin Song. Due to the alchemist's revered status, Lin Song enjoyed extremely favorable treatment among the various large factions. Lin Song's alchemy skills were incomparably exquisite. Any medicinal pill that he refined had a guaranteed quality. If not for the fact that Yi Zhan's internal injuries had been too severe back then, he would have been able to treat his internal injuries just by relying on the recovery pill. However, his injuries were too severe. His meridians had almost been completely severed, and even his internal organs were extremely damaged. Aside from that, he had also been poisoned. Sister, I didn't expect the auction house to really have a recovery pill. We can save Dad. At this moment, a young man garbed in green inside the auction house spoke to a slightly mature-looking lady beside him. There was also an old man similarly dressed in green standing in front of these two people. Unlike the wild joy evident on the young man's face, the elder sister's brows were tightly knitted together. "Silly brother, this auction is not simple." "That's right, I'm afraid we might not be able to obtain this soul-returning pill," the green-clothed elder said slowly. "Why is this so?" The youth had a puzzled expression on his face when he heard their words. "Take a proper look at the situation," the elder said once again. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He had not expected that this auction would attract the attention of so many factions. It seemed that it would be extremely difficult to heal the clan lord's injuries. The three of them were not from Zhaohe City, but from Zhongqing City, which was close to 500 kilometers away from Zhaohe. Their identities were not simple either. They were members of the strongest family in Zhongqing City, the Li family. The elder sister's name was Li Qingyan, and the younger brother's name was Li Chen. The two of them were direct descendants of the Li family, and also possessed the bloodline of the clan lord. The person who came with them this time was the second elder of the Li family. The reason why they attended this auction was because the soul-returning pill had appeared in this auction. Almost a month ago, the head of the Li family had gone deep into the dangerous mountains to hunt down demonic beasts. Although he eventually killed the demonic beasts, on the way back, he was ambushed by his enemies. However, the strength of the head of the Li family was not to be underestimated. Even though he was seriously injured, he killed all his enemies. The dantian in his body had been damaged, which seriously affected his cultivation foundation. After suffering such a serious injury, it would take him at least several years to recover. Most importantly, even if the injuries could be healed, because of his damaged cultivation foundation, his future as a cultivator was likely to stagnate. His cultivation state might even drop because of this. Due to this, the Li family had spent a lot on healing items. Unfortunately, none of these had worked to rectify the damage to the clan lord's dantian. If the head of the Li family's internal injuries could not be treated, then the enemies that the Li family had previously offended would definitely look for an opportunity to make a move. At that time, the only thing waiting for the Li family would be a disaster. Just when everyone was about to despair, they suddenly learned that a large-scale auction was about to be held in Zhaohe City. Moreover, they discovered that there was a healing recovery pill, the soul-returning pill, listed for auction. After learning this news, the second elder quickly rushed over with Li Qingyan and Li Chen. However, when they arrived at the auction house, they realized that the competition for the soul-returning pill in the auction house would be intense. From the looks of it, many factions had already set their sights on the soul-returning pill. "I bid 30 million. The first person to bid was the vice commander of the Shadow Tower, Lin Yu. When everyone saw this, their hands that were originally planning to bid suddenly stopped, and their expressions turned a little ugly. They had not expected the Shadow Tower to actually take a fancy to the soul-returning pill. This was going to be troublesome. "I bid 35 million. At this moment, Feng Yitai's voice slowly sounded. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed once more. How the hell were they going to snatch it now? Two existences with such great strength had their eyes set on the soul-returning pill. These giants were not an existence that they could contend against. It was one thing for them to bid for the violet orchid earlier, but no one had expected them to have their eyes set on the soul-returning pill as well. Moreover, both of them looked determined to obtain it. Most importantly, Feng Yitai's manner of doing things was extremely overbearing. During the auction, that terrifying pressure once again spread out. Although that pressure did not directly attack anyone, the threat it implied was self-evident. The cultivators who originally wanted to bid for the soul-returning pill hesitated, but did not dare to speak out in anger. The evil blood sect strength was too terrifying. If they offended Feng Yitai because of a soul-returning pill, although the other party would not make a move in the auction house, no one could guarantee that he would not once they were outside. Thinking this, the cultivators who originally desired the soul-returning pill gave up with a face full of unwillingness. When Feng Yitai saw this scene, he revealed a satisfied expression. With this, his only opponent would be Lin Yu. "I bid 36 million. However, at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly spoke up in the auction hall. When Feng Yitai saw this, his eyes turned cold. Killing intent flashed across his eyes. Did this person not understand the implied meaning he had previously expressed? There was actually someone who did not give face to the evil blood sect. This person was really courting death. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but reveal curious expressions. They looked towards the source of the voice. When they did, they caught sight of a young girl. The young girl who was bidding for the soul-returning pill was precisely Li Qingyan from Zhongqing City's Li family. After sensing that she had drawn the attention of the crowd, Li Qingyan could not help but grab the corner of her clothes with her small hands. Her face gradually turned pale. She had long heard of the terrifying reputation of the evil blood sect, so she naturally knew that this force was extremely powerful and was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, the most powerful existence of the evil blood sect had broken through to the early stages of the empty core stage. The evil blood sect was simply not a force that the Li family could afford to offend. However, Li Qingyan was also unwilling to give up. If she missed this opportunity, she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to encounter another soul-returning pill in the future. Her father's injury was so severe that treatment could not be delayed any longer. Otherwise, those who coveted the Li family's assets might not be able to hold themselves back anymore. Moreover, the clan lord was the strongest person in the Li family. If they lost his combat strength, the Li family would not be able to resist the invasion of the other forces. If conflict really broke out, then the Li family would face an unprecedented disaster. Moreover, there was a high possibility that they would be destroyed by the other forces. Chapter 22. This pill is yours. Due to this, even at the risk of offending the evil blood sect, Li Qingyan still decided to take a gamble. HMPH. Seeing this, Feng Yitai snorted coldly. The strength of a 10th level purple spirit stage cultivator instantly erupted, which then formed a terrifying pressure that enveloped Li Qingyan and the others. Not good. Seeing this, the second elder's face changed greatly. He hurriedly released the power in his body, protecting Li Qingyan and the others. Be careful. The very next second, the second elder's body suddenly trembled, and he let out a muffled snort. His face turned pale. However, no matter what, he still resisted Feng Yitai's pressure. Although his strength was only at the 4th level of the purple spirit stage, even a 10th level purple spirit realm cultivator would find it absolutely impossible to defeat him with just a wave of pressure. Feng Yitai's gaze turned even colder when he saw this scene, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Of course, he did not make any excessive movements. After all, this was the auction house's territory. Most importantly, the strongest existence behind the auction houses was no lower than the empty core stage. On the surface, that person was in existence on the same level as the evil blood sect's commander. He was merely a 10th level purple spirit stage cultivator. How could he dare to act so presumptuously in front of the other party? Of course, his actions had already marginally broken the rules of the auction house. The reason why the auction house did not stop Feng Yitai's actions was because the strongest existence behind the auction house was acquainted with the commander of the evil blood sect. However, if Feng Yitai continued to be presumptuous, the other party would not sit idly by. It was precisely because Feng Yitai saw this that he did not make too much of a fuss. I bid 40 million. After Feng Yitai withdrew his pressure, he continued to bid indifferently, no longer paying attention to Li Qingyan and the others. He had already given them an obvious warning earlier. If the other party did not know what was good for them, then he could not be blamed for what followed. Sister. What should we do? Li Chen looked at his sister whose body was trembling and could not help but feel a little anxious. Although he had not seen much of the world, he had gained a clear view of the situation clearly now. The deputy commander of the evil blood sect was clearly determined to obtain the soul-returning pill. Moreover, he did not allow other cultivators to interfere in the bidding war between them and the Shadow Tower. Li Qingyan did not speak, but her body could not stop trembling. Her rosy cheeks turned extremely pale and her nails dug into her palm. Forget it, let's give up. The second elder could not help but shake his head helplessly when he saw this scene. Although the Li family's strength was not weak, it was nothing compared to the evil blood sect in the Shadow Tower. If they continued to bid, it was very likely that they would completely offend these two big factions. Inside the auction house, Feng Yitai would not make a move, but once they were outside, things would change. Li Qingyan did not answer, but her beautiful eyes were full of unwillingness. Power. If she had absolute power, she would be able to resolve this situation. Unfortunately, this world was a cruel one where only power was absolute. Seeing this, Yi Zan, who was sitting in the audience, raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingyan below in surprise. At the same time, several lines of virtual text appeared in his field of vision. Comprehension. 299. Bone. 79. Dual spirit physique. Innate affinity with both wood and fire attributes. Note: one can only fully activate the dual spirit physique after stepping into the true essence realm. Innately suited to be an alchemist, it can be said the owner of the dual spirit physique can achieve twice the result with half the effort when it comes to alchemy. Xuan became quite interested in this girl. With his true core state cultivation, he naturally was aware about everything that was going on inside the entire auction house. Faced with the threat of a 10th level purple spirit state cultivator, she was actually able to grit her teeth and persevere. Disregarding Li Qingyan's comprehension and innate bone values, just based on her mental toughness alone, she was a worthy candidate. She is indeed suitable to be taken in as a disciple, but I still have to observe carefully. Xuan said in his heart. In terms of comprehension, Li Qingyan could be said to have left you far behind. Her comprehension was dozens of points higher than Yu's, which made him feel extremely surprised. However, what made him most excited was that Li Qingyan actually had a natural wood and fire dual spirit physique, which was the most suitable physique for one to become an alchemist. Of course, Xuan would not directly take her as a disciple just because of this wood and fire dual spirit physique. After all, what he valued most in taking disciples was character. Even if he could not bid for the treasure that he was interested in today, it would still be pretty good if he managed to take in a disciple. At the same time, the bidding for the soul returning pill became more and more intense. I bid 43 million. I bid 45 million. I bid 48 million. I bid 51 million. Although the bids were getting higher and higher, the only ones who were really competing were the evil blood sect and the Shadow Tower. After hearing Feng Yitai's last bid, Lin Yu's face changed greatly. Impossible. How can you still have 51 million? If you don't have the money with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the auction house. Lin Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Hehe, it's just 51 million. Our evil blood sect can still afford such a small sum. Feng Yitai saw this and replied with a mocking look in his eyes. If he did not bring enough money, he would not have dared to participate in the auction for the Violet Orchid. I bid 53 million. Lin Yu called out another bid, but his expression was extremely ugly. Although the value of the soul returning pill was not low, it was definitely not worth 53 million. However, for the sake of his commander's injuries, he had to continue bidding. I bid 55 million. Feng Yitai noticed his hesitation and responded indifferently. There was no trace of panic in his eyes, as if this 55 million was not a big sum. I bid 56 million. I bid 58 million. I bid 59 million. As more time passed, Lin Yu's expression gradually turned ugly. Feng Yitai had previously spent 30 million to bid for the Violet Orchid. Yet he actually still had sufficient funds to bid for the soul returning pill. I bid 60 million. Feng Yitai's gaze remained indifferent as he announced a new bid. I bid 65 million. When Lin Yu saw this, he could not help but grit his teeth and immediately increased the bid by 5 million. I didn't expect your Shadow Tower to be so rich and overbearing. The soul returning pill is yours. At this moment, Feng Yitai revealed a smile on his face and said indifferently. Feng Yitai, what exactly does your evil blood sect mean by this? Lin Yu was furious when he saw this. He felt like he had been played like a fiddle. Chapter 23. Xingjian Grass. The effects of the soul returning pill were great, so there was no way that the evil blood sect did not want it. What exactly was this guy plotting? Feng Yitai might be arrogant, but he was just a boorish man. How could he have made such meticulous plans? Although he successfully bid for the soul returning pill, Lin Yu felt an ominous premonition. 65 million going once, 65 million going twice, 65 million going thrice. Congratulations to the Vice Commander of the Shadow Tower for successfully winning the bid for the soul returning pill. Once the female auction host dropped the hammer to close the bidding, the soul returning pill finally went to the Shadow Tower. Reality would prove that Lin Yu's premonition was accurate. Feng Yitai would never give up on the soul returning pill. He planned to mess with the Shadow Tower by raising the price of the item. As for how he would get the soul returning pill, it was very simple. He could just kill them and steal the goods. Once the men from the Shadow Tower left the auction house's territory, the assassins he prepared would immediately take action. Everyone, the auction is coming to an end. What we are auctioning next is the final treasure of today's auction. At this moment, the female auction host spoke slowly with a smile. This treasure is extremely special. To some cultivators, it is a priceless treasure, but to others it might also be a worthless weed. The treasure we are auctioning last is the Xingjian grass. As the female auction host concluded her words, Yi Zan's eyes lit up. He had not expected to encounter Xingjian grass in this auction. What a pleasant surprise. Our evil blood sect bids 60 million. Before Yi Zan spoke, Feng Yitai's voice rang out. I bid 65 million. Seeing this, Yi Zan first looked at Feng Yitai and then spoke faintly. Seeing this, Feng Yitai became furious. What was going on today? Why were there people competing with him for treasures everywhere? Was the evil blood sect's reputation worthless? Had they been too peaceful recently? Reckless fellow, I will slaughter your entire family. In Feng Yitai's opinion, anyone who bid against him and hindered him from getting what he wanted was his enemy. Feng Yitai immediately searched for the source of the voice and discovered that the person who was bidding against him was actually a handsome young man. However, because the young man did not have any sense of presence, he had automatically ignored the latter when he exerted his pressure earlier. Although Yi Zan was very famous in the Great Xian dynasty, and most cultivators had heard of his fame, most people would not recognize his face. I bid 70 million. Feng Yitai looked at Yi Zan fiercely while slowly uttering those words. I bid 75 million. Yi Zan did not even look at Feng Yitai, as if these tens of millions of gold coins were nothing but pocket change. Damn it, are you trying to pick a fight? Feng Yitai flew into a rage. The moment he saw the Xingjian grass, he had decided to bid for it at all costs. Moreover, in his eyes, the value of the Xingjian grass far surpassed that of the violet orchid that he had bid for before. His cultivation had reached the 10th level of the purple spirit state 10 years ago. However, despite spending 10 years cultivating, he was still unable to surpass the bottleneck of the purple spirit state. Of course, this was not because his aptitude was ordinary, but rather because he had experienced an extremely special opportunity previously. 9 years ago, he had accidentally entered a mysterious ruin called the Sword Tomb. Not only that, he had also absorbed a mysterious sword chi into his dantian. Although that mysterious sword chi did not cause the slightest damage to his dantian, it emitted an invisible power that was fiercely suppressing the purple mansion in his dantian. It was precisely because of this reason that he had been stuck at the peak of the purple spirit state for 9 years. The purple spirit state was the next major state after a cultivator broke through to the true essence state. When a cultivator's state reached the peak of the true essence state, if they wanted to break through to the next state, they had to open up the purple mansion in their dantian. The purple mansion also had another title, which was a cultivator's second dantian. If a cultivator successfully opened up their purple mansion, the true essence power in their dantian would pour into their purple mansion, and then slowly transform into a higher level power, becoming the power of the purple spirit. The more purple spirit power there was in the purple mansion, the stronger the cultivator would be. In addition, the space within the purple mansion would expand as the cultivator broke through. When the space within the purple mansion reached its limit, the purple spirit power within the purple mansion would rapidly condense and fuse. When that happened, the cultivator's dantian would evolve into an empty core. This state was also known as the core formation state. If Feng Yitai wanted to step into the core formation state, he had to condense all the purple spirit power in his purple mansion, and then completely fuse it with his purple mansion. However, due to the mysterious sword chi suppression, the purple spirit power in his purple mansion was unable to completely fuse with his purple mansion. Feng Yitai had tried countless methods to resolve this issue, but to no avail. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those with good intentions. He had come across a method in a book. If a cultivator could consume the Xingjian grass, they would be able to refine the mysterious sword chi in the purple mansion. After all, the Xingjian grass contained an extremely special power which would be able to suppress and refine that mysterious sword chi. It was precisely because of this that Feng Yitai could be said to be constantly inquiring about the whereabouts of Xingjian grass. However, even after spending 5 years, he still had not found any traces of it. Originally, he had been about to give up, but he did not expect to actually come across the Xingjian grass in the auction. The information he obtained previously regarding this auction did not specify that it was auctioning Xingjian grass today. It was obvious that this had been added by the auction house at the last minute. If he could refine the Xingjian grass and eliminate the suppression of the mysterious sword chi on his purple mansion, he was certain that he could step into the core formation state by relying on his 10 years of cultivation accumulation at the peak of the purple spirit state. Once he truly stepped into the core formation state, he would become one of the most powerful cultivators in the Great Xian dynasty. To him, this was an irresistible temptation. Therefore, no matter what price he had to pay, he would never miss out on such an opportunity. Moreover, in his opinion, the Xingjian grass was far more important than the soul-returning pill. After all, even if he successfully won the bid for the soul-returning pill and healed the commander's injuries, he would still be the evil blood sect's deputy commander in the end. Facing a powerful core formation state cultivator, he would be nothing but a dog. Chapter 24. Don't be rash, you can't fight here. However, if he entered the core formation state, his position would be equivalent to that of the leader of the evil blood sect. By then, even if the leader of the evil blood sect perished, as long as he was around, who could do anything to the evil blood sect? He could even enjoy a respected position within the Great Xian dynasty. Therefore, given all these factors, when he discovered that there was someone else competing with him, he was naturally furious. There's going to be a good show. Feng Yitai seems to be really angry. That guy is ruthless. It seems that the young man is going to suffer. Although Feng Yitai doesn't dare to make a move with that expert in the auction house, it's hard to say if he won't after he leaves the auction house's territory. That's right. Did you see the killing intent in Feng Yitai's eyes? It seems that regardless of whether that young man wins the bid for the Star Sword Grass or not, he will suffer Feng Yitai's revenge. He's still a young man after all. His thoughts are too simple. He actually dared to provoke such a fierce existence like Feng Yitai. The cultivators in the auction house immediately started discussing the matter, but no one believed that Xuan would emerge from this unscathed. After all, in everyone's eyes, other than the expert behind the auction house, Feng Yitai and Lin Yu were the strongest cultivators present. Of course, this did not include core formation state cultivators, as they were already considered invincible existences. Most importantly, no one dared to offend the evil blood sect in the Shadow Tower in the Zhaohe city. It was due to this that everyone resisted the impulse to bid after being threatened by Feng Yitai. Although treasures were indeed quite tempting, they had to be alive to enjoy those treasures. As for Xuan, because he had used the breath concealment technique, no one could sense his cultivation unless the other party's cultivation level was much higher than his. Everyone present thought, how strong could a young man around the age of 20 be? Even some genius cultivators were only at the 9th level of the true essence realm. This guy wasn't like that, right? Xuan was an elder of the Qingyan clan. No one would think that he would come to such a lousy place. Therefore, in their eyes, the Xuan in front of them was like a dead man. I bid 76 million. I will be the owner of the Xingjian grass. Feng Yitai suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a cold gaze. If he had not considered the existence behind the auction house, he would have moved to kill Xuan with one slap. 76,010,000. Xuan looked at Feng Yitai and spoke slowly with a smile. Are you angry? I'm going to anger you to death. Fuck. Feng Yitai immediately became furious. This guy only added 10,000 gold coins to his bid. This was equivalent to blatant provocation, was it not? Who do you think you are? Feng Yitai could not hold it in anymore. The surging pressure in his body swept out and enveloped Xuan. Although the auction house did not allow fighting, he was only using his spiritual pressure. This did not violate the rules, right? Ha, who do you think you are? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? At this moment, a pressure that was dozens of times stronger than Feng Yitai's swept out. It was as if the enormous Mount Tai had instantly emerged. Comparing the two, Feng Yitai's pressure was like a chicken, while Xuan's pressure was like a giant walking the mortal world. As long as the giant took a step forward, it would easily stomp the chicken to death. The pressure of a core formation state cultivator. This young man has actually broken through to the core formation state. At this moment, the expressions of many cultivators in the auction hall changed drastically. In the face of this incomparably terrifying pressure, they were like swaying blades of grass that were on the verge of collapsing under the howling thunderstorm. This terrifying pressure had definitely surpassed the purple spirit state. They never imagined that there would actually be a peerless expert whose strength had reached the core formation state in the auction hall. Feng Yitai had kicked a huge rock this time. This fellow was about to suffer. This thought popped up in everyone's minds at the same time, but their hearts did not pity him. Were you not incomparably arrogant earlier? Were you not threatening us openly? Were you not openly parading the evil blood sect status around? You have now offended an existence that you cannot afford to and have kicked an iron plate. Although 10th level purple spirit state cultivators were indeed extremely powerful in the Great Xian dynasty, they were still not strong enough to be considered among the ranks of top-tier cultivators. Only when one's cultivation level reached the core formation state could one gain an unassailable status within the Great Xian dynasty. The reason for that was simple. Once a core formation state cultivator made a move, they could easily crush a city and turn it into ruins. This is impossible. Feng Yitai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. His eyes were filled with shock. The other party was clearly a young kid with no reputation. How could he turn out to be a super powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the core formation state? Why would such a terrifying existence appear in Zhaohe City's auction? Most importantly, he sensed an extremely obvious killing intent within this terrifying pressure. You don't act recklessly. Cultivators are not allowed to make a move in the auction house. At that moment, Feng Yitai could not stop himself from shouting out in panic. His gaze went toward the depths of the auction hall. The powerhouse behind the auction house was sitting there. Even if this guy was a core formation state cultivator, he had to give face to the owner of the auction house, right? However, the very next second, Feng Yitai's body trembled. He realized that the owner of the auction house seemed to be ignoring him, and did not display the slightest reaction. Seeing this, Yi Zhan could not help but faintly look in that direction, and then slowly said, "Are you going to make a move?" "My lord, please don't misunderstand. I don't have the right." As soon as he finished speaking, a respectful voice suddenly responded from the deepest corner of the auction house. He was the owner of the auction house. After sensing Yi Zhan's terrifying spiritual pressure, his forehead was already covered in sweat, and he cursed inwardly. Damn Feng Yitai, I was almost implicated by him. Although they were both at the core formation state, he sensed that Yi Zhan's pressure was unfathomable. The other party's cultivation was at least at the advanced stage of the empty core state. There was a high possibility that he had already stepped into the true core state. Faced such a terrifying existence, who dared to provoke him? If the other party was unhappy, he could just slap him in the auction house to death. Chapter 25. Lightning Sword. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell into a state of deathly silence. One could even hear a pin drop. Everyone's pupils constricted abruptly. Their eyes were filled with shock, as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in their minds. After all, not only was that person who responded the owner of the auction, he was also one of the 3 strongest experts in Zhaohe City, a peerless expert whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the empty core state. Yet he had actually called that young man, sir. It even seemed like he was trying to curry favor with him. Did that not mean that this young man's cultivation had already reached an extremely terrifying stage? At the very least, he was at the late stage of the empty core state. Or could it be that this fellow's strength had reached the true core state? When he thought of this, Feng Yitai's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with despair, and his body could not help but tremble. If the young man had just been a middle-stage empty core state cultivator, that person's attitude would not have been so ingratiating, and would not have allowed the young man to break the rules he set. Run. He had to run quickly. Presently, escaping was the only thought running through Feng Yitai's mind. If the young man's cultivation had made the owner of the auction house so fearful, would it not be an easy matter for him to annihilate the evil blood sect? Instantly, a small sword suddenly appeared in Feng Yitai's right hand. This small sword was the treasure he had obtained in the sword tomb back then. It was also his strongest trump card. As long as he crushed the small sword, he would be able to fuse with the mysterious sword chi in his dantian and transform into a sharp longsword. His speed would increase several-fold in that state. This was also his most precious item and trump card. Were it not for this moment of life and death, he would not have been willing to use it. Whether it was the violet orchid, the soul-returning pill, or the Xingjian grass or this small sword, they were all insignificant compared to his life. He had to survive. Swish. Feng Yitai's body suddenly emitted a resplendent light, and then transformed into an incomparably sharp longsword, flying out of the auction house. Thanks to the augmentation of the mysterious sword chi, Feng Yitai's speed surpassed the limits of a purple spirit state cultivator, and had almost reached the speed of a middle-stage empty core state cultivator. The sword chi contained a terrifying power, and it immediately alarmed the other 2 core formation state cultivators in Zhaohe City. Within 2 splendid courtyards of Zhaohe City, two middle-aged men simultaneously raised their heads to look at the sharp sword chi that had burst forth from the auction house. This person's cultivation is only at the peak of the purple spirit state. He must have used some kind of trump card to have gained the speed of the middle stage of the empty core state cultivator, right? Such a trump card is quite rare. Even I might not be able to catch up to him. The two middle-aged men could not help but narrow their eyes slightly when they saw this scene. However, what made them quite puzzled was that the source of these power fluctuations was the auction house. From the looks of it, he seemed to be running away. Could it be that the fellow from the auction house had targeted him? Throughout the entire Zhaohe city, the only person who could force a peak purple spirit state cultivator to use his trump card to run away was the one in charge of the auction house. However, by the time countless experts were shocked by Feng Yitai's trump card, he had already passed through the entire city in an instant and arrived at the edge of Zhaohe city. The sharp sword chi on his body was tearing through the sky and rushing towards the dangerous mountain range. However, at this moment, a scene that shocked countless cultivators suddenly occurred. An incomparably resplendent divine sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, it pierced through countless layers of clouds. It contained terrifying lightning energy. It suddenly appeared above Feng Yitai. That divine sword was suffused with an incomparably terrifying amount of energy. The mere fluctuations from the sword almost tore Feng Yitai apart. Feng Yitai's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and a sense of impending doom arose in his heart. Following that, under the gaze of countless cultivators, the divine sword released a terrifying lightning energy. In an instant, it slashed toward Feng Yitai. "I'm unwilling to die like this." Accompanied by an incomparably desperate scream, Feng Yitai was instantly submerged by the surging lightning energy. Bang! At the same time, a deep pit that was dozens of meters deep appeared on the ground. The deep pit was still filled with sparks from the terrifying lightning energy. However, Feng Yitai's figure had long been disintegrated. How is this possible? When the other two empty core state cultivators saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Their gazes landed on the deep pit, and their eyes were filled with shock. Such terrifying power. This was beyond the power of an empty core state cultivator. Not only that, if it had been them who faced such a terrifying attack, even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would still be heavily injured. Most importantly, the lightning energy within the divine sword was extremely terrifying, yet the opponent had forcibly controlled the destructive power within an extremely small range. What did this mean? It meant that the opponent's control over his own strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Just where did this expert come from? His strength had probably reached the true core state, right? Of course, Zhaohe City had also seen true core realm cultivators before, but it had already been 5 or 6 years since one had appeared here. This lord is actually a true core state expert. Not only were the two middle-aged men shocked, but the one in the auction house was even more shocked. Previously, he only had some speculation about this, but now he could finally confirm that the seemingly nondescript young man's strength had already reached the terrifying true core state. Thinking this, he could not help but look at Yi Zan with respect. That handsome face, coupled with the fact that he was only 20 years old and had such terrifying strength, could it be that person? That did not seem quite right. The cultivation of that person from the Qingyan sect was only at the middle stage of the empty core state. No matter how monstrous his talent was, it was impossible for him to break through to the true core state at the age of 20, right? The auction house owner rubbed his chin in deep thought. At the same time, Lin Yu, who was not too far away, revealed an expression of lingering fear. Fortunately, he had not been as impulsive as Feng Yitai earlier. Otherwise, he would have been the one who would have died instead. The commander of the Evil Blood sect had already been heavily injured. Now that their deputy commander had fallen, it was basically over for them. How would they have the strength to continue fighting with the Shadow Tower? Power. This is the absolute power that I have always desired. Only absolute power can make all my enemies yield. Seeing this scene, Li Qingyan could not help but look at Yi Zan with bright eyes. This guy looked so young. He was probably only a few years older than her, right? However, this guy's strength was so terrifying. How did he do it? One had to know that the person in charge of the auction house had reached the empty core state, but when facing Yi Zan, he personally broke the rules that he had set. As expected, the strongest fist in the world reigned supreme. For a moment, many thoughts appeared in Li Qingyan's mind. If she also had such terrifying strength, would the Li family still need to worry about their enemies? No, it should be said, would those people even dare to be enemies with the Li family? Yi Zan's senses were very sharp, so he naturally noticed the change in Li Qingyan's expression. However, when his gaze fell on Li Qingyan's face, she lowered her head in extreme panic. Chapter 26. Hidden Constitution. Seeing this, Yi Zan smiled. However, at this moment, he had no intention of taking Li Qingyan as a disciple. After all, the most important thing now was to help you take revenge. It would not be too late to observe Li Qingyan after everything was settled. Before taking her in as a disciple, he had to understand more about Li Qingyan. Given Yi Zan's current identity, he naturally did not need to personally inquire about Li Qingyan's background. He could just ask you to do it. However, just as Yi Zan was about to instruct you to go and inquire, Huang Ling and Shui Min beside him volunteered. They had always admired Yi Zan greatly and, after witnessing Yi Zan's terrifying strength earlier, they could not help but revere him more, especially when they heard Yi Zan say, "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" To Feng Yitai earlier. For a moment, the two girls were overjoyed, and immediately secretly vowed to stay in his good graces. He had an invincible demeanor, domineering words and absolute power. He directly crushed all the cultivators in the auction house. Even the previously incomparably arrogant Feng Yitai was forced to run away with his tail between his legs. Most importantly, the owner of the auction house, an expert whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the empty core state, did not dare to voice any objections. The two girls often went out to train and had met many talented cultivators, but compared to Yi Zan, the difference was like heaven and earth. They really did not know whether the young cultivators of the great Qian dynasty should feel sad or honored to have been born in the same era as Yi Zan. Seeing the two girls volunteer, Yi Zan thought for a bit and finally agreed. Now that he had bought the Xingjian grass, he could bring Yu back to the inn to activate her sword jade physique. Thus, after Huang Ling and Shui Min set off, Yi Zan brought Yu back to the inn. At the same time, Huang Ling and Shui Min also found Li Qingyan and the others and stated their intentions for looking for them. When they learned of Huang Ling and Shui Min's identity, the second elder immediately warmly welcomed them. He also answered their questions in great detail. After sending them off later, the second elder frowned. Their questions had been extremely simple. Most of the questions had revolved around their origins. Why would a terrifying top-tier expert like Yi Zan ask for such simple information? What was the meaning behind it? Then again, how could a person like him guess the thoughts of a super expert? Thinking this, the second elder stopped thinking. After all, no matter what Yi Zan's thoughts were, or what impact it would have on the Li family, the matter was entirely out of his control. Could the elder Yi those two spoke of refer to that man? And that person was so handsome, and so terrifyingly strong too, could it really be him? Li Qingyan looked at the retreating figures of Huang Ling and Shui Min as they left, and could not help but raise her head to glance at the second elder. It should be. The second elder thought for a moment and then said slowly. Considering the young man's terrifying strength and handsome face, in the entire great Qian dynasty, only Yi Zan matched such a description. After all, that guy was the strongest genius of the Qingyan sect in the past 1,000 years. His cultivation had also reached the top echelons within the great Qian dynasty. Earlier, Yi Zan and Yu had also returned to the inn. "Yu, do you know why I took you in?" Yi Zan's gaze fell on Yu as he asked. During the journey, Yu's mood had been a little depressed. Of course, Yi Zan knew very well that this was because Yu was about to return to her hometown. Her mind likely recalled the massacre in the village back then, which brought back memories of grief and sadness. "Your disciple lacks insight. Please tell me." Hearing his question, Yu was stunned. She did not think that her teacher would ask her such a question. However, this was indeed a big question that she had kept hidden in her heart. Why would Yi Zan take her as his disciple? She did not possess monstrous talent nor a strong background. Why did he take a fancy to her amidst the many other disciples in the sect? Could it be that her hard work had really moved her master? Of course, Yu did not think about her beauty. She was indeed stunningly beautiful, but with Yi Zan's strength and status, it would not be hard for him to find a more beautiful and attractive person. Moreover, as long as Yi Zan was willing, there were countless beautiful women in the great Qian dynasty who were willing to become his Dao partner. After all, Yi Zan was the youngest elder of the Qingyan sect at around the age of 20. His cultivation had even reached the core formation realm. As an additional plus point, he had an extremely handsome face. Which woman would not be tempted? Girl, I guess you've always felt that your aptitude was very poor, right? Yi Zan asked. Are they not? Hearing this, Yu became even more confused. If her aptitude had been monstrous, how could she have only been a handyman disciple of the Qingyan sect? How could she have trained so hard every day and only managed to reach the 4th level of the refinement state despite having cultivated for several years? Your aptitude isn't bad, it is actually higher than most cultivators. You should know that the aptitude of cultivators is divided into comprehension value and innate bone value. The comprehension value represents the level of a cultivator's comprehension of martial arts and techniques, while the innate bone value represents the cultivation speed of the cultivator's body. In the eyes of most cultivators, the so-called aptitude value refers to the innate bone value. If your cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary people, you will certainly be regarded as a genius cultivator with excellent aptitude in the eyes of others. However, most cultivators tend to overlook the more important, comprehension value. Comprehension value is not visible from the very beginning. Only when a cultivator's strength reaches a certain level can they truly unleash the potential of their own comprehension value. Although your aptitude value appears ordinary, your comprehension value is much higher than that of the sect master of the Qingyan sect and the various elders. What? When Yu heard this, she could not help but open her cherry-like mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Was her comprehension value as high as her master said? As for why your innate bone value is so ordinary, actually, it is due to some special reasons. In the case of cultivators, there are a very small number of cultivators who are born with special constitutions. Different constitutions have different effects. However, all of them represent top-grade innate bone value. However, the constitutions of cultivators are divided into overt and covert constitutions. Overt constitutions will be revealed when they are born, while covert constitutions need to be activated through special means. Most cultivators have overt constitutions, while your constitution happens to be one of the rarely seen covert constitutions. Your constitution is known as the Sword Jade Physique. This constitution provides its owner with a special affinity with sword techniques. And the method to completely awaken the Sword Jade Physique is very simple. You just need to completely absorb the power of the Xingjian grass. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan waved his sleeve. The Xingjian grass that he had bought from the auction suddenly appeared in front of Yu. Its leaves were as thin as cicada wings, almost like sword chi itself. The most peculiar thing was that its leaves were dotted with star-like patterns. Teacher, seeing this, Yu's eyes immediately reddened, and her entire voice was choked with sobs. She had been wondering why her teacher would bid for the Xingjian grass. It turned out that it was in order to activate her constitution. Chapter 27. Sword Jade Physique activated, stunning beauty. Sit cross-legged and adjust your spiritual power to its peak state. I will help you awaken the Sword Jade Physique in your body. Yi Zan said with a smile. Yu nodded obediently, and then sat down cross-legged and slowly adjusted her spiritual power. At the same time, Yi Zan stretched out his hand and gently pointed toward the Xingjian grass. The terrifying power of his true core state cultivation gushed out and enveloped the Xingjian grass in an instant, instantly removing all of the impurities and dregs within. Yi Zan already had a plan for how to deal with the Xingjian grass. There were two methods. By directly gifting it to Yu, Yi Zan could simply receive a reward from the system's feedback function. However, in this way, the item obtained would definitely be a heavenly treasure related to activating one's physique. Although such a heavenly treasure was rare, it was not of much use to Yi Zan. Therefore, Yi Zan decisively chose to use the second method. He directly helped Yu to completely awaken her hidden Sword Jade Physique. As he had participated in the entire process of activating her Sword Jade Physique, the reward that he would receive from the system's feedback function would definitely be a certain type of physique. Of course, he was uncertain as to what kind of surprise the system would give him. Not long after, as he refined it using that incomparably powerful energy, the Xingjian grass transformed into an extremely pure form of heaven and earth energy, which then slowly poured into Yu's body. This special energy was not particularly useful to the cultivation of a cultivator. Similarly, it would not have a healing or detoxifying effect. Due to the special nature of the Xingjian grass, it would only dissolve sword qi in a cultivator's body or awaken a constitution related to sword qi. When this special power entered Yu's body, her body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Her skin, Organs, meridians, and flesh all over her body were like grass that had just sprouted from beneath the ground, greedily absorbing this special power. At the same time, Yu fell into an inexplicable state. She vaguely felt that something in her body was about to awaken. Under Yi Zan's guidance, the special energy transformed into countless small streams, which merged themselves into Yu's body. Previously, Yi Zan had infused Yu with his spiritual power, allowing her to break through to the 9th level of the Qi transformation state. However, this was not limited to a simple breakthrough. It had also increased the strength of Yu's body to a terrifying level. As she absorbed this special energy, the sword jade physique that had been lying dormant in Yu's body began to slowly wake up. Her meridians were emitting strands of extremely special energy. At the same time, Yu felt a warm current slowly strengthening her body at an extremely rapid speed. Within a short period of time, Yu's originally fair and tender skin became even more so. However, the surface of this tender skin actually now contained astonishing defensive strength. The cells in her body were filled with vitality, the power of life was coursing through her body endlessly. Of course, the biggest change was in the bones in her body. Affected by that special energy, Yu's bones gradually became jade-like. If one were to inspect it with one's spiritual sense, it would look like a perfect piece of art. Most importantly, hidden within these jade-like bones was an extremely sharp sword qi. Almost done. 0.15 minutes passed quickly. Yu's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change, like a divine sword that was about to awaken. Most importantly, the awakening of the sword jade physique not only strengthened Yu's body, but also filled her dantian with the special energy. With a cracking sound, Yu directly stepped into the 10th level of the Qi transformation state. However, it did not end there. The spiritual power in Yu's dantian and meridians began to compress at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, the originally abundant spiritual power in her dantian transformed into extremely pure liquid. This was the true essence that only true essence state cultivators possessed. The transformation of spiritual power into true essence represented a qualitative change. At the same time, it also meant that Yu had stepped into the true essence state. However, the surprises brought about by the awakening of the sword jade physique were far from over. The liquid true essence once again surged up, transforming into a powerful force that crazily boosted her cultivation. First level of the true essence state, second level of the true essence state, third, fourth, and finally the 5th level of the true essence state. After Yu stepped into the 5th level of the true essence state, the surging true essence in her body finally calmed down. At this moment, the sword jade physique in her body had finally been completely activated. Whoosh! In an instant, with Yu at the center, an invisible gust of wind suddenly swept out over the surroundings. The special energy in her jade-like bones became even more dazzling, expelling the impurities in Yu's body. At the same time, Yu's temperament also underwent a huge change. If Yu had been a beautiful young girl in her prime before, then Yu was now a celestial maiden from the heavens who had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the filth of the mortal world. Her peerless beauty, beautiful star-like eyes, jade-like skin, and a smile that moved one's heart, she could truly be said to be a beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities. Seeing this, Yi Zan became absent-minded. Master. Yu's small cherry mouth opened slightly, and a pleasant voice could be heard. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mirth. She had already noticed the changes in her cultivation. She was now a bona fide 5th level true essence state cultivator. Who would have imagined that, 10 days ago, she had only been a mere 4th level refinement state cultivator? Ahem. Hearing this, Yi Zan quickly came back to his senses and then smiled in satisfaction. Very good. Of course, no one knew whether Yi Zan was referring to Yu's appearance or her cultivation. At this moment, several lines of virtual text appeared in front of Yi Zan's eyes again, which displayed information about Yu. Comprehension. 234. Innate bone value. 229. Sword jade physique. A rare physique that is naturally compatible with sword Dao. Its owner's bones are like fine jade. When this physique is cultivated to the great success stage, the owner can cultivate the most powerful sword qi in the world. I didn't expect her innate bone value to rise this much. Seeing this, Yi Zan was surprised. Ding. As the host has helped his disciple to awaken the sword jade physique, a random 32 times feedback critical hit has been obtained. Congratulations, the host has obtained the sword overlord physique. At this moment, a system notification suddenly rang out in Yi Zan's mind. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power suddenly gushed out of Yi Zan's body. It contained an extremely tyrannical aura, as if it was trying to tear the world apart. Master, what happened? Seeing this, Yu could not help but turn pale with fright, because that incomparably tyrannical power not only tore through space, but also swept toward her. Chapter 28. Super Explosive Strike, Sword Overlord Physique. Even though Yu had already awakened the Sword Jade Physique, she still felt pressured by this incomparably tyrannical power. Seeing this, Yi Zan snorted coldly. He reached out with his hand and lightly grabbed it. The tyrannical power that had gushed out suddenly disappeared. What tyrannical power? Seeing this scene, Yi Zan's eyes narrowed. If he had hesitated just now, this tyrannical power would have turned the yin into dust in an instant. Sword Overlord Physique. The divine physique of the sword that possesses the most tyrannical power. It contains the power to destroy everything. When this physique reaches perfection, it can destroy everything. Teacher, what was that just now? Yu's gaze fell on Yi Zan. Her eyes were filled with shock. If she had not seen incorrectly, her teacher seemed to have become stronger. Most importantly, the sword jade physique in her body even seemed to be trembling. Could it be that her teacher had also awakened some kind of powerful physique? I helped you awaken the sword jade physique just now and had an epiphany. That was the sword intent that I comprehended. Yi Zan found an excuse. He had indeed comprehended the sword intent, but it was not due to his own talent. It had been derived from the Sword Overlord Physique itself. The Sword Overlord Physique he had obtained from the system was so overbearing that it directly allowed him to comprehend 2 levels of sword intent. The so-called sword intent was a concept that evolved after one had accumulated sufficient comprehension on the path of Sword Dao. Moreover, sword intent long surpassed the boundaries of ordinary spiritual power and involved the power of the laws. Of course, other than sword chi transforming into sword intent, there were also many other similar concepts in this world, such as saber intent and fist intent. However, no matter what kind of concept it was, it would greatly increase a cultivator's strength. At the same time, concepts were also extremely difficult to comprehend. Only cultivators with monstrous talent had a certain chance of comprehending one. At lower cultivation levels, the higher a cultivator's innate bone value was, the faster their cultivation speed would be, which would result in a rapid increase in strength. However, when a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, the importance shifted to the cultivator's comprehension value. Those freaks with high comprehension values had a very high chance of comprehending concepts. Once they could comprehend a concept, the cultivator's strength would greatly increase. In other words, the starting point of a cultivator was determined by their innate bone value, but the end point of a cultivator was determined by their comprehension value. Concepts were also divided into 9 levels. Once the concept reached the 9th level, it was possible to comprehend the legendary profound power. Of course, Yi Zan had only just come into contact with sword intent. Profound power was still a distant dream for him. He had only comprehended 2 levels of sword intent, yet his strength had already reached a terrifying level. It was enough to envision how powerful profound power would be. However, after awakening the Sword Overlord Physique, not only did Yi Zan possess 2 levels of sword intent, his cultivation had also broken through to the true core state. The current him was already at the early stage of the golden core state. Throughout the entire Great Xian dynasty, cultivators whose cultivation had reached the golden core state were all old monsters from the various major factions. The number of these cultivators could be counted on one hand. If the previous Yi Zan could only run amok within the Great Xian dynasty, then the current Yi Zan could be said to have reached the point where he looked down on everything here. The strength of an early-stage golden core state cultivator, in addition to the sword defense lightning technique, low-rank earth rank the cold light ice soul sword, low-rank magic weapon, the sword overlord physique, and 2 levels of sword intent. Yi Zan could even take on cultivators at the middle stage of the golden core state. Even if he faced stronger cultivators at the late stage of the golden core state, he still had the strength to fight. Today could be said to be a good day. The strength of both the master and disciple had greatly increased. When Huang Ling and Shui Min rushed back to the inn, they were instantly stunned when they saw the changes in the 2 people. She is too beautiful. When their gazes fell on Yu, their mouths were agape. They could not tear their eyes away from her, and their pupils were filled with astonishment. Yu's facial features did not change, but her beauty had undergone an earth-shattering improvement. Most importantly, Yu's temperament was now akin to that of a fairy from the heavens. Other than that, Yu's aura had also become incomparably sharp, like a divine sword that was about to be unsheathed. The powerful waves of spiritual power that gushed out also indicated that she had already stepped into the true essence state. Of course, there were also great changes in Yi Zan's body. Yi Zan, who was already extremely powerful, had become even more unfathomable in the eyes of Huang Ling and Shui Min. His aura was like a deep abyss that had no end. He was merely sitting there, but he somehow seemed like a divine sword that was about to tear the world apart, filled with incomparably tyrannical power. What is going on? The two looked at each other in confusion and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How long had they been gone? It had only been 15 minutes since they came back from gathering information. Why did they feel like there had been earth-shattering changes in these two? This was especially true regarding Yi Zan, who was unconsciously emitting an aura that made them feel oppressed. How could they dare to ask anything? What are the results of your investigation? Who is that woman? Yi Zan looked at Huang Ling and Shui Min, and then asked slowly. At the same time, the overbearing aura slowly disappeared. Huang Ling and Shui Min's expressions became much more relaxed. They came back to their senses and quickly told him about the information they had gathered in detail. Li family, Zhongqing City. Hearing this, Yi Zan could not help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that after he helped you take revenge, he would have to go to Zhongqing City. Cultivators with dual spirit physiques were rare to begin with. If the other party's character was good, Yi Zan would not mind taking her in as a disciple. Huang Ling, Shui Min, if you two have nothing to do, you can practice swordsmanship with you. Of course, as your reward, I will help you refine that. Just as the two were about to leave after reporting their findings, Yi Zan stopped the two girls. Although Yu's cultivation was not low, she did not have much actual combat experience. If she did not go through some training, she would not be able to unleash her full strength. As you command, Elder. Hearing this, the two girls agreed without any hesitation. It was very easy to practice swordsmanship. The two of them often went out to train, so they had a lot of combat experience. Although they noticed that Yu had already reached the true essence state, they did not care too much about it. No matter how they looked at it, this deal was extremely worth it. Chapter 29. 2 against 1, and they still couldn't win. The dark glacial frost was extremely rare. Although it could increase a cultivator's innate bone value, it needed to be refined to do so. Unless one possessed a certain amount of strength, even if they had the dark glacial frost, they could only watch it rot. Most importantly, it could not be refined with spiritual power at all. It required true essence energy or above to refine. Although it was true that one could refine the dark glacial frost after reaching the true essence state, it would take a lot of time. In other words, if Huang Ling and Shui Min were to refine the dark glacial frost, it would take them at least a few months. However, if there was an expert to help them refine it, they would then have more time to cultivate. Their initial idea was to ask their teacher, Lin Qing, for help when they returned to the Qingyan sect. With the help of an empty core state cultivator, it would only take a few hours to refine the dark glacial frost. However, Yi Zan's strength was obviously stronger than their teacher's. With his help, it would naturally be even faster. Moreover, the deal Yi Zan proposed was simply too easy to satisfy. If it's good, then you can start now. Yi Zan smiled, and then waved his sleeve. An invisible power enveloped Yu and the others, and they disappeared from the inn. When Yu and the others regained their vision, they found that they had already arrived in the wilderness outside Zhaohe City. Although it was late at night, it did not affect their vision at all. What terrifying speed! Seeing this, Huang Ling and Shui Min could not help but stare blankly. What level had Elder Yi reached exactly? This was definitely not something an empty core state cultivator could do, right? Oh right, when you fight each other, don't hold back at all. Don't worry about hurting each other. Just do your best, Yi Zan said. Now that his strength had reached the early stage of the golden core state, even if these three true essence state cultivators were to fight to the death, everything would still be under his control. Okay, the three of them nodded in unison. Yu's expression instantly turned serious. She indeed lacked practical combat experience, and she knew very well that her teacher was trying to train her in this regard. She absolutely could not miss this opportunity. She had to give it her all. Shui Min, you go first, Yi Zan said after thinking for a moment. As you command, Elder Yi. Shui Min nodded, and then a sword appeared in her right hand. She strolled leisurely toward Yu. As the personal disciple of an elder of the Qingyan sect, she often went out to train. It could be said that she had extremely rich practical combat experience. She was considered extremely powerful among cultivators of the same level. Those cultivators with ordinary levels of talent, even if their cultivation levels were slightly higher than hers, would not be a match for her. Not to mention the fact that she was currently facing a junior sister who had basically never experienced actual combat. However, the very next second, Shui Min's expression suddenly changed. Wang, the power in Yu's body quickly started to circulate, and her 5th level true essence state cultivation suddenly exploded forth. What? Yu is actually at the 5th level of the true essence state. Seeing this, Huang Ling and Shui Min's expressions changed drastically. They had noticed that Yu had entered the true essence state since she had not yet familiarized herself with her own power back then, which made it impossible for her to completely hide her spiritual power fluctuations. However, Yu still managed to conceal a part of it. Thus, from what the two girls could sense, Yu had just entered the true essence state. Now that Yu had completely unleashed her strength, they finally understood Yu's true cultivation level. 5th level true essence state. She was at the same level as Huang Ling, and her cultivation level was even higher than Shui Min's. At that moment, Shui Min's expression immediately turned serious. "Senior sister, please advise," Yu shouted, and then she charged toward Shui Min. Seeing this, Shui Min did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. The true essence in her body swept out without holding anything back. Within a short period of time, the two had exchanged close to 40 moves. Initially, Shui Min relied on her rich combat experience to gain a slight advantage, but, as time passed, she gradually became exhausted. Moreover, what surprised Shui Min the most was that Yu's combat experience grew extremely quickly, and soon the latter had an absolute advantage in the battle. Seeing that Shui Min was about to be unable to withstand Yu's attacks, Huang Ling hurriedly joined the battle. The two of them had always been training together in the outside world, and their coordination was impeccable. This turned the tides of the situation in an instant. Yu was once again at a disadvantage. However, it was extremely difficult for the two of them to fight Yu. As time slowly passed, who knew how many moves the three of them had exchanged? However, at this moment, another scene that caused Huang Ling and Shui Min's expressions to change greatly appeared. After Yu gradually adapted to Huang Ling and Shui Min's attacks, the sword jade physique in her body emitted a sharp light. The sword techniques she displayed swept across the sky. In an instant, she actually defeated Huang Ling and Shui Min. "Alright, let's call it a day." Seeing this, Yi Zan got them to stop. Seeing this, Huang Ling and Shui Min could not help but hold their breaths in astonishment. They looked at Yu with shock in their eyes. The level of talent this master and disciple pair had was too abnormal. Previously, they had been jealous of Yu's luck in managing to become Elder Yi's disciple. However, after the battle just now, the jealousy in their hearts faded away. Yu's comprehension value had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Had it not, it would have been impossible for her actual combat experience to have increased so quickly. However, if the two girls knew that Yi Zan had once infused Yu with his own spiritual power, they might have once again become jealous. There was nothing strange about that though. This kind of treatment for disciples was simply too extravagant. Yi Zan once again waved his sleeve and brought Yu and the others back to the inn. He had already promised to help Huang Ling and Shui Min refine the dark glacial frost, so he naturally would not go back on his word. At first, Huang Ling and Shui Min thought that it would take at least several hours for Yi Zan to refine the dark glacial frost, but he did it in less than 15 minutes. They were completely dumbfounded. Ever since they started following Elder Yi, back then in the mountain range, more and more things had happened along the way. They were almost numb to all the surprises that appeared. As everyone knew, the speed at which a cultivator refined the dark glacial frost was closely related to their strength. In other words, the stronger the cultivator, the faster they would be able to refine the dark glacial frost. Seeing that Yi Zan did not even need 15 minutes to refine the dark glacial frost in front of them, they wondered just how strong he was. The two looked at each other and saw the shock that was evident in each other's eyes. If their guess was correct, something that would shake the entire Great Qian dynasty might happen soon. After refining the dark glacial frost, Yi Zan waved his hand gently. Two cold streams of light instantly entered the backs of Huang Ling and Shui Min. At the same time, the power inside Yi Zan's body suddenly swept out, helping the two to completely absorb the dark glacial frost. Chapter 30. Yunhei City. Seeing this, Huang Ling and Shui Min were moved. Was this the legendary VIP treatment? Although they could only experience it once, they were satisfied. With Yi Zan's help, they could be said to have refined the dark glacial frost perfectly. Moreover, after completely refining the dark glacial frost, they could clearly sense that their innate bone value had increased a little. Huang Ling and Shui Min then said goodbye to Yi Zan and joyfully returned to their respective rooms. Although the battle with Yu today had given them quite a blow, it was still worth their while since they were able to perfectly absorb the dark glacial frost with the help of Elder Yi Zan. I really hope that I can dream of Elder Yi tonight. The two girls lay on the bed. When they thought of Yi Zan's handsome appearance, they felt butterflies in their stomach. If Lin Qing knew that her two treasured disciples were having such thoughts, she would definitely hold her head in her hands helplessly and say, "It's really hard to discipline girls when they're older." On the morning of the third day, when the first wisp of purple air slowly rose in the east, Yi Zan took Yu and the others on the Firebird and flew toward Yunnan province. As they gradually approached the village in her memory, Yu's mood also turned gloomy. The joy that she had from her cultivation breakthrough had long disappeared. Time flew by and, soon, a day had passed. When night fell, Yi Zan brought them to find a place to rest. At the same time, Yi Zan once again honed Yu's actual combat experience, but this time, he became her sparring partner. Of course, he suppressed his cultivation to the 5th level of the true essence state. Even so, Yu could not last more than a few rounds in his hands. Ding. As the host has accompanied your disciple through 3 actual battles, you have helped your disciple obtain substantial actual combat experience. You have received a random 9 times feedback points critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained the experience of 27 life and death battles. When the sparring ended, the system notification rang out in Yi Zan's mind. The next second, he gained the experience of 27 life and death battles out of thin air in his mind. He had gained quite a bit of understanding regarding the path of cultivation once again. As expected, everything can be improved. Seeing this, Yi Zan could not help but smile. Soon, the second day arrived. Yi Zan and the others once again passed through the mountains and forests. At noon, they finally arrived in Yunnan province. As long as they passed through the Netherworld forest, which was not far away, they would be able to reach Yu's hometown, which was the village filled with her sad memories, Lin Shi village in the east of Yunhei City. However, the Netherworld forest was extremely dangerous, and there were 5th-rank demon beasts inside, which were comparable to core formation state cultivators. Most cultivators did not dare to venture deep into the Netherworld forest, much less fly above it like Yi Zan. However, Yi Zan only released a bit of his aura. The 5th-rank demon beasts in the Netherworld forest immediately trembled uncontrollably and crawled on the ground in fear. The Firebird did not go straight to Lin Shi village. Instead, it landed in the nearby Yunhei city. In Yu's memory, she could only vaguely remember the appearances of the bandits. However, she did not know the exact origin of that group, nor did she know where their headquarters were. Therefore, Yi Zan planned to ask around for some information in Yunhei City first. The city lord of Yunhei City had reached the 7th level of the purple spirit state. As soon as he sensed the aura of the Firebird, he was shocked. The Firebird's grade was high level rank 4, and its strength was not inferior to his at all. If its owner was able to control such a terrifying demon beast, then the strength of its owner could only be greater. The city lord of Yunhei City hurriedly went out to welcome them with a smile. No matter what the other party's purpose was, he could not afford to offend this big shot, especially if he was some sort of eccentric powerhouse. The slightest dissatisfaction meant that the other party might even destroy this city. "May I know where you come from? I am Lin Yuan, the city lord of Yunhei City." "Greetings, sir." Lin Yuan bowed respectfully in the direction of the Firebird. "Qingyan sect, Yi Zan." Yi Zan looked at Lin Yuan and then said calmly. At the same time, the Firebird turned into a stream of light and entered the space between Yu's eyebrows. "I didn't expect it to be Elder Yi Zan. I have long heard of your illustrious name. Please come to the city lord's mansion for a visit. I will treat you well." Hearing his introduction, Lin Yuan was shocked. He had been wondering why this expert was so young. It turned out that he was Yi Zan from the Qingyan sect. In the entire Great Qian dynasty, there was no one who did not know Yi Zan's name. He did not expect this legendary big shot to turn up at Yunhei City. Why would such a noble existence come to such a remote place? "I won't trouble the city lord. I came to Yunhei City just to gather some information. Yi Zan said. Elder Yi Zan, please tell me what information you are looking for. I will tell you everything I know, Lin Yuan said respectfully. I want to know the specific information of all the robbers at the border of Yunhei City. Yi Zan said. Ah, seeing this, Lin Yuan's expression changed. Why, is that not possible? Seeing this, Yi Zan squinted his eyes. As the city lord of Yunhei City, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to know nothing about the bandits around Yunhei City. If the bandits in the city were too rampant and affected the lives of the common people to a great extent, he, as the city lord of Yunhei City, would certainly be punished by the great Xian dynasty. Although Yi Zan's expression did not change much, Lin Yuan felt an extremely terrifying pressure, and cold sweat ran down his back. I do know some information, but it's basically information from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect came to Yunhei City and took over the mission of exterminating the bandits in the city. Therefore, the city lord's mansion ceased their involvement in the capture and extermination of the bandits after that. Lin Yuan explained hurriedly. The Xuanian sect was the second most powerful sect in the Great Xian dynasty. They had the authority to take over the mission of exterminating the bandits in the city by using the warrant given by the sect. Chapter 31, Bandit Stronghold. The Xuanian sect again. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across Yi Zan's eyes. Huang Ling and Shui Min had said earlier that the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect had taken over most of the cities of the Great Xian dynasty under the banner of suppressing bandits. It now truly seemed to be the case. However, it was impossible for those fellows from the Xuanian sect to be so benevolent. What exactly were they plotting? I don't need specific information. As the city lord of Yunhei City, you should at least be aware of the number of bandits in Yunhei's city vicinity, right? You just need to tell me their general locations. Yi Zan said. Yes, sir. Lin Yuan nodded, and then ordered his servants to retrieve the information about the bandits from the city lord's mansion. After Lin Yuan handed over the information, Yi Zan used his spiritual sense to scan and memorize all of the information. Yi Zan then waved his sleeve and turned into a ray of light, leaving with you and the others. Looking at the direction where Yi Zan disappeared, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. He also had some doubts in his heart. As the second best sect in the Great Xian dynasty, the strength of the Xuanian sect was undeniable. Under normal circumstances, the other party should have wiped out all the bandits around Yunhei City easily after taking over the task of suppressing the bandits. However, for some reason, as time passed, the bandits around Yunhei City became more and more rampant. Previously, they had only gone after the wealth of the surrounding villages, but now they were starting massacres. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. However, whenever he sent people to observe the behavior of the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect, he found that the other party had indeed been suppressing the bandits. Especially those bandits who were brutal and massacred the villages, they were all killed mercilessly by the practitioners of the Xuanian sect. However, the strange thing was that the number of the bandits around Yunhei City did not decrease, but increased instead, despite more and more bandits being killed. Lin Yuan had once suspected those practitioners of the Xuanian sect, but he did not dare to interfere in the affairs of the Xuanian sect after the leader of the other party exerted pressure on him. He knew very well that he was only a small city lord of Yunhei City. Even if the Xuanian sect was plotting something, it was not something a small figure like him could interfere with. Swoosh! The spiritual power in Yi Zan's body gushed out, bringing you and the others along with him at an extremely fast speed, tearing through the sky and heading toward the direction of the mountain. It was clear from the information just now that there were a total of 23 bandit strongholds around the Yunhei City. Of course, this was after excluding those bandits who had already been eliminated. He headed toward the east of Yunhei City. If those bandits who massacred Linshi village were still alive, then they were most likely hiding in this area. A vast and boundless mountain in the east of Yunhei City. This place was only 20 kilometers away from the Netherworld forest. On this steep mountain, one could see some stone houses. There were many caves on the mountain, and these houses were connected to these caves in an ingenious way. Looking at it from afar, it was indeed quite marvelous. Many people lived in these caves or stone houses. This was a mountain bandit stronghold near Yunhei City. They called themselves the Mountain Wonder Stronghold. The composition of this group of bandits was extremely complicated. Many of them were cultivators who were wanted by the Great Xian dynasty's officials, and there were also some desperate people. Other than that, there were also many abandoned disciples from the various sects. However, at this moment, they had all gathered in this mountain stronghold. All their old identities had been thrown away, and now everyone here was just a bandit. 3 days ago, they had gathered their numbers and completely robbed a village 9 miles away from here. Not only did they take away all the wealth and food of the villagers, but they also took with them all of the young and beautiful women in the village. Of course, there were many villagers who chose to resist, but only death awaited them. After all, the bandit leader of the mountain stronghold had reached the 3rd level of the true essence state, and the strongest one in the village they had killed had only reached the 7th level of the refinement state, so how could they possibly resist the invasion of these bandits? The whole village was plunged into a sea of blood and despair. The strong villagers who resisted the bandits had all been killed, and the young and beautiful women had been taken away. Even the newborn babies had been mercilessly killed by these bandits. These bandits were like merciless killing machines. They brought the loot they had stolen back to the village and held a celebration party. Why don't you scream? If I scream, do you dare not to scream? Are you dead? Can't you hear what I'm saying? At this moment, a man's impatient voice could be heard from inside one of the caves. The man mercilessly slapped the woman's face. The broad and thick palm was imbued with a strong force. The woman's face was slightly deformed from the slap. A red palm print suddenly appeared on her face, and streams of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, the woman did not seem to feel anything. Her eyes were empty, and no screams emerged from her mouth. Her eyes were filled with despair. She had given up on life in this world. She could not even commit suicide in the hands of these brutal and shameless bandits. F***ck, this is boring. The man slapped the woman's face again, and then pulled up his pants. He spat on the woman's face and left the cave with an unhappy expression. How boring. If this bitch doesn't cooperate in a few days, then I'll kill her. After leaving the cave, the man walked outside and took a deep breath. His expression was still vicious. However, the next second, his expression changed. 4 figures suddenly appeared in his field of vision, a man and 3 women. Most importantly, they did not rely on any magic treasures and just stood there in midair. How is this possible? Who are you? When the man saw this scene, his pupils shrank and his body trembled. They were able to stand in the air without relying on any magic treasures, which could only mean one thing. This could only be achieved by core formation state cultivators, who were far above the true essence state. Yizan looked at the man indifferently, but, beside him, Huang Ling and Shui Min's eyes were filled with monstrous rage. Yu's fingernails were digging into her palm. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to spit fire, and her small body trembled with anger. This mountain housed one of the bandit strongholds in Lin Yuan's information. What happened? The bandits in the cave seemed to have sensed the movement outside and hurried out. When their eyes caught sight of Yizan and the others floating in the air, their expressions also changed. My lords, one of the bandits was about to speak, but he was directly cut in half by Huang Ling's sword. Whoosh, whoosh, a few sharp sword lights flashed, and the robbers who came out of the cave were all killed by Huang Ling's sword. Yizan also narrowed his eyes, and then indifferently said, kill. Huang Ling and the others acknowledged the order. The spiritual power fluctuations gushed out. Holding their weapons, they charged at the bandits. At that moment, countless bandits revealed panicked expressions as they frantically fled in all directions. At the same time, they frantically shouted, "We're being attacked! We're being attacked!" Chapter 32, The Mastermind. What happened? Who dares to attack our mountain stronghold? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of a rather luxurious stone house. The middle-aged man looked at the mountain bandits who were running away in a panicked state and frowned. Second Commander, there's trouble. Powerful cultivators are attacking our mountain stronghold. When the bandits spotted the second commander, they quickly gathered around him as if they had seen their savior. When the second commander saw this, he could not help but squint his eyes. Very quickly, he saw 3 women wielding sharp weapons, quickly reaping the lives of the bandits. What beautiful girls! When the second commander saw you, he immediately revealed a lewd expression. However, his expression quickly changed. The strength of the bandits was not weak. However, this group of women were easily taking their lives. It was obvious that these women were strong. Brothers, quickly go back and get your weapons. Let's capture these 3 girls. The second commander roared angrily. He then returned to the stone house and took out a sharp long knife. Follow the second commander and capture the girls together. Under the second commander's lead, the bandits instantly became more confident. They rushed toward Huang Ling and the others with long sabers, sticks, and other weapons. However, their expressions soon changed. The cultivation levels of these three women was extremely powerful. They could not even get close to them before being cut into two by the sharp sword chi. Shua, as a terrifying sword chi flashed past, a stone house not far away suddenly split into two and instantly exploded. Damn it, these girls are so powerful. The second commander saw this scene and narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that these three women had not used their full strength earlier, which caused him to misjudge their strength. The strength they were showcasing now indicated that all three of them had definitely reached the true essence state. Although he was not weak, he was only at the first level of the true essence state, and not very strong either. Any core disciple of the major sects who was at the same cultivation level as him would be able to easily crush him. These three women were so young, but their cultivation levels had already reached the true essence states. They had to be genius cultivators from one of the top sects. Given their strength, the bandits were no match for them. Therefore, he had to seize the opportunity to escape with his life. Brothers, hurry up and kill them. Don't be afraid, the second commander roared angrily and urged the surrounding bandits to charge toward Huang Ling's group. However, the very next second, he stopped and suddenly ran in the other direction frantically. HMPH, can you escape? Seeing this, Yu's eyes gleamed with a cold light. The sword in her hand shone brilliantly. In an instant, she had blown away more than a dozen bandits and was charging toward the second commander. Damn it, seeing this, the second commander's expression could not help but change. The long blade in his hand then released his true essence energy, chopping off a rock that weighed thousands of jin which smashed toward Yu. He wanted to use the power of the huge rock to hinder Yu's pursuit. Shua, however, he was destined to be disappointed. The sword in Yu's hand shone with a bright light. The sharp sword chi instantly crushed the huge rock into pieces. With a flash sword chi, the second commander's body was bisected. Such a large commotion had taken place in the stronghold, so the first commander naturally noticed it. However, after seeing the power Huang Ling and the others displayed, he immediately decided to retreat. While the second commander and the others were fighting against Huang Ling, he quietly used the stronghold's secret passage to escape. Had it only Huang Ling and the others, the first commander might indeed have been able to escape quietly. Unfortunately, there was still Yi Zan, who had reached the golden core state. The next second, a pressure that caused even the first commander's soul to feel fear quietly spread out. His footsteps suddenly stopped, and his body could not stop trembling. Most importantly, he found that he could no longer move. There was no helping it. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. A mere third-level true essence state commander was like an ant in Yi Zan's eyes. Ah, swish. Within a short period of time, all the bandits in the mountain stronghold had been eliminated. Yi Zan, who was standing on top of a huge rock, stretched out his hand and gently made a grabbing motion. The secret passageway in the mountain stronghold immediately burst open, and then a terrifying invisible force grabbed the first commander's neck and pulled him out. The first commander's eyes were filled with despair. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but not only could he not move, he could not even speak. Yi Zan could not be bothered to listen to him. His powerful spiritual sense directly invaded the commander's soul as he used the simplest and most violent method to find the information he wanted. Okay, let's go. After finding the information he needed, Yi Zan gently patted the first commander's body and it immediately exploded. Yi Zan then turned around and looked at Yu. Seeing this, Yu's hand that was holding the Qingyan sword could not help but tremble slightly. She naturally knew what Yi Zan implied. Her master had already found the whereabouts of the group of bandits who had massacred her village 2 years ago. It was true that Yi Zan had indeed found the whereabouts of those bandits from the memories of the first commander. Coincidentally, not only did the first commander of this mountain stronghold know what had happened 2 years ago, but he also knew some information related to the Xuanian sect. The reason why the bandits around Yunhei City were so brutal was indeed related to the Xuanian sect. Those cultivation practitioners from the Xuanian sect were actually commanding those bandits to slaughter the villagers. Their purpose was very simple, they wanted to collect enough qi and blood essence. The Xuanian sect really deserves to die. At that moment, there was a cold gleam in Yi Zan's eyes. Although the memories of the first commander indicated that he did not know whether those cultivation practitioners were from the Xuanian sect at first, after Yi Zan saw the martial techniques displayed by the other party, he knew the identity of the other party. Moreover, it was clear from the first commander's memories that the massacre in Yu's village had something to do with the Xuanian sect. Were it not for the instruction of those cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect, that group of bandits would not have massacred Yu's village. At most, they would have plundered and stolen the wealth of the villagers. At first, that group of bandits only plundered the wealth of the village. However, under the instruction of the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect, they returned and massacred all of the villagers in Linxi village. The reason for this was simple. The Xuanian sect had agreed to give them cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and weapons as long as they massacred all the villagers. The Mountain Wonder Stronghold, where the first commander was located, also received similar benefits from the Xuanian sect. Under the instruction of the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect, the first commander and the others had massacred 3 villages. Whether it was an old man with a foot in the grave or a newborn child, they had all been slaughtered. Chapter 33, Bloodstones, the intentions of the Xuanian sect. The purpose of the Xuanian sect was very simple. They wanted to obtain the qi and blood essence of the villagers. When a human died, the qi and blood essence in their body would be released quickly. Normally, the qi and blood essence would dissipate into heaven and earth. However, if one had a special method or magic treasure, they could collect the qi and blood essence. The reason why the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect could collect the qi and blood essence was because each one of them carried a treasure called a bloodstone. Through the use of the bloodstone, they could absorb the qi and blood essence of the dead. By some lucky coincidence, the first commander had overheard a discussion among the cultivation practitioners that the Xuanian sect was collecting the qi and blood essence of these human beings not for their own personal cultivation purposes, but rather for the sect, and that these bloodstones had to be handed over to the sect elders. When Yi Zan saw this scene in the first commander's memories, he had a flash of realization when he recalled the various cultivation methods of the Xuanian sect over the past few years. He had already seen through the intentions of the Xuanian sect. Qi and blood essence were the core cultivation requirements for a cultivation practitioner who had broken through to the peak of the core formation state. Most importantly, the amount of qi and blood essence required for a cultivation practitioner to break through to the unity realm was an astronomical figure. The Xuanian sect sent their cultivation practitioners to various cities in the Great Qian dynasty. On the surface, they were acting under the banner of righteousness to suppress the bandits, but, in fact, they were instructing the bandits to slaughter the villagers and secretly collecting the qi and blood essence. After that, they brought the qi and blood essence back to the sect using the bloodstones. The qi and blood essence in a single person's body was limited, but it would be a different story if they slaughtered hundreds of people. As long as enough people were involved, they would be able to gather enough qi and blood essence. With such a huge amount of qi and blood essence, would it not be easy for a cultivation practitioner in the late stage of the golden core state to reach the peak stage of the core formation state or beyond? The Great Qian dynasty had a population of hundreds of millions, and the Tianyuan continent was a cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even if a large number of people were killed every day, the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty would not be able to detect anything as long as these massacres were dealt with quietly. After all, these bandits were mostly desperados, and many of them had massacred villages before, so it would be difficult to detect any changes if the cultivators of the Xuanian sect merely ordered the massacres of a few more villages here and there. What a good plan. Thinking this, Yi Zan sneered. He had basically learned that there was a powerful old cultivator hidden in the Xuanian sect, whose cultivation had at least broken through to the late stage of the golden core state. It seemed that the plan to seek revenge on the Xuanian sect would have to be delayed a few more days. At the very least, his cultivation base had to break through to the late stage of the golden core state or the peak stage of the golden core state. He would head to Zhongqing City later instead. If Li Qingyan could pass his test, he would take her in as his disciple. At that point, he would be able to gain more rewards from the system, after which his cultivation would likely reach the late stage of the golden core state. Let's go. Yi Zan then waved his sleeve, and a huge amount of power gushed forth from his body. It swept up Yu and the others and flew away. After Yi Zan and the others left, there were sounds of crying and weeping echoing all over the mountain stronghold. We are finally saved. Ali, where are you? The group of animals who abused us have all been killed by our benefactor. We are finally free. These godforsaken B***stards finally got their comeuppance. Oh God, you've finally opened your eyes and delivered justice. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Many naked women knelt down in the direction where Xuan and the others had left. Their faces were full of gratitude. Xiaoshui, we can go home now. Is our home still there? According to the first commander's memories, the bandits who had massacred Lin Shi village were gathered at a place called Shidong. They called their village Fengshuan Stronghold. The bandits in the mountain village had all drifted together from extremely distant places. Originally, they wanted to continue drifting in search of a relatively wealthy city before robbing their homes. However, just after they finished robbing Lin Shi village, a few mysterious cultivators suddenly came knocking on their doors. They claimed to be from a large sect, and wanted to cooperate with the bandits. Their proposal was very simple. The cultivators wanted them to slaughter a village within a set period of time. The wealth, food, and those young and beautiful women in the village would all belong to the bandits. As for the mysterious cultivators, they only needed to obtain the chi and blood essence of the villagers when they were on the verge of death. The rewards offered by the other party were also very tempting. They would be given some relatively high-level cultivation methods, as well as expensive medicinal pills and martial techniques. This business deal was simply too good to pass up. The leader of the group of mountain bandits agreed without the slightest hesitation. The mountain bandits were originally vagrants. Robbing, burning, killing, and plundering were just trivial matters to them. Hearing that they would even be rewarded generously for their crimes, they all jump at the opportunity. Therefore, under the instruction of those mysterious cultivators, within these 2 years, they had already massacred 6 villages. If things had been the same as before, the city lord's mansion would have furiously mobilized a large number of cultivation practitioners to encircle and suppress them. However, after 2 years, the city lord's mansion of Yunhei City had not shown any sign of activity. They even heard that the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect had taken on the mission to suppress the bandits. Just as they were starting to feel fearful, those mysterious cultivation practitioners appeared again. They made it clear that they had a friendly relationship with the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect, and those that worked with them would not be targeted by them. Later on, the mountain stronghold slaughtered 2 more villages. After realizing that the cultivation practitioners of the Xuanian sect had remained silent, they finally felt relieved. Today, they had received another mission from those mysterious cultivation practitioners, and were supposed to slaughter another village. However, the village was close to 30 kilometers away from their mountain stronghold. The first commander had already led most of the bandits to that village early in the morning. Currently, there were only a few people left guarding the mountain stronghold. Inside a simple and unadorned wooden house in the Fengshuan stronghold, a man dressed in cyan black robes sat cross-legged on the bed. His gaze landed on a bloodstone in front of his chest. Looking at the dense blood essence gushing out from the bloodstone, he revealed a satisfied expression. Phew, the mission was finally completed. Once senior brother returns, I can return to the sect to complete the mission. The man muttered to himself. Chapter 34, Exterminating the Fengshuan Stronghold. I won't need those bandits from the Fengshuan Stronghold after this. When they come back, I'll send them off to the underworld. At that moment, the man's lips curled up into a sneer. He was a cultivation practitioner from the Xuanian sect, though the bandits in the stronghold did not know that. They believed that he was a cultivator from some mysterious sect. The Xuanian sect had always been brutal in terms of their methods and techniques. Now that the mountain stronghold had lost its value, there was no need for it to exist anymore. Once they completed their mission, it was time to tie up loose ends. In this way, not only could they keep the bloodstones a secret, but they could also put on an act for the great Qian dynasty to see. Over the past few years, the Fengshuan stronghold had become a well-known bandit stronghold that everyone in the Yunhei city wanted to destroy. As long as they completely eradicated the Fengshuan stronghold, they would definitely gain the support of countless people. Not only would they be able to obtain a huge amount of chi and blood essence, but they would also be able to improve the image of their sect at the same time. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This man and another cultivation practitioner of the Xuanian sect were the ones responsible for supervising the Fengshuan stronghold. That way, if they discovered that someone wanted to leak the secret, it would be easier for them to eradicate the enemy. Although these bandits were not aware of their origins, it would be bad if other cultivation practitioners of other sects recognized their identities. The bloodstone on the man's chest had absorbed enough qi and blood essence when he was slaughtering another village a while back. Now, he just needed to wait for his senior brother's bloodstone to absorb enough qi and blood essence before their mission was complete. There would be no reason to keep Fengshuan's stronghold around then. Not good. Enemy attack. Just as the man put away the bloodstone, a series of panicked shouts suddenly echoed throughout the stronghold. What? The man frowned when he heard this, and then he quickly walked out. He saw that there were 4 people attacking Fengshuan's stronghold, 1 man and 3 women. How can there be such a beautiful woman? When the man's eyes landed on you, his eyes lit up. However, his expression changed drastically shortly after. How is this possible? She's actually a 5th level true essence state cultivator. The next second, the sword in Yu's hand emitted a sharp aura, and then she charged toward the bandits of Fengshuan's stronghold. The true essence in her body swept out, and a powerful force quickly reaped the lives of those bandits. Huang Ling and Shui Min, who were beside her, did not make a move. This was also Yi Zan's intention. The bandits of Fengshuan's stronghold were the murderers who had massacred Lin Shi village. Logically speaking, Yu should take revenge herself. Only then would she be able to completely resolve the knot in her heart. The strength of a 5th level true essence state cultivator was so powerful that none of the bandits were a match for her. They could not even withstand a single blow from Yu. Some of these bandits were in the Qi transformation state, though most were at the peak of the refinement state. How could they withstand Yu's attacks? Yu's movement technique was as fast as a cheetah's. Even when faced with dozens of bandits who were working together, none of them could land a blow on her. Damn it, this woman's strength is too terrifying. Hurry up and run. The bandits who were still alive cried out with fear. After seeing their companions fall one by one, how could they still have any thoughts of resisting? Damn it, where did these people come from? Seeing this scene, the man's expression also changed greatly. He then moved his body and retreated frantically. Although his cultivation had also reached the 5th level of the true essence state, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate when he felt the true origin power emitted from Yu's body. He was especially wary of that longsword. Its grade was definitely not ordinary. Even if he attacked, he might not be able to defeat Yu. More importantly, she did not come alone. Especially that man standing on top of the huge rock. Although he did not sense any spiritual power fluctuations from that man, when his gaze landed on that man, his heart trembled. That man's cultivation must have reached an extremely terrifying level. It was at the very least not lower than the purple spirit state. Damn it, it just so happens that senior brother isn't here. Why did this group of people come over at this time? Why do that woman's moves feel so familiar? I think I've seen it somewhere before. Could it be that this woman is from a top-tier sect? Once the man made his way beyond Yi Zan's line of sight, the power in his body gushed out crazily, and then he ran away quickly. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. However, at this moment, he felt an extremely terrifying pressure fall from the sky, suppressing him to the point that he could not move at all. This is the pressure of a core formation state cultivator. Realizing this, the man widened his eyes in astonishment. He was a cultivator from the Xuanian sect, so how could he not know what such powerful pressure represented? Only a core formation state cultivator could render a 5th level true essence state cultivator like him unable to move using just his spiritual pressure. Damn it, how did I end up meeting such a powerful cultivator? The man cursed in despair helplessly. The very next second, an invisible force suddenly grabbed the man's neck and pulled him over to Yi Zan's side. Ah, messenger, please save us. Help, I don't want to die yet. The man who was held in the air by an invisible force could only watch as all the bandits in the stronghold were slaughtered. Although the first commander of the Fengshuan stronghold had taken away most of the forces, the 4th commander of the Whirlwind stronghold was still alive. He was a cultivator who had reached the 1st level of the core formation state. However, all of his comrades had fallen at the hands of the woman holding the longsword. As expected, it's the Xuanian sect again. Yi Zan reached out his hand and gently waved it, easily catching the man in front of him. At the same time, a bright light flashed and the bloodstone in the man's arms suddenly landed in Yi Zan's palm. Seeing this, the man's eyes flickered furiously. He wanted to struggle, but he could not free himself from the invisible power at all. Yi Zan gently squeezed his palm and the bloodstone in his palm instantly turned into nothingness. The rich qi and blood power slowly dissipated back into heaven and earth. Just the impure qi and blood essence was not enough to tempt him. Only those old monsters at the end of their lifespan would come up with such a crazy idea of wanting to use the impure chi and blood essence from mortals to break through. Chapter 35. The Savage Bandits. The next second, Yi Zan's spiritual sense suddenly invaded the man's mind, and he used extremely violent methods to examine the man's memories. After obtaining the information he needed, the man's soul was also torn apart and dissipated. They are heading to Tashi village. Yi Zan snapped his fingers lightly, and the man immediately exploded and turned into nothingness. His gaze then fell on Yu, who was not far away. Blood dripped from Yu's sword, and her body was covered with the scent of blood. As she stared at the destruction she had wrought in the stronghold, there was not a trace of pity on her face. It was this group of bandits who had brutally massacred her village back then. While she did not remember many enemies, the fourth commander who had fallen under her sword was one of them. Back then, it was this fourth commander who had wielded a long saber and slaughtered Lin Shi village. He did not even spare the elderly and newborn children. Yu would never forget the appearance of the fourth commander. The sword in her hand did not hesitate to split the fourth commander in twain. Just before the light from the fourth commander's eyes faded away, his mind seemed to recall something. The terrifying girl in front of him wielding a longsword seemed to be the lone survivor from Lin Shi village 2 years ago. She had come back to take revenge. However, how could a powerless girl become so strong in just 2 years? The fourth commander could not comprehend this. He died with a face full of unwillingness. Yi Zan waved his sleeve and then flew away with Yu and the others. They headed toward Tashi village, where the rest of Yu's remaining enemies were gathered. In Tashi village, what are you waiting for? If you don't hurry up, I'll chop you into pieces. Hurry up and cooperate. Hand over all of the wealth in the village and the food. Damn it, what are you looking at? Are you looking to die? The bandits held sharp weapons in their hands and roared at the villagers ferociously. Some of the villagers who wanted to resist had their arms and legs broken by them. Those who dared to look them in the eye would be slapped in the face. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big, so the villagers could only endure the humiliation in order to survive. They hurriedly returned to their homes and took out all their wealth and food. If they were slightly slower, their limbs would be broken by these bandits. However, that was not the worst part. Some of the more brutal bandits directly cut them down with their blades. Hurry up, don't waste our time. Right at this moment, a man wearing a cyan robe was shouting impatiently. The middle-aged man next to him nodded with an ingratiating smile. Okay. I will go and urge them. The burly middle-aged man was the first commander of the Fengshuan stronghold. He was a cultivation practitioner who had reached the 5th level of the true essence state, and his name was Bajuluo. The person Bajuluo was trying to please was the cultivation practitioner from the Xuanian sect. This Xuanian cultivator's identity was not simple. He was the personal disciple of an elder, and also Duan Wuji's brother. His name was Duan Wuyi, and he was a cultivation practitioner who had reached the 8th level of the true essence state. Hurry and finish up. If you see anyone dawdling, drag them out and chop them up. Bajuluo then shouted, "Did you hear that? I told you to be faster. Are you deaf?" The next second, one of the bandits kicked a hunchbacked man who was carrying several bags of food. "I'm sorry, I know I'm wrong. I'll move faster." Although the hunchbacked man was extremely angry, he could only smile and restrain himself. He did not dare to display any dissatisfaction. After all, he did not have the slightest talent when it came to cultivation. He was just an ordinary civilian. A few years ago, when he went to the mountains to search for yams, he was attacked by demonic beasts. Although he was lucky enough to survive, his back had indeed suffered serious injuries. After that incident, he became a hunchback. As his back and waist injuries were chronic, he could only carry 2 bags of food with much effort. Naturally, his speed was much slower than the other able-bodied villagers. He was extremely clear in his heart that ordinary citizens like him were nothing but ants in the eyes of these bandits and cultivators. In any case, these bandits were only robbing them of wealth and food. As long as they could ensure the safety of their wives and children, they would do what was necessary to satisfy them. Dignity did not matter here. For the safety of his family, he was willing to let them trample on him. It's already too late to apologize. The bandit had a vicious expression on his face as the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. The long saber in his hand flickered with a sharp light as he slashed down toward the hunchbacked man. As the dazzling saber light flashed past, fresh blood instantly gushed out. Father. A 5 or 6-year-old boy in the crowd could not help but let out a heart-wrenching cry of sadness when he saw this. Husband. At the same time, the woman beside the boy also knelt on the ground in grief. Her face was filled with a mournful expression as she charged toward the bandit without caring about anything else. You animals, if you want money, I'll give you money. Why didn't you let him go? You're courting death. When the bandit saw this, the fierce expression on his face became even more intense. The long saber in his hand slashed down once again. Another stream of bright red blood spurted out. Mother. When the boy saw this scene, he cried out miserably. Tears streamed down his face, and his eyes were filled with despair. His fingernails dug deeply into the palm of his hand, so deeply that they drew blood. The boy cried while looking at the bandit with immense hatred, after which he charged out of the crowd like a madman and charged toward the corpses of his parents. Even if the target was a child, there was no pity in the eyes of the bandit. He slowly raised the long saber again. Little Zongbin, don't be rash. These animals are too much. They are treating human lives like grass. Villagers, let's not endure it anymore. We will perish together with these animals. Many of the men in the village were furious. Their eyes were filled with hatred toward this group of mountain bandits. They wanted to rush over and save the boy. However, the strongest among them was only at the 3rd level of the refinement state. How could they resist these bandits? The sharp saber light flashed again. It was about to split the boy's head into two. Chapter 36. You. Do you still remember me? Shoo. A sword chi that exuded a resplendent light flashed past. The long saber in the bandit's hand instantly shattered. At the same time, there was the sound of flesh being torn apart. The bandit's body instantly stiffened. He lowered his head with great difficulty and saw a deep wound on his chest in which his bones were visible. This. How? The light in the robber's eyes gradually faded, and he collapsed to the ground dead. Who's there? Seeing this, Bajuluo's eyes darted around, and his expression instantly turned vigilant. However, Duan Wui's gaze immediately turned toward a certain direction. The figures of a man and 3 women slowly appeared in his field of vision. These 4 people were all very young, and it looked like the oldest among them was only around 20 years old. They walked slowly toward the robbers. Dark clouds covered the sky as if heralding an impending storm. Rustle. At the same time, gusts of strong wind suddenly whipped past, causing the trees to shake and the dust on the ground to be swept up. Who exactly are you all? How dare you attack my Fengshuan stronghold? When Bajuluo saw this, he took a step forward. His eyes were filled with ferocity. First commander of the Fengshuan stronghold, do you remember me? You held the incomparably sharp Qingyan sword in her hand as she slowly walked forward. The sharp tip of the sword split the ground as she dragged it along the ground. Her face was extremely beautiful, and she had bright eyes and white teeth. Her star-like gaze landed on Bajuluo. However, her gaze was filled with hatred. Her snow-white clothes had long been stained with bright red blood. However, it was precisely because of this that you displayed a different kind of beauty. In an instant, the wind surged and the clouds rose, the strong wind swept up the sand on the ground. Remember you. When Bajuluo saw this, he frowned slightly. He deeply immersed himself in his memories. When had he ever met such a beautiful woman? It's normal that you don't remember. After all, countless people died in your hands. Why would you care about the lives of commoners like us? How would you remember the appearance of a girl who narrowly escaped death and was forced to cross the netherworld forest? You slowly walked toward Bajuluo. When she saw the face that often filled her nightmares, the memories of that tragic incident from 2 years ago involuntarily surfaced in her mind. At this moment, neither Bajuluo or Duan Wui dared to act rashly. After all, the strength that you displayed earlier was not ordinary. The origin of this person was unknown, but she definitely was not some common character. Under the circumstances where they were uncertain about the identities of their enemies, it would be unwise to act rashly. However, compared to Bajuluo, Duan Wui's experience and breadth of knowledge was clearly richer. When his gaze landed on the Qingyan sword in Yu's hand, he felt that something was very wrong. The grade of this weapon was not low. Even he had never come into contact with such a high-grade weapon. Most importantly, he could not see through the young man's aura at all. He could not detect any spiritual power fluctuations from his body. However, when the young man glanced at him, his heart palpitated madly as if warning him of an impending threat to his life. Moreover, he felt that this young man's appearance seemed somewhat familiar. He felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but where? No matter how hard Duan Wei racked his brain, he was unable to recall who this young man was. He was different from Duan Wuji. The latter had just seen Yi Zan's portrait, so he naturally knew Yi Zan's identity. However, when Duan Wei left the sect, he had only taken a quick glance, so he did not have much of an impression of him. Forced to cross the netherworld forest. Hearing this, Bajuluo narrowed his eyes. The doubtful expression in his eyes became even stronger, but, at the same time, his body also silently tensed up. Ta. When she was close to 50 meters away from Bajuluo, Ayu halted her footsteps. Her star-like gaze fell upon Bajuluo's body. Her eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. Gusts of strong wind surged around them, shaking the large trees around the village. The dried leaves on the ground were swept up by the strong wind. Yu's clothes, which were stained with fresh red blood, fluttered in the wind. Her long, beautiful hair slowly rose and fell on her shoulders. Do you remember what happened at Linshi village 2 years ago? Yu looked at Bajuluo and said slowly. The Qingyan sword in Yu's hand suddenly shook. A streak of bright light suddenly lit up, illuminating their originally dark and dim surroundings. At the same time, Bajuluo also suddenly came back to his senses, and the events of the past appeared in his mind. What? You are actually the girl who survived the Linshi village massacre. You actually made it through the netherworld forest. When Bajuluo heard this, his eyes widened. He now remembered that, 2 years ago, he led the members of Fengshuan's stronghold to completely slaughter Linshi village. However, at that time, there was indeed a little girl who managed to escape. Bajuluo was not the only one who recalled this, the other bandits present at Fengshuan's stronghold back then did too. They had a deep impression of this girl. In the entirety of Linshi village, Yu was the most delicate and pretty-looking girl. It was also because of this that those bandits did not want to kill Yu, but wanted to bring her back to the stronghold instead. Unfortunately for them, Yu's father's cultivation had reached the 4th level of the refinement state, and he protected Yu with his life. Even though her father was almost cut in half by the first commander, he still managed to throw Yu into the netherworld forest before he died. Of course, at that time, Bajuluo also had the opportunity to capture Yu in the netherworld forest. However, at that time, Duan Wei had been overly cautious and did not personally come out to collect the qi and blood essence. As such, Bajuluo had been placed in charge of the bloodstone. The qi and blood essence emitted by a person before death was the densest, and it would rapidly dissipate with the passage of time. He was afraid of wasting too much time chasing Yu, and also wanted to avoid any repercussions from Duan Wei. As such, he chose to return to the village and use the bloodstone to collect the qi and blood essence. In order to speed up the pace of collecting the qi and blood essence, the mountain stronghold's commander personally took care of the villagers. He only sent some bandits with lower cultivation to chase after Yu. Earlier, the bandits had wanted to capture Yu alive, so they did not try to kill her directly. Otherwise, Yu's father would not have been able to protect her. After that, Yu's father sacrificed his life to allow Yu to successfully escape from the bandits' vicious hands. In addition, the bandits were quite afraid of the demonic beasts in the depths of the netherworld forest, so Yu survived their cautious pursuit. After Bajuluo finished collecting all of the qi and blood essence of the villagers, he also hurried to the netherworld forest. However, after several days of fruitless tracking, he did not find any trace of Ayu. However, Bajuluo was not too bothered about it. After all, Ayu was a weak girl. If she was placed in the netherworld forest, she would almost certainly die. She would have been eaten by some demonic beast. However, he did not expect that the reason he could not find Yu was because, after witnessing her father's death, she had fainted due to grief. Furthermore, she had been taken away by a second-ranked demonic beast, an ocelot. Furthermore, it was exactly this ocelot that had scared the bandits away. The ocelot carried Yu and ran toward the depths of the netherworld forest. However, on the way, it was attacked by a third-ranked demonic beast, the chaotic wood snake. In order to save its own life, the ocelot had no choice but to abandon Yu and flee. How could the chaotic wood snake let the ocelot go? The two chased each other into the depths of the forest and slowly disappeared. It was also because of this that Yu was able to escape. Perhaps the heavens pitied this girl with a tragic fate. Although Yu had encountered many disasters in the netherworld forest, she was lucky enough to survive. After wandering around for several months, she finally arrived at the Qingyan sect and met Yizan. The turning point in her life, her master. If possible, Yu did not want to just be his disciple. Chapter 37. All of you will die. There were 5 or 6 villages that were completely slaughtered by the Fengshuan stronghold, which added up to close to 40,000 people. However, Yu was the only survivor among them. HMPH. You were lucky enough to survive back then. Instead of living peacefully out there, you actually dared to come back. Don't worry, I won't give you a second chance at survival. Seeing this, Bajuluo sneered. The other bandits also looked at Yu with a ferocious expression and then surrounded her. The reason why they had not recognized Yu immediately was because Yu's appearance had changed drastically. She had become even more beautiful and alluring. Although Yu's facial features did not change much, her temperament had been greatly improved since she awakened the sword jade physique. If the Yu from before could be considered a graceful beauty, then she was now a peerless beauty. Bajuluo's eyes were filled with a cold gleam. The 2-meter-long broadsword at his waist was instantly unsheathed. He first looked at Yu, then at Yizan and the other 2 who were not far away. Although he did not know the strength of Yizan and the others, there was a limit to how strong a young cultivator could be, no matter how talented they were. Most importantly, 2 years ago, Yu had still been a weak ordinary person. How much could she have changed in just 2 years? In his opinion, no matter how talented Yu was, her cultivation would at most have reached the 8th or 9th level of the refinement state. Now that he knew Yu's identity, the final doubts in Bajuluo's heart were completely dispelled. Perhaps the people around Yu were not simple, but they were not the only powerhouses here. He also had Duan Wei, who had reached the 8th level of the true essence state by his side. Bajuluo had seen Duan Wei's strength with his own eyes. Even he himself could not withstand 2 moves from him. Therefore, according to Bajuluo's speculation, after Yu had luckily escaped from the Netherworld forest, she should have become a disciple of a sect. Now, after her cultivation reached a certain level, she had brought her senior and junior brothers back to avenge her village. Hey, after I capture you and bring you back to the stronghold, I will have scored a great contribution. As for the senior sister who came with you, she looks pretty good. I'll just keep her around as my wife. In fact, I'll keep both of them. Kiki. Bajuluo had a savage grin on his face. The true essence energy in his body surged out into the long saber. A sharp saber chi immediately spread out. At the same time, the surrounding bandits also activated the spiritual power in their dantians. In an instant, all kinds of spiritual power suddenly circulated, forming an extremely terrifying spiritual pressure. The surrounding villagers who were not cultivators immediately felt their chests tighten and knelt on the ground with incomparably terrified expressions. The bandits were all ready to attack. As long as Bajuluo gave the order, they would attack Yu. Although the villagers were scared out of their wits by their aura, Yu's expression did not change at all. Yu gently lifted the Qingyan sword, her jade-like hand gently pressed on the blade of the sword. Her cherry-like mouth opened slightly, and she continued to speak slowly. Father, mother, village chief grandpa and Aunt Huang. Today, Yu will take revenge for the village. In an instant, her extremely dense true essence energy suddenly surged forth, and her jade-like bones blossomed with a resplendent sword chi power. An extremely powerful aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings. This is impossible. Seeing this, the bandits stared at her in shock. Those with lower cultivations felt an extremely powerful spiritual pressure sweep over their bodies, but they were unable to sense Yu's exact cultivation level. However, Bajuluo was very clear. The other party's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the true essence state, and the density of her true essence energy was even more terrifying than his. How is this possible? Bajuluo staggered backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could an ordinary person reach the 5th level of the true essence state in such a short time? How did she do it? It was true that ordinary people could not accomplish this feat, but it was different when it came to Yizan. At that moment, Bajuluo's heart was filled with disbelief. He did not want to believe what was happening right now. He had spent dozens of years cultivating, yet had only reached the 5th level of the true essence state. However, Yu had only spent 2 years to reach the same level. Could this be any more ridiculous? 2 years ago, he had been able to kill this girl with a single slap. Now, she had reached the same cultivation level as him. Let's attack together. We have to capture her. Bajuluo was also someone who could see the big picture, so he quickly calmed down and shouted. Although those bandits were scared, they did not dare to disobey the first commander's order. Besides, no matter how powerful Yu was, there was no way she could possibly withstand a siege by so many people, right? The first commander's cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the true essence state, while the second and third commanders had both reached the 3rd level of the true essence state. If they worked together, Yu would not be their match. Most importantly, they also had an extremely powerful cultivator from a mysterious sect behind them. Thinking this, the bandits immediately calmed down. They then charged towards Yu with weapons in hand. Brothers, charge, charge, take her down. Yeah, there are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of a little girl like her? At that moment, the bandits all roared in anger, trying to give themselves a morale and courage boost. All of you must die today. Seeing this, Yu raised her eyelids slightly. Her eyes were filled with coldness. The Qingyan sword in her hand released a dazzling sword chi, instantly splitting the unfortunate bandit who was the first to rush over into 2 halves. How could a mere 5th or 6th level chi transformation state cultivator withstand the sharp sword chi of the Qingyan sword? When everyone saw this scene, the confident smiles on their faces suddenly faded. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they wanted to retreat. Second and third, let's work together to take her down. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Bajuluo roared angrily. His true essence energy surged forth, and his feet left a clear mark on the ground as he shot out like a cannonball. The long saber in his hand released a powerful saber chi which slashed toward Yu. Chapter 38. Don't come over. At the same time, the second and third commanders formed a pincer attack, completely surrounding Yu. The surrounding bandits also held weapons in their hands as they encircled Yu. Even though she was faced with attacks from all directions, Yu did not panic in the slightest. The Qingyan sword in her hand blossomed with brilliant light, fiercely clashing against Bajuluo's long saber. Clang! An extremely powerful force suddenly swept out. The long saber in Bajuluo's hand instantly bent, and his body was forced back more than 10 steps. Damn it! What grade of weapon is that? Bajuluo's expression could not help but change greatly. Whether it was the strength of their true essence energy, or the grade of their weapons, he could not compare to Yu. Clang! Clang! The Qingyan sword in Yu's hand transformed into a sky full of sword shadows. With a crushing stance, she instantly sent the second and third commanders flying. Their cultivation levels were not as high as Yu's, and with the added difference in the grade of their weapons, they were easily and completely crushed by Yu. Were it not for the fact that there were too many bandits surrounding Yu, she would have only needed 2 moves to kill those 2. After the 2 of them fell to the ground, they looked at their trembling right hands. Their hearts were filled with fear. How could they still dare to continue fighting? The entire process happened within the blink of an eye. Before everyone could react, Yu lightly tapped her feet and stood up. Her sword chi formed a half-moon arc that swept out and slashed toward the bandits. In an instant, screams could be heard all over the place. In just an instant, that half-moon arc sword chi killed more than 10 bandits. When everyone saw this scene, they were terrified. The first commander could not defeat the other party, and the second and third commanders were sent flying with a single strike. The rest of the bandits could not even withstand a single strike from the other party without dying. How were they supposed to continue fighting like this? What exactly happened? How could an ordinary person from 2 years ago become so terrifying? At that moment, most of the bandits fearfully and frantically ran in all directions. However, would Yu let them off? Yu's figure moved, and the Qingyan sword in her hand emitted a resplendent light. Her sharp sword aura swept toward the bandits. Each sword strike took the lives of several bandits. Clang clang clang. The sword and the saber clashed madly, but Bajuluo was beaten back each. Cracks eventually started appearing on his long saber. At this moment, the Qingyan sword in Yu's hand burst forth with even more power, which instantly sent the long saber in Bajuluo's hand flying. At the same time, Yu's foot kicked Bajuluo's abdomen. The terrifying power of her kick was transmitted to Bajuluo's abdomen, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Puff! Bajuluo struggled to get up, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Why was there such a difference in strength between them? Were they not both 5th level true essence state cultivators? Despite noticing the injured Bajuluo, Yu did not pursue him. Of course, it was not because she was soft-hearted, but rather because she did not want Bajuluo to die so easily. Yu immediately turned her attention to the other bandits. She would never forget that her father had been killed by these bandits. Yu, don't come over. If you come over again, I will kill him. The bandit saw Yu's cold gaze and was instantly terrified. In his panicked state, he placed his long saber on the neck of one of the villagers. He looked at Yu with a threatening gaze. However, Yu acted as if she did not hear his threat and slowly walked toward him. With Master around, there was no way these small fries could hurt those villagers. When he saw Yu continue walking forward, the bandit's face became even more ferocious and he roared with all his might. Are you deaf? Can you not hear what I'm saying? If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill him immediately. Immediately, the bandit's spiritual power surged out crazily. His long saber was about to chop the villager to death. However, before he could do so, he found that an invisible spiritual pressure had completely restricted his movements, rendering him immobile. What's going on? The bandit immediately panicked. Those who despise life deserve death. Yu looked at the bandit expressionlessly. The Qingyan sword in her hand released a sharp sword chi which left a deep wound on the bandit's body. How did the bandits kill her father in the past? She would repay them tenfold today. Ah! The bandit screamed in pain. The deep wound was too painful. However, he could not move at this moment. He could only bear this pain that was worse than death. Run! Run! When the surrounding bandits saw this scene unfold, they felt fear within the depths of their hearts. They fled frantically. However, the next second, their faces also changed drastically. They discovered that their bodies could no longer move. What's going on? What's going on? Many of the bandits' faces were filled with shock. They suddenly realized that there was an invisible force that completely restrained their movements. There was a top-tier powerhouse here. Who was it? However, at this moment, no one knew who this top-tier powerhouse was. When they saw Yu slowly approaching them with the Qingyan sword in hand, their bodies involuntarily trembled, and their eyes were filled with fear. Yu did not show them the slightest bit of mercy. She repeated what they had done to her parents back then. At that moment, screams could be heard all over Tashi village. The bandits' screams made everyone's scalp tingle. When the villagers saw this scene, their eyes were filled with disbelief. This girl was too powerful. She had actually dealt with these bandits so easily. Kill these animals. These animals deserve to die. They deserve to die. When the villagers saw the bandits' miserable expressions, they did not show any mercy. Instead, they gritted their teeth and their faces were filled with hatred. Many of the villagers even cried because of this. Those brutal bandits had killed countless villagers and robbed them of almost everything. When they thought of their loved ones dying at the hands of those bandits, their hearts were filled with incomparable grief. Now that they were witnessing the bandits receiving the punishment they deserved, they could no longer restrain the overflowing emotions in their hearts. Chapter 39, Yi Zan. Seeing this scene unfold, Bajuluo was terrified. He had no intention of fighting anymore. Although they were both 5th level true essence state cultivators, why was the difference in their strength so great? Whether it was in terms of cultivation techniques or weapons, he could not be compared to you. Brother Duan, please. At this moment, Bajuluo hurriedly turned toward Duan Wui. He knew very well that although Yu was extremely powerful, if Duan Wui made a move, he would definitely be able to easily defeat her. However, when his gaze fell on Duan Wui, he saw an extremely shocking scene. Duan Wui's body could not stop trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. You are Yi Zan. At the thought of this name, Duan Wui's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, he finally understood why he had been somewhat familiar with this young man's appearance. It was because this guy was Yi Zan of the Qingyan sect. Yi Zan was the peerless genius of the younger generation of the Great Qian dynasty. A top-notch expert who had entered the core formation realm at the age of 20, and who had even become an elder of the Qingyan sect. Yi Zan, what? Seeing this, Bajuluo looked puzzled. At this moment, thunder and lightning filled the dark clouds in the sky. Bajuluo, who had just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, could not help but tremble. Yi Zan, who else could make Duan Wui so afraid? Although he was just a bandit, he had heard a little about Yi Zan, the genius who had caused an uproar in the entire Great Qian dynasty. There were only a few key pieces of information about Yi Zan that he needed to focus on. Yi Zan was a top-tier expert whose cultivation had reached the core formation state. Regardless of his background, this cultivation level itself spoke for itself. But was that young man really Yi Zan of the Qingyan sect? The youngest core formation state cultivator in the history of the Great Qian dynasty. Why would such a powerful top-tier expert appear here? Wait, He came here with you. Could it be? At this moment, Bajuluo's heart could not help but beat rapidly, and an extremely terrifying possibility appeared in his mind. A top-tier core formation state expert accompanying a true essence state cultivator here, what did this mean? The relationship between the two was definitely not simple. It was either a relationship with an elder or a master-disciple relationship. The other party was Xuan, known to be the greatest genius among the younger generation of the Great Xian dynasty. If he was really Yu's master, then Yu's strength could be explained. In just 2 years, a weak ordinary person had stepped into the 5th level of the true essence state. Had it been anyone else, they would have been accused of spouting nonsense, but if it was Xuan, it might actually be possible. Xuan's accomplishments were extremely legendary, so it was understandable that he would be able to teach such a genius disciple. Thinking of Xuan's existence, Bajuluo was extremely terrified. Earlier, although he was indeed no match for Yu, if he wanted to escape, the other party would not be able to stop him. However, if Xuan was here, even if he had wings, there was no way for him to escape. Bajuluo was not like Duan Wei, who came from a top-tier sect. He also did not have any powerful trump cards left behind by a master. Most importantly, what was the use of these so-called trump cards in the face of extremely powerful core formation state cultivators? I am Duan Wei of the Xuanian sect, a disciple of Elder Li. Greetings, Elder Xuan. Immediately, Duan Wei bowed respectfully to Xuan. What, you are from the Xuanian sect? Hearing this, Bajuluo's expression changed drastically. Damn it, so this guy was a cultivator from the Xuanian sect. We've been played. Although Bajuluo was very displeased, he saw a glimmer of hope after discovering Duan Wei's identity. After all, the Xuanian sect was the second most powerful sect in the Great Xian dynasty. Even Xuan had to give them some face, right? However, would this guy save me? Would the talented cultivators of these top-tier sects really care about our lives? Thinking this, Bajuluo suddenly became uneasy and frantically thought of countermeasures. Xuan did not even bother paying any attention to Duan Wei. He stood on the giant rock with a calm expression. Duan Wei could not help but feel awkward when he saw this. The reason why he lost his composure when he recognized Xuan's identity was because he had a secret he had to keep. After all, if Xuan found out that he was using the bloodstone to collect the qi and blood essence, it would definitely have a great impact on the Xuanian sect. After all, their actions had been cruel and inhumane. If news of this spread, the Xuanian sect would become the enemy of the entire Great Xian dynasty, especially the royal family of the Great Xian dynasty. They would never allow the Xuanian sect to exist. Although the Xuanian sect was ranked second in the Great Xian dynasty, one could not underestimate the power of the royal family. It was due to this that they had chosen to collect the qi and blood essence secretly. In the beginning, Duan Wei planned to destroy the Fengshuan stronghold together with his junior brother after he had collected enough qi and blood essence from the massacre of Tashi village. This way, no one would be able to reveal the secret of the bloodstone. Moreover, they would be able to gather the qi and blood essence of the cultivators of the Fengshuan stronghold while simultaneously completing the bandit suppression mission of the royal family of the Great Xian dynasty. This would thereby increase the reputation of the Xuanian sect. This could be said to be a plan that allowed them to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Xuan had appeared at this critical moment, completely disrupting his plan. Although Duan Wei was extremely resentful, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on his face. Damn it, if the elders of my sect had also appeared here, there would be no need to be so aggrieved. At this moment, the screams of the bandits rang out once again. These bandits had massacred the villagers of Linshi village in the past. Those villagers would finally be avenged. As time passed, the bandits gradually lost their lives one after the other to use Qingyan sword. Night fell. The dark clouds in the sky rumbled with the promise of an impending storm. Strong gales blew around, sweeping up the surrounding dust and sand, and spreading the thick smell of blood. Elder Yi, you, seeing this scene, Duan Wei's face became extremely ugly. Looking at Xuan's appearance, it seemed that he was allowing the woman to destroy the Fengshuan stronghold. Since Duan Wei himself was also working with Bajuluo, would that mean that Xuan would also destroy him alongside them? Although Yu's strength was not weak, if the two sides fought, she would not be a match for him at all. However, the other side had a big shot like Xuan. Would he even be allowed to hurt Yu under Xuan's watch? Moreover, Judging from Yi Zan's demeanor, he might even kill him directly. However, he was still a cultivator of the Xuanian sect. Would Yi Zan really dare to act? He could not guarantee that he would not. After all, Tashi village was located in a remote place. Even if Yi Zan really killed him, who would know or find out? Yi Zan's attitude of ignoring him made him feel increasingly uneasy. Chapter 40. I also killed your brother. At this moment, a few more mournful screams rang out. Of the entire Fengshuan stronghold, only the commanders remained. Yu's snow-white clothes were already soaked in blood. Her slightly disheveled hair danced in the wind. The next second, Yu slowly walked towards the third commander with the Qingyan sword in hand. As a sharp sword light flashed past, the third commander's head was separated from his body. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, okay? I will definitely change in the future. I will definitely be a good person. The second commander saw Yu walking toward him step by step. His body trembled in fear. He was so scared that he lost control of his urinary system. Hehe, you can keep these words and tell them to those who died in hell. Yu's eyes were cold as she uttered the words that would seal his fate. Back then, countless villagers had begged for mercy in front of the second commander, but did he give them a chance? A sharp sword light flashed past, and the second commander's head was also separated from his body. Now, only the first commander, Bajuluo, was left. Don't kill me. It was all his doing. Feeling the scythe of the Grim Reaper on his neck, Bajuluo was completely flustered, and he ratted out Duan Wei without any hesitation. It's all the Xuanian sect's doing. It's all their doing. Originally, we only wanted to see some wealth, didn't even think of killing you all. But this guy threatened our Fengshuan stronghold. They told us that, if we didn't act according to their instructions, that we would be the ones to die. If it wasn't for him, such a tragedy wouldn't have befallen Linshi village. It's all his fault. Right, his junior brother is still at our base. They are the main culprits behind the massacre of Linshi village. Your true enemies should be them. I'm begging you, please let me off. Bajuluo's face was filled with terror as he cried out. Kacha. Right at this moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning flashed in the sky and instantly lit up Bajuluo's face in the dark night. There was a frightened expression on his face coupled with a desperate look in his eyes. Hearing this, Duan Wei's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, I've already sent his junior brother to hell ahead of time. It's time for you to accompany him. I promise you that I'll send him to hell as well. Yu looked at Bajuluo icily. What? Junior brother is dead? Hearing this, Duan Wei became increasingly flustered. His junior brother had already died. Did they come from the headquarters of the Fengshuan stronghold just now? They were cultivators from the Xuanian sect. Were they not afraid of revenge? At this moment, Duan Wei's heart was filled with fear. These guys even dared to kill his junior brother. In that case, there was no way they would let him go. Elder Yi Zan, I'm Elder Li's personal disciple. I still have his warrant with me. Duan Wei immediately panicked. He quickly took out his master's warrant, hoping that the other party would spare his life for the sake of his master. However, Yi Zan ignored him. Seeing this, Duan Wei fell into complete despair. It was obvious that Yi Zan wanted to kill him. Yi Zan, I'm a personal disciple of the Xuanian sect. If you kill me, it will definitely cause a war between our two sects. Can you bear such a heavy responsibility? Duan Wei threatened Yi Zan out of desperation. Our Xuanian sect is the second-ranked sect. Your Qingyan sect can't afford to mess with us. If you really kill me, my master will not let you off. When that happens, the Qingyan sect will be buried with you. Seeing that Yi Zan was still acting indifferently, Duan Wei suddenly became hysterical. His face was full of madness. I don't want to die. In the end, his fear of death overcame the anger in his heart. Duan Wei was like a dog, kneeling on the ground and begging Yi Zan for mercy. Haha, do you think the death of a mere personal disciple like you will really cause a war between our sects? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Zan looked at Duan Wei indifferently. He then reached out and gently made a grabbing motion. A powerful invisible force immediately grabbed Duan Wei's neck and lifted him up. Elder Yi Zan, I'm begging you. Let me go. This was all my master's doing. It's all my master's doing. Oh right, don't core formation state cultivators like you yearn for the power of chi and blood essence. I have bloodstones on me. As long as you let me go, I'll give you the bloodstones. And And I can even take you to the sect's senior and junior brothers and sisters. They also have bloodstones with them. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you where they are." Duan Wei shouted with a fearful expression. Compared to his own life, dignity was worth nothing. He would readily trade the lives of his fellow disciples, and even his master, for his own. As long as he could survive, all of this was not a problem. In any case, when he returned to the sect, he could spin a different story. At that time, Yi Zan would face the wrath of the entire Xuanian sect. "A few days ago, I killed a cultivator of the Xuanian sect in the mountain range. His appearance was similar to yours. You two are probably brothers, right?" Yi Zan looked at Duan Wei, who was being choked in midair, and could not help but reveal a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Duan Wei's mind felt like it had been struck by a thunderbolt. Wuxia, you actually killed my brother. Yi Zan, I won't let you off." Duan Wei screamed crazily, his eyes full of hatred. Seeing this, a sneer hung on the corners of Yi Zan's mouth. The reason he told Duan Wei about this was to completely infuriate him and to reveal his true colors. Would Yi Zan let him live? Impossible. Yi Zan, you will definitely suffer the revenge of the Xuanian sect. "Ah, you and the Qingyan sect will be buried with my brother." Duan Wei revealed a crazed expression and roared hysterically. However, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance was futile. "All right, enough of your nonsense. It's time for you two brothers to be reunited. Don't worry, I will send your beloved master and your whole sect down to join you very soon." Yi Zan said indifferently, after which he activated the golden core power in his body. Chapter 41, The Dust Has Settled. This is impossible. At the same time, the life in Duan Wei's eyes slowly faded away. However, before he died, he managed to sense the extremely terrifying aura around Yi Zan's body. He had only felt such power once while he was alive. That terrifying aura he had felt back then belonged to the master of the Xuanian sect. This guy had actually reached the Golden Core realm at the age of 20. All the cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty had been fooled. Such monstrous talent was unprecedented. Was the Xuanian sect really going to be destroyed at his hands? However, Duan Wei had no way of knowing what the future would be like. After all, those were his dying thoughts. Gusts of strong wind blew across the surroundings, sweeping up the dust on the ground. Not far away, Bajuluo witnessed this scene and his entire body stiffened. He looked at Yi Zan in shock. This guy dared to kill a cultivator from the Xuanian sect, was he crazy? "Everything will soon be settled." At this moment, Yu slowly raised the sword in her hand and said those words with a cold expression on her face. "No, I don't want to die." Bajuluo's eyes were filled with fear. However, as a brilliant sword gleam flashed by, Bajuluo's head was separated from his body. Before his last shred of consciousness dissipated, Bajuluo seemed to recall the people who had died at his hands. They stood quietly at the end of a dark tunnel, staring at him calmly. Hoo-hoo! The strong wind in the surroundings grew stronger and stronger. The bangs on her forehead were pushed behind her ears. Her clothes, which were stained with fresh blood, fluttered in the wind. Yu, who was holding her sword in her hand, was in a daze. Everything was over. She had avenged all the villagers of Linxi village. Her parents, Grandpa village chief, Aunt Wang, as well as the rest of the villagers of Linxi village, their deaths had finally been avenged. However, the moment she killed Bajuluo, her entire body crumpled to the ground, and she felt lost. Yu's vision blurred. She, who had slaughtered the bandits without displaying the slightest change of expression, was now sobbing on the ground. As she held her sword in her hand and half knelt on the ground, the faces of her family from all those years ago kept appearing in her mind. Yu, sister Yu, little Yu, Yu seemed to see those familiar faces waving at her. Those naughty children of Linxi village were playing with each other. Her old father had just returned from chopping firewood on the mountain, and her mother was washing clothes by the river. Clatter. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were emitting flashes of light, as thunder rumbled in the skies above. Raindrops started falling, painting a stark scene of dreary death. At the same time, the illusion in Yu's mind suddenly faded. A large and warm hand patiently rubbed her head. Teacher. Yu's body trembled. She could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart. She suddenly turned around and hugged Yi Zan. The hatred, pressure, and heartache that had been suppressed deeply in her heart over the past 2 years bubbled forth at this moment. She had finally taken revenge personally for the deaths of the almost 3,000 people of Linxi village. Back then, she often thought about her identity as the only survivor of Linxi village. Her one and only goal in life was to take revenge on those bandits, and she felt incomparable pressure because of it. Were it not for the hatred and desire for revenge in her heart, she would not have been able to persevere in the Qingyan sect. She had once thought that if she really managed to take revenge for Linxi village in the future, then she would be able to die without regrets. Linxi village had not only been her hometown, but also her entire world. When the villagers of Linxi village fell at the hands of the bandits, her world collapsed. However, things were now different. She had a teacher. Yizan's appearance was like a candle, lighting up her dark life. Where her teacher was, there was her world. Yizan gently patted Yu's head and transmitted a trace of gentle power into her body to calm her restless emotions. A moment later, Yu calmed down. Teacher, I want to go back to Linxi village to take a look. Yu wiped the tears on her face and said to Yizan. Okay. Yizan nodded gently, and then brought Yu over to Huang Ling and Shui Min. The very next second, Yizan waved his sleeve, and an extremely pure power enveloped them as they flew away. After Yizan and the others left, the sky rumbled with the sound of thunder, and a torrent of rain fell. It was like an outpouring of rain from the 9 heavens. It washed away all of the blood on the ground. The rescued villagers prostrated themselves. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. The villagers ignored the falling rain as they knelt in the direction where Yizan and the others had left. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. The boy whose parents had died in the hands of the bandits wiped the tears from his cheeks and kowtowed heavily in the same direction. Linxi village, the village that had once been filled with laughter and happiness, was now a shadow of its former self. Walls were broken everywhere, which were covered with spider webs, and the villagers' furniture had long become moldy. The houses were also filled with rainwater, which passed through the ruined roofs. The weeds in the village were as tall as an adult's waist. Thunder continued to rumble as the dense clouds dispensed rain over the surrounding area. Yu quietly looked at the ruined village, her memories overlapping with the scene in front of her. She looked absent-minded as she slowly walked through the village. No matter how heavy the rain was, she toiled to find the villagers' bones and remains amidst the storm, and buried them. After spending half a day, Yu finally buried the villagers and her mother's bones in the village. Then, she went to the netherworld forest to look for her father's bones. After doing all this, Yu erected a memorial monument in their honor. Then, Yu slowly walked over to the grave of her parents and tearfully knelt down. The rain slowly dripped onto her face, intermingling with her tears. In Yu's mind's eye, she could still see and hear her parents' cheerful laughter. She could not help but immerse herself into the memories of the past. Yu, sitting by her bedside, in a slightly dim room, her mother looked at her dotingly. Yu, remember to forget. You must live on. As long as you can live a safe and happy life, father and mother will have no regrets. As her words trailed off, the candle flame that dimly lit up the room was extinguished. Yu stayed in front of her parents' grave for a long time. Suddenly, a bright smile appeared on Yu's face. Then, she kowtowed in front of her parents' tombstones again. Father, mother, you don't have to worry. Yu will definitely continue to be happy. Because Yu has met the best teacher in the world. The rainstorm came and went. After Yu paid her respects to her parents, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. However, Yu's clothes had been soaked in the rain, and they clung tightly to her body. Since Yu's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the True Essence realm, she used the True Essence power in her body to evaporate the moisture from her clothes. Alright, let's go to Zhongqing City. Chapter 42. The Furious Li Wuji. Yizan stretched out his hand and made a sweeping gesture with his hand. An incomparably huge demonic beast suddenly appeared from the void. This was the blazing plume that he had obtained from the system's feedback reward. The blazing plume's grade had reached level 5, and its strength was comparable to a core formation realm cultivator. Yizan also examined the blazing plume's strength briefly. This demonic beast's strength had reached the middle stage of the core formation realm. Its feathers were red, and the crown on its head was suffused with powerful fire elemental power. The blazing plume's claws were incomparably sharp, and its entire body was large enough to carry 7 or 8 cultivators. Could this be Elder Yi's new mount? Huang Ling and Shui Min, who were beside him, were shocked by the appearance of the blazing plume. They felt an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual pressure from this demonic beast. It was almost comparable to those elders of the Xuan sect. Elder Yi's mount was already a level 5 demon beast. From that, one could imagine just how powerful he was. It seemed like their speculations about Yi Zan back then were very likely to be true. Thinking this, the two could not help but look at each other. They saw the implied meaning in each other's eyes. Elder Yi Zan's strength had definitely surpassed the core formation realm. Moreover, there was a very high possibility that he was already a golden core realm cultivator. Even the leader of the Xuan sect did not possess such strength. Did this mean that Elder Yi Zan was already stronger than the leader? If the imperial family of the Great Xian dynasty knew of Elder Yi Zan's strength, perhaps the ranking and evaluation of the Xuan sect would also be raised. Most importantly, Elder Yi Zan was only 20 years old. It seemed that Elder Yi Zan's title as the strongest genius in the past 1,000 years of the Xuan sect needed to be changed. It was probably more apt to call him the strongest genius since the founding of the Xuan sect now. If Yi Zan was a genius from another sect, Huang Ling and Shui Min would have definitely felt immense pressure, but he was an elder of the Xuan sect, so they only felt excitement at this revelation. At this moment, Yi Zan did not know about what his two fangirls were thinking. Instead, he waved his hand with a calm expression, and the surging spiritual power in his body flooded out, enveloping Blazing Plume. As well as you and the others, inside. It isolated them from the scattered raindrops outside. "Let's go," Yi Zan said, and then got on top of the Blazing Plume. You and the others saw this and quickly followed suit. The Blazing Plume flapped its huge wings, and then flew toward Zhongqing City. The Xuan sect. As the second-ranked sect in the Great Xian dynasty, the Xuan sect had 20 elders, and each elder had their own independent palace. At this moment, an angry voice could be heard from the palace of one of the elders. Damn it, who was it? A white-haired old man with a beard could be seen inside. A furious expression was on his face, and powerful spiritual power fluctuations were gushing out of his body. If he had not hung on to the last bit of rationality left in his mind, this magnificent palace would have been turned into dust in an instant. Who had the guts to kill my disciple? The old man's pupils were filled with anger, and his long beard quivered. This old man was the 9th elder of the Xuan sect, Li Wuji. In less than 3 days, 2 of his disciples had died, and they were his 2 most valued disciples too, Duan Wuji and Duan Wuyi. In order to prevent any accidents from happening while they were out on assignment training, he had given both of them a trump card to protect their lives. They would be able to escape unscathed even if they were faced with a peak-level core formation realm cultivator. Even if they did encounter a core formation realm, who would dare to offend them once their identities were revealed? Yet their soul lamps had been extinguished. Someone who was able to kill his disciples even though they had their trump cards would at least be in the 9th or 10th level of the purple spirit realm. In the entire Great Xian dynasty, someone capable of killing his personal disciples without fearing the Xuan sect. Could it be that the Qian Gate has made a move? Thinking this, Li Wuji's expression changed. The Qian Gate was the #1 sect in the Great Xian dynasty. One could already tell the relationship between the Qian Gate and the Great Xian dynasty from its name. The leaders of the top sects all knew that the royal family of the Great Xian dynasty stood behind the Qian Gate. When the Great Xian dynasty was established, so was the Qian Gate. The two had a common history on this continent, and the latter had always been the #1 top sect in the Great Xian dynasty. Even after thousands of years, the Qian Gate remained in the same spot. This was the terrifying power of the Great Xian dynasty. It was also because of this that, even though the Xuan sect wanted to collect the power of Qi and blood essence, they could only do so in secret without letting the Great Xian dynasty know. Come here. Li Wuji took a deep breath and calmed himself. This subordinate greets Elder Li. As soon as he called out, a black-robed cultivator hurried in and bowed to Li Wuji respectfully. This cultivator was the supervisor of the Xuan sect, and he was responsible for handling the elders' matters. I want you to find the Duan Wuji and Duan Wuyi's murderer at all costs. Li Wuji said with a cold expression. Yes, Elder Li. The black-robed cultivator nodded and disappeared in a flash of black light. At the same time, the gates of the palace were shut tight, and Li Wuji sat on the throne with his legs crossed, his expression uncertain. If the murderer was really someone from the Great Xian dynasty or the Qian Gate, he would have to swallow this humiliation. However, if it was another sect, then they would have to face the terrifying anger of the Xuan sect. Someone who dared to kill the personal disciples of an elder of the Xuanian sect obviously did not care about the Xuanian sect. Brother Li. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the grand hall. At the same time, an invisible force pushed open the gates of the palace, and a white-haired old man walked in with his hands behind his back. This old man was the 8th elder, Ji Yu Da. Brother Ji Yu, what's the matter? Seeing this, Li Wuji could not help but ask. It's related to Yi Zan. Ji Yu Da looked at Li Wuji with a strange expression. Chapter 43, Yi Zan is still alive. Yi Zan. Li Wuji squinted his eyes as his gaze fell on Ji Yu Da. Is the Qingyan sect looking for revenge because of Yi Zan's death? No. Hearing this, Ji Yu Da shook his head. That's true. How could a mere Qingyan sect become our enemies for Yi Zan's sake? Li Wuji smiled indifferently. Qingyan sect's ranking was far lower than the Xuanian sect, and its overall strength lagged behind theirs as well. How could they have the courage to challenge the Xuanian sect? Even if the Qingyan sect wanted to investigate Yi Zan's matter, they could simply say that there were many cultivators fighting for the seven-colored chaos lotus at that time, and that it was inevitable that some casualties would occur. Since ancient times, treasures were obtained by those capable of obtaining them. If they possessed sufficient strength, they would naturally obtain these treasures. If they did not have the strength, then they could only blame themselves. Even though Yi Zan was surrounded and poisoned, it could be explained away as an accident, and it simply meant that the other party did not possess the strength to fight for these treasures. If the Qingyan sect really wanted to pursue the matter, the only viable method of resolution was to send one representative to duel the representative of the Xuanian sect in the arena. However, the overall strength of the Xuanian sect far surpassed that of the Qingyan sect. Every Xuanian sect elder was no weaker than the Qingyan sect elders, only stronger. Whether it was a one-on-one or a group battle, the Xuanian sect was not afraid at all. The Qingyan sect isn't looking for revenge, but that's because I have received news that Yi Zan is very likely to be fine. He is still alive. Ji Yu Da looked at Li Wuji and said slowly. What? That guy is still alive? Seeing this, Li Wuji's facial expression changed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. That guy had been poisoned so deeply that his meridians and dantian had been damaged. How could he survive? I'm not sure either, but my men recently spotted him riding a firebird and leaving the Qingyan sect. Ji Yu Da took a deep breath as he said all this with a solemn expression. Impossible. That guy was poisoned by the 5 poisons powder. How could he have survived? Li Wuji said doubtfully. The 5 poisons powder was not an ordinary poison. It was a top-tier poison refined by a top-tier 4th-grade poison master. In terms of lethality, it was almost as strong as a 5th-grade poison. The most crucial point here was that the core ingredient of the 5 poison powder was the poisonous liquid from the mouth of a level 6 demonic beast. The so-called poison master could be considered a type of alchemist. However, the pills and concoctions refined by poison masters were all highly toxic items. They were not like alchemists who refined medicinal pills. This fellow is only a mid-stage core formation realm cultivator. How could he possibly resist 5 poison powder? Moreover, he was seriously injured at that time. Normally, other than a 6th grade alchemist or pill king, no one can cure or treat the 5 poisons powder. For a moment, Li Wuji's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a mere Qingyan sect have the connections or resources to hire a 6th grade alchemist? It was also unlikely that Yi Zan had the good fortune to stumble upon one. I can't guarantee it either, but there are still many witnesses other than my men. But, based on the information I have on hand, there is a very high possibility that Yi Zan is still alive. Ji Yu Da said. When he had learned the news earlier, his face had also been full of disbelief. Yi Zan, who had been deeply poisoned by the 5 poisons powder, should have died long ago, and his corpse should have rotted away. This matter cannot be taken lightly. We must determine whether he is alive or dead. If the strongest genius of the Qingyan sect in 1,000 years has really fallen, the remaining few old fellows there will not be able to stop our Xuanian sect's plans. But if Yi Zan is really still alive, then the Xuanian sect will be in trouble. Li Wuji scratched his chin and fell into a state of deep thought, his face full of solemnity. Ji Yu Da would never joke with him about such an important matter. Although Yi Zan might not be alive, he had to consider the possibility of this news being true. If Yi Zan really had such monstrous luck, perhaps he could really resolve the 5 poisons powder. Most importantly, not only was Yi Zan the strongest genius of the Qingyan sect in the past 1,000 years, he was also the strongest genius among the younger generation of cultivators of the Great Xian dynasty. He was someone worthy of their attention. Facing such a monstrous talent, it was only normal for them to be somewhat flustered. Hehe, there's no need to rush. Ji Yu Da stroked his beard and said with a smile. Brother Ji Yu, what do you mean? Li Wuji frowned. We both know the terrifying lethality of the 5 poisons powder. Even if Yi Zan was lucky enough to survive, it would have caused irreparable damage to his cultivation foundation. Now, let alone whether he can increase his cultivation level, it's even hard to say whether he can maintain his original cultivation. Ji Yu Da replied confidently. When he learned that Yi Zan was still alive, he had indeed been shocked, but when he remembered the lethality of the 5 poisons powder, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The 5 poisons powder was so deadly that, even if Yi Zan was lucky enough to neutralize the poison, its sequelae would definitely cause permanent damage to his cultivation. Ha ha ha, I was indeed too anxious. Many thanks for Brother Gu's reminder. The 5 poisons powder is not only known for its lethality. The after effects of being poisoned by it are nigh incurable. Hearing this, Li Wuji's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. It's a pity that no one killed such a genius with their own hands. Given Yi Zan's monstrous talent, the qi and blood essence contained in his body must be very rich. What a pity. At that moment, Li Wuji could not help but recall the time when he fought for the 7-colored Chaos Lotus. Many elders of the Xuanian sect had joined hands and killed a core formation realm cultivator while the other experts were fighting for the treasure. They had absorbed his qi and blood essence into the bloodstone. The qi and blood essence contained in the body of a core formation realm cultivator had been beyond their imagination. The greedy elders then set their eyes on Yi Zan. Of course, the most important reason for this was that the 7-colored Chaos Lotus had fallen into Yi Zan's hands. In addition, Yi Zan's talent was too monstrous. If he was allowed to grow and develop, it was very likely that he would become a threat to the Xuanian sect. Moreover, at that time, the leader of the Qingyan sect and the other elders were already being tied down elsewhere. No matter how strong Yi Zan was, he was not a match for the combined efforts of these elders. They would definitely be able to kill him within a short period of time. However, what made them feel rather regret was that when the elders of the Qingyan sect saw that Yi Zan was in danger, they threw aside their opponents at the cost of incurring injuries and directly gave up the fight for the 7-colored Chaos Lotus in order to save Yi Zan. Chapter 44, The Chen Family and Mad Saber Sect. If Yi Zan is really alive, it's impossible for him to reveal himself openly. Moreover, there's a high possibility that he's secretly planning to take revenge on our Xuanian. At this moment, Ji Yu Da spoke up again. That's right, it seems that it's necessary for us to. Hearing this, Li Wuji nodded in agreement. However, the next second, his expression changed drastically. If Yi Zan was really alive, he would definitely think up ways to take revenge on the Xuanian sect. Yi Zan's current strength would definitely not be able to return to its previous peak, and the Qingyan sect's strength could not be compared to the Xuanian sect's, so the other party would definitely not choose to take revenge openly. As such, how would he take revenge on the Xuanian sect? The only method was to eradicate the fundamental foundation of the Xuanian sect. It was obvious that the best choice was to eliminate the talented cultivators of the Xuanian sect. Thinking this, Li Wuji retracted his gaze, his face alternating between shades of purple and green. He suddenly understood why Duan Wuji and Duan Wei had fallen. Given the strength of the Qian Gate, it was impossible that they would target the personal disciples of the elders of the Xuanian sect. Moreover, if the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty learned that they were collecting qi and blood essence, this matter would not have ended with the mere death of 2 personal disciples. Other than the Qian Gate and the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty, the other top sects did not dare to offend the Xuanian sect. However, the Qingyan sect was different. If Yi Zan had survived, then the murderer who killed Duan Wuji and Duan Wei was very likely to be Yi Zan. This guy was taking revenge on the Xuanian sect. Although Yi Zan's strength would indeed regress, it was impossible for him to regress below the core formation realm. A core formation realm cultivator would easily be able to kill a true essence realm personal disciple. Damn it, we have to confirm whether Yi Zan is still alive or not as soon as possible. If this guy is still alive, my 2 disciples very likely died at his hands. Not only that, the lives of our other genius cultivators are also in danger. Li Wuji looked at Ji Yu Da with a serious expression. Ji Yu Da's expression changed greatly when he heard this. He had indeed overlooked this serious problem. I will order the genius cultivators who are training outside to return to the sect as soon as possible. Moreover, if Yizan is really alive, we definitely can't let him find out that the Xuanian sect is collecting qi and blood essence. At that moment, Li Wuji and Ji Yu Da's expressions were extremely solemn. The situation was more serious than they had initially thought. If Yizan discovered that they were collecting qi and blood essence, he would definitely report this to the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty in order to take revenge. At that time, the Xuanian sect would have to bear the fury of the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty and the Qian Gate. These two figures suddenly turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the elders of the Xuanian sect emerged from their palaces in full force. It could be said that Li Wuji had learned who the real murderer was by accident. However, what he did not know was that, not only did Yizan's strength not regress, but he had also broken through to the Golden Core realm, and could kill him easily with a wave of his hand. Most importantly, Yizan did know that the Xuanian sect was collecting qi and blood essence. It was just that he did not intend to tell the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty about it. Instead, he wanted to purge the Xuanian sect himself. Yizan knew very well that even if the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty knew about this, in order to maintain the balance of power between the other top sects, they would not directly destroy the Xuanian sect. Just as Li Wuji, Ji Yu Da, and the others were making their move, Yizan had already arrived at Zhongqing City with the others. His purpose here was also very simple. He came here to examine Li Qingyan's character and see if she had the qualifications to become his disciple. Of course, Yizan was not in a hurry to do this. Instead, he chose to bring you and the others to an inn in the city to stay, and then chose to secretly observe Li Qingyan's behavior. Other than that, he was also thinking of inquiring about other people's evaluations of Li Qingyan in the city. After all, Li Qingyan was the eldest daughter of the Li family, which was the strongest family in Zhongqing City. The people of Zhongqing City would certainly be familiar with her. In a luxuriously decorated restaurant, Yizan was seated quietly in a private room as he listened to the conversations of the cultivators in the restaurant with a calm expression. I heard that Chen Ping of the Chen family successfully joined the Mad Saber sect and became the personal disciple of the sect master. I wonder if this news is true. Brother, your news is too outdated. This matter has long spread throughout the whole of Zhongqing City. Oh my god, isn't the Chen family going to rise up then? With the Mad Saber sect as their backer, I'm afraid that they will soon become the strongest family in Zhongqing City. Hehe, not only will they become the strongest family, but I don't think there will be 3 big families in Zhongqing City in the future. I'm afraid that the Li and Zhu families are doomed. There's nothing we can do about it. The sect master of the Mad Saber sect is a top-notch expert at the early stage of the virtual core realm. With the Chen family under his protection, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for the Chen family to become the strongest family in Zhongqing City? I've heard of the core formation realm, but what's the virtual core realm? Hehe, brother, you should know that the core formation realm is divided into 3 realms. From low to high, they are the virtual core realm, the true core realm, and the gold core realm. The king of our Great Qian dynasty is a super expert at the gold core realm. Hiss, I didn't expect that the core formation realm was further divided into 3 realms. Does that mean that the leader of the Mad Saber sect is only slightly weaker than our king by 2 realms? I guess you can say that. Sigh. Let alone the core formation realm, if I have the chance to step into the true essence realm in my lifetime, my ancestors would rise from their graves. How could I dare to aim for the invincible core formation realm? However, the Li family is indeed quite unlucky. The leader of the Li family finally killed that demonic beast, but he was ambushed by his enemies on the way back. It is said that the leader of the Li family's injuries are extremely serious. If he wants to fully recover from his injuries, he will have to pay a huge price. Exactly. In order to heal her father's injuries, the young miss of the Li family traveled thousands of miles to Zhaohe City for their auction to buy healing medicine. I wonder if she managed to buy anything useful. Isn't it obvious? When they came back, they looked like they were in a daze. They definitely didn't get anything. Whether Li Zhengyang's injuries recover or not, the ending of the Li family is already set in stone. No, the Li family still has a chance of survival. What chance of survival? It's very simple. A marriage alliance with the Chen family. What? A marriage alliance? That's right. The young master of the Chen family, Chen Ping, has long admired Li Qingyan. Unfortunately, Li Qingyan doesn't like Chen Ping, so it's been unrequited love on his part all this time. But now, if the Li family wants to survive in Zhongqing City, they can only choose to marry her off to the Chen family. Chapter 45. Dilemma. Over the past 2 days, Yi Zan visited every corner of Zhongqing City. By disguising himself as a customer in a tea house, or a common person in the market, he had pretty much figured out the situation in Zhongqing City. There were 3 big families in the city, namely the Li family, the Chen family, and the Zhu family. Among these 3 big families, the Li family was the most powerful. Even if the Chen family and the Zhu family collaborated, they could barely resist the Li family. The most crucial reason behind this was that the head of the Li family, Li Zhengyang, had reached the 7th level of the Purple Spirit Realm. In contrast, the heads of the Chen and Zhu families had only reached the 6th level of the Purple Spirit Realm. As everyone knew, once a cultivator entered the Purple Spirit Realm, the gap between each minor realm was huge. Although it was not as exaggerated as the Core Formation Realm, it was not something that lower-level cultivators could deal with. Under normal circumstances, 2 6th-level Purple Spirit Realm cultivators working together would be able to barely fight against a 7th-level Purple Spirit Realm cultivator. In addition, Li Zhengyang had reached the peak of the 7th level. It was due to this that the Li family had become the most powerful family in Zhongqing City. However, Li Zhengyang had been surrounded by his enemies and heavily injured. This was undoubtedly the best chance for the Chen and Zhu families to deal with him. The 2 families had planned to join forces and directly eliminate the Li family. However, at the critical moment, no one expected that the young master of the Chen family, Chen Ping, to actually successfully join the Mad Saber sect and become the sect master's personal disciple. Now that they had the Core Formation Realm cultivator as their backer, there was no longer any reason for the Chen family to join forces with the Zhu family. They decisively abandoned the Zhu family and planned to use the power of the Mad Saber sect to directly eliminate the Zhu and Li families, thereby becoming the most powerful family in Zhongqing City. Faced with an extremely powerful Core Formation Realm cultivator, what awaited the Li and Zhu families was destruction. Rumor had it that the Mad Saber sect's master would arrive in Zhongqing City in 2 days. Okay, now that I've figured out the basic situation, it's time to visit the Li family. Yi Zan slowly put down his wine cup, after which his figure suddenly disappeared from the restaurant without even causing the slightest movement. Young Master Yi, the braised beef you ordered is here. Why don't I see anyone here? By the time the waiter brought over the braised beef made from the 2nd-level demonic beast, Red Bull, Yi Zan had already disappeared. You're so generous, young master. Please come again next time. The waiter looked at the bright gold coin on the table and could not help but smile. He immediately expressed his gratitude with an apologetic smile. For this young Master Yi to be able to leave a closed room without making a sound, he had to be a powerful cultivator. Throughout these 2 days, Yi Zan had not only figured out the situation in Zhongqing City, but he had also gained a good understanding of Li Qingyan's character. Although the Li family was the strongest family in Zhongqing City, their reputation was excellent. They did not bully others with their power. Instead, they treated others with respect. Other than that, they also set up a place to provide welfare relief to people in need. This place was under Li Qingyan's management. Although many cultivators praised Li Qingyan's character, they could not change the fate of the Li family. As such, they could only sigh in their hearts. In Yi Zan's eyes, kindness and talent were not the most important things when it came to accepting disciples. The most important thing was loyalty. He hated people who were fickle and ungrateful the most. After all, with the system's feedback rewards, he was not the sole beneficiary. His disciples would also receive huge benefits. Based on these 2 days of observation, Yi Zan had already approved of Li Qingyan from the bottom of his heart. Zhongqing City, the Li family's residence. In the Li family's hall. Now there's only one way out for us. Why are you still hesitating? I don't want to sacrifice Qingyan's happiness either, but for the sake of the thousands of people in our Li family, and the future of the Li family, we have to marry Qingyan to Chen Ping. Family head, why are you still hesitating? The first elder's gaze fell on Li Zhengyang. I naturally know this. Li Zhengyang, who was seated in the foremost position in the hall, looked extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. However, he still raised his head and interrupted the great elder's words. Regarding the survival of the Li family, I have my own considerations. Everyone, stop discussing this matter further. Everyone can leave. Li Zhengyang raised his head and looked at the elders as he said those words. Family head, we do not have much time left. You must not be muddle-headed. Before he left, the first elder looked deeply at Li Zhengyang meaningfully. When Li Zhengyang heard this, he narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. When the first elder saw this, he could not help but pause. He sighed helplessly and turned to leave. He naturally knew that this was undoubtedly a great humiliation for the Li family. Even if they could ensure the Li family's survival through marriage, the Li family would not be able to raise their head in front of others in the future. However, they had no other options. Were they really going to watch thousands of Li family members die in vain? The strong preyed on the weak in the Tianyuan continent. The fights between the big families were extremely cruel. No one would pity you just because you were weak. What was even more cruel was that, the weaker you were, the more people wanted to bully you. The Li family was indeed very strong previously, but with Li Zhengyang heavily injured and Chen Ping joining the Mad Saber sect, the situation surrounding the Li family was now extremely dire. The Chen family's wild ambitions had been completely exposed. It was obvious that they wanted to use the power of the Mad Saber sect to completely eliminate the Li family. Previously, the two families were often in conflict. Although the Li family was extremely powerful, they were unable to completely suppress the Chen family. Moreover, because the Li family was too powerful, the Chen family and the Zhu family usually formed an alliance. Hence, they could do nothing about either one. However, as time passed, the grudges between the Chen family and the Li family had piled up. Now that the Chen family had a core formation realm cultivator as their backer, there was no way they would be lenient to the Li family. The Li family only had two choices left. First, the Li family could leave Zhongqing City. However, the Li family had been rooted in Zhongqing City for hundreds of years, and their family's properties and assets were all in Zhongqing City. How could they bear to move out of Zhongqing City so easily? Moreover, if the Li family really wanted to leave Zhongqing City, the Chen family would not let them leave easily. Most importantly, how could the rulers and families of other cities allow the Li family to move in? Chapter 46. It would be great if I could become his disciple. The second choice was to marry Li Qingyan into the Chen family. However, if they made such a choice, the Li family would become a subsidiary of the Chen family. As long as the Mad Saber sect was the backing of the Chen family, the Li family would never be able to rise again. Although such a choice was indeed shameful, the Li family had no better way out. As everyone knew, Chen Ping greatly admired Li Qingyan, but the latter was not interested in the former. Most importantly, because of some of Chen Ping's actions, Li Qingyan actually disliked him. Li Zhengyang was also very much against it at the beginning. First of all, his own daughter hated Chen Ping very much. Secondly, he also did not like Chen Ping's character. This guy was a true playboy. He loafed around all day, and was constantly on the prowl for girls. How could he let his daughter be sullied by this piece of cow dung? Was the leader of the Mad Saber sect blind? How could he accept such a B****starred as his disciple? Sigh. Li Zhengyang sat alone in the hall. Looking at the empty hall in front of him, he sighed deeply. The first elder was right. He could not be so selfish. Besides being a father, he was also the head of the Li family. He had to think about the future of the Li family. Then, Li Zhengyang walked out with a pale face. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, he saw Li Qingyan walking toward him. Qingyan. Li Zhengyang took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his pale face. Seeing this, Li Qingyan also smiled. Seeing this scene, Li Zhengyang's heart ached. His daughter's smile was too precious, and he was really unwilling to let things end this way. The family council has already. Li Zhengyang looked at his darling daughter, but he still could not bring himself to say the words out loud. Father, I understand, and I have already thought it through. Although I really hate his character, for the sake of our Li family, I will. Li Qingyan looked at her pale father. She originally wanted to convince him that she was alright with this, but she could not hold herself back. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and tears filled her eyes. If possible, she really did not want to marry that playboy who was always looking for women. However, she was no longer a willful child. After her mother passed away, Li Qingyan became very mature and took up many of the family's responsibilities. Moreover, Li Qingyan was very clear in her heart that the law of the jungle reigned supreme on the Tianyuan continent. The weak were destined to suffer in silence. Originally, Li Qingyan would rather die than marry Chen Ping. However, if she died, Then what would happen to the thousands of people in the Li family? They would definitely be buried with her. A few days ago, the second elder had brought this brother and sister pair to Zhaohe City to bid for the soul-returning pill. Unfortunately, the soul-returning pill ultimately fell into the hands of the deputy leader of the Shadow Tower, Lin Yu. At that time, Li Qingyan deliberately stayed a few days longer there to see if she could find some healing medication in the smaller-scale auctions held there. Unfortunately, things backfired and she did not get what she wanted. After all, the soul-returning pill was a top-tier third-grade pill. Even cultivators who had reached the core formation realm could hardly bear to use it. How would it be possible for one to appear frequently in Zhaohe City's auctions? However, without the soul-returning pill, her father's injuries would not be able to recover. In fact, even if she did manage to obtain the soul-returning pill, it would not be able to change the current situation of the Li family. After all, in front of a core formation realm cultivator, even if Li Zhengyang's cultivation had reached the 10th level of Purple Spirit Realm, he would still be instantly killed. There was simply no way for him to resist a core formation realm cultivator. Father, you don't have to say it. I know what needs to be done. Li Qingyan turned around and tried her best not to cry. However, her delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. When Li Zhengyang saw this, he opened his mouth but did not know what to say. He could only sigh deeply. He clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm. This only happened because he was useless. If he was a little stronger, the Li family would not be in such a grim situation. Then his precious daughter would not have to sacrifice her happiness to this useless playboy. At this moment, Li Zhengyang's heart was filled with hatred for himself. However, when he thought about the terrifying core formation realm strength of the Mad Saber sect's master, his face revealed a look of despair. The difference between a core formation realm cultivator and a purple spirit realm cultivator was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, he was still heavily injured. The Li family stood no chance against the Mad Saber sect. Li Qingyan was also clear about the terror of a core formation realm cultivator. Back then, when she was at the Zhaohe City auction house, she had personally witnessed the terrifying strength of a core formation realm cultivator. That incomparably arrogant vice commander of the evil blood sect had been turned into ashes with a wave of that person's hand. That scene back there greatly moved Li Qingyan's heart and gave her a deeper understanding of the core formation realm. Even now, when she recalled it, her heart yearned for that power. If she possessed that terrifying power, then she would be able to avert this tragedy. At that time, even though the Mad Saber sect's master was also a core formation realm cultivator, she would not need to be afraid. After all, that young man at the core formation realm had used absolute power to force the master of the auction house to alter the rules. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. At that time, Li Qingyan also had some guesses about Yi Zan's identity. She had also guessed that he was most likely the elder of the Qingyan sect, Yi Zan, but she was not 100% certain. Sigh, even if my strength will never be as strong as that senior's, it would be a blessing if I could become that senior's disciple. Thinking this, Li Qingyan could not help but sigh deeply. If her teacher was as powerful as that young man, even the leader of the Mad Saber sect would have to back down, right? At this moment, Li Qingyan's body felt like it had been struck by lightning. She was stunned senseless. Someone, unbelievable had indeed appeared in front of her. A handsome, sharp-eyed young man with starry eyes had suddenly appeared in the Li family's courtyard. More importantly, if she had not seen him with her own two eyes, there was no way she would know he was there. It would be impossible to detect the other party's presence using spiritual sense. He was like a ghost. The reason why Li Qingyan was so shocked was that she recognized this young man. He was the top-tier powerhouse who had killed the deputy commander of the evil blood sect, Feng Yitai, in the Zhaohe City auction house. Why is he here? Li Qingyan's eyes were filled with shock. Why did this top-tier powerhouse appear in the Li family's residence? Did God hear my prayers? Did he fulfill my wishes? Or was this just an illusion? Li Qingyan immediately rubbed her eyes to check if what she was seeing was real. She then looked at him again. The handsome young man was really still there. It's really him. At that moment, Li Qingyan's heart could not help but beat rapidly. She knew that the young man's cultivation had reached the core formation realm. However, why did he come to our Li family's residence? Chapter 47. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Who are you? Why have you come to the Li family's residence? By this time, Li Zhengyang had noticed Yizan, and his expression immediately turned solemn. Family head, did something happen? Li Zhengyang had deliberately raised his voice just now, and it immediately attracted the attention of the family elders. Soon, many elders of the Li family appeared in the courtyard. Who are you? When the elders' eyes fell on Yizan, they narrowed their eyes and immediately became vigilant. Although the Li family was not as powerful as before, not many people could bypass their defensive perimeters so easily, especially this silently. At this moment, Li Qingyan also reacted and quickly stopped Li Zhengyang from doing anything rash. Her father and elders were not aware of this young man's strength, but she had witnessed his power a few days ago. If the other party was unhappy, he could destroy the entire Li family in an instant. Even if he wanted to destroy Zhongqing City, it would not be a difficult matter. No matter what his goal was, at the very least, they should not provoke him. Yizan first looked at Li Qingyan, and then slowly said, Qingyan sect, Yizan. What? Qingyan sect, Yizan? How is this possible? Hearing this, Li Zhengyang and the elders were stunned, and their expressions changed greatly. Although Zhongqing City was located in a remote region, they were still familiar with the name Yizan. His widespread fame was hard to miss as long as you were in the territory of the Great Qian dynasty. The Qingyan sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Great Qian dynasty, so how could they not know of them and him? Li Qingyan trembled. He was really Yizan of the Qingyan sect. Li Qingyan did not doubt the authenticity of Yizan's words. After all, a core formation realm cultivator would not waste his time deceiving them. Moreover, in the entire Great Qin dynasty, who else could have reached the core formation realm at such a young age? Only Yizan of the Qingyan sect could do this. Seeing this, Li Zhengyang immediately became nervous. Why would the strongest genius of the Qingyan sect appear in a remote place like Zhongqing City? What was his purpose in coming here? Li Qingyan. Yizan's gaze fell on Li Qingyan and he called her name. That's me. Li Qingyan nervously responded to his inquiry. She quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Yizan nodded and got straight to the point. Li Qingyan was stunned when she heard this. She was completely dumbfounded. Not far away, Li Zhengyang and the elders were petrified. Fuck, is there something wrong with my hearing? Did Yizan really want to take Li Qingyan as his disciple? This was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Great Qian dynasty they were talking about here. His cultivation level had even reached the core formation realm. Did he really want to take Li Qingyan as his disciple? For a moment, they felt their souls leave them. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Their hearts and minds were filled with disbelief. Why would a super powerhouse like Yizan want to take Li Qingyan as his disciple? Was there anything special about her? If they were to talk about their family background, Zhongqing City was just a remote city in the Great Qian dynasty, and Li Qingyan was just the eldest daughter of a big family here. Perhaps in the eyes of the citizens of Zhongqing City, Li Qingyan was an amazing genius, but in the eyes of the Qingyan sect, she was nothing special at all. In terms of talent, although Li Qingyan's talent was above average, it was not particularly outstanding. Given Yizan's current strength and status, if he wanted to take in a disciple, the genius cultivators of the entire Great Qian dynasty would probably line up for miles, right? If one were to look at her appearance, Li Qingyan could indeed be considered a beauty, but she could not be considered as a beauty that could draw crowds and cause the downfall of nations. Yizan was a super powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the core formation realm. As long as he beckoned slightly, countless beautiful women would immediately throw themselves into his arms. Just like that, Li Zhengyang and the other elders eliminated all the possibilities of why he would want to take her as his disciple. So, just why? I wonder what merit Elder Yizan sees in my daughter for Elder Yizan to come personally. Li Zhengyang immediately suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly bowed respectfully to Yizan. Do I, Yizan, need a reason to take in a disciple? Yizan said lightly. Li Zhengyang's eyes trembled. Fuck, was this the attitude of a super powerhouse? He did not even need a reason to accept a disciple. He was totally doing this on a whim. However, not only did Li Zhengyang and the elders not feel that there was anything unusual about this, they even felt that this was the normal attitude of a super expert. I am willing to become Elder Yizan's disciple. Li Qingyan's delicate body trembled. Her face was filled with excitement, and she was very close to crying. To her, Being chosen by Yi Zan was probably due to some sort of blessing or karma from her past life. Li Qingyan immediately knelt down respectfully in front of Yi Zan and greeted him as her master. Well, very good. From today onward, you are my second disciple. A dual spirit physique with fire and wood attributes made her a natural alchemist. As long as he could help Li Qingyan become an alchemist, then through the system's feedback reward, he would naturally become a powerful alchemist himself. Rise. Yi Zan gently took a step forward. Everyone felt their eyes blur and, the next second, Yi Zan's figure appeared in front of Li Qingyan. Now that you are my disciple, I will naturally not sit idly by and do nothing about the Li family's predicament. Don't worry, I will wait for the master of the Mad Saber sect to show up at your Li family's residence. I would like to see what ability he has in daring to target my disciple. Yi Zan said all this indifferently. His words seemed to imply that this was an extremely trifling matter. However, Yi Zan did have the qualifications to back up his attitude. The strength of a mere virtual core realm cultivator was like an ant in his eyes. I thank teacher on behalf of the Li family. Hearing this, Li Qingyan was immediately moved to tears. She did not expect that she would really become the disciple of a core formation realm powerhouse. With her teacher as her backer, she did not have to sacrifice her happiness and marry Chen Ping. Chapter 48, Vermilion Mountain Fruit. You're welcome. Seeing this, Yi Zan waved his hand indifferently. To him, it was normal for a teacher to protect their disciples, so there was no need for such thanks. Also, as his disciple, how could he bear to see her bullied? Thank you, Elder Yi. Thank you, Elder Yi. Hearing this, Li Zhengyang and the other elders trembled in excitement and bowed to Yi Zan gratefully. Now that Elder Yi Zan was backing up the Li family, why should they be afraid of the leader of the Mad Saber sect? Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect was also a top-tier core formation realm powerhouse, how could he compare to Yi Zan? Yi Zan was both monstrously powerful and monstrously talented. In fact, just the mere mention of the Qingyan sect that he belonged to was enough to suppress the leader of the Mad Saber sect. One had to know that the elders of even the lowest-ranked top-tier sects were at least in the virtual core realm. The sect leaders were mostly true core realm cultivators to boot. Compared to the Qingyan sect, the Mad Saber sect was insignificant. The leader's cultivation was only at the initial stage of the virtual core realm. Although his strength was enough to crush the Li family, he was an ant in the eyes of the Qingyan sect. This is a fruit that grows on Vermilion Mountain. It is very effective in treating injuries. As long as he completely absorbs its energy, your father's injuries will naturally heal. At this moment, Yi Zan waved his sleeve. A fruit the size of a fist suddenly appeared in front of Li Qingyan. The fruit exuded extremely mysterious red power. This can also be considered as my welcome gift to you. Thank you, teacher. Li Qingyan, who had just calmed herself down, felt moved once again. Her heart was filled with gratitude toward Yi Zan. Although the effect of the Vermilion Mountain Fruit could not compare to the soul-returning pill, it could at least heal her father's injuries. Such a treasure was very precious, but her teacher gave it to her without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, the meaning of her teacher's words was also very obvious. This treasure was specially prepared for her father. Yi Zan could have directly given the fruit to Li Zhengyang, but he was not stupid. Only by giving it to his disciple could he receive a reward from the system. Father, you can eat it later. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qingyan accepted the Vermilion Mountain Fruit and handed it to her father. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Yi. I will never forget your grace. Seeing this, Li Zhengyang could not help but tremble, and his eyes were full of gratitude. Although he did not know what the Vermilion Mountain Fruit was, he could tell that its effect was not much weaker than the soul-returning pill. He had originally given up hope when his precious daughter failed to successfully bid for the soul-returning pill. He consigned himself to being crippled for the rest of his life. Yi Zan's appearance here had given him a new lease on life. Moreover, not only did the other party take his precious daughter as his disciple, but he also gave away the extremely precious Vermilion Mountain Fruit. This was the strength of a core formation realm cultivator. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the holy healing medicine, Vermilion Mountain Fruit, the host has received a randomized 10x critical reward. Congratulations, the host has obtained the holy healing medicine, Spirit Fruit. At the same time, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Zan's mind, and he smiled. Then, a fruit filled with white mysterious power suddenly appeared in his system inventory. This is the benefit of taking in a new disciple. You should leave with me first to go and pay your respects to your senior sister. After that, I will teach you the cultivation methods and martial techniques of the Qingyan sect." Yizan said. "Yes, master." Li Qingyan quickly nodded. Yizan then waved his sleeve, and the true qi in his body gushed out. It then wrapped itself around Li Qingyan, and they both turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. After the two of them left, Li Zhengyang and the elders were still in shock. After some time, an elder spoke. "Qingyan sect, Yizan. I didn't expect that my Li family would receive the favor of the Qingyan sect." Qingyan even became a disciple of Elder Yizan. Ha 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 ha. The elder's face was full of excitement, and his body trembled with joy. They had thought that there was only one way out for the Li family, which was to marry Li Qingyan to Chen Ping. From then on, although the Li family could survive, they would become a subsidiary family of the Chen family and eke out an ignoble life. They had never imagined that this situation would be overturned in such spectacular fashion. A super powerhouse who had reached the core formation realm had come to their Li family's residence, and even accepted Li Qingyan as a disciple. The moment Li Qingyan truly became Yizan's disciple, the Li family knew that they no longer had to fear the Chen family. So what if Chen Ping had become the personal disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber sect? How could he compare to Li Qingyan becoming the disciple of Elder Yizan? The name Yizan already represented the pinnacle position in the Great Xian dynasty. He was a tragedy in the eyes of countless young cultivators, a terrifying monster that could never be surpassed. Not only was Yizan a super genius that the younger generation of cultivators could not surpass, even the older generation of cultivators could not surpass him. Although Yizan's current strength could not be compared to the sect master of the Qingyan sect, given his monstrous talent, it would not be long before he surpassed the sect master of the Qingyan sect and became the strongest cultivator ever since the founding of the Qingyan sect. All the cultivators of the Great Xian dynasty had heard of Yizan's deeds and viewed him as an existence who would be equal to the master of the Great Xian dynasty in the future. How could a mere Chen Ping be compared to Li Qingyan? Good, good. Li Zhengyang clenched his fists tightly and said good twice in succession. His originally pale and powerless face turned rosy. Compared to everyone else, he was undoubtedly the most excited one here. Ever since he was heavily injured, his strength had dropped drastically. The Li family had fallen into an unprecedented predicament. How could an injured tiger withstand the siege of a pack of wolves? Although he felt helpless inwardly, as the head of the Li family, he could only choose to endure the pain and sacrifice his daughter's happiness. However, no matter what, his heart was extremely pained. He even regretted becoming the head of the Li family. Even if he was the head of a family, he did not have absolute power. He could not even protect his own daughter. What a sad father he was. Was he even worthy of being a father? Moreover, the Li family had been about to become someone else's subordinate family in his hands. Was he really worthy of being the head of the family? However, just as he was despairing, Yizan appeared and brought renewed hope. Like the dawning of a new day, he was like the sun, whose brilliance rescued the Li family from their dark and desperate plight. In the eyes of Li Zhengyang and countless Li family members, Yizan was their savior. Chapter 49. It was time to reap rewards again. Although the strength of the Li family was insignificant in the eyes of such a terrifying expert like Yizan, Li Zhengyang had already made a decision. He wanted to engrave Yizan's kindness into the Li family's ancestral records. Every member of the Li family must always remember Yizan's kindness. After the various elders learned of Li Zhengyang's intentions, they all agreed. "You, come and have a look. You now have a junior sister. Yizan brought Li Qingyan to meet you. Qingyan greets senior sister." Li Qingyan bowed respectfully to you. Of course, it was not their first time meeting. They had met each other in Zhaohe City. However, Li Qingyan was very shocked. Compared to that time, Yu's temperament had already undergone an earth-shaking change. Previously, Li Qingyan thought that her appearance was above average, but compared to Yu, it was nothing worth shouting about. Yu was so beautiful that she could overshadow a beauty like Li Qingyan. "Nice to meet you, junior sister Qingyan." Yu nodded with a smile. In terms of age, Li Qingyan was almost 18 years old, which made her 3 years older than Yu. Of course, on the Tianyuan continent, the relationship between disciples was not based on age, but rather on the order in which they entered their teacher's tutelage. Beside them, Huang Ling and Shui Min surrounded Li Qingyan with curious gazes, secretly trying to guess what was so special about Li Qingyan that caught Elder Yi's fancy. Moreover, their eyes were filled with envy. When Li Qingyan saw this, her face flushed red and she inexplicably felt like she was being watched like an animal on display at the zoo. However, girls were strange creatures to begin with, so after a brief greeting, the girls soon became very familiar with each other. Li Qingyan then decided to play host and invited everyone to the Li family's residence as guests. After learning that Yi Zan was coming to visit, Li Zhengyang and many elders came out to welcome him personally and gave him a reception of the highest standards. However, Yi Zan was not particularly fond of the fanfare and chose to borrow one of the Li family's cultivation rooms. Of course, Li Qingyan was also in the cultivation room with him. Yi Zan looked at the natural treasures in his storage space, and then said to Li Qingyan, "Qingyan, I will now teach you the cultivation methods and martial techniques of the Qingyan sect. In addition, I will give you all kinds of medicinal pills, natural treasures, and weapons." "Thank you, teacher." Li Qingyan was excited when she heard this. The Qingyan sect was one of the top sects of the Great Qian dynasty. Its cultivation methods and martial techniques were naturally not something the Li family's resources could compare to. "I will teach you the Thunder Sword Control Technique. Its rank is low-grade Earth rank." What Yi Zan said next stunned Li Qingyan. "What? Earth rank? An Earth rank technique?" Li Qingyan's face was full of disbelief. Even the most advanced technique the Li family possessed had only reached low-grade Black rank. Was this the strength of a top-tier sect? A technique that was casually taken out had already reached low-grade Earth rank. "Qingyan, the cultivation technique that I'm teaching you is not from the Qingyan sect. Instead, it is a technique that I am currently using. It is much stronger than the Qingyan sect's sword spirit technique. If you cultivate it to completion, you will be able to summon the power of heaven and earth from the void." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan's index finger shone brightly. Then, he tapped it on Li Qingyan's forehead, and the relevant information about the Thunder Sword Control technique suddenly entered her mind. Since he was going to earn the system's reward from his disciple, he would definitely choose the most top-notch cultivation method and martial techniques to impart to her. If he chose to teach her the sword spirit technique, the technique that the system would reward him with would not even be as good as the Thunder Sword Control technique. What a powerful technique! Li Qingyan was stunned after examining the huge amount of information that suddenly appeared in her mind. Ding! As the host has imparted the Thunder Sword Control technique to his disciple, low-grade Earth rank, the host has randomly received a 20x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the 3000 Thunder Sword technique, middle-grade Earth rank. At the same time, the sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Zan's mind. Immediately, all of the mysteries of the 3000 Thunder Sword technique appeared in his mind. The critical multiplier this time is pretty good. Seeing the system notification, Yi Zan could not help but smile. If he took in a third disciple and imparted the 3000 Thunder Sword technique to them, he would be able to obtain an even better reward from the system. Perhaps he might even have a chance of obtaining a legendary heaven rank technique if this cycle continued. As long as I have enough disciples, won't I be able to continue getting better rewards? Won't the techniques I practice become stronger and stronger? Thinking this, Yi Zan's eyes lit up. However, Yi Zan did not dwell on the matter. After all, he only had 2 disciples at the moment. Then, Yi Zan taught Li Qingyan the sword spirit technique as well. After all, given Li Qingyan's current cultivation level, it was difficult for her to master the Thunder Sword Control technique. The sword spirit technique was more suitable for her at this stage. However, because the 2 techniques belong to the same category, Yi Zan did not receive a reward from the system. Also, given Yu's current cultivation level, the sword spirit technique was enough to support her cultivation. After she made a breakthrough, he would teach her the Thunder Sword Control technique or the 3000 Thunder Sword technique. Alright, I will teach you martial techniques next. At this moment, Yi Zan's index finger once again shone brightly, and then he gently tapped it onto Li Qingyan's forehead. Windstorm Slash, high-grade Black rank. 3 feet sword defense, high-grade Black rank. After learning these 2 martial techniques, she would have both offensive and defensive techniques, and that was enough for her right now. Of course, Yi Zan also had many more offensive and defensive techniques, but the quality of these was lower than these 2. Moreover, these 2 martial techniques were obtained from the system's reward after he had taught you the Windstorm Sword technique and Rampart Sword technique. Ding! As the host has taught his disciple the Windstorm Slash technique, high-grade Black rank, the host has received a 9x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the star/technique, high-grade black rank. Ding. As the host has taught his disciple the 3-feet sword defense technique, high-grade black rank, the host has received a 15x critical reward. Congratulations. The host has obtained the endless sword technique, high-grade black rank. 2 system notifications rang out in Yizan's mind simultaneously. Soon after, 2 extremely mysterious martial techniques suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, Yizan once again picked out some of the more suitable martial techniques and taught them to Li Qingyan. However, because the martial techniques he taught later were of the same category as the previous ones, he did not receive the corresponding reward from the system. Your comprehension ability is outstanding. It won't take long for you to completely master these techniques, but given your current cultivation, you are still unable to unleash the power of windstorm slash and 3-feet sword defense techniques. The most important thing for you now is to completely comprehend the basic martial techniques. When your cultivation reaches the true essence realm or the purple spirit realm, you can practice windstorm slash and 3-feet sword defense techniques. After Yizan finished imparting the martial techniques, he gently reminded Li Qingyan. Chapter 50. Teacher's Gifts. Li Qingyan's comprehension value was very high, much higher than Yu's. I will heed teacher's instructions. When Li Qingyan heard his reminder, she nodded respectfully. Her eyes shone. She was still immersed in the joy of obtaining those high-grade martial techniques. One had to know that even though the Li family was the strongest family in Zhongqing City, most of the martial techniques in their repository were yellow rank ones. She had never seen such a large number of black rank martial techniques. Moreover, each martial technique was a high-grade one. The most advanced martial technique in the entirety of the Li family was only a low-grade black rank technique, while the thunder sword control technique that her teacher taught her was at low-grade earth rank. The difference between the two was not small. Even the sword spirit technique of the Qingyan sect was far superior to the Li family's best martial technique. For cultivators, having wealth was undoubtedly extremely important. However, wealth had 2 aspects to it. One aspect was quantity, while the other was quality. No matter how bad a cultivator's talent was, as long as he or she had sufficient heavenly treasures and cultivation resources, they would be able to become a powerhouse of sorts. However, without the quality aspect of wealth, their cultivation would have an upper limit. If Li Zhengyang's original cultivation method had been the sword spirit technique, his strength would have definitely surpassed his current strength. Although he might not necessarily be able to reach the 10th level of the purple spirit realm, he would have at the very least reached the 9th level of the purple spirit realm. Li Qingyan had obtained so many martial techniques at once and was slowly digesting them. Yizan was not in a hurry to examine Li Qingyan's comprehension of these martial techniques. Instead, he examined the cultivation method and martial techniques he received from the system. The mid-grade earth rank 3000 thunder sword technique was much stronger than the low-grade earth rank thunder sword technique. Moreover, the boost to its user's cultivation speed was even greater. Most importantly, after cultivating the 3000 thunder sword technique, the cultivator's body would contain the power of heaven and earth lightning, which was extremely tyrannical. The 3000 thunder sword technique was said to be able to summon the power of heaven and earth lightning from the void when it was cultivated to completion. Its wielder would then be able to summon 3000 extremely terrifying bolts of lightning to strike their enemies. The high-grade black rank star slash was a martial technique that evolved from the windstorm sword technique and the windstorm slash technique. The user's sword chi would be transformed into an incomparably sharp slash which could even tear apart the void. As for the endless sword technique, which was high-grade black rank, it was a martial technique evolved from the rampart sword technique and the 3-feet sword defense technique. It had extremely potent defensive capabilities. When it was fully mastered, the tip of one's sword would burst forth with endless streams of water, like rain, creating a defensive barrier around its wielder. If Yizan could train these 2 martial techniques to complete mastery, it would undoubtedly provide a great boost to his own strength. Most importantly, as the strongest genius of the great Xian dynasty, Yizan's comprehension value was even more terrifying than Li Qingyan's. It would not take long for him to comprehend these newly acquired cultivation methods and martial techniques. After a short period of secluded cultivation, he would be able to reach the small success stage. It would not take long for him to break through to the large success stage. If Yizan's comprehension value could increase further, it would take even less time. Moreover, before he left the Qingyan sect, he had learned from Elder Lin Qing that the 3 great sects were about to hold a competition, so he had been keeping an eye out for it. The prizes offered by this competition could increase a cultivator's comprehension value. Such treasures were extremely rare. However, the three great sects were willing to pay such a price. The comprehension value boost that the treasure could provide was probably limited. However, that did not matter. After all, Xuan had the system. As long as he personally gave the heavenly treasure to his disciple, would he not receive a better one from the system? Well, it's time for me to give you some pills and heavenly treasures. While Li Qingyan was immersed in the comprehension and digestion of her newly acquired cultivation method and martial techniques in her mind, Xuan spoke up again. What? Hearing this, Li Qingyan was stunned. To be able to receive such a high-level cultivation method and martial techniques from her teacher was already something beyond her wildest dreams. After all, any one of the cultivation methods and martial techniques that Xuan had given her could cause a sensation among countless cultivators in the outside world. Now, her teacher was actually going to give her heavenly treasures and pills. While Li Qingyan was lost in a daze, Xuan waved his sleeve, and a few pills emitting rich spiritual energy suddenly appeared and fell into Li Qingyan's hands. Ding! As the host has given his disciple an origin erosion pill, grade 2, the host has received a randomized 8x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the spirit cleansing pill, grade 2. Ding! As the host has given his disciple an origin erosion pill, grade 1, the host has received a randomized 4x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the blood fusion pill, grade 1. Ding! As the host has given his disciple. After Li Qingyan accepted the pills, system notifications kept popping off in Xuan's mind. Then, Xuan thought for a moment, and then took out a jade-white liquid from his storage ring. It was the mountain chalcedony he had obtained from the system back then. At that time, after he had given you the dark glacial frost, he had received this heavenly treasure from the system. It could increase a cultivator's innate bone value to a certain extent. It was an extremely rare heavenly treasure. This item can increase your innate bone value. I will give it to you. In the future, when the time is right, I will help you refine it. Xuan stretched out his hand and lightly flicked it toward her. The mountain chalcedony landed in front of Li Qingyan. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the mountain chalcedony, one person's portion, the host has received a randomized 6x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has received the dark glacial heart, one person's portion. Obviously, the dark glacial heart was also a heavenly treasure that could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. In terms of quality, it was even more powerful than the previous mountain chalcedony. The most important thing was that the dark glacial heart had some similarities with the previous dark glacial frost. However, the former contained the profound patterns of heaven and earth. What? Mountain chalcedony? Li Qingyan felt her head buzzing. She was engulfed by a huge sense of happiness. She felt that everything that was happening around here was so incredible. It was like a dream. She was afraid that it would all disappear the moment she woke up. Chapter 51. Master's Spiritual Power Infusion. As the saying goes, when a teacher takes a disciple in, that the disciple's cultivation would still depend on themselves. She had just become a disciple, and yet had received such precious gifts. She was filled with disbelief. As everyone knew, even if the relationship between teacher and disciple was good, most teachers would only give guidance to their disciples in their spare time. The disciples would only receive treasures that the teacher no longer wanted or needed. However, Xuan had given her extremely rare and precious treasures. His generosity exceeded Li Qingyan's imagination. Li Qingyan hurriedly closed her eyes. In the end, she shook her head around and tried to pinch herself. What are you doing? Seeing this, Xuan did not know how to react. Then, he gently flicked Li Qingyan's forehead. Girl, do you think you are dreaming? I told you earlier, I rarely accept disciples, but if you become my disciple, you will definitely not be treated unfairly. Teacher, hearing this, Li Qingyan felt very touched. To be able to become Xuan's disciple was really her great fortune. Li Qingyan touched her forehead that had been flicked by Xuan, and a brilliant smile appeared on her face. The mountain chalcedony can strengthen a cultivator's innate bone value. Innate bone value refers to a cultivator's. Then, Xuan explained the meaning of innate bone value to Li Qingyan. This was because he discovered that many cultivators often confused their innate talent and innate bone value. Strictly speaking, innate bone value was only a part of their innate talent. A cultivator's innate talent was divided into innate bone value and comprehension value. After Yi Zan's explanation, Li Qingyan revealed a glint of understanding. She also came to understand that her comprehension value was actually the highest her teacher had ever seen, and even higher than senior sister Yu's. Of course, there was still a big gap between her comprehension value and her teacher's. However, although her comprehension value was very high, Yu's innate bone value far surpassed her own. However, all of this was not a problem. After all, Li Qingyan had a dual spirit physique. As long as she awakened her special physique, her innate bone value would naturally be greatly strengthened. Yi Zan then gave her a 50 cubic meter storage ring. He then received a randomized 3x critical reward, and obtained a 155 cubic meter storage ring. Your comprehension value is indeed not low, but you can't slack off because of this. You still need to persevere and work hard on the path of cultivation. Don't let me down, Yi Zan said. I understand. Li Qingyan nodded very seriously. In fact, even without Yi Zan's reminder, Li Qingyan would not slack off in her cultivation. After all, her experience with the Li family's predicament had taught her that only strength mattered in this world. The Li family's martial techniques were basically all yellow rank, and Li Qingyan had mastered them. Now that she had gotten her hands on high-grade martial techniques, she naturally would not slack off. After practicing the martial techniques that I got from my teacher, my cultivation speed will definitely be much faster. I might be able to advance to the true essence realm by next year. Thinking this, Li Qingyan could not help but reveal an excited expression. Although her comprehension value was not low, due to the restriction of the quality of the cultivation method she was practicing, she had only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Reaching such a realm at the age of 16 could only be considered average in the Great Qian dynasty. However, in such a remote place like Zhongqing City, she was already a rare genius cultivator. Currently, most of the cultivators in the city her age were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, there were many cultivators who were stuck in the body refinement realm. However, compared to the cultivators in the entire Great Qian dynasty, Li Qingyan's achievements were relatively mediocre. The population of the Great Qian dynasty was 1.7 billion, and Li Qingyan's talent could only be ranked in the middle or upper range. She was a long way from the top. Only genius cultivators like Huang Ling and Shui Min could be considered as geniuses among the young cultivators. The two girls were only 1 year older than Li Qingyan, but their cultivation levels had reached the 4th and 5th level of the true essence realm respectively. This was the true strength of a top sect's personal disciple. Of course, thanks to the existence of a monster like Yi Zan, Huang Ling and Shui Min's radiance was overshadowed. As for Yu, her achievements were due to Yi Zan's spiritual power infusion and her awakening of the sword jade physique, which caused her cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds before finally reaching the 5th level of the true essence realm. In addition, Yu's comprehension value was not low. She learned quickly in combat, and could quickly adapt what she learned and apply it to increase her own strength. It was precisely because of this that Yu was able to compete with Huang Ling and Shui Min. If Huang Ling and Shui Min were placed among the cultivators of the younger generation of the Great Qian dynasty, they would already be considered as geniuses with top-tier talent. However, there was nothing they could do. The two of them had encountered Yi Zan, who was a cheater. Aided by the system, the disciples that he had taught were naturally extremely talented. The most urgent thing for me to do now is comprehend the sword spirit technique. Given my current comprehension value, it shouldn't take too much time. After I enter the true essence realm, I can try cultivating the thunder sword control technique. Yes, the path of cultivation shouldn't be rushed. I have to take every step carefully and completely master the sword spirit technique first. I can't disappoint teachers' expectations. I'll strive to advance to the true essence realm before next year. Soon, Li Qingyan secretly made up her mind. However, what Yi Zan said next immediately stunned Li Qingyan. Her mouth opened so wide that it was large enough to swallow an egg. These are the heavenly treasures I have given you for now. There will be more later. Sit down and regulate your breathing. I'm going to irrigate your spiritual power. Yi Zan said. What? Spiritual power? Spiritual power infusion? Hearing this, Li Qingyan widened her eyes. Her expression was full of shock. It was the same as Yu's back then. Although Zhongqing City was located in a remote place, she also knew what spiritual power infusion was. This was the same level of kindness as parental love. Even her father, who loved her very much, had never thought about. Spiritual power infusion. After all, this was a matter of self-interest, and it was very exhausting. Normally only those on their deathbeds would make such a choice to strengthen their juniors. Teacher, you. Li Qingyan's eyes were full of shock. She was afraid that she had misheard him. Don't doubt it. Spiritual power infusion is the fastest way to help you break through. Yi Zan said. Yi Zan understood the change in Li Qingyan's expression. Honestly, if he did not have the system, he would not do such a stupid thing. Luckily, in his case, spiritual power infusion would not only help his disciple break through, but he would also get the corresponding system reward. In this way, not only would he be able to break through himself, but he would also receive the gratitude of his disciple. This feeling was simply too good. When Li Qingyan heard this, her nose started sniffling, and her pupils turned red. At this moment, the emotions in her heart were the same as you back then. She felt immense gratitude toward Yi Zan. Chapter 52, Ascending to the Heavens in One Step. Okay silly girl, quickly adjust your breathing. I'm going to start infusing you with spiritual power. Yi Zan smiled and habitually patted his disciple's head. This woman was very sensitive. She knew how and when to be grateful. The way she cried really made him feel helpless. Yes, teacher. Just as the 2 drops of tears were about to fall, Li Qingyan quickly wiped them away. Li Qingyan, this is a good thing. Why are you crying? Be happy. Okay, how much virtue did I accumulate in my previous life to be able to meet such a good teacher? That nose sniffled a little, after which she finally composed herself. How could I cry like that? I embarrassed myself in front of teacher. Still, teacher's hands are really warm. Okay, get ready. We're going to start. Yi Zan withdrew his hand and signaled to Li Qingyan to sit down with his eyes. Li Qingyan nodded, and then quickly went over to the mat in the cultivation room. She sat down cross-legged and slowly adjusted her breathing. Li Qingyan had originally thought that with the high-grade cultivation method given by her teacher, as long as she practiced hard, there was a good chance that she would be able to step into the true essence realm in under a year. However, she did not expect her teacher to perform spiritual power infusion for her. Her teacher was a core formation realm cultivator. She was worried that she might even advance to the true essence realm right after this process was complete. She was also curious, and wondered how far her cultivation would break through after receiving her teacher's spiritual power infusion. Would it be the 2nd, or perhaps the 3rd level of the true essence realm? The so-called spiritual power infusion, in layman's terms, was akin to a charitable donation. The funds, or spiritual power in this case, that he had painstakingly accumulated would be infused into his disciple's body. However, there were many limitations to spiritual power infusion. The most obvious one was related to the recipient's strength. If the recipient's cultivation level was too weak, and their foundation was unstable, even if they underwent the spiritual power infusion process, the spiritual power that their bodies could accept would be limited. If the recipient forcefully withstood it, the infusion of spiritual power would greatly damage the recipient's body and, in the worst-case scenario, the recipient's cultivation foundation might even be destroyed. Yi Zan was a core formation realm cultivator, while Li Qingyan was only a 7th-level Qi transformation realm cultivator. The difference in strength between the two was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, Li Qingyan did not know much about spiritual power infusion. From her perspective, if she could reach the 2nd or 3rd level of the true essence realm after being infused with spiritual power, that result would already be extremely heaven-defying. Most importantly, Li Qingyan did not think that Yi Zan would waste too much spiritual power on her. After all, if the degree of spiritual power infusion was too great, it would greatly affect the former's cultivation. A wave of spiritual power like a vast ocean suddenly appeared, completely enveloping Li Qingyan. This power is so majestic. Is this teacher's true strength? At that moment, Li Qingyan could not help but tremble, and her eyes were filled with shock. Compared to this overwhelming spiritual power, she was like a small boat, tossing and turning in the vast ocean, in danger of being overturned by the magnificent waves at any time. Channel your qi into the dantian, and use it to contain your true essence power. At this moment, Yi Zan's voice rumbled. Li Qingyan immediately circulated her cultivation method to stabilize the chaotic power in her dantian. Just like the spiritual power that had been poured into you previously, Yi Zan chose to slowly decompose the gold core power in his dantian, transforming the minto streams of warm current that slowly flowed into Li Qingyan's dantian. This power is so pure. As the streams of warm current flowed in, Li Qingyan felt as if she was bathed in holy light. Her face could not help but reveal an expression of pleasure. At the same time, the aura around her body rose steadily. 8th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. 10th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Under Yi Zan's precise control, the decomposed gold core power entered Li Qingyan's dantian and slowly condensed into true essence power. If Li Qingyan were to refine it alone, it would take her at least half a month to complete. However, for Yi Zan, who was in the gold core realm, it was a piece of cake. As the spiritual power in Li Qingyan's dantian slowly transformed into true essence power, her realm also advanced, and she stepped into the true essence realm. 1st level of the true essence realm. 2nd level of the true essence realm. Not only did Li Qingyan advance a major realm, but thanks to Yi Zan's precise control, the true essence power contained in Li Qingyan's dantian was also extremely strong, and the stability of her cultivation realm far exceeded that of other cultivators. Before Yu's sword jade physique had awakened, her physique was much weaker than that of ordinary cultivators. However, even under such harsh conditions, Yi Zan still successfully helped Yu break through to the Qi transformation realm. Li Qingyan's cultivation foundation was far sturdier than Yu's, so the improvement of the former would naturally far surpass that of the latter. 5th level of the true essence realm. 6th level of the true essence realm. 7th level of the true essence realm. When Li Qingyan's realm reached the 8th level of the true essence realm, Yi Zan gradually stopped the spiritual power infusion process. Given Li Qingyan's current cultivation foundation, the 8th level of the true essence realm was already the limit. If she was forcefully pushed into the 9th level of the true essence realm, it was very likely that it would affect her cultivation foundation. I reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Is this for real? Am I really not dreaming? After the magnificent power slowly faded away and dissipated, Li Qingyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. When she sensed the powerful true essence power contained in her dantian, her eyes were filled with disbelief. To her complete surprise, she had not only advanced to the true essence realm, but her cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Now, looking at the river of true essence power circulating in her dantian, the spiritual power she had just a while ago seemed like a gentle stream. Moreover, after truly reaching the true essence realm, Li Qingyan finally understood how big the gap was between the true essence realm and the Qi transformation realm. Advancing a minor realm in the true essence realm was equivalent to advancing 3 or 4 minor realms in the Qi transformation realm. While there was an evident difference in numbers, the difference in the nature of the spiritual power was even more obvious. Ding! As the host has infused his disciple with 73 days worth of cultivation, the host has received a randomized 13x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained 949 days worth of cultivation. As soon as the system finished speaking, the aura around Yi Zan's body started to surge. Li Qingyan, who had been immersed in her cultivation breakthrough, squinted her eyes when she sensed this terrifying power. She was both shocked and surprised. Why does teacher's spiritual power feel even more powerful after infusing his spiritual power into me? Right now, your cultivation has taken a huge leap. The most urgent thing for you to do now is to completely adapt to the power in your body and consolidate your foundation. Once you've completely stabilized your 8th level true essence realm, then you can start practicing the cultivation method and martial techniques that I taught you previously. Right at this moment, Yi Zan's words interrupted Li Qingyan's thoughts. Chapter 53. Reaching the true essence realm in the blink of an eye. Li Qingyan nodded respectfully, and then said goodbye to Yi Zan. After Li Qingyan left, Yi Zan slowly examined his gains. Through the spiritual power infusion process just now, he directly obtained close to 1,000 days worth of cultivation from the reward. Subtracting the 73 days worth of cultivation he had expended for the infusion process, he had still earned more than 2 years worth of cultivation. Even so, Yi Zan's cultivation did not show even the slightest signs of breaking through. If a cultivator at the true core realm wanted to advance a small realm, and the spiritual power required to do so was like a lake, then for a cultivator at the gold core realm to advance, it would require spiritual power that was akin to a vast ocean. As cultivation realms went higher, the gap between the cultivators within the same major realm also gradually widened. Even if the gap between the cultivators was only a single minor realm, the strength difference was extremely obvious. Although the spiritual power infusion this time did not allow Yi Zan to break through, he had already reached the peak of the early stage of the gold core realm. Most importantly, he still had the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill in his possession. The 7th-grade Nirvana Pill contained extremely pure spiritual power and had a great effect on cultivators' breakthroughs. As long as Xuan went into secluded cultivation to absorb the pure spiritual power of the Nirvana Pill, he would be able to advance into the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Cheating feels so good. A smile hung on Xuan's face, and then he directly chose to enter secluded cultivation. If he did not have the system rewards, and did not have the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill that he had previously obtained, even if he was monstrously talented, it would still take him at least 4 to 5 years to enter the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Moreover, this was also under the premise that he had awakened the Sword Overlord physique. If he had not awakened the Sword Overlord physique, it would have taken him even longer to break through. Ever since Li Qingyan became Xuan's disciple, the oppressive atmosphere within the Li family had dissipated. Li Zhengyang and the elders had bright smiles on their faces, but when their clansmen saw this scene, they felt that something very strange was going on. However, they did not dare to pry into the matter and could only make some guesses in their hearts. Could it be that the Li family had already resolved the crisis? Was the Chen family that merciful? Would they really let the Li family off? This was unlikely. The two families had a deep grudge. How could things be resolved so easily? Could it be that the Li family was going to seal themselves off? This was even more unlikely. Could it be related to those young people who had visited the Li family's residence previously? At this moment, the Li family members were constantly guessing. However, the family head and the elders did not announce anything, as they did not know how Xuan wanted to handle the matter. They did not dare to spread the news for fear of provoking Xuan's dissatisfaction. Therefore, the Li family head and elders simply chose to remain silent. In the Li family's hall, Li Zhengyang and the elders were having a heated discussion, but the topic today revolved around Li Qingyan. When they thought of Li Qingyan's discipleship under Xuan, their faces were filled with bright smiles. Were it not for Xuan's appearance, the Li family would be at their wits' end. Moreover, there was a high possibility that they would have chosen to sacrifice Li Qingyan's happiness and become a subordinate family of the Chen family. However, although Li Zhengyang and the elders were full of laughter, some of them were also feeling slightly guilty. After all, they had advocated for Li Qingyan to marry Chen Ping to resolve the Li family's crisis. The Li family was indeed facing a life and death crisis at that time, so, as elders, it was understandable for them to make such a decision. Still, disregarding all of that, the bottom line was that they were forcing a girl to sacrifice her happiness. Although Li Qingyan was a sensible child, it was inevitable that she would bear a grudge in the face of such a fate. Therefore, the elders only hoped that Li Qingyan would not take this up with them. Now that Li Qingyan had successfully become Xuan's disciple, her future was limitless. In the future, she might become a top-tier expert in the Great Xian dynasty, and the Li family would also reach new heights. At that time, the elders who had persuaded Li Zhengyang to sacrifice Li Qingyan's happiness might not be overtly punished, but there was also a high possibility that they would not be able to get important positions. Qingyan has become a personal disciple of the Qingyan sect. She might be able to reach the true essence realm soon. Thinking this, the first elder spoke up. Under normal circumstances, a personal disciple of a top-tier sect was definitely qualified to cultivate the sect's high-grade cultivation method. The Qingyan sect was one of the top 10 sects in the Great Xian dynasty. Its cultivation method naturally far surpassed the Li family's cultivation method. The combination of Li Qingyan's talent and the high-grade cultivation technique, her cultivation speed would naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Originally, it would have taken her at least a year for her to advance from the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm to the true essence realm. Now that she had become a personal disciple of Elder Xuan, this timeline would be cut in half. Qingyan is a smart kid. In the past, her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people. Now that she is cultivating the high-grade cultivation method of the Qingyan sect, I think she will be able to master it in a short time. Maybe before next year, this child will really be able to advance into the true essence realm. The second elder was also optimistic about her chances. The other elders nodded in agreement when they heard this. Li Qingyan's talent was obvious to everyone. I don't know how that kid managed to win the favor of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, but after he joined, he actually broke through from the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 10th level of the Qi transformation realm. I wonder how pompous the Chen family is now. They've been spreading the news about Chen Ping everywhere. An elder chimed in midway. changing the tangent of the discussion. A sneer hung on his face as he spoke. Humph, how can a mere mad saber sect compare to the Qingyan sect? That kid Chen Ping was just lucky. If our Qingyan obtained her opportunity earlier, her cultivation realm would have definitely left Chen Ping's in the dust. Another elder also said with a smile. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the sound of swords clashing against each other could be heard in the distance. The sounds seemed to be coming from the training ground. Wait, the aura fluctuations are quite strong. It seems to be the work of a true essence realm cultivator. Could it be one of those young people that Elder Yi brought with him? It's very possible. Why don't we take a look? Those elders looked at each other before standing up. Li Zhengyang also revealed a curious expression. He also wanted to see just how strong those genius cultivators of the Qingyan sect were. Soon after, Li Zhengyang and the other elders arrived at the training ground. When their gazes landed on the two figures fighting each other in the training ground, they were completely dumbfounded. Qingyan, they could not help but stare, their eyes were full of shock. They had not expected that the two people fighting in the training ground were actually Li Qingyan and Yu. They saw two beautiful figures exuding powerful auras. The longswords in their hands clashed against each other repeatedly as they fought. Moreover, the aura fluctuations indicated that both had reached the true essence realm. Li Qingyan was a true essence realm cultivator. Also, the aura she was exuding was extremely powerful. As unbelievable as it sounded, she seemed to have reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Was this a joke, right? How did this happen? Chapter 54. Other People's Teacher. At this moment, Li Zhengyang and the elders were all stunned, and their eyes filled with shock. If they remembered correctly, a few hours ago, Li Qingyan was still a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. Fuck, even if she soared to the heavens, she still should not have been able to break through so quickly. Were they hallucinating? Was this an illusion array set up by some expert? However, Li Zhengyang and the elders were all purple spirit realm cultivators. Collectively trapping them all in an illusion array would require the strength of a true core realm cultivator at the very least. Moreover, this should not be the case. Why would such a true core realm expert attack the Li family? Dang, dang, dang. The intense sounds of swords clashing against each other kept ringing out in the training ground. Li Zhengyang and the other elders came back to their senses when they felt the intense battle fluctuations from the fight. It seemed to be real. This is unbelievable. The first elder could not help but swallow his saliva when he saw this scene. He suspected that he was seeing things or dreaming. Li Zhengyang narrowed his eyes as he watched the fight with a shocked expression. Just a few minutes ago, they had been discussing when Li Qingyan would be able to break through to the true essence realm. Everyone agreed that there was a high possibility that she would break through before next year. However, Li Qingyan had actually broken through from the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 8th level of the true essence realm in the span of a few hours. Was this even fucking something that a human could achieve? Even Yi Zhan had not been so abnormal back then, right? Wait, Yi Zhan, right, it had to be Yi Zhan's doing. Only a monstrous figure like him could help Li Qingyan advance to the 8th level of the true essence realm within a short period of time. Although they did not know what method Yi Zhan used, if this matter were to be publicized, it would definitely cause countless cultivators to be shocked. Li Zhengyang and the various elders forcefully suppressed the shock in their hearts and watched the battle in the training field with solemn expressions. It was obvious that Li Qingyan was not familiar with her newfound strength, but that was normal. Anyone who advanced that quickly would find it difficult to completely stabilize their cultivation and strength within a short period of time. Therefore, even if Li Qingyan's cultivation was 3 minor realms higher than Yu's, she was still unable to resist Yu's attacks. After all, Yu had not only completely stabilized her own cultivation realm, but she had also skillfully grasped the martial techniques that Yi Zhan had taught her. Huang Ling and Shui Min had been her sparring partners before and, after that, she had participated in actual combat against the bandits. Yu's actual combat experience was no longer lacking. Although Li Qingyan's cultivation level was higher, if she wanted to surpass Yu in terms of strength, she still needed a certain amount of time to familiarize herself with her newfound strength, as well as the martial techniques. A sharp sword gleam flashed past, and a clear crack suddenly appeared on the hard granite of the training ground. Since Li Qingyan was unable to properly control her own power, the true essence power in her dantian overflowed. Yu, on the other hand, had achieved a level of control that was hard to believe. she could almost maximize every part of her power. The windstorm sword technique and the rampart sword technique that she used were deployed skillfully. So powerful, although that girl is only at the 5th level of the true essence realm, her control of true essence power is extremely fine-tuned. Moreover, the spiritual power in her dantian is much richer than cultivators of the same realm. When Li Zhengyang and the other elders saw this scene, their expressions turned serious. At the same time, they were inwardly questioning themselves. If they were also in the 5th level of the true essence realm, would they be a match for Yu? However, the outcome was obvious. Yu's strength had long surpassed ordinary 5th level true essence realm cultivators, and her combat experience was no longer her weakness. There was no way they could beat her at all. Of course, Li Qingyan's performance was not bad either. After all, Li Qingyan's comprehension value was higher than Yu's. As the fight progressed, Li Qingyan gradually became more and more familiar with her current strength, and the gap between her and Yu slowly narrowed. These two people are both freaks. Although Li Zhengyang and the elders had reached the purple spirit realm, when they watched the fight between Yu and Li Qingyan, who were two true essence realm cultivators, they still felt shocked. At the same time, they gained a new understanding of the strength of the personal disciples of top-tier sects. They were very familiar with Li Qingyan's previous strength, but, after just a few hours of Yi Zan's tutelage, she seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. This was especially true for her fighting spirit, which greatly impressed them. Qingyan's talent is not bad. Fortunately, she met Elder Yi Zan, so she will be able to fully display her full potential. It's all our fault that the Li family's strength is limited. We almost buried this girl's talent. Seeing this scene, the second elder could not help but sigh. Fortunately, Li Qingyan was still young and had successfully become Yi Zan's disciple. As night fell, the battle between Li Qingyan and Yu gradually came to an end. After the two swords collided with each other for the last time, their figures slowly separated. Thank you for your guidance today, senior sister. Li Qingyan put away the longsword in her hand and said to Yu with a smile. Junior sister's comprehension value is far higher than mine. With a little practice, you will be able to completely control the power in your body. By then, senior sister won't be able to defeat you. If you want to train in the future, you will have to look for teacher. Yu spoke humbly, her starry eyes shone mysteriously. Senior sister, you are too modest. I am extremely clear about my own abilities. Moreover, it is all thanks to teacher that I was able to reach such a level. Otherwise, I would still be a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. Thinking of Yi Zan, Li Qingyan's eyes shone as well. That's right, it is all thanks to teacher that I am able to reach my current level of cultivation as well. Yu smiled. Every time she thought of her teacher, she could not help but smile. Her otherworldly fairy-like temperament was suddenly showcased, stunning everyone. Not far away, Huang Ling and Shui Min saw this scene and looked at each other. The corners of their mouths twitched. Seeing their peers become so outstanding, they were undoubtedly extremely jealous. This was the feeling of being able to see something, but not being able to obtain it. It was too depressing. However, they could not do anything about it. After all, they were Elder Lin Qing's disciples, not Yi Zan's. Chapter 55. The drastic change in Zhongqing City. In such a short time, Li Qingyan's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. They naturally knew the reason behind this. This could only be explained by spiritual power infusion. After all, Li Qingyan had just become Yi Zan's disciple. Somehow, the latter had already made such a huge sacrifice for her. Was this guy sure that he was recruiting disciples? Why did it feel like he was raising daughters? Although Huang Ling and Shui Min were very close to Yi Zan's age, if conditions allowed, they also wanted to become Yi Zan's disciples. Thinking this, their hearts were filled with envy. Back then, an impulsive decision had caused them to miss out on becoming the disciple of the best teacher on the Tianyuan continent. Moreover, this teacher was so handsome and powerful, but they were not fated with him. Could this be any worse? However, although they could not get him in reality, they could at least dream about him, right? Huang Ling and Shui Min could only comfort themselves in this way. When Li Qingyan stepped out of the training ground, Li Zhengyang and the elders quickly surrounded her. The elders' eyes fell on Li Qingyan, and they could not help but feel a little awkward around her. No one would expect these purple spirit realm elders to lower themselves so much in front of an 8th level true essence realm cultivator. Of course, this was the benefit of being powerful. Not only had Li Qingyan's strength suddenly skyrocketed, the most important thing was that the person behind Li Qingyan was the most powerful elder of the Qingyan sect, Yi Zan. Moreover, they had also overheard the conversation between Li Qingyan and Yu just now and understood that the change in Li Qingyan's strength was indeed related to Yi Zan. It was obvious that Yi Zan loved his disciples very much and was not stingy when it came to nurturing his disciples. In other words, as long as Yi Zan existed, Li Qingyan and Yu's future was limitless. Qingyan, I wonder if Elder Yi, among the many higher-ups of the Li family, only Li Zhengyang's expression was quite natural. Even so, when Li Zhengyang's gaze fell on his daughter, his expression unconsciously became somewhat reserved. Teacher is still in secluded cultivation in the cultivation room, Li Qingyan said with a smile. In that case, I'll immediately send out an order that no one is allowed to disturb Elder Yi Zan's cultivation room. Li Zhengyang said quickly. The other elders nodded in agreement. Time passed quickly and, soon, 2 days had passed. During this period, Yu had been Li Qingyan's sparring partner. It had to be said that cultivators with high comprehension value were different. Within just 2 days, Li Qingyan had almost completely grasped her newfound strength. Now, she was fighting on equal terms with Yu. Moreover, even if Yu used all of her strength, she could not gain any advantage. The cultivation of these two disciples had been improved by Yi Zan's spiritual power infusion. The spiritual power in their dantian far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, and they were both very strong. Therefore, now that Li Qingyan could make full use of her 3 minor realm advantage, Yu was unable to defeat her. If Li Qingyan properly mastered all of the martial techniques that Yi Zan had imparted to her, then Yu would lose to Li Qingyan in a head-on fight. However, Yi Zan would perform spiritual power infusion monthly, which would narrow the gap between them. Now that the sword jade physique in Yu's body had been completely awakened, her innate bone value had been greatly improved. Naturally, she could now withstand more spiritual power infusion. However, Yu had always remembered Yi Zan's instructions. She did not slack off in her cultivation at all. Now that her huge grudge had been resolved, she was no longer obsessed over revenge. She only wanted to be by her teacher's side. She also hoped that she could become stronger quickly and catch up with her teacher as much as possible. She also hoped that one day she could fight alongside her teacher. Although she knew that she might never be able to catch up with Yi Zan in this lifetime, she still chose to give it her all. At least this way, if her teacher needed her in the future, she could be of use. Junior sister, you have properly grasped your newfound power. With my current strength, I can no longer be your sparring partner. If you want to gain some actual combat experience, you will have to wait for teacher to come out of seclusion. The rampart sword technique was activated. The longsword in Yu's hand filled the sky with sword chi. After blocking Li Qingyan's attack with great difficulty, she stopped the fight. Senior sister is too modest. Although I have an advantage in terms of my cultivation realm, I still have a lot to learn from senior sister in terms of cultivation methods and martial techniques. Li Qingyan said with a smile. Immediately after, Li Qingyan asked Yu for advice on cultivation methods and martial techniques. Yu did not hide anything. She imparted all of her experience and insights to Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan's comprehension value was extremely high. She quickly understood the insights that Yu had imparted to her. Although there were some parts that she was still confused about, after Yu's explanation, she immediately understood them. Of course, Yu did not slack off. She worked extremely hard to improve her cultivation level. The comprehension value of these two women far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. By helping each other, they further improved their cultivation speed. However, just as the two of them were wholeheartedly cultivating, a huge change occurred in Zhongqing City. The Chen family finally could no longer suppress their ambitions and made a move against the Zhu family. The Chen family wanted to subdue the Zhu family, but the Zhu family members had already seen through the Chen family's intentions. Moreover, the Zhu family was different from the Li family, so there was no possibility of a marriage alliance. If they really chose to submit, the Chen family would certainly borrow the power of the Mad Saber sect and directly eliminate the Zhu family's upper echelons. After that, the Chen family would definitely completely erode the Zhu family's strength bit by bit. At that time, the Zhu family would be completely annihilated. Moreover, the Zhu family had previously cooperated with the Chen family, so the two families were very clear about each other's intentions. It was precisely because of this that the Zhu family decisively rejected the Chen family's conditions. If the end result was destruction either way, Then why not take the opportunity before the Mad Saber sect's leader arrived to directly lead their entire family to evacuate Zhongqing City? Unfortunately, the Chen family had also seen through the Zhu family's plans. The moment they received the news from their spies, the Chen family did not hesitate to make their move. Not only did they interfere with the Zhu family's plans in the city, they even sent people outside the city to kill the members of the Zhu family. The alliance between the two families was shattered. The Zhu family had actually been considering cooperating with the Li family, but, unfortunately, the Li family had rejected them. Even if the two families joined hands, their combined strength would be insufficient to deal with the Mad Saber sect. Moreover, at that time, the Li family was thinking of forming a marriage alliance with the Chen family to protect the family, so they rejected the Zhu family's request for cooperation. Chapter 56, Marriage Alliance. Sorry, we don't need one. Now that Li Qingyan was Yizan's disciple, the Li family did not need to work together with the Zhu family. Of course, the Zhu family had also considered seeking refuge with the city lord's mansion of Zhongqing City. However, although the city lord's mansion was powerful, it would not interfere with the conflict between the three families. Moreover, the conflict between the families was unavoidable. Even the imperial family of the Great Xian dynasty did not interfere much in such matters, let alone the city lord's mansion. As long as the conflict did not affect the general populace, the city lord's mansion would definitely not take action. Hence, the Zhu family had to face the Chen family alone. If the Chen family was their only opponent, the Zhu family would naturally not be afraid. However, much to the Zhu family's surprise, the Mad Saber sect had actually sent a powerful elder to take charge of the Chen family's forces. This elder's strength had reached the 9th level of the Purple Spirit Realm. Thanks to the presence of this elder, the Zhu family's plan to escape completely failed. As everyone knew, in the absence of a core formation realm cultivator, a 9th level or 10th level Purple Spirit Realm cultivator would be an invincible existence. Chen Junhao, are you really going to exterminate my Zhu family? Outside Zhongqing City, a furious roar suddenly erupted from inside a dense forest. The Zhu family head's face was filled with despair. They could have moved a portion of their clansmen to escape, but they had not expected the Mad Saber sect elder to actually intervene. A 9th level Purple Spirit Realm cultivator was extremely powerful, and his presence alone was sufficient to suppress the entire Zhu family. HMPH, seeing that our two families have cooperated before, I gave you a chance. It's a pity that you didn't cherish it. Chen Junhao, the head of the Chen family, said this with a mocking expression. When the head of the Zhu family heard this, he was almost angered to death. What kind of fucking chance did he even give them? It was clearly an attempt to annex the Zhu family. However, in consideration of our past relationship, I will give you one last chance. This morning, Chen Ping returned to Zhongqing City. Chen Ping wants to fight with your Zhu family's Zhu Peng. If Zhu Peng wins, I will let your Zhu family leave. Chen Junhao looked at the leader of the Zhu family and said indifferently. The leader of the Zhu family clenched his fists when he heard this. He felt extremely humiliated. Not only was Zhu Peng his son, but he was also the strongest cultivator of the Zhu family's younger generation. However, his strength had only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now that Chen Ping had already entered the 10th level of the Qi transformation realm, this was not a fight, it was clearly torture. Moreover, he also heard the hidden meaning implied by Chen Junhao's words. If Chen Ping had returned to Zhongqing City, it meant that the leader of the Mad Saber sect had also arrived in Zhongqing City. The Zhu family was doomed. What, are you still hesitating? Do you think you have any other choices? Seeing this, Chen Junhao sneered. I can agree, but you must give me 2 hours to prepare. The Zhu family head's fingernails dug into his palms. He gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Hehe, do you think that with your Zhu family's strength, you have the qualifications to negotiate with us? Chen Junhao mocked him. However, he soon revealed a strange smile. Forget it, how about 4 hours? I hope that when the time is up, your Zhu family will be at the city's arena on time. Otherwise, hehe. When the Zhu family head heard this, he took a deep breath. It was obvious that the Chen family intended to force their Zhu family into a dead end this time. Very good. Since that was the case, even if our Zhu family dies trying, we won't let Chen Ping have it easy. Isn't Chen Ping very strong? Isn't he the greatest pride of your Chen family? Then I'll have Zhu Peng destroy him at all costs, even if they perish together. At the thought of this, the Zhu family head's expression revealed a trace of the viciousness in his heart. Now, with a 9th level purple spirit realm cultivator present, he had absolutely no chance of escaping. He could only bring his remaining clansmen back to Zhongqing City. Moreover, he only had 4 hours left. However, the current Zhu family head had completely given up on escaping. He was thinking about how to kill Chen Ping. Why would Chen Junhao give them such a chance? The Zhu family head knew very well that this was due to Chen Junhao's vanity. Chen Ping was not only the pride of the Chen family, but also the pride of Chen Junhao. Chen Junhao had always been ambitious. Now that Chen Ping had become the disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, he no longer had to hide his ambition at all. Now, he even wanted Chen Ping to stomp on Zhu Peng in front of all the cultivators in the city. To him, this was a form of pleasure. Most importantly, the Chen family could use this chance to announce to all the cultivators in the city that, from today onward, there would only be one strongest family in Zhongqing City, which was the Chen family. From Chen Junhao's perspective, how could Chen Ping lose? A 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivator facing a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. Was that not the perfect recipe for a thrashing? Moreover, the Zhu family was doomed. They were only given 4 more hours to live. Soon, not only would Chen Ping kill Zhu Peng, but he would also marry Li Qingyan. From now on, the Chen family would become the largest family in Zhongqing City. Since the Zhu family was monitored by the elder of the Mad Saber sect, Chen Junhao did not stay idle. He directly brought Chen Ping to the Li family's residence. It was time for the marriage between the two families to be finalized. After this marriage was settled, he could bring Li Qingyan to the arena to watch Chen Ping's heroic fight. Although the Li family was somewhat hesitant, after seeing the Zhu family's outcome, they would naturally have no choice but to agree. However, when he brought Chen Ping to the Li family's residence, he was almost kicked out of the residence. The members of the Li family did not afford them the slightest courtesy. They even made it clear that the marriage alliance proposal was rejected. When Chen Junhao saw this, he could not help but laugh furiously. Good, very good. Since you refuse to accept our good intentions, then don't blame our Chen family for being merciless. He did not expect that the Li family's attitude would change so drastically within such a short period of time. He was immediately filled with anger. However, when he saw Li Zhengyang, he could not help but squint his eyes slightly. The aura around Li Zhengyang's body was extremely majestic. There were no signs of his previous injury at all. It was obvious that this fellow had made a full recovery. No wonder they dared to reject our Chen family's marriage alliance. However, did he really think that our Chen family was still the same pushover from before? Not only did the Mad Saber sect send a 9th level purple spirit realm elder to oversee things, Chen Ping had even personally brought the leader of the Mad Saber sect into Zhongqing City today. He was currently resting in the Chen family's residence. So what if Li Zhengyang's injuries had completely healed? Although Chen Junhao was not his match, as long as the leader of the Mad Saber sect made a move, he would be able to completely destroy the Li family in an instant. Li Zhengyang, have you really thought it through? Do you really want to consign the Li family into eternal damnation? Only by choosing to marry Li Qingyan to Chen Ping can your Li family continue to survive in Zhongqing City. If you change your mind now, I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will be like the Zhu family, and will be completely wiped out from Zhongqing City. Chen Junhao said coldly. Were it not for the fact that Li Zhengyang had recovered his strength, and that he was no match for the other party, he would have led his clansmen into the Li family's residence and kidnapped Li Qingyan. His precious son only had eyes for Li Qingyan. The rest of the Li family clansmen were of no value at all. Chapter 57. If you lose, you will become my slave. Why did he have to choose to marry someone from the Li family? Chen Junhao was just worried that Li Qingyan would choose the extreme option to avoid marrying Chen Ping. If the Li family was really stubborn, then they could only use absolute means to suppress them. First, they would kidnap Li Qingyan. Then, they would completely destroy the Li family. Chen Ping is just a playboy. He's not worthy of my precious daughter. Li Zhengyang looked at Chen Ping with disgust. Everyone in Zhongqing City knew of Chen Ping's reputation as a playboy. He had used the Chen family's power and influence to ruin the innocence of countless women. Now, someone was asking him to sacrifice his daughter's happiness. Was this something he could tolerate? At the same time, Li Zhengyang's heart was filled with lingering fear. He had been too muddle-headed at that time. He had actually considered sacrificing his precious daughter's happiness. This kind of person was really unworthy of his daughter. Of course, were it not for Yi Zan's appearance, he would not have had the courage to speak to Chen Junhao like this today. Perhaps, for the survival of the Li family, he might really have had to sacrifice his precious daughter's happiness. I am too incompetent as a father. Li Zhengyang's heart was filled with self-blame. His previous choice would have been one that he regretted for the rest of his life. If his precious daughter really married such a flirtatious and immoral person, how would he live with himself in the future? And even if he survived the inevitable purge afterward, he would spend the rest of his life in guilt. Thinking this, Li Zhengyang's heart was filled with gratitude towards Yi Zan. Hehe, you said that I'm not worthy of Li Qingyan. Chen Junhao had not spoken yet, but Chen Ping could not help but interject. He took a step forward, his facial expression was as cold as ice. The vigorous spiritual power in his dantian gushed out as he said, Li Qingyan is lucky to be able to marry me, Chen Ping. I, Chen Ping, am the strongest cultivator of the younger generation in Zhongqing City. I have now joined the Mad Saber sect and become the personal disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber sect. I am already a 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivator. Within a few months, I will definitely advance into the true essence realm. Yet you think I am not worthy of Li Qingyan? How ridiculous. As he spoke, Chen Ping's face was filled with pride. With his talent and cultivation, it was obvious that Li Qingyan, that bitch, was benefiting from this arrangement. Okay. Chen Junhao, who was beside him, also sneered. He puffed out his chest, and his expression was full of pride as he looked at Chen Ping. The thing that made him the proudest in his life was that he had given birth to such a talented son. At such a young age, his son had already reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. He was the youngest and strongest cultivator in Zhongqing City, and perhaps even in the regions beyond. Hehe. When Li Zhengyang saw this, he could not help but laugh. Although Chen Ping said that his talent was not bad, did he really think that his arrogance was warranted just because he joined the Mad Saber sect? Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect was powerful, how could he be compared to an elder of the Qingyan sect? How could he be compared to Yi Zan? Their teachers were not on the same level, let alone their disciples. Did he really think that his 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivation was very powerful? Did he really think that he could suppress the prodigies of this era? Had he ever met Elder Yi Zan? He had raised his disciple's realm from the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm to the 8th level of the true essence realm in just a few hours. That was what it meant to be fucking awesome. Okay. Never in my lifetime have I seen such a feat. Seeing the smile on Li Zhengyang's face, Chen Ping could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Chen Junhao, who was beside him, was also so furious that his whole body was trembling. If Li Zhengyang's strength had yet to recover, he would have already made a move. Very good. Didn't you say that I am not worthy of Li Qingyan? Why don't you ask Li Qingyan to come out and compete with me? I will be waiting for her in the arena in the city in 2 hours. If she can withstand 3 moves from me, I, Chen Ping, will never mention marriage again. But if she loses to me, not only will she marry into my family, but she will also have to be my slave. When I kill Zhu Peng, I will definitely slow it down for her to watch. I will let her know who is the real strong one. Chen Ping's eyes were filled with coldness. He had never been looked down upon so much. He was only 17 years old, and had already reached the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Even the geniuses of the county's main city, which was even bigger than Zhongqing City, could not compare to him, what more a mere 7th level Qi transformation realm girl. What gave them the qualifications to look down on him like this? Where did Li Zhengyang get the confidence to say that he was unworthy of Li Qingyan? Li Zhengyang, I'll see you in the city arena in 2 hours. Chen Junhao looked at Li Zhengyang coldly. Without waiting for a response, he took Chen Ping and left. If Li Qingyan did not come, then things would be very simple. After the Zhu family's matter was settled, he would bring his people to destroy the Li family. Li Zhengyang looked at the retreating backs of Chen Junhao and the others leaving and could not help but shake his head. This fellow was courting death. How could a mere 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivator withstand an 8th level true essence realm cultivator? Qingyan probably did not even need to use a weapon. I'll inform Qing Yan about this right now. Although Elder Yi Zan is in secluded cultivation, given Elder Yi's strength, he is definitely aware of the changes happening in Zhongqing City. Moreover, Elder Yi agreed to help my Li family settle this matter. Why should I be worried about it? Thinking this, Li Zhengyang could not help but smile. Then, he walked toward the training ground in the courtyard. Whether or not she agreed to the Chen family's duel request was not something he could decide. It would depend on Li Qingyan's decision. Over the past few days, Yu and Li Qingyan had been sparring in the training ground and exchanging pointers. However, when Li Zhengyang told Li Qingyan about Chen Ping, she could not help but frown. He said that if I can withstand 3 of his moves he would never mention marriage again. And that if I lost I would be his slave. That guy is so arrogant. I wonder how he would react if he knew my current strength. Still, it made sense. Even within the Li family, only father and the elders knew about teacher. The outside world did not know that teacher was here in Zhongqing City. Moreover, even if Chen Ping knew that I had already become teacher's disciple, he would never have imagined that I had already advanced to the 8th level of the true essence realm. Should I accept the challenge? Thinking this, Li Qingyan looked toward Yu. She was not worried about the Chen family or Chen Ping, nor was she afraid of the so-called Mad Saber sect behind them. She was just thinking about her teacher. Her teacher was currently in secluded cultivation. If she defeated Chen Ping now and caused the leader of the Mad Saber sect to attack in advance, it might interfere with her teacher's cultivation. Chapter 58. Rules of the Martial World. Go, defeat him. Just as Yu was about to speak, a voice suddenly rang out in their ears. Teacher. Hearing this, Li Qingyan revealed a pleasantly surprised look. She quickly looked around, but did not see the figure of her teacher. However, she also knew that although her teacher was still in secluded cultivation, he still paid great attention to her and her senior sister. It seemed that he could divide his consciousness while cultivating, which allowed him to still observe the situation outside. How terrifying was her teacher's strength. As everyone knew, if a cultivator was in secluded cultivation, it was extremely taboo to disturb them. After all, it was very likely to cause a distraction and lead to cultivation deviation. However, if a cultivator was still able to divide their consciousness and observe the situation outside while in secluded cultivation, it meant that the cultivator's spiritual sense was extremely powerful and that they were not afraid of any interference from the outside world. Now that she had received her teacher's instructions, Li Qingyan no longer hesitated. Father, let's accept the challenge. It's also time for them to witness the true strength of our Li family. Li Qingyan took a step forward. Her aura was domineering, and was somewhat similar to Yi Zan's. When she saw Yi Zan make a move at the auction house back then, Li Qingyan had long been attracted by his terrifying strength and domineering aura. Her heart was filled with yearning to someday possess such capabilities herself one day. When Yi Zan had said, "Who are you? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" she felt tingles run up her spine. In addition, now that Li Qingyan was his disciple, it was inevitable that her style of doing things would be somewhat similar to Yi Zan's. At the same time, the news that Chen Ping and Zhu Peng were about to fight in the arena spread throughout Zhongqing City. Everyone saw the changes taking place in Zhongqing City over the past few days. It could be said that the Chen and Zhu families had been constantly fighting these few days. Moreover, the news of the Chen family slaughtering the Zhu family outside the city made them even more fearful. They did not dare to discuss the matter between the two families, afraid that it would bring disaster upon themselves. Although the city lord's mansion had a rule that the fights between families could not affect the commoners, who could guarantee that the other party would not do something crazy when they were cornered. Therefore, even if many people wanted to watch a good show between the Chen family and the Zhu family, they did not dare to get too close. They could only watch from afar. Now that they knew that Chen Ping and Zhu Peng were about to have a decisive battle, many cultivators were extremely clear about one thing. This was not an ordinary fight, but a life-and-death battle. Once the cultivators entered the arena, they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, curiosity was part of human nature. After learning that the two cultivators were about to have a life-and-death battle, countless cultivators gathered at the arena. The arena was not located in the center of the city, but in the north. It was said that the arena was built by the first city lord of Zhongqing City. After that, every generation of city lords would strengthen the arena, and there was a powerful defensive array formation covering the arena. Cultivators below the 5th level of the Purple Spirit Realm were unable to break through the defensive array formation, so this array formation could also effectively protect the spectators. The arena was originally used to host competitions between cultivators. Sometimes, if there was a huge conflict between cultivators, or if there was a deep grudge between the two, under the agreement of both parties, they could choose to duel to the death in the arena. Although the final battle had not begun, the audience seats in the arena were already full of cultivators. They were all prepared to watch a good show. Those cultivators who could not afford the tickets chose to watch the fight from outside the arena by finding a spot in or atop a nearby building. Half of the cultivators in the audience seats were only in the body refinement realm, and a small number were in the chi transformation realm. The number of true essence realm cultivators among them was pitifully few. A small handful of them had reached the purple spirit realm. Most of the cultivators were just here to watch the show. Of course, there were also many cultivators who wanted to use this opportunity to learn. Sigh, what a pity. After the arena battle ends, the Zhu family will be completely eradicated. So be it. The Zhu family were not particularly good people to begin with. Brother, you are too simple-minded. Once the Zhu family is destroyed, the next in line will be the Li family. At that time, the Chen family will completely control Zhongqing City. We cultivators will also have a hard time. Didn't the Li family and the Zhu family choose to enter a marriage alliance? How could they be destroyed? Hehe, the marriage alliance is just a means for Chen Ping to get Li Qingyan. After the marriage alliance, the Chen family will definitely think of ways to slowly erode the Li family's strength and then destroy them. According to the rumors, the Li family seems to have rejected the Chen family's marriage proposal. Fuck, are you sure you are not joking? What gives the Li family the confidence to reject the marriage proposal of the Chen family? What is there to joke about? My family lives near the Li family's residence. My father heard the conversation between Chen Junhao and Li Zhengyang with his own ears. Li Zhengyang said it himself, that Chen Ping is not worthy of marrying his daughter. At that time, Chen Ping was so angry that he directly proposed to fight with Li Qingyan. If Li Qingyan can survive 3 moves from him, the marriage will be cancelled. What? Chen Ping wants Li Qingyan to withstand 3 moves from him? That's right, if Li Qingyan loses, she will become the Chen family's slave. Then what did the Li family say? The Li family did not give a response. Chen Ping left directly after delivering that ultimatum. Moreover, the agreed battle time is after the duel between Chen Ping and Zhu Peng. I have no idea as to whether Li Qingyan will show up. Sigh, what's the use of coming here? The outcome has long been decided. How can a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator defeat a 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivator? However, if Li Qingyan doesn't come, the Chen family might directly lead their clansmen to kill their way into the Li family's residence. At this moment, the cultivators in the audience seats were having a heated discussion. Among the current younger generation of cultivators in Zhongqing City, Chen Ping is the strongest. Now that he has become the personal disciple of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, how can Li Qingyan and Zhu Peng possibly defeat him? Do you think that Zhu Peng will go to extreme measures because he knows that he will lose? He might resort to some suicidal means. This is indeed possible. Hehe, if this was a normal situation, Zhu Peng might have been able to perish together with Chen Ping, but it is absolutely impossible today. What do you mean? Don't forget that the leader of the Mad Saber sect has already arrived in Zhongqing City. With a top-tier core formation stage powerhouse watching over things, what can Zhu Peng hope to achieve? Zhu Peng might not be able to do it, but if the master of the Zhu family were to fight to the death, there might still be some possibility. Damn, brother, I suddenly understand why you are standing in such a remote place in the audience stand. It turns out that you are worried that the master of the Zhu family will overhear you and get rid of you. Get lost. Don't you know the rules of the martial world? If you see through a scheme, you naturally want to expose it. Chapter 59. Oh my god, it's a fairy. Just as countless cultivators were discussing things amongst themselves, the atmosphere in the distance suddenly turned quiet. When everyone noticed this, they revealed puzzled expressions. However, when they directed their gazes to the front, they discovered the reason for this. The people from the Chen and Zhu families had arrived. Everyone immediately stopped their discussion. The people from the Zhu family who came to the arena were basically the remaining top-tier forces they had. Besides the Zhu family head, only Zhu Peng and 2 family elders were left. The rest of the forces had been killed off by that elder from the Mad Saber sect. In contrast, on the Chen family's side, almost all the top-tier forces of the family were sent out. Of course, that elder from the Mad Saber sect did not appear. Obviously, he was constantly monitoring the Li family's movements. He was worried that the Li family would take this opportunity to withdraw from Zhongqing City. As expected, the Li family didn't accept the challenge. Chen Ping looked around and discovered that the beautiful figure he was thinking about did not appear. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Humph, Li Zhengyang is quite bold. When Chen Junhao saw this scene, he revealed a cold smile. He also did not expect the Li family to ignore him even though he had the backing of the Mad Saber sect. Was there a hole in their brains or did they really want to fight to the death? Hehe, no matter what, in front of a core formation realm cultivator, all resistance is futile. Although Chen Junhao appeared unfazed on the surface, he was inwardly displeased. Wait, it's the Li family. The Li family has appeared. As expected of the number one beauty of our Zhongqing city. Let alone Chen Ping, any other cultivator would probably also be tempted, right? Wait, who is the woman next to Li Qingyan? Why is her appearance more outstanding than Li Qingyan's? Oh my god, she's like a fairy that descended from the heavens. I have never seen a woman so beautiful. All of a sudden, the cultivators in the audience stand were thrown into an uproar. Seeing this, Chen Junhao and Chen Ping could not help but look as well. They saw Li Zhengyang and the elders of the Li family slowly walking over with Li Qingyan and the others. In addition to the people of the Li family, there were also 3 unidentified young girls. When Chen Ping's eyes fell on Li Qingyan, his eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. However, when he noticed Yu, who was even more beautiful than Li Qingyan, he was stunned. Who was this woman? Why was she so beautiful? What a fairy! Chen Ping was shocked. Li Qingyan had been the number one beauty in his eyes, but now she was relegated to second place. Hehe, I told you that Li Zhengyang wouldn't have the guts to refuse our request. Seeing this scene, Chen Junhao sneered. He thought that Li Zhengyang did not dare to come over initially. Presumably, the other party had detected the presence of the elder of the Mad Saber sect and had no choice but to come. Now that everyone is here, it's time for the arena battle to begin. Chen Junhao looked indifferently at the cultivators in the audience stand and then spoke in an arrogant tone of voice. HMPH, my Chen family deserves respect and adulation. Zhu family head, this is your only chance. You all must cherish it. Chen Junhao's gaze turned toward the Zhu family as he spoke in a mocking tone. The Zhu family head's expression did not change in the slightest when he heard those words. He stood motionless with an expressionless face. Zhu Peng, who was beside him, immediately understood. He did not reply to the Chen family's taunts. However, his eyes contained a monstrous hatred. Chen family, even if my Zhu family is completely destroyed, I will make your entire family pay a heavy price. The 2 people slowly walked into the arena. At the same time, the defensive array formation around the arena was activated. Make your move. Chen Ping looked at Zhu Peng indifferently. The large saber in his hand emitted a sharp gleam. The power of a peak-level Qi transformation realm cultivator suddenly erupted. However, what surprised everyone was that Chen Ping actually chose to hold the saber with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. This guy was really arrogant. However, he had reached the 10th level of the Qi transformation realm at such a young age, so he indeed had the right to be arrogant. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but think to themselves. Previously, when Chen Ping had been in the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm, Zhu Peng was not a match for him. Nothing could have possibly changed since then. After making what he thought was a very heroic pose, Chen Ping's gaze fell proudly on Li Qingyan. At the same time, he sized up Yu without any scruples. In his opinion, after he displayed his 10th level Qi transformation realm cultivation, the 2 girls would definitely have grave expressions and be extremely shocked. However, what made his expression turn ugly was that the 2 girls were not paying attention to him. Instead, they were smiling at each other and talking about something. When Chen Ping saw this, his face turned green with anger. You piece of trash, why aren't you making a move? What are you waiting for? Chen Ping could only vent his anger on Zhu Peng. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhu Peng did not respond. Instead, he slowly gathered all of the spiritual power in his body. The next second, a ball of spiritual power hidden within Zhu Peng's body shattered. Zhu Peng immediately leapt forward. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he charged toward Chen Ping. When Chen Junhao saw this, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted a warning. The power that erupted from Zhu Peng's body was extremely powerful. This was not something that a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator should possess. Die. However, by the time Chen Junhao opened his mouth to speak, Zhu Peng had already arrived in front of Chen Ping. Chen Ping had just turned around when Zhu Peng's resentment-filled face suddenly appeared in his field of vision. He saw that power was surging from Zhu Peng's hand, which was clutching a jade slip, which suddenly shot towards Chen Ping. That jade slip contained the full power strike of a 6th-level purple spirit realm cultivator. No matter how powerful Chen Ping was, he would not be able to block it, and his body would definitely be reduced to ashes. However, Chen Ping's expression did not display the slightest bit of panic. Before entering the arena, he had already expected that the other party would very likely fight to the death, so how could he not have a backup plan? In the next second, a jade slip in Chen Ping's arms suddenly shattered, transforming into an invisible energy barrier that enveloped him within. This was the jade slip that his teacher had given him. It was strong enough to block the power of a purple spirit realm cultivator. He still had 3 or 4 such jade slips. Chapter 60. Stay out of the juniors' fight. The jade slip that Zhu Peng was holding suddenly shattered, releasing an extremely powerful force. It was almost as if a small meteorite had exploded. That resplendent and destructive force caused everyone's hearts to shudder. At the same time, terrifying energy fluctuations spread out, and cracks appeared on the arena's array formation. It seemed like the array would shatter at any moment. Fortunately, these were only the energy fluctuations from the jade slip. If that terrifying attack was to directly hit the array formation, the array would have been destroyed. The cultivators closer to the arena saw this and heaved a sigh of relief. They had survived a disaster. Fuck, isn't this too fucking exciting? This daddy came to watch a good show, and almost died. Before the crowd could react further, Chen Junhao angrily shouted, "You guys are courting death." The crowd quickly came back to their senses and discovered that the Zhu family head and the 2 elders in the audience seats had disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in front of the nearly broken array formation. They wanted to use this opportunity to kill Chen Ping. Chen Ping relied on the protective power of the jade slip to withstand the full power attack of the 6th-level purple spirit realm expert stored the jade slip earlier. However, Zhu Peng, who activated the jade slip, had been reduced to ashes. With 3 powerful purple spirit realm cultivators attacking together, even if Chen Junhao took action, he would definitely not be able to stop them. This was the Zhu family's final plan. If Zhu Peng failed, they would kill Chen Ping at all costs. The 3 of you, this is a battle between juniors. You guys should just stay put obediently. Just when everyone thought that Chen Ping was about to die, laughter broke out. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly swept over the arena. When everyone felt it, their expressions changed drastically. Sweat dripped down from their foreheads like raindrops, and their bodies trembled. This is the terrifying spiritual pressure of a core formation realm cultivator. Although they had never seen a core formation realm cultivator before, at this moment, this single unified thought flashed through their minds at the same time. This overwhelming pressure and terrifying power that was as vast as the sea could only belong to a core formation realm cultivator. When Chen Ping was about to die, this terrifying pressure happened to appear. It was obvious that this core formation realm cultivator was the leader of the Mad Saber sect, who was also Chen Ping's teacher. When the Zhu family head and the 2 elders saw this, their expressions changed. Their gazes landed on a building not far away. There they saw a middle-aged man in a long green robe standing indifferently on top of the building. He then raised his eyelids slightly, and his gaze seemed to contain monstrous pressure. The Zhu family is done for. When the 3 of them saw this scene, they revealed expressions of despair. Under this incomparably powerful pressure, the purple spiritual power in their bodies was suddenly frozen, and their bodies were unable to move. Is this the power of a core formation realm cultivator? At this moment, the 3 of them had bitter expressions on their faces. They originally thought that the 3 of them would be able to suppress Chen Ping by going all out, but they did not expect the gap between the core formation realm and the purple spirit realm to be so large. The middle-aged man took a step forward, instantly crossing several hundred meters. He then appeared in the air above the arena. Family head, please don't interfere in the battle between juniors. The middle-aged man looked at the Zhu family head and the 2 elders with a smile. I dislike people who don't follow the rules the most. You guys, why don't you just die? As soon as he finished speaking, a giant palm smashed down toward the Zhu family head and the other 2 elders. The incomparably powerful force of the attack turned the 3 of them into a bloody mist. When everyone saw this scene unfold, they trembled, and their hearts were Filled with fear, some of the more cowardly cultivators were even frightened to the point of peeing their pants. No matter what, those were still 3 powerful purple spirit realm cultivators, and the Zhu family head was one of the 3 strongest cultivators in Zhongqing City. However, he was unable to withstand a single palm strike from a core formation realm cultivator. Was this the true strength of a core formation realm cultivator? It was actually even more terrifying than the rumors. It could be said that the appearance of the leader of the Mad Saber sect had left an indelible and terrifying impression on the countless cultivators of Zhongqing City. No wonder the Chen family was so arrogant. If they had such a backer, they would probably be the same. It seemed that Zhongqing City was really going to change. Among the countless cultivators, only Yu, Li Qingyan, Huang Ling and Shui Min remained unaffected. They naturally knew very well how terrifying a core formation realm expert was. However, they had been by Yi Zan's side for quite some time. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect terrified the cultivators of Zhongqing City, to these 4, it was obvious that there was still a huge gap between him and Yi Zan. Teacher's strength definitely far surpasses the leader of the Mad Saber sect. Li Qingyan thought to herself. When they were at the auction house previously, Yi Zan had once released a terrifying pressure. The suffocation brought about by that terrifying pressure was far greater than the pressure that the leader of the Mad Saber sect was exuding. After casually killing the leader of the Zhu family, the leader of the Mad Saber sect narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yu and the others. Seeing that they were mostly unaffected, a tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, what surprised him the most were the cultivation levels of Yu and the others. They were all very young, but the weakest among them had already reached the true essence realm. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect's cultivation was not as high as Yi Zan's, mere true essence realm cultivators could not hide their cultivation levels from him. Unless Yu and the others had learned an aura concealment technique, there was no way for them to hide their cultivation levels from a core formation realm cultivator. Obviously, these people came from some sort of prestigious background. Could they be the personal disciples of some top sect who are out training in the outside world? Seeing this, the master of the Mad Saber sect could not help but think to himself. Then, he took a step forward and instantly arrived on a rooftop not far away. He paid little attention to Yu and the others. He had just arrived at Zhongqing City. As a core formation realm cultivator, he naturally could not be bothered to research what was going on in Zhongqing City. Therefore, he did not even know Li Qingyan, let alone Yu and the others. Continue. The leader of the Mad Saber sect said to Chen Ping with an indifferent expression. Chapter 61. One move is enough to kill you. The reason why the leader of the Mad Saber sect came to Zhongqing City was for the sake of his disciple. This remote city did not interest him at all. Then, he entered a meditative state on the rooftop. As you command, Master. Chen Ping bowed to the leader of the Mad Saber sect and responded respectfully. When he noticed the envious looks from the crowd, he felt very conceited. Then, Chen Ping's eyes turned to Li Qingyan. However, when he found that the eyes of the other party remained indifferent to the presence of the leader of the Mad Saber sect, he narrowed his eyes. Humph, pretend all you want. When I defeat you later, you will be a member and slave of my Chen family. I will trample upon you, and those 3 little girls, I will not waste them and take them all as my concubines. At the thought of this, the long saber in Chen Ping's hand shone. The tip of the saber was pointed in the direction of Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan, our battle is next. Don't forget our agreement. As soon as those words were spoken, some cultivators who did not know what was going on revealed puzzled expressions. An agreement? When did these 2 parties have an agreement? Could it be the marriage agreement? Ridiculous. I have never made an agreement with you. The reason why I came here is to let you know that you are not qualified to marry me. Li Qingyan raised her eyelids slightly and then said those words loudly. Then, she jumped up and stepped onto the arena like a swallow. Ha ha ha, this is really ridiculous. I am the strongest genius in Zhongqing City. If I don't have the qualifications, then who does? Do you really think that with your strength, you can withstand 3 moves from me? If I use my full strength, you won't be able to even withstand 1 move from me. Moreover, I can kill you with 1 move. Chen Ping laughed angrily. His face alternated between shades of purple and green. A mere 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator actually dared to look down on him. Was she not courting death? 1 move, that makes sense. Indeed, I can finish you off in 1 move. Li Qingyan slowly raised the longsword in her hand. The sword flickered with sharp sword Qi. You are courting death. Hearing this, Chen Ping's eyes turned completely cold. Originally, he wanted to play with Li Qingyan. Now, he only wanted to stomp Li Qingyan under his feet in the shortest possible time. He wanted to let Li Qingyan know who was the strongest genius in Zhongqing City. The long saber in Chen Ping's hand released a half-moon-shaped saber qi. Slicing through the air, it flew toward Li Qingyan. Li Qingyan's expression did not change at all. She waved her longsword, and her 8th-level true essence realm cultivation surged forth. When Chen Ping saw this, his facial expression changed drastically. This is true essence power. How is this possible? At that moment, his eyes were full of disbelief. This was definitely an illusion. Li Qingyan was supposed to be in the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. How could she have stepped into the true essence realm? This woman must have used some sort of illusion to trick him. Yes, it had to be like this. Chen Ping's gaze turned ruthless. The half-moon curved saber qi released a bright light as it slashed toward Li Qingyan. No, at this moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect who was meditating frowned slightly, and his eyes suddenly opened. Li Qingyan, was this woman the Li Qingyan that Chen Ping mentioned? In the intelligence report, it was stated that she was only at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Why did she reveal the strength of an 8th level true essence realm cultivator now? Could he have remembered that wrongly? That was impossible. He was a top-tier core formation realm expert. How could he have misheard this sentence? No, this was very wrong. For a moment, the eyes of the leader of the Mad Saber sect were filled with doubt, and his heart was extremely conflicted. Ever since he stepped into the core formation realm, he had never felt such emotions. He had no choice. The shock that Li Qingyan had given him was too great. How could a 7th level Qi transformation realm cultivator turn into an 8th level true essence realm cultivator within such a short time? Chen Junhao had clearly told him earlier that Li Qingyan and Chen Ping were about the same age, but that her strength was slightly lower than Chen Ping's, having only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Moreover, in the previous genius competition held in Zhongqing City, Li Qingyan had been defeated by Chen Ping. However, at this moment, Li Qingyan was clearly displaying the strength of an 8th level true essence realm cultivator. How could such a talented genius lose to Chen Ping? What exactly had gone wrong here? The leader of the Mad Saber sect frowned and fell into a state of deep thought. Chen Junhao was also stunned. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the purple spirit realm, so when Li Qingyan released her true strength, he suddenly realized that her cultivation was indeed at the 8th level of the true essence realm. At that moment, Chen Junhao was at a loss. He did not know what had happened at all. Wasn't she supposed to be in the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm? How did she reach the 8th level of the true essence realm in just a few days? Could this be any more ridiculous? Although the two of them felt that this was incredulous, they did not think of spiritual power infusion as the cause behind this. Crack! Chen Junhao only reacted when the long saber in Chen Ping's hand was suddenly cut off, and his son spat out blood onto the arena floor. Son! Chen Junhao's facial expression changed greatly when he saw what had happened. The aura around Chen Ping's body had become extremely faint. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was holding the remaining half of the long saber in his hand as he kneeled on the arena with difficulty. Seeing this, Chen Junhao's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. His distraction had actually caused his precious son to be heavily injured. It was not surprising though. Li Qingyan's 8th level true essence realm cultivation was just too shocking. It was unbelievable that she had reached the 8th level of the true essence realm at such a young age. Most importantly, he clearly remembered that a few days ago, Li Qingyan was still in the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. How did she increase her cultivation to such an extent? This overload of information and disbelief had stunned him for a few seconds. A gleam of light flashed past. Chen Junhao's fist, which was full of terrifying power, suddenly smashed into the arena's defensive array formation. He then hurried over to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, on the other hand, was kneeling on the arena floor with a pained expression. His body trembled, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. One move. This woman actually cut off his long saber with just one move. The violent power from her attack was wreaking havoc inside his body. He thought that the true essence power that Li Qingyan was exuding was just an illusion, but it was real. It was also due to his carelessness that he did not use the protective jade slip on his body. That was why he was severely injured by Li Qingyan's one move, and was even on the verge of death. How was this possible? This woman had really stepped into the true essence realm. What exactly happened? How did her cultivation increase so much within the span of a few days? Although Chen Ping was unable to determine Li Qingyan's exact cultivation level, the true essence power in her body could not be faked. Son, father is here. Quickly, take this healing pill and stabilize your mind. I will start healing you now. Chen Junhao said anxiously. His hands trembled, and his eyes were filled with worry. Chen Ping's current situation was extremely precarious. He had one foot into the netherworld. If things were not handled properly, it was very likely that he would never recover from this. Chapter 62. Who do you think you are? How dare you even think of touching my disciple? Damn bitch, how dare you injure my precious son? After feeding Chen Ping the pill, Chen Junhao stood up slowly. His eyes were filled with anger and his body was bursting with purple spiritual power. At this moment, his mind was filled with anger. He no longer cared about the fact that Li Qingyan was the woman that his precious son had been longing for. He did not even care about why Li Qingyan's cultivation had increased by so much. He just wanted to slap Li Qingyan to death. How could this be? How could this be? Chen Ping, who was lying unconscious on the arena platform, muttered those words to himself in a daze. His expression was filled with unwillingness, and streams of blood slowly flowed out of his mouth. Seeing this, Chen Junhao's facial expression changed. He quickly gave up on the idea of killing Li Qingyan and rushed over to Chen Ping's side. Son, don't think too much now. That bitch must have relied on dumb luck to have been able to break through to the 8th level true essence realm. Faced with such a realm gap, it's understandable why you couldn't defeat her. It's not your fault. Chen Junhao quickly patted Chen Ping's back and slowly comforted him. Hearing this, Chen Ping widened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? She's reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Chen Ping's body trembled violently, and his eyes filled with despair. In the next second, a slight cracking sound could be heard. He suddenly felt that something in his dantian had shattered. This was not some bodily organ, but his Tao heart. Not only had she reached the true essence realm, but the 8th level of the true essence realm. This was truly beyond his wildest imaginations. So the clown was me. Me and my big mouth. Chen Junhao could not help but curse when he saw this. It was all his fault for being too anxious. He had wanted to comfort his precious son, but he did not expect his words to backfire on him. Chen Ping, calm your mind. At this moment, a deep voice rumbled. The leader of the Mad Saber sect had appeared in front of Chen Ping at some point in time. Sir, I'm begging you to save my son, I'm begging you. When Chen Junhao saw the leader of the Mad Saber sect appear, his eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise and joy, and he hurriedly pleaded with the latter. Don't worry, I will do my best. The leader of the Mad Saber sect nodded. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force immediately helped Chen Ping up. The hands of the leader of the Mad Saber sect were suffused with a gentle white force, which gradually adhered itself to Chen Ping's back, gradually restoring his vitality. Although Chen Ping's current situation was indeed precarious, it was not difficult to resolve for a core formation realm cultivator like him. In just a short while, Chen Ping's injuries had stabilized. Damn bitch, you actually dared to injure my precious son. Today, I will cripple your cultivation. In the future, you will be my Chen family's slave and serve my son well. After seeing that Chen Ping's injuries had stabilized, Chen Junhao stood up and stared at Li Qingyan with a fierce gaze. Father, not only do I want Li Qingyan to be my slave, but the women beside her must also come and serve me. Once Chen Ping's injuries had stabilized, he quickly looked at you and the others. Not only did he want Li Qingyan, but he also wanted you, Huang Ling, and the others as his concubines. Just now, his Tao heart had been completely crushed by Li Qingyan's strength. Now, he wanted to enslave Li Qingyan and the others to restore his Tao heart. Okay, son, I will capture them now. Chen Junhao saw that his precious son's face had become a lot brighter, so he quickly agreed to do it. You are so young, yet you are so ruthless. Today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your teacher. After the leader of the Mad Saber sect stabilized Chen Ping's injuries, he took out a pill and got the latter to consume it. Then, he slowly stood up and looked at Li Qingyan with an ice-cold gaze. Although Chen Ping's character was not good, he was still his disciple. Now that someone had personally injured his disciple in front of him, if he did not seek justice for the latter, what would happen to his reputation if the news got out? Of course, this was indeed an accident. After all, Chen Junhao also did not expect that Li Qingyan's cultivation had reached the 8th level of the true essence realm. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect had already noticed Li Qingyan's cultivation level earlier, he did not know her identity. After all, according to the information Chen Junhao gave earlier, Li Qingyan's cultivation had only reached the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, Chen Ping's current injury could be said to be related to their combined negligence. However, how could they admit that it was their fault? They would let Li Qingyan take the blame. Not good, we're doomed this time. Although we don't know why Li Qingyan cultivation increased by such a huge margin, regardless of whether she is a true essence realm or a purple spirit realm cultivator, there is no way she can resist a core formation realm powerhouse. The leader of the Mad Saber sect seems to be really angry too. It's over now, an 8th level true essence realm cultivator who is not even 18 years old. She is truly a monster. Is she really going to die today? When the cultivators in the stand saw this scene, a complicated feeling arose in their hearts. They could sigh inwardly as they did not dare to confront the leader of the Mad Saber sect head-on. The strength that Li Qingyan displayed had indeed shocked everyone. No one had expected the former to have actually stepped into the 8th level of the true essence realm. As the eldest daughter of the Li family, and also the favored daughter of the younger generation of Zhongqing City, Li Qingyan's strength had always been the focus of everyone's attention. Moreover, Li Qingyan's strength on the surface had indeed only been at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. Now that she had revealed the terrifying strength of an 8th level true essence realm cultivator, it naturally shocked everyone. Moreover, when they saw that Li Qingyan had heavily injured Chen Ping with one sword strike, many cultivators could not help but secretly cheer. However, what made everyone feel regret was that Li Qingyan had offended a core formation realm super powerhouse because of this. However, the moment the leader of the Mad Saber sect finished speaking, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Who do you think you are? How dare you even think of touching my disciple? Although the voice was not loud, everyone heard it clearly. Who is it? When the leader of the Mad Saber sect heard those words, his expression changed drastically. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart. This was an expert, an absolute top-notch expert. Moreover, it was an existence whose presence he could not even sense. Who is acting so sneakily? Hurry up and come out. Chen Junhao's expression also changed when he saw this, and his body tensed up. Everyone looked around in confusion, but found nothing. However, the next second, two voices filled with pleasant surprise suddenly were heard from the direction of the Li family's group. A young man with an extraordinarily handsome face, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes suddenly appeared beside you. Among the cultivators present, only the leader of the Mad Saber sect had sensed Yi Zan's aura. If the others had not heard his voice, they would not have been able to react. Chapter 63. So what if I'm arrogant? Got a problem with that? Teacher, could it be that this person is Li Qingyan's teacher? Wow, he's so handsome and so young. Fuck, I feel a little jealous for some reason. When everyone's eyes fell on Yi Zan, they could not help but be amazed. Were it not for Li Qingyan and you calling him teacher, they would have noticed Yi Zan's presence. When Li Qingyan and you saw Yi Zan appear, they revealed brilliant smiles, which were like blooming flowers, stunning the crowd. However, the crowd was not in the mood to admire the beauty of Li Qingyan and you. Their gazes were all focused on Yi Zan. When they realized that they could not sense any aura fluctuations from the latter, their expressions changed drastically. He was Li Qingyan's teacher, how could there be no aura fluctuations? Was this even possible? This undoubtedly meant that the latter could easily escape the detection of their spiritual sense. After Yi Zan appeared, Li Qingyan and Yu's slightly nervous expressions loosened up. Although they knew that their teacher would definitely appear, when their teacher was not by their side, they could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was not a minor character, but a true top-tier core formation realm powerhouse. Most importantly, the other party was only a few hundred meters away from them. If the other party wanted to kill them, he could probably do so in an instant. In fact, the reason why Yi Zan had not arrived in advance was because he was refining the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill in the cultivation room. However, just now, he had completed the refining another portion of the medicinal effects of the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill. His cultivation level had advanced to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and he was only half a step away from reaching the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Of course, even though he was in secluded cultivation, he split a portion of his spiritual sense to keep an eye on the situation outside. He was very clear about what had happened on the arena platform. Moreover, he had long since known that the leader of the Mad Saber sect had arrived in Zhongqing City. However, when he discovered that the latter had arrived in Zhongqing City, he had already entered secluded cultivation, and thus could not be bothered to pay attention to it. After all, for Yi Zhan, the most urgent thing was to reach the middle stage of the Golden CPRE realm. Of course, if the leader of the Mad Saber sect really attacked Li Qingyan and the others during this period, Yi Zhan would not have hesitated to give up on breaking through and save them. However, luck was on his side. He had already exited secluded cultivation before the leader of the Mad Saber sect even attacked Li Qingyan and the others. Yi Zhan stepped forward slightly and appeared in front of Li Qingyan in an instant. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect could not help but narrow his eyes. This guy was so fast. His strength must have far surpassed his own. Was he at the middle stage of the Zuden realm or the advanced stage? You, who are you? Chen Ping's gaze fell on Yi Zhan on the ring as he asked that question. However, because of this, his injuries worsened and he spat out a mouthful of blood while grimacing. From Chen Ping's perspective, no matter how strong this young man was, there would still be an upper limit. After all, he looked to be only around 19 years old. It was impossible for him to be a top-tier core formation realm expert, right? As long as he was not a core formation realm expert, his master could kill him with a single slap. In the entire Great Xian dynasty, there was only one genius cultivator who had become extremely famous for his monstrous achievements at such a young age, and that was Yi Zhan of the Qingyan sect. There could not be a second one, right? Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's face changed drastically. You little B*****, what nonsense are you spouting? If I had known earlier, I would have slapped you to death myself and would not have bothered to save you. However, Yi Zhan did not even pay attention to Chen Ping. Instead, his gaze fell on the leader of the Mad Saber sect as he continued speaking with an indifferent expression. Were you trying to discipline my disciple just now? May I know who you are? After learning of the other party's terrifying strength, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's expression turned vigilant, and he cautiously inquired. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but stare with their eyes wide open, their pupils were filled with shock. Had this fellow not been acting very arrogantly just a moment ago? The incomparably terrifying spiritual pressure of a core formation realm expert had even enveloped the entire arena, scaring everyone to the point that they did not even dare to release a fart. Even that incomparably powerful 6th-level purple spirit realm cultivator had been directly slapped to death by the other party. Yet now this guy was actually behaving so subserviently to a young man. He even cupped his fists and saluted toward the young man. Did this mean that the other party's strength was at least the same level as the leader of the Mad Saber sect? I was asking you a question. What gave you the gall to reply to my question with another question? Seeing this, Yi Zhan's gaze turned cold. This fellow had just wanted to make a move on his disciple, but now he was backtracking and did not dare to admit it. Don't be too arrogant. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect also felt a little angry. So what if your cultivation is at the middle stage of the Zuden realm? Although I'm not your match in terms of strength, cultivators below the true core realm might not be able to kill me. No matter what, I'm also a top-notch expert at the early stage of the Zuden realm. I have my own sense of dignity and pride. This young man even shouted at him in front of so many cultivators. Was he not clearly disregarding him? Was he not clearly disregarding the Mad Saber sect? Although he was slightly surprised by Yi Zhan's strength, it was impossible for him to lower his head because of this. I am arrogant. Is that something you have a problem with? Yi Zhan smiled. His incomparably strong spiritual pressure gushed out and instantly enveloped the leader of the Mad Saber sect. Hee, so what if you called me arrogant? I can kill you without lifting a single finger. The expression of the leader of the Mad Saber sect contorted. It felt like a mountain weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds was weighing down upon him. The next second, his legs started trembling, and then he crashed into the arena platform. At the same time, cracks appeared on the extremely hard arena platform, and then it broke into pieces. How is this possible? The leader of the Mad Saber sect had a shocked and dumbfounded expression on his face. He had been wrong. How could the opponent be a mere middle-stage Zuden realm cultivator? Someone with such terrifying strength had at least reached the true core realm. Moreover, it was very likely that the opponent was only half a step away from the peak of the true core realm. Only such a terrifying expert could use mere spiritual pressure to suppress him. Chapter 64. He's Xuan. The leader of the Mad Saber sect gritted his teeth as he tried to use his core formation realm cultivation to resist the spiritual pressure. However, just as his spiritual power started to surge forth, he was suddenly strangled by an invisible hand, forcefully stuffing his spiritual power back into his dantian. Do you think you can resist? Seeing this, a sneer hung on the corners of Xuan's mouth. Waves of power like a vast ocean suddenly swept out. The power of a golden core realm cultivator was displayed. After a cultivator stepped into the core formation realm, the Zuden in the dantian would turn into a real core. When that real core turned into a golden core, the cultivator's strength would undergo a qualitative change. In short, the gap between a golden core realm cultivator and a Zuden realm cultivator was even more terrifying than the gap between a Zuden realm cultivator and a peak purple spirit realm cultivator. In an instant, the arena platform under the leader of the Mad Saber sect's feet was turned into dust. At the same time, the mountain-like spiritual power engulfed him. The leader of the Mad Saber sect suddenly felt his bones cracking. Under Xuan's terrifying golden core power, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's Zuden power was forcibly suppressed back into his dantian. The latter could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Senior, spare my life. Senior, please spare my life." At that moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect's face had turned extremely pale, and a premonition of death arose in his heart. He was truly incomparably terrified. He had never seen or heard of such a terrifying cultivator. This suffocating feeling was too terrifying. He suddenly realized that this young man was not a Zuden or true core realm cultivator. He was a terrifying golden core realm cultivator. He was a top-tier powerhouse who represented the upper limit of cultivators in the Great Xian dynasty. The other party could crush him to death easily, just like how he had crushed the Zhu family head earlier. "What, didn't you hear my earlier question?" Xuan looked indifferently at the leader of the Mad Saber sect, who had just spat out a mouthful of blood. The latter knelt on the ground, unable to withstand the terrifying spiritual pressure Xuan was exerting on him. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth and stained his clothes. "How could I dare to have such intentions? I am to be blamed for being blind and spouting nonsense. Please don't blame me. I hope that you will forgive me, senior." At that moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect, who had been kneeling on the broken arena platform, hurriedly crawled toward Xuan. First, he begged Xuan for mercy, and then he looked at Li Qingyan and the others. No matter what, he could only pray in his heart that Li Qingyan did not hold a grudge against him. After all, he had wanted to kill her just a moment ago. At this moment, he no longer cared about his dignity as a core formation realm cultivator. Just now, he had clearly sensed a trace of killing intent from Xuan's gaze, and the spiritual pressure he exuded was still rising. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's strength was far above what it was currently. Just how terrifying was this guy? The leader of the Mad Saber sect was terrified. Under the suppression of absolute strength, he had no chance to escape. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he could only wait for death. Compared to his own life, what did mere dignity count for? This Chen Ping really deserves to die. He actually caused me so much trouble. The leader of the Mad Saber sect was filled with resentment toward Chen Ping. He directly cursed the other party's ancestors for tens of thousands of generations. Had they not told him that Li Qingyan was only a 7th-level Qi transformation realm cultivator? Did they not say that the strongest cultivator in the Li family was the 7th-level purple spirit realm expert? Li Zhengyang. Why did they neglect to mention Li Qingyan's teacher? This senior's strength was so terrifying. It was absolutely impossible for him to be an unknown persona. However, at this moment, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was also a little puzzled. In the entire Great Xian dynasty, only Xuan of the Qingyan sect had achieved amazing results at such a young age, but even Xuan did not have such strength. "Spare you? If you want me to spare you, it's possible." Xuan looked at him indifferently, and the mountain-like spiritual pressure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect could not help but sigh in relief. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were petrified and held their breaths. Was this still the same fucking arrogant leader of the Mad Saber sect? Was he still the same peak expert who had casually crushed a 6th-level purple spirit realm cultivator? The incomparably tough arena platform had long been reduced to dust. The clothes of the leader of the Mad Saber sect were stained with blood, and the aura around his body was erratic and weak. However, what shocked everyone the most was that this power, that could instantly suppress a core formation realm cultivator, and even heavily injure him, did not affect any of the cultivators in the audience stands. Undoubtedly, this could only mean one thing. The gap between the two parties' realms was too big. That young man was able to easily crush the leader of the Mad Saber sect, and his control over his own strength had reached an astonishing level. Gulp. Everyone could not help but swallow hard. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their eyes were filled with shock. They had thought that the leader of the Mad Saber sect was the strongest cultivator they had ever seen. After all, the former had just casually crushed a 6th-level purple spirit realm cultivator. However, Yi Zan's appearance had now shown them the meaning of absolute strength. This was too terrifying. Hearing Yi Zan's words, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was delighted. However, his legs were still kneeling on the ground, as he waited for the follow-up sentence. After all, Yi Zan's mood would determine whether he lived or died. Someone wants to forcefully marry my disciple. They even want to destroy the family that my disciple belongs to. As her teacher, do you think that I, Yi Zan, should interfere? I don't want to see them in the future. Do you know what to do? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they stared at him with wide eyes. This young man was actually Yi Zan, the strongest genius cultivator of the great Xian dynasty, and an existence with unparalleled talent. My God, I actually encountered this legendary genius. Countless young cultivators revealed excited expressions. One had to know that Yi Zan was the nightmare of the young genius cultivators of the great Xian dynasty. He was like a mountain that could not be climbed. However, in the eyes of many ordinary young cultivators, Yi Zan was like a lighthouse. He was their idol when it came to cultivation, and an existence that they admired greatly. At the age of 20, he had entered the core formation realm and crushed countless young genius cultivators of the great Xian dynasty. The young cultivators could not help but clench their fists. The fear on their faces instantly turned into excitement. They had not expected to see their idol, and from such a close distance too. Chapter 65. The dust has settled. Yi Zan's avid fans jumped up in excitement and waved frantically at him. It was as if they were saying, "Oppa, look over here." They also did not expect Yi Zan to be so handsome, and his every move exuded a domineering presence. These fans of his had long fantasized about the day that they would be able to see Yi Zan in person, but they also knew that this was basically a pipe dream. Unexpectedly, this dream actually came true today. Yi Zan was actually in a remote place like Zhongqing City. While countless cultivators were excited, Chen Ping's face was filled with despair, and he directly collapsed to the ground. Yi Zan, Li Qingyan's teacher is actually Yi Zan. It's over, it's over. The Chen family is really doomed. No wonder that woman was able to raise her cultivation level within such a short period of time. Yi Zan alone was not an existence that the Mad Saber sect could contend against, let alone the Qingyan sect behind him. Don't worry, senior. You won't have to lift a finger to do anything regarding this small matter. I will settle it myself. Seeing this, the leader of the Mad Saber sect heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Zan had left a way out for him. At the same time, his heart was filled with joy. Fortunately, he had not impulsively attacked Li Qingyan earlier. Otherwise, what awaited him would only be death. Yi Zan was a terrifying golden core realm powerhouse. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this guy had pulled wool over the eyes of the entire great Xian dynasty. Hidden underneath the facade of a middle-stage Zuden realm cultivator was the terrifying strength of a golden core realm expert. Most importantly, this guy was only 20 years old. Even the first king of the great Xian dynasty had not reached the golden core realm at that age, right? The leader of the Mad Saber sect did not know who was stronger or weaker. However, from now on, Yi Zan had become the person he could not afford to offend. This guy's potential was too terrifying. In less than 10 years, he alone would be equivalent to a top-tier sect. He could even reach heights that the cultivators of the great Xian dynasty had never reached in hundreds of years, the Unity realm. Rather than provoke Yi Zan, he would rather offend a top-tier sect. Chen Ping, don't blame me. It's your fault for being blind and offending Yi Zan. Only by killing you can I escape from the gates of hell. Thinking this, the gaze of the leader of the Mad Saber sect suddenly turned cold. In fact, he did not really like his disciple much. The reason he had accepted Chen Ping as a disciple was to use his family's power. Chen Ping looked at the murderous eyes of the leader of the Mad Saber sect and despaired. Chen Junhao, who was not far away, also started to tremble violently. His heart filled with dread. Yi Zan, the cycle of karma will punish you, you will definitely. Chen Junhao shouted in despair. Seeing this, the expression leader of the Mad Saber sect changed. A terrifying power suddenly swept out, and before the other party could finish speaking, it directly hit the two people. Bang, bang, the terrifying power of a core formation realm cultivator wreaked havoc on the two people, which turned them into a bloody mist. Seeing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect had been crushed by Yi Zan, the former was still a core formation realm cultivator in the end. Killing a purple spirit realm cultivator was a piece of cake. Was this what a powerhouse was like? A single sentence could decide the life and death of a family that had existed for hundreds of years. Countless cultivators fell silent. They felt their blood boiling. This was Yi Zan, the strongest cultivator of the younger generation of the Great Xian dynasty. The leader of the Mad Saber sect did not stop there. His spiritual power erupted and he killed all of the elders of the Chen family around the arena. Then, he took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, heading toward the Chen family's residence. He was going to wipe out the Chen family today. Seeing this, Yi Zan waved his sleeve and left with Li Qingyan and the others. The audience's eyes fell on the messy arena platform. They were all silent. After an unknown amount of time, the silence was broken. What terrifying power! That guy is really strong. Is that how strong Yi Zan is? Is this how strong the strongest genius cultivator in the Great Xian dynasty is? The leader of the Mad Saber sect was nothing to him. Today was a day that would be recorded in Zhongqing City's history books. The Zhu family, one of the three major families in Zhongqing City, had been destroyed. A top-tier core formation realm powerhouse, the leader of the Mad Saber sect, had personally descended upon Zhongqing City. Not only that, Yi Zan, the strongest genius cultivator of the younger generation of the Great Xian dynasty, had also descended upon Zhongqing City and used absolute strength to forcefully crush the leader of the Mad Saber sect. The latter directly threw away his dignity and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Then, he personally killed his disciple and his disciple's family. This was the biggest thing that had ever happened in Zhongqing City throughout the past 100 years. Many cultivators witnessed the terrifying power of core formation realm cultivators. With Li Qingyan becoming Yi Zan's disciple, the Li family once again became the strongest family in Zhongqing City. Moreover, under Yi Zan's protection, the Li family's position would not be shaken. After all, the two words, Yi Zan, were more intimidating than those ordinary core formation realm cultivators. It could not be helped, right? He had reached the core formation realm at the age of 20. From this, it could be seen that his future was limitless. In addition to this, Li Qingyan had reached the 8th level of the True Essence realm within a very short period of time under his tutelage. All in all, the cultivators of Zhongqing City passed down hundreds of versions of the story. Every version was amazing, and the former's popularity as the idol of countless young cultivators was reaffirmed. Everyone was eager to become Yi Zan's disciple. Even if they could not become his disciple, they still wanted to be an in-name disciple or something. In other words, if Yi Zan really wanted to recruit in-name disciples, the countless young cultivators of Zhongqing City would probably line up in droves to seize this opportunity. Those older cultivators could not help but stroke their own beards. Does Elder Yi Zan lack a butler? I'm an excellent cook. Of course, these were only fleeting thoughts and dreams in everyone's minds. Because of this, Zhongqing City became lively again, especially near the Li family's residence. There were many young girls who strolled around the Li family's residence all day, hoping to impress Yi Zan with their beauty. Unfortunately, this was an exercise in futility. Chapter 66. They are really good at bragging. After Yi Zan left with you and the others, he did not return to the Qingyan sect immediately. Instead, he chose to set off tomorrow. In the meantime, the leader of the Mad Saber sect used lightning-fast methods to completely destroy the Chen family. After completely destroying the Chen family, the leader of the Mad Saber sect hurriedly ran to the Li family's residence to see Yi Zan. After obtaining the latter's permission, he left as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, the leader of the Mad Saber sect used all of his strength to flee the city frantically. Tomorrow, we'll set off for the Qingyan sect. The sect competition should be starting soon. Yi Zan looked at his two disciples and said slowly, "Indeed, we've Already been away from the sect for quite a while. Yu replied emotionally. Although they had only been away from the sect for less than 10 days, it felt like a long time had passed. Moreover, when she thought of her own matters, she felt that this period of time was even more incredulous. She had suddenly become Yi Zan's disciple, and the latter had performed spiritual power infusion for her. Then, he gave her high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques. He was even generous enough to give her a powerful mount. In addition, he brought her back to Linxi village to take revenge. After that, he traveled to Zhongqing City and took Li Qingyan as his disciple. Although not much time had passed, she felt as if she had lived for a lifetime. It was completely different from the boring days she had in the Qingyan sect. Within this period of time, she miraculously became a genius cultivator who, from the 4th level of the refinement realm, had awakened the sword jade physique and become a 5th level true essence realm cultivator. Of course, Yi Zan's cultivation had also undergone great changes. Although Yu was not sure of Yi Zan's current cultivation level, her intuition told her that her teacher's strength was very likely to have reached the same level as the sect leader. If Yu had known that Yi Zan had already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, she would probably have been left speechless. Moreover, she was sure that if the outside world learned of Yi Zan's lightning-fast cultivation speed, the entire Great Xian dynasty would be shocked. As the sun rose and the first drops of morning dew condensed, Yi Zan brought Yu, Li Qingyan, and the others back to the Qingyan sect. Just a few days after Yi Zan left Zhongqing City, a group of cultivators with mysterious identities came to Zhongqing City. They dressed very normally and pretended to be ordinary mercenaries who had wandered over. Therefore, they did not attract much attention. They were all here to do the same thing, which was to inquire about Yi Zan in the various restaurants and markets. They were all members of the Xuanian sect. Isn't the leader of the Mad Saber sect a core formation realm expert? Why would he be suppressed by Yi Zan? A middle-aged man dressed in black placed his wine cup down slowly. He asked in disbelief as he looked at the cultivators who were discussing Yi Zan's deeds fervently. Haha, is this your first time here? As soon as he finished speaking, a cultivator with thick eyebrows and thin eyes looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. In the entire restaurant, this person was the one who described Yi Zan's deeds in the most detail. Moreover, in the process of describing everything, he exuded a sense of joy, as if he himself was the person in question. As he narrated Yi Zan's deeds, he imagined himself as the protagonist. With a wave of his hand, he completely suppressed the leader of the Mad Saber sect. Once he heard the middle-aged man's questions, his eyes lit up. Then he raised his wine glass with a natural expression and walked toward the middle-aged man. The cultivator sat down next to the middle-aged man, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it in one gulp. He first let out a comfortable sigh, and then slowly said, "Speaking of this, we have to first discuss the differences between the core formation realm and other realms. As everyone knows, the refinement realm, chi transformation realm, true essence realm, and purple spirit realm, from low to high, are divided into 10 levels. However, the division of the core formation realm is different. The core formation realm is divided into the Zuden realm, true core realm, and golden core realm. Each realm is divided into early, middle, and advanced stages. Although the leader of the Mad Saber sect is powerful, he is only an early-stage Zuden realm cultivator. But Yi Zan is different. His strength has already reached the true core realm. No, it should be said that he has stepped into the golden core realm. The gap between a golden core realm expert and a true core realm expert is like a 10th level purple spirit realm cultivator facing a 1st level true essence realm cultivator. As such, there was no way the leader of the Mad Saber sect could beat Yi Zan. It is precisely because of this that Yi Zan could easily suppress the leader of the Mad Saber sect with a simple raise of his hand. Not only did the cultivator describe Yi Zan's deeds to the middle-aged man, he also vividly described the scene of that day with body language. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked outwardly interested, but he sneered inwardly. It was really ridiculous. How could Yi Zan be a golden core realm cultivator? This guy still did not know what the golden core realm represented, right? He had long seen through this cultivator's strength. This person was just a 6th level chi transformation realm cultivator. How could a chi transformation realm cultivator sense the cultivation realm differences of a core formation realm cultivator? Perhaps he had heard about the division of realms within the core formation realm from some unknown source. Now, based on the happenings in Zhongqing City, he was spouting nonsense about Yi Zan being a golden core realm cultivator. Was it not all just an excuse to get a free glass of wine from someone else? This middle-aged man was also one of the sub-leaders of the Xuanian sect, a powerful purple spirit realm cultivator. Most importantly, he was well aware of Yi Zan's serious injury. For him to be able to survive the 5 poison powder was already a miracle. How could he have broken through to the Golden Core realm? As a sub-leader of the Xuanian sect, he was responsible for collecting information on the affairs of the other top sects. How could he not know these secrets? Half a month ago, Yi Zan had only been a cultivator at the middle stage of the Zuden realm. He had been seriously injured and was on the verge of death. How long had it been since then? Not only had his injury healed, but he had also directly broken through from the middle stage of the Zuden realm to the Golden Core realm. If this was true, he would eat feces. The middle-aged man inwardly denied the cultivator's speculation. His guess was not wrong. This cultivator really did not know Yi Zan's cultivation, and he was indeed talking nonsense. However, despite his muddle-headed drivel, he had somehow correctly guessed Yi Zan's true cultivation level. The middle-aged man suppressed the impatience in his heart and listened to the cultivator describe Yi Zan's deeds before leaving. A moment later, the middle-aged man met up with the other sub-leaders in the wilderness. The few of them communicated with each other and discovered that the versions they had all heard were different. Some of the versions were quite normal, but some were outrageous. The most exaggerated one was that someone had actually praised Yi Zan's strength to the heavens, saying that his cultivation level had already surpassed everyone in the Great Xian dynasty. Even the Great Xian royal family had to retreat in awe when facing Yi Zan. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man further verified his previous guess. Haha, the people in this small place are like frogs at the bottom of a well. Their cultivation is average, but they are quite accomplished in bragging. In the entire Zhongqing city, the strongest person has only reached the 7th level of the purple spirit realm. How knowledgeable can they be? I'm afraid that most cultivators only saw the terrifying strength of a core formation realm cultivator for the first time, right? The few of them looked at each other with sneers hanging from the corners of their mouths. Chapter 67. Going further and further down the road of imagination. However, we have also confirmed that Yi Zan is indeed still alive. We must inform the elders of this as soon as possible. It seems that Elder Li's beloved disciples may very well have fallen at Yi Zan's hands. This debt must be settled. After confirming the news that Yi Zan was still alive, the sub-leaders of the Xuanian sect rushed back to the sect. Of course, as for whether Yi Zan had killed Duan Wuji and Duan Wuyi, there would be other sub-leaders who would specifically investigate that matter. If they could not find any evidence to prove that Yi Zan was the murderer, they would still probably put the blame on Yi Zan. In a magnificent hall in the Xuanian sect. As expected, Yi Zan is still alive. When Li Wuji heard the news, he narrowed his eyes. Menace filled his gaze. But how did this guy neutralize the 5 poisons powder? Ji Yu Da frowned. The previous sub-leader had already sent news back, and told Li Wuji and Ji Yu Da of Yi Zan's deeds in Zhongqing City in detail. It seems that the murderer who killed Wuxia and Wuyi is this guy for sure. Li Wuji's eyes turned cold. In the entire Great Xian dynasty, other than the Qian Gate and the royal family of the Great Qian dynasty, no other force dared to provoke the Xuanian, let alone kill one of their elders' personal disciples. Who else could it be but Yi Zan, who previously was in a conflict with the Xuanian sect? Back then, the elders of the Xuanian sect had besieged Yi Zan. He had been seriously injured and on the verge of death after that battle. It was impossible for the other party to not take revenge after forming such a great enmity with the Xuanian sect. However, according to the news, Yi Zan suppressed the leader of the Mad Saber sect in a seemingly effortless manner. Could it be that his cultivation has not regressed? Ji Yu Da rubbed his chin as he pondered this matter. His eyes were filled with doubt. It was already a miracle that Yi Zan had survived the 5 poisons powder. It was almost certain that his cultivation had regressed. In that case, how did he manage to suppress the leader of the Mad Saber sect? Humph, maybe this guy's luck is too heaven-defying, and he completely eliminated the sequelae of the 5 poisons powder. As for the Mad Saber sect, that's just a small second-rate sect. The strongest cultivator there has just stepped into the core formation realm, so how can someone like that resist Yi Zan, who is in the middle stage of the Zuden realm? Of course, the so-called suppression here probably does not refer to Yi Zan himself, but the Qingyan sect behind him. Faced with a top-tier sect, the leader of the Mad Saber sect was forced to admit defeat. It's impossible for Xuan to have a breakthrough in cultivation after miraculously surviving, right? To easily suppress a Zuden realm cultivator, his strength must have reached the true core realm at the very least. But only less than half a month has passed since Xuan was poisoned by the 5 poisons powder. Even if he is supremely talented, it's impossible for him to achieve such a feat. And those people saying that Xuan has reached the golden core realm are just spewing utter nonsense. A cold smile hung on Li Wuji's lips. It was impossible for him to believe such a ridiculous thing. How was it possible for anyone to directly break through from the middle stage of the Zuden realm to the golden core realm in just half a month's time? Of course, he also had his own speculations regarding this matter. To reach such a realm, the only possibility was that he had been infused with the spiritual power of a super expert. However, this possibility was struck off by Li Wuji. For a super expert to infuse enough spiritual power into Xuan's body for him to go from the middle stage of the Zuden realm into the gold core realm, then that super expert had to have reached the unity realm at the very least. Throughout the history of the entire Great Xian dynasty, it had been hundreds of years since the appearance of the last unity realm expert. If Xuan really got to know such a super expert, why would he need to ask the other party to perform spiritual power infusion on him? He could just directly ask the other party to destroy the Xuan sect. Besides, anyone who could step into the unity realm was very like an old monster. How could they sacrifice themselves and their hard-earned cultivation to help others? After eliminating this possibility, Li Wuji could not help but think of another possibility that might have allowed Xuan to survive. It was very likely that this guy had obtained a treasure left behind by a unity realm super expert by chance, and it was very likely that it was left behind when the other party was on the verge of death. Could it be that this fellow had fallen off a cliff after being deeply poisoned and obtained a peerless cultivation technique? Although this idea was a little ridiculous, it was not impossible. After all, although the 5 poisons powder was powerful, it was still useless when confronted with a supreme unity realm expert. If the other party had left behind some kind of antidote pill, the poison would have been easily negated. Thinking this, Li Wuji's gaze hardened, and his eyes were filled with greed. If the other party really obtained an inheritance left behind by a unity realm super expert, it was probably not as simple as a simple detoxification pill. Perhaps there were even more advanced cultivation methods and martial techniques in Xuan's possession. If he could steal them from him, he might be able to take this opportunity to step into the golden core realm. That's true. In a small place like Zhongqing City, most of the cultivators are weak as hell. How knowledgeable could they be? Ji Da's furrowed brows relaxed as he thought of this. At the same time, he interrupted Li Wuji's train of thought. However, as long as this guy is still alive, the danger to the Xuan sect still exists. If the matter of the sect collecting the blood essence and qi is exposed, the royal family will definitely be furious. Li Wuji said, the royal family would definitely be furious about them massacring common people in the collection of blood essence and qi. Although the Xuan sect would not be destroyed because of this, the elders would probably have to step down from their positions as elders. Otherwise, how else could they appease the anger of the royal family of the Great Xian dynasty? If Xuan really killed Duan Wuji and Duan Wui, he must have found out about the collection of qi and blood essence by the sect. But why didn't he report it to the royal family of the Great Xian dynasty? Thinking this, Li Wuji's facial expression changed. He did not understand why Xuan would choose to hide it from them. Did he think that he could take revenge on his own without relying on the power of the royal family of the Great Xian dynasty? All of a sudden, Li Wuji's eyes lit up, and a possibility suddenly appeared in his mind. It was highly possible that Xuan wanted to use the collection of qi and blood essence as a bargaining chip with the Xuan sect. That way, he could start a massacre and slaughter the personal disciples of the Xuan sect at will. If the elders came to settle the score, the other party would definitely expose the matter of the collection of qi and blood essence. That matter was taboo to the Great Xian dynasty, so the Xuan sect would have to swallow their anger. What a good plan. Li Wuji's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he was even more certain of his speculation. If Xuan knew what this guy was thinking, he would probably burst into laughter. Humph, you can stay arrogant for a few days first. After the patriarch exits secluded cultivation, the Qingyan sect will no longer exist. Li Wuji's thoughts were dripping with venom. He wanted to get rid of Xuan quickly. Not only had Xuan killed 2 of his personal disciples, he was holding on to the secret of the Xuan sect collecting qi and blood essence. Yi Zan deserved to die. The most important thing was that Yi Zan's talent was extremely monstrous. Now that the other party had been completely cured of the 5 poisons powder, if he was allowed to grow, he would definitely become a great threat to the Xuanian sect in the future. Only by killing him completely could the Xuanian sect rest easy. Chapter 68, Heart-Seeking Fruit. Brother Ji Yu, if I remember correctly, the Qingyan sect, the Huoli sect, and the Shenshen sect are about to hold a competition, right? At this moment, Li Wuji's gaze landed on Ji Yu Da, who was beside him. That's right, there's less than a month before the 3 great sects' competition. Ji Yu Da said after thinking for a moment. This is an opportunity. We can take advantage of the competition to prepare a surprise for the Qingyan sect. Li Wuji sneered. Ji Yu was momentarily stunned, but then his face turned gleeful. Brother Li, you're right. After the patriarch ends his secluded cultivation, Yi Zan and the entire Qingyan sect will be history. Yi Zan's talent is too monstrous. As long as he isn't dead, I won't be able to sleep at night. Ji Yu Da stroked his beard and smiled. They had already summoned all the disciples who were collecting qi and blood essence in the outside world because the supply was sufficient for the patriarch to use. There was no need to collect them anymore. Moreover, the longer those personal disciples stayed in the outside world, the greater the risk of them dying at Yi Zan's hands. According to the news from the patriarch, he would break through in less than a month. At that time, the great Qian dynasty would have one more top-tier powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the peak of the core formation realm. The patriarch would then only need to make a slight move, and he would be able to easily destroy the Qingyan sect. Yi Zan would also die. They would blame the death of their personal disciples on Yi Zan. The Qingyan sect was extremely protective, so they would not hand over Yi Zan. At that time, the Xuanian sect would be able to attack the Qingyan sect in a justified manner. Then, since the two sects would be at war with each other, the patriarch would be able to justifiably join the fray. That's right, this was what Li Wuji and Ji Yu Da had in mind. As long as they told the patriarch that Yi Zan had learned about the sect's collection of qi and blood essence, the patriarch would definitely kill him before he could even reveal the secret. This matter is too important. We still need to discuss it with the others. Then, Li Wuji and Ji Yu Da left the main hall and went to find the other elders. Yi Zan, who had just returned to the Qingyan sect, was unaware that the Xuanian sect had already set their eyes on him before he even moved personally to settle the score with them. However, even if he knew about the plans of the Xuanian sect, he did not need to be afraid. After all, he had already entered the middle stage of the Golden Core realm and was only one step away from reaching the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Most importantly, his sword intent had already reached the 2nd level. The cultivation method he practiced was the 3000 Thunder Sword technique, which was a middle-grade Earth rank technique. The martial techniques and artifacts he had on hand were also extremely powerful. Besides that, he still had part of the remaining power of the 7th-grade Nirvana Pill in his body. Armed with all these, he would be able to suppress an advanced stage Golden Core realm cultivator. Of course, with his current strength, it would be a little difficult for him to destroy the Xuanian sect. After all, the sect master of the mysterious dark sect had already reached the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, and the power of the blood essence and qi collected by the mysterious dark sect was enormous. It was highly likely that the patriarch wanted to use this power to reach the peak of the Golden Core realm, or even break through to the Unity realm. Of course, it was highly unlikely that he could break through to the Unity realm just by relying on the power of the blood essence and qi. After all, it had been hundreds of years since a top-tier Unity realm expert had appeared in the Great Qian dynasty. The previous Unity realm cultivators had basically all left the Great Qian dynasty. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the Great Qian dynasty's royal family still had old Unity realm experts hidden within their ranks. After handing Huang Ling and Shui Min over to Lin Qing, Yi Zan went to the main hall to look for the sect leader. Elder Yi, your cultivation. When Wan Shanhai's gaze fell on Yi Zan, he narrowed his eyes, and a hint of shock flashed across his pupils. He actually discovered that his spiritual sense was unable to see through Yi Zan's cultivation level. How long had this guy left the sect? Could it be that his strength had already surpassed his own? For a moment, Wan Shanhai was stuck in a state of shock and disbelief. He was a middle-stage true core realm expert. Even if Yi Zan had used some sort of technique to conceal his aura, he should have noticed it. Yet now, he could not sense Yi Zan's cultivation at all. In his spiritual sense, Xuan was like an ordinary person, without the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura. Don't be surprised, sect leader. I just made a slight breakthrough in my aura concealing technique. Xuan made up a lie on the spot with a straight face. I see. Wan Shanhai revealed a flash of understanding when he heard that. He did not question the authenticity of Xuan's words. After all, this guy was the strongest genius of the Qingyan sect in 1,000 years. Was it not quite normal for him to have some attainments in the art of aura concealment? After I familiarize myself with controlling this power, if the sect leader is interested in learning it, you can contact me at any time. Xuan continued. That's great. Wan Shanhai's eyes lit up when he heard this. As everyone knew, although the sect's qi storage technique could restrain a cultivator's aura, it was still unable to completely conceal it. However, Xuan had succeeded. If he could also learn the technique, then he would be able to perfectly disguise himself. This way, when facing an enemy, there would be an additional uncertainty that the enemy would have to consider and deal with before choosing to fight. May I know the purpose of Elder Yi's visit? Wan Shanhai raised his head to look at Xuan. In his impression, the sect's strongest genius in 1,000 years was obsessed with cultivation. Unless there was something important, there was no way he would leave his own cultivation abode. Therefore, he was also quite surprised by Xuan's sudden appearance here. I want to ask the sect leader if there is a reward that increases a cultivator's comprehension value in the sect competition this time. Xuan paused at first, and then slowly said, yes, I specially prepared a rare natural treasure called the heart-seeking fruit. I obtained it in the mystic lunar realm a few years ago. Only by obtaining first place in the sect competition can one receive this reward. Wan Shanhai said with a smile. Heart-seeking fruit. Hearing this, Xuan revealed an expression of realization. He had heard a little about heart-seeking fruit. It could indeed increase a cultivator's comprehension value, but would only do so by 10 points at most. Even so, it was still an extremely rare treasure that was attractive to most cultivators. After all, comprehension and bone values were basically innate. Although they could be improved through the use of heavenly treasures, the difficulty of doing so was extremely high. Most cultivators spent their entire lives trying, but failed to find a single heavenly treasure that could increase their comprehension and bone values. From this, it could be seen how rare heavenly treasures that could increase one's comprehension and bone values were. For example, Wan Shanhai had already been a cultivator for about 50 years, and he had reached the middle stage of the true core realm. He was even the sect master of the Qingyan sect. Despite all this, he had only obtained a few heavenly treasures that could increase one's comprehension value. Chapter 69. Bring back the champion rank. Naturally, any heavenly treasures that could increase one's comprehension value by a large amount had long been consumed by Wan Shanhai. In comparison, the heart-seeking fruit was undoubtedly of average quality. It was precisely because of this that it was being used as a reward for the sect competition. Why don't I give out the rewards for the sect competition? Xuan brought up the matter naturally, but he could not help but feel a little awkward as he did this. Hearing this question, Wan Shanhai stared blankly at him. According to the rules of the sect, both the sect leader and elders had the right to give out the competition rewards to the disciples, but he still felt that Xuan had sprung this question on him out of nowhere. After all, from Wan Shanhai's perspective, Xuan was a genius who was obsessed with cultivation, so he should not be interested in things like the sect competition. Moreover, in order to focus on cultivation, he did not even take in a disciple. Could it be that Elder Xuan had changed after recovering from his injuries? Wan Shanhai entertained the thought. Of course, Wan Shanhai did not refuse Xuan's request. After all, Xuan did have the right to give out rewards, as long as the fairness of the rewards was guaranteed. That works too. Wan Shanhai nodded and agreed. Then, Wan Shanhai waved his sleeve, and 3 streams of light suddenly appeared in front of him. One of them was a fruit that was suffused with a thick white light, one was a pill that was covered in mysterious patterns, and the other was a long sword that was surrounded by sharp sword qi. These 3 things were the rewards for the top 3 ranks. The first place would receive the heart-seeking fruit, which had the ability to increase a cultivator's comprehension value. The second place would receive an origin condensing pill, which was a first-grade pill. It could help a cultivator quickly condense true essence power, and for cultivators who were at a bottleneck in their cultivation, it had the effect of catalyzing a breakthrough. The third place would receive the Shuiqing sword, which was a low-grade spiritual artifact. Xuan looked at them briefly, and then put away the 3 items. The reason why he had made this request to Wan Shanhai was because he wanted to use this opportunity to get rewards from the system. How could he miss such an obvious opportunity to gain rewards for free? The prospect of receiving a system reward by giving someone else's property to his disciples was something that made him truly happy. Of course, Wan Shanhai also had many personal disciples, and each one was extremely powerful. In Wan Shanhai's heart, one of his disciples would definitely win first place in the sect competition, and it was precisely because of this that he was willing to take out the heart-seeking fruit. The so-called sect competition was just a formality. Xuan also understood this, so when he made the request just now, he felt extremely awkward. He was intercepting someone else's reward. As long as he sent out Li Qingyan, Wan Shanhai's disciple would not be able to obtain first place in the competition. Although Wan Shanhai's disciple was already in the 8th level of the True Essence realm, and was only half a step away from the 9th level of the True Essence realm, Li Qingyan had the obvious advantage over him. The cultivation methods and martial techniques that Li Qingyan cultivated were all extremely high level. Most importantly, Li Qingyan's comprehension value was extremely high. Xuan had yet to spar and train with her. As long as Xuan trained Li Qingyan's actual combat experience, the latter's actual combat ability would be greatly strengthened. Therefore, the probability of Wan Shanhai's disciple defeating Li Qingyan was extremely low. Sect leader, are there any rewards for the competition of the 3 great sects that can increase comprehension? After Xuan put away the rewards for the Qingyan sect competition, he asked another question. Wan Shanhai first nodded, and then shook his head. The heavenly treasures for the competition of the 3 great sects are provided by the 3 great sects themselves, and there are a total of 3 rewards. For the champion's reward, I provided 1,000-year ice silk armor, the Huoli sect provided a 3rd-grade soul returning pill, and the Xianxia sect provided the most generous reward, which is an extremely rare heavenly treasure called the Spirit Burst Flower. However, among these 3 rewards, only the Xianxia sect's reward has the ability to improve a cultivator's comprehension value. This thing is even more precious than the heart-seeking fruit. I had not expected the Xianxia sect to have been willing to pay such a price. Having said this, Wan Shanhai smiled and continued. But at the same time, this also means that the Xianxia sect believes that they have a great chance of becoming the champion of the 3 great sects competition. It is said that the Xianxia sect has indeed produced a disciple with an extremely monstrous level of talent. As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Shanhai could not help but look at Xuan. Of course, no matter how monstrous the other party's level of talent was, it could not be compared to Xuan. Unfortunately, Xuan's cultivation had grown too rapidly. Now that he was an elder of the Qingyan sect, he had already lost the qualification to participate in the competition between the 3 great sects. It seems that the Xianxia sect is indeed very confident. Hearing this, Xuan could not help but smile. Obviously, whether it was the Xianxia sect or Wan Shanhai, they all felt that their disciples would definitely be able to win the competitions, which was why they were willing to take out such rare heavenly treasures as rewards. After all, a farmer's waterway would not flow to an outsider's field. If they were not certain that their disciples could win the competitions, they would not have been willing to pay such a price. There were less than 5 days before the Qingyan sect competition, but a full 24 days before the competition between the 3 great sects. He had plenty of time. Then, Xuan bade farewell to Wan Shanhai and returned to Lingju Peak. As soon as he arrived at Lingju Peak, he immediately called Li Qingyan and Yu over. He planned to properly prepare his disciples during this period of time, so as to increase his chances of winning the competitions. Greetings, teacher. Li Qingyan and Yu bowed to Xuan. Rise. Xuan nodded, and then said slowly, in 5 days, our Qingyan sect competition will commence. You will represent me and participate. Just bring back the champion rank. We will obey teacher's orders. Yu and Li Qingyan responded obediently. However, before you participate in the sect competition, I will try my best to raise your cultivation levels. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuan's gaze fell on his 2 disciples. Other than admiring his disciples' fairy-like beauty, he was also examining their information. Li Qingyan. Comprehension value, 299. Innate bone value, 79. Dual spirit physique. Innate affinity with both wood and fire attributes. Yu. Comprehension value, 234. Innate bone value, 329. Sword jade physique. A rare physique that is naturally compatible with sword Dao. Its owner's bones are like fine jade. When this physique is cultivated to the great success stage, the owner can cultivate the most powerful sword qi in the world. Chapter 70. Refining. Although Li Qingyan's comprehension value was extremely high, because her dual spirit physique had not been activated, her innate bone value was not particularly outstanding. However, Li Qingyan had already reached the 8th level of the true essence realm, and she had already met the activation conditions for the dual spirit physique. However, in order to fully unleash the potential of the dual spirit physique, she had to successfully refine her first pill. Only after Li Qingyan had truly become an alchemist would her innate bone value undergo a qualitative change. Yu had already activated her sword jade physique, so her innate bone value had increased by a large margin. However, this was not the limit of the sword jade physique. As the physique gradually evolved, her innate bone value would continue to rise. Li Qingyan's dual spirit physique should be on the same level as Yu's sword jade physique. However, it is indeed quite difficult to turn her into an alchemist within 5 days. Forget it, I'd better refine dark glacial frost and mountain chalcedony first. Xuan thought for a moment and made up his mind. Why is teacher not speaking? Why is he just staring at us? Yu and Li Qingyan did not dare to look at Xuan. After sensing his gaze, they lowered their heads with blushing faces and would only sneak glances at Xuan from time to time. However, whenever they saw their teacher's incomparably handsome face, their hearts began to beat uncontrollably. Take out the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony. I will help you refine them now. Ah, okay, teacher. Xuan naturally did not know what was going through their minds. His words directly interrupted their thoughts. Yu and Li Qingyan immediately took out the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony. These were the treasures that Xuan had given them. They could increase a cultivator's innate bone value. Then, the two women sat cross-legged. Xuan reached out and grabbed the dark glacial frost in one hand, and the mountain chalcedony in the other hand. With his current cultivation, he could easily multitask and refine the two treasures at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the surging spiritual power in Xuan's body gushed out, and the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony in his hands began to gradually liquefy. Soon, the impurities within the two treasures were removed and transformed into extremely pure mystical power. Then, Xuan placed his palms on the backs of Li Qingyan and Yu respectively. Under the control of his powerful spiritual sense, these two mysterious forces slowly poured into the bodies of the two disciples. He also helped them to absorb the power. Thanks to the assistance of his surging golden core power, Yu and Li Qingyan quickly finished absorbing the power perfectly. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple increase her innate bone value by 8 points, the host has received a randomized 3x critical reward. Congratulations, the host has received a 24-point increase in the host's innate bone value. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple increase her innate bone value by 25 points, the host has received a randomized 2x critical reward. Congratulations, the host has received a 50-point increase in the host's innate bone value. At the same time, the sound of the system notifications rang out in Xuan's mind. As expected, obtaining these rare treasures was worth it. Seeing this, Xuan was delighted. He had guessed before that, as long as it was given to his disciple by him personally, he would be able to obtain a reward from the system. In addition, he had also participated in the whole process of refining the spiritual treasures. The facts proved his guess to be correct. Previously, when he had given the dark glacial frost to Yu, he had received the mountain chalcedony from the system. Now that he had helped Yu refine the dark glacial frost, he had also gained a system reward for helping her to increase her innate bone value. In other words, he had earned rewards twice from just the dark glacial frost. The first time, he had gained the mountain chalcedony, and the second time, he gained the increase in his own innate bone value. It's a pity that the randomized critical reward was not high, or my innate bone value would have increased by leaps and bounds. Thinking this, Xuan could not help but feel a hint of regret. If he had gotten wildly lucky and earned a randomized critical reward that was hundreds, or perhaps even thousands of times, would he not have hit the innate bone value cap immediately? Xuan did not know what the upper limit of a cultivator's comprehension and innate bone values were. Moreover, he had once wondered if a cultivator's comprehension value reached the upper limit, would they be able to create a martial technique or learn a martial technique in an instant? To verify his guess, he had to find more heavenly treasures that could increase his comprehension value. If his comprehension value reached a certain level, and his sword intent could increase by 1 level every day, would that not be awesome? If he maxed out his innate bone value, would he not be able to absorb all of the spiritual energy of the great Xian dynasty in an instant? Ahem, I shouldn't get distracted. Yizan smiled awkwardly, and then quickly collected his thoughts. His gaze then fell on Yu and Li Qingyan. The next second, a line of virtual text suddenly appeared in his mind. Innate bone value, 337. Innate bone value, 104. Alright, not bad. Yizan nodded, and then closed his eyes and pulled up his own attribute page. Yizan. Comprehension value, 394. Innate bone value, 519. Whether it was in terms of comprehension value or innate bone value, his disciples were completely crushed. However, when Yizan saw his innate bone value, he was slightly surprised. He had not expected it to exceed 500. Originally, his innate bone value was extremely heaven-defying. After the awakening of the Sword Overlord physique, it had received a huge increase. Now that he had received another 74 points worth of innate bone value, the total exceeded 500. Moreover, it seemed that whether it was comprehension value or innate bone value, the true dividing line was the figure of 500. After exceeding 500 points, one would find it even more difficult to increase one's comprehension value and innate bone value. Similarly, the effects of spiritual items and heavenly treasures that could increase the comprehension value and innate bone value would also be greatly reduced. Chapter 71. Advanced Stage of the Golden Core Realm. To give a simple example, Yu's previous innate bone value was 329. After refining the mysterious power of the dark glacial frost, her innate bone value had increased by 8 points. However, if it had been Yizan absorbing the dark glacial frost instead, it would already be a great fortune if he managed to increase his innate bone value by 1 point. Moreover, there was a high possibility that his innate bone value would not change at all. There was no helping it. Yizan's innate bone value was too ridiculous, which would result in the effect of the dark glacial frost on him to be greatly reduced. However, if it was a cultivator whose innate bone value was only 20 who was absorbing the dark glacial frost, the increase in their innate bone value should be somewhere between 10 to 20 points. Along with the increase in a cultivator's innate bone value and comprehension value, the effect of these rare spiritual treasures would also decrease. Especially when the cultivator's comprehension and innate bone value reached the critical 500-point mark, the decrease would be even more obvious. Yizan could now clearly sense the scattered spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and he could clearly distinguish which areas had the densest spiritual energy. He could even judge based on the degree of the density of spiritual energy, what level of cultivation a place was suitable for. This knowledge and judgment came to him naturally. Other than that, he did not need to take the initiative to cultivate at all. The pores around his body would automatically absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and slowly fuse it into his golden core. In other words, he had reached the point where he could autopilot his cultivation, if he so desired. However, if he chose to cultivate manually, the speed of his cultivation would be even more shocking. Even if he did not rely on the system's reward, and even if he did not continue to refine the medicinal effects of the Seventh-Grade Nirvana Pill, he was confident that he could reach the advanced stage of the Golden Level realm within 10 days. Then, Yizan's spiritual sense slowly withdrew from the system space. Before the Qingyan sect competition, you have to increase your strength. You, quickly take out the origin condensing pill from before. I will help you refine it. Yizan's gaze fell on Yu. Alright, teacher. Yu nodded obediently, and then she took out the origin condensing pill from her spatial storage equipment. This was what Yizan had given her previously and, from the reward from the system, Yizan had obtained an even more advanced pill, but he had exchanged it for the dark glacial frost with Huang Ling. Moreover, Yizan had already understood how to somewhat exploit the system. As long as he helped Yu refine the medicinal power of the origin condensing pill, he would also be able to obtain a system reward from when Yu's cultivation increased. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Immediately, Yizan's surging golden core power gushed out, transforming into a gentle power that wrapped around the origin condensing pill. After refining it, it was slowly injected into Yu's body. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 20 days worth of cultivation, the host has received a randomized 18x critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 360 days worth of cultivation. When you had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the origin condensing pill, the system's notification suddenly rang out in Yizan's mind. As expected, Seeing this, Yi Zan could not help but smile. His guess was indeed correct. With Yi Zan's help, Yu managed to perfectly absorb the medicinal effects of the origin condensing pill, and had advanced to the 6th level of the truth essence realm. I'm still half a step away from breaking through myself. Yi Zan examined his own cultivation level and then murmured. Although he had gained 360 days worth of cultivation, the increase was not that significant. After all, the cultivation boost reward he obtained was calculated according to Yu's cultivation speed and not his own. This was completely opposite to the effect of spiritual power infusion. The cultivation obtained through spiritual power infusion was calculated according to Yi Zan's own cultivation speed. Although Yu's innate bone value was not low, she was still only a truth essence realm cultivator. Even if she trained hard for a year, it was only equivalent to 3 or 4 days worth of Yi Zan's secluded cultivation. After all, Yi Zan's innate bone value had exceeded 500. Qingyan, it's your turn. Yi Zan's gaze fell on Li Qingyan next, motioning for the latter to take out the pill he had given her. Seeing this, Li Qingyan was startled. Could it be that her teacher was going to help her raise her cultivation level again? Was this not a little too fast? How did I manage to meet such a good teacher? Am I allowed to fall in love with him? Li Qingyan immediately revealed a sweet smile, and then she took out the pill that Yi Zan had given her earlier. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 35 days worth of cultivation, the host has randomized 15x critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 525 days worth of cultivation. As soon as the system notification ended, Yi Zan's body suddenly shook, and the aura in his dantian swept out like waves. Originally, he had only been half a step away from the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Now that he had obtained 525 days worth of cultivation, he naturally reached into the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Seeing this, Yu and Li Qingyan were shocked. This terrifying aura, could it be the teacher had broken through again? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. While helping you to increase your cultivation levels, I also gained some insights and advanced a minor realm. Today is really a good day. Triple happiness. Looking at his 2 shocked disciples, Yi Zan made up nonsense to cover his tracks. What did he mean by having gained some insights and advancing a minor realm? Was this something that a normal person could do? However, Yu and Li Qingyan did not question Yi Zan's words. After all, in their eyes, their teacher's words represented absolute truth. Then, Yi Zan waved his sleeve, and the surging aura was immediately drawn back into his body. I almost forgot about the aura concealing technique. Suddenly, Yi Zan rubbed his forehead after remembering something important. When he had taught Yu the chi storage technique earlier, he had obtained the aura concealing technique through the system's reward, but he had yet to teach it to Li Qingyan. Qingyan, I will now teach you a secret technique that can help you conceal your aura. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Zan stretched out his hand and gently pointed his finger between Li Qingyan's eyebrows. The aura concealing technique was transmitted into her mind. Ding! As the host has imparted the aura concealing technique to his disciple, the host has received a randomized 20x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the nihility technique. Compared to the aura concealing technique, the nihility technique was undoubtedly of a higher grade. As long as one cultivated it, not only would one be able to perfectly conceal their own aura, but they would also be able to assimilate themselves with their surroundings. In addition, one could also use this secret technique to place one's body in a state of suspended animation. Once one's body fell into a state of suspended animation, the effect of time on one's body would be reduced. To give a simple example, a Golden Core realm cultivator originally only had a lifespan of about 700 years. If that cultivator cultivated the nihility technique, and placed their body into a state of suspended animation, they would be able to live for thousands of years. In other words, after that cultivator woke up, it was very likely that thousands of years would have passed. Of course, it was far more difficult to cultivate the nihility technique compared to the aura concealing technique. However, for Yi Zan, this was not difficult at all. Yi Zan looked at Yu and noticed that the latter was still stabilizing her cultivation. He reached out and gently tapped his finger on the latter's forehead, transmitting the aura concealing technique to her. Chapter 72. Elder Yi is their sparring partner. However, as he had already taught Yu the chi storage technique, teaching her the aura concealing technique did not grant him a system reward. Then, after Li Qingyan had almost finished digesting her gains, Yi Zan took out the only low magic spiritual weapon he had, the cold light ice soul sword. Qingyan, I've looked at your weapon. It's too low grade. I'll give you this low grade magic weapon, the cold light ice soul sword. As soon as Li Qingyan opened her eyes, she suddenly saw a longsword that exuded a cold aura in front of her. Even though she had already reached the 9th level true essence realm with the help of the pill, she still felt a chill from this longsword. Yes, teacher. Wait, teacher, are you saying that this weapon is a low-grade magic weapon? Li Qingyan was stunned. Oh my god, did I hear wrong? Is teacher giving me a low-grade magic weapon? Just because my previous weapon was too low-grade. Did he know how valuable a magic weapon was? In the entire Qingyan sect, there was no other cultivator besides Yizan who possessed a magic weapon. Most importantly, even the second-ranked Xuanian sect did not possess a magic weapon. Most of the weapons used by the top-level core formation realm experts were spiritual weapons. The highest-level weapons they had were only top-grade spiritual weapons. Just like the Qingyan sword that Yizan had given to you earlier, which was a high-grade spiritual weapon. However, her teacher now wanted to give her a low-grade magic weapon. Just because her previous weapon was too low-grade, with her current strength, could she even unleash the full power of the magic weapon? Li Qingyan's eyes turned red. Although she had been shocked by Yizan's selfless actions many times since becoming his disciple, she still could not help but be moved at this moment. Did I save an entire world in my previous life to have had the good fortune of becoming his disciple in this life? He was the best kind of teacher. Qingyan, take it. Yizan smiled and patted the latter's head. Okay. Li Qingyan wiped the tears away from her slightly red eyes, which were about to fall. Then, she put the cold light ice soul sword into her spatial storage equipment. Ding. As the host has given his disciple the cold light ice soul sword, low-grade magic weapon, the host has received a randomized 20x critical reward. Congratulations. The host has obtained the God-slaying sword, middle-grade magic weapon. The God-slaying sword had 7 blood-red lines on it, and it was filled with the power of slaughter. Now I only have to work on her combat experience to get my next system reward. Yizan examined the God-slaying sword for a while, and then withdrew his spiritual sense. His gaze then fell on Li Qingyan. Qingyan, today I will be your sparring partner. As soon as he finished speaking, Yizan did not wait for Li Qingyan to come back to her senses. He waved his sleeve and, in the blink of an eye, he brought you and Li Qingyan to the Qingyan sect's training ground. The Qingyan sect's training ground was located at the center of Qingyan Mountain. It was 100,000 square meters in size and extremely large. Moreover, the training ground was covered by an extremely powerful defensive array formation. The sturdiness of this array formation was far greater than the Zhongqing city's training ground. It could even withstand a full-strength attack from a Zhudan realm cultivator. Moreover, as the sect competition of the Qingyan sect was around the corner, there were already many Qingyan sect disciples sparring with each other in the training ground. The appearance of Yizan and the others immediately attracted the attention of many of the cultivators present. We pay our respects to Elder Yi. Seeing this, the Qingyan sect disciples hurriedly bowed respectfully to Yizan. Their gazes fell on Yizan, and their eyes were filled with fervor. This was the strongest genius of the great Xian dynasty, an expert who had reached the Zhudan realm at the age of 20. These young cultivators were all proud to be in the same sect as him. However, when everyone's eyes fell on you and Li Qingyan, they were shocked. Not only were the two women beautiful, but their demeanor was even more stunning. As they walked alongside Yizan, it was as if they had emerged from a painting. Are they the disciples that Elder Yi took in? Those two women are really lucky. I wish I had the opportunity to become Elder Yi's disciple. It is said that Elder Yi's first disciple was just an ordinary handyman disciple. I don't know how or why she managed to become Elder Yi's disciple. Stop spouting nonsense. Why are some people so lucky? It feels like you're spouting nonsense. Are you certain that she really was an ordinary handyman disciple? She looks like a fairy, extraordinary and otherworldly. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Why did I not notice her before? It's said that she was only in the refinement realm before this. With the help of Elder Yi, she completely awakened her potential and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. I don't know what cultivation level she's reached now. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on you, their eyes filled with envy. The cultivators who were originally sparring in the training ground took the initiative to make way for them. Yizan then suppressed his cultivation to the 9th level of the true essence realm. He reached out and grabbed an ordinary bronze sword from the training grounds equipment storage area. You and Qingyan should also attack together. Yi Zan held the bronze sword and looked at his disciples. Although he had already gained a lot of combat experience from Yu, if she worked together with Li Qingyan, he might be able to get an additional reward from sparring with her. Moreover, if the two of them worked together, it would also improve the tacit understanding between them. Yu nodded her head obediently. The storage ring in her hand flashed with a stream of light, and the Qingyan sword was suddenly unsheathed. Oh my god, Elder Yi is actually sparring with them. Aren't they too lucky? I really can't stand it anymore. Where can I find such a handsome and powerful sparring partner? I wish I could also become Elder Yi's disciple, then I would also be able to enjoy such treatment. Elder Yi, quickly look at me and see if I have any special physique. Quickly come and discover me. At this moment, everyone was envious, so envious that they were almost drooling. An elder of the Qingyan sect was actually sparring with his disciples. Although this was not entirely too rare, since it was Yi Zan, things were different. Chapter 73. His eye for talent is quite sharp. Previously, Elder Yi was always completely engrossed in cultivation and had no intention of taking in any disciples. Now that he was willing to become his disciple's sparring partner, it was inevitable that they would feel jealous. However, although they were envious, they were even more shocked. Elder Yi's disciples had actually reached the true essence realm, and the true essence power they emitted was extremely powerful. They seemed to be no weaker than the other elders' personal disciples, perhaps even more powerful. Although no one could recognize Li Qingyan, there were still quite a number of people who knew Yu. A dozen days ago, Yu had only been a refinement realm cultivator. How long had it even been? How had she already broken through to the true essence realm? It's fine if her master is monstrous, but how are the disciples also so monstrous? Is the world so unfair? Look at the martial techniques these two girls are displaying. They are so terrifying, and their true essence power is extremely strong. If we were to fight them, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to withstand even one move. They are too strong. Wait, their strength seems to still be increasing. Could it be that these are using actual combat experience to increase their own combat strength and awareness in battle? My god, just how terrifying are the comprehension values of these two girls. When everyone saw this, they could not help but reveal shocked expressions. It was no wonder they were able to become Elder Yi's disciples. These fucking girls were simply monstrous. In actual combat, they could even adapt to the fight on the fly to improve themselves. Was this something a normal person could do? Normally speaking, if one managed to become an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple of the Qingyan sect, that alone was proof that their level of talent was not low. However, when they saw the terrifying speed at which Yu and Li Qingyan improved, they felt powerless. These two girls distorted the definition of geniuses. The Qingyan sect disciples in the training ground were transfixed. As they discussed the battle and the girls among themselves, it immediately attracted the attention of countless other sect members. Wan Shanhai, who was cultivating in a cultivation room, also noticed what was going on in the training ground. He immediately mobilized his vast spiritual sense to examine the situation. When he took a look at the scene that was unfolding in the training ground, he was dumbfounded. Fuck, why does it feel like I've been cheated? As time passed, the Yu and Li Qingyan's attacks became more and more practiced and accurate, and the true essence power that they were exuding became more and more turbulent. However, their attacks were still easily deflected by Yi Zan. Are this guy's disciples so monstrous? Wan Shanhai was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He had also heard that Yi Zan had taken in two disciples when the latter returned, but he did not think much of it at first. After all, when Yi Zan was seriously injured, from Wan Shanhai's perspective, the reason why Yi Zan had taken Yu in as his disciple back then was very likely because he wanted someone to inherit his mantle. It had only been a few days, but this girl's strength was already so terrifying. Could it be that Yi Zan had used spiritual power infusion? Good heavens, this guy was actually so willing to sacrifice that much. Was he intent on giving his disciple everything? A 6th level true essence realm cultivator. A 9th level true essence realm cultivator. Moreover, their ability to adapt and improve in battle was incredible, and their attacks were as swift as lightning. Even he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wan Shanhai waved his sleeve, and his figure suddenly appeared in the training ground. Sect leader, we pay our respects to the sect leader. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. These two had actually caught the sect leader's attention. Wan Shanhai nodded slightly in acknowledgement at the crowd, and then his gaze turned to Yizan and the girls. It was obvious that the sect leader had been attracted by the battle between master and disciples. However, as time went by, Wan Shanhai's face became more and more livid. Fuck, I was really cheated. This guy actually trained such monstrously talented disciples behind his back. Although my eldest disciple is not weak, he is definitely not a match for these two. Wan Shanhai sighed when he saw this scene. The eldest disciple he mentioned was called Chen Zhaofeng. He had reached the 8th level of the True Essence realm, and he was only half a step away from reaching the 9th level of the True Essence realm. He could be said to be the strongest personal disciple in the Qingyan sect at the moment, and also the eldest senior disciple in everyone's hearts. Wan Shanhai was also very clear about Chen Zhaofeng's strength. He had thought that the young cultivators of the Qingyan sect would not be able to beat him, which was why he was willing to take out the heart-seeking fruit as a reward for the Qingyan sect competition. However, man proposes, God disposes. He had actually overlooked Yizan's disciples. The most important thing was that Yizan had only taken in these disciples not long ago. How did they suddenly become so monstrous? The true essence power unleashed by Li Qingyan was extremely powerful. Even Chen Zhaofeng might not be able to withstand 10 moves from her. He had been wondering why Yizan suddenly had the time to hand out the rewards for the Qingyan sect competition, but now he knew. This was what he had been planning. This guy was obviously worried that I would find out about his disciple's strength, and then take back the heart-seeking fruit, so he wanted to get his hands on those rewards in advance. This guy was too presumptuous. I am the sect leader. How could I do such a thing? I already said that the heart-seeking fruit would be the champion's reward for the Qingyan sect competition, so how could I go back on my words? Still, I am feeling a strange sense of heartache. Although Wan Shanhai was standing still, his heart felt as if it was being trampled on by 10,000 horses. Yizan had long noticed Wan Shanhai's arrival. However, he did not care. He continued to spar with Yu and Li Qingyan with the same expression. An incomparably sharp sword Qi tore through the void and slashed toward Yizan. Seeing this, he calmly raised his bronze sword and easily shattered the attack. Wait, Wan Shanhai saw this scene and was dumbfounded. Could this girl have a sword physique? At the thought of this, Wan Shanhai's eyes widened in shock. Although, unlike Yizan, he could not view Yu's details, he was able to confirm that Yu indeed had an extremely rare sword physique. After all, he himself practiced sword Qi, and his strength had reached the middle stage of the true core realm. Naturally, he could see from a glance that Yu had a special physique. Such sharp and destructive sword Qi was not something that an ordinary 6th level true essence realm cultivator could unleash. Only those with a special physique related to the sword Dao could unleash such sword Qi. No wonder this guy wanted to take her as his disciple. Seeing this, Wan Shanhai could not help but reveal a flash of understanding. Jie finally understood why Yizan wanted to take Yu in as his disciple. He must have discovered that the latter had a special sword Dao-related physique. Good lord, his eye for talent was quite sharp. How was he able to unearth a genius who was born with a special physique? Why did I not notice it back then? When he thought of this, Wan Shanhai was filled with jealousy. If he had discovered Yu's special physique in advance, then this precious disciple would have been his. Chapter 74, Qingyan Sect's Fortuitous Encounter. As everyone knew, every cultivator with a special physique had a limitless future. Yizan had struck gold. No, I still have to pay more attention to the handyman disciples in the future. Who knows, there might be some unpolished gems among them. Wan Shanhai muttered to himself. It seemed that even if Chen Zhaofeng faced this 6th level true essence realm disciple, he might not be able to obtain absolute victory. Thinking this, Wan Shanhai revealed a helpless expression. What was going on in this world? Why were all the supreme geniuses grouping up with each other? Although Yizan had suppressed his own cultivation, and on the surface it was indeed a battle between true essence realm cultivators, Wan Shanhai was somehow drawn into the fight. He even felt that he had gained some insights from Yizan. What's going on? Wan Shanhai was dumbfounded. He had only wanted to watch the fight, but why had he gained some insights from a battle between true essence realm cultivators? Most importantly, when he mentally simulated a fight between himself and Yizan at the same suppressed cultivation level, he discovered that he would not be able to defeat the latter, and would even be beaten quite badly. This was too fucking ridiculous. At the thought of this, Wan Shanhai was not convinced. He began to mentally simulate the fight again. However, He soon realized that even though he repeated it dozens of times, the result was still the same. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several streaks of light flew across the sky from not far away. The vice sect leader of the Qingyan sect and the other elders had arrived. Greetings, sect leader. They quickly bowed to Wan Shanhai. However, Wan Shanhai acted as if he had not seen them. He watched the battle between Yizan, Yu, and the others with a fascinated look. Sect leader. Seeing this, everyone revealed looks of confusion. Was Elder Yizan not just suppressing his own cultivation and sparring with his disciples? What was so special about this? Don't disturb me. Wan Shanhai glared at the vice sect leader and the others, and then turned his attention back to the fight again. Seeing this, everyone felt helpless. They then followed Wan Shanhai's gaze and looked over. They had only come over after they had noticed the commotion at the training ground. Moreover, countless cultivators had already gathered around Yizan, Yu, and Li Qingyan. With the addition of the vice sect leader and the elders, almost all the cultivators of the Qingyan sect had come. Such a lively and crowded atmosphere was similar to the atmosphere during the Qingyan sect's previous competitions. The vice sect leader and the elders had only wanted to come and watch the fun, but when their gazes fell on the battle between Yizan, Yu, and Li Qingyan, they were shocked. Just like Wan Shanhai, they also started gaining insights from this battle. In particular, from the moves that Yizan used. He had obviously deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the 5th level of the True Essence realm. Holding a very ordinary bronze sword, he easily blocked the full-strength attacks of Yu and Li Qingyan. However, what shocked them the most was that Yizan did not rely on True Essence power to do so, but rather on his mastery of the moves themselves. Yizan had almost perfectly integrated the sword intent he had comprehended into his moves, which was why Wan Shanhai and the others could not take their eyes off the fight. Seeing this, many of the Qingyan sect cultivators also came to a realization, and they were all glued to the fight. All they focused on was the scene of Yizan sparring with his disciples. The attacks of these three people were overwhelmingly powerful, and their surroundings were filled with sword chi. Yizan's attacks were especially awe-inspiring. His casual sword strikes contained mysterious sword intent, seemingly showing the way forward. An opportunity. This was clearly an opportunity given by Yizan, an opportunity given to the Qingyan sect. Anyone from the Qingyan sect, regardless of their status or cultivation level, could watch and comprehend. Of course, how much they would obtain from their comprehension depended on their own talent and luck. Suddenly, Wan Shanhai's body suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Seeing this, the vice sect leader and elders could not help but narrow their eyes. This power seems to be sword intent. Sect leader, did you successfully comprehend sword intent? Seeing this scene, the elders could not help but be shocked. Yizan, who was still sparring with his disciples, revealed a smile. It seemed that the sect leader's comprehension ability was quite good. He was actually able to use Yizan's sword intent to comprehend his own sword intent. Alright, that's it for today. You all should go back and digest your gains. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze sword in Yizan's hand turned into a stream of light and returned to the training grounds equipment storage area. At the same time, Yu and Li Qingyan also stopped attacking. Both looked like they were out of breath, and sweat was dripping from their foreheads. Ding. As the host has accompanied his disciples through 10 actual battles, the host has received a randomized 7x critical reward. Congratulations. The host has obtained combat experience from undergoing 70 actual battles. As the system's notification rang out, Yizan had gained a lot of valuable practical combat experience out of thin air. Through this sparring session, Li Qingyan's strength had greatly increased, but in comparison, Yu's gains were more substantial. After all, Yu had already awakened the sword Jade physique, which was an extremely rare sword physique. Yizan's sword intent was undoubtedly incredibly useful to her. Suddenly, a white torrent suddenly swept across the entire training ground. The torrent contained soaring sword chi. Seeing this, many cultivators could not help but tremble. They felt their hearts palpitate, but then suddenly awoke from their dazed state. In the presence of this invisible sword chi, their skin started to sting. Of course, this was all an illusion. Ha ha ha. At the same time, a hearty laughter resounded throughout the surroundings. Wan Shanhai could not suppress the wild joy in his heart. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. This was sword intent. He had actually comprehended the extremely rare and legendary sword intent. He was originally a sword Dao genius, but unfortunately, he had already been stuck at the embryonic form of sword intent for almost 10 years. And had never been able to break through the shackles that held him back. However, just now, when he saw Yi Zan's sword intent, the fog clouding his heart suddenly cleared up. His surging sword chi broke through the shackles and he successfully comprehended sword intent. At this moment, his mind was clear. It was like he embodied the sword intent itself. Congratulations to the sect leader for comprehending sword intent. Seeing this, the elders were also overjoyed and went forward to congratulate him. Wan Shanhai's comprehension of sword intent meant that the overall strength of the Qingyan sect had also increased by a lot. Chapter 75. Sparring with your disciples. I can do that too. Seeing this, the Qingyan sect disciples finally realized that their sect leader had comprehended sword intent. Immediately, the congratulatory voices were like thunder, resounding across the entire mountain. To them, comprehending sword intent was an unattainable achievement. They knew very well that this was something that countless sword Dao cultivators dreamed of. Since the founding of the Great Xian dynasty, there had been many talented sword geniuses, but most of them were stuck at the threshold of comprehending sword intent. Legend had it that only by successfully comprehending sword intent could a sword Dao cultivator step onto the true path of sword Dao cultivation. Yi Zan, you really know how to hide things. Wan Shanhai's gaze fell on Yi Zan, and he looked at him with a strange expression. If Yi Zan had not taken the initiative to display his sword intent, he would not have known the realm of sword intent that Yi Zan had already comprehended. At the beginning, he only felt that Yi Zan's moves were filled with some sort of special mysterious power, which faintly resonated with the power of heaven and earth. It was not until he successfully comprehended sword intent that he realized Yi Zan's attainments in the comprehension of sword intent. The most crucial thing was that the sword intent that Yi Zan displayed was natural and free-flowing, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was obvious that the other party had not just comprehended sword intent. Could it be that this guy's attainments in sword intent had reached the second level, or perhaps even higher? Although Wan Shanhai was extremely curious about this, he knew that such matters were best kept secret. I was just lucky, Yi Zan smiled. Lucky? You are the strongest genius of the Great Xian dynasty. You are also an unprecedented genius of the Qingyan sect. Geniuses should be like this. Wan Shanhai said loudly. He was very happy now. What was a mere heart-seeking fruit compared to the successful comprehension of sword intent? Still, I have to thank you. If you hadn't deliberately showed off your sword intent just now, I don't know when I would have been able to cross that threshold and comprehend sword intent. Wan Shanhai cupped his fists at Yi Zan and thanked him, his heart filled with gratitude. Although his comprehension of sword intent was closely related to his own foundation of sword Dao cultivation, Yi Zan was the catalyst. In other words, in terms of sword intent, Yi Zan was equivalent to his teacher. Therefore, Wan Shanhai's gratitude toward Yi Zan was sincere. Seeing this, many of the Qingyan sect cultivators were dumbfounded. They had not expected that the reason why the sect leader had been able to comprehend sword intent was actually due to Elder Yi. Did that mean that Elder Yi's attainments in sword intent had reached an extremely terrifying level? They were all humans, so why was there such a huge gap between them and him? Could it be that Elder Yi's cultivation had already reached the same level as the sect leaders? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Their gazes fell on Yi Zan, and their eyes were filled with fervor. Moreover, the effect of Yi Zan's display of sword intent was quite obvious. Not only had Wan Shanhai comprehended sword intent, but the other cultivators had also gained a lot. Many cultivators who were stuck in their cultivation of sword Dao were suddenly enlightened and gained a new understanding of sword Qi in their own cultivation. It could be said that any cultivator who witnessed Yi Zan's sword intent display with their own eyes had gained something. Elder Yi is too amazing. Everyone's hearts were filled with admiration and gratitude for Yi Zan. Yi Zan's actions just now were undoubtedly meant for them. He had displayed his own sword intent to enlighten everyone from the Qingyan sect. This was not something that any of the past elders could do. Seeing this, Lin Qing, who was beside him, looked at Yi Zan with a complicated expression. Half a month ago, her cultivation level had been the same as Yi Zan. They were both cultivators at the middle stage of the Zuden stage. However, over this half a month, her cultivation had not made any progress at all. On the other hand, Yi Zan had already reached a level that she could not see through at all. When she learned about Yi Zan's deeds from Huang Ling and Shui Min, her heart was even more shocked. They told her that Yi Zan had refined the dark glacial frost extremely quickly, and that they had also sensed Yi Zan's terrifying spiritual pressure. If what Huang Ling and Shui Min said was true, then Yi Zan had very likely reached the Golden Core realm. Throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty, there were very few Golden Core realm cultivators, and Golden Core realm cultivators that had comprehended sword intent were even more unprecedented. Lin Qing wondered if the sect leader was aware of this. Lin Qing took a deep breath, her heart was filled with shock. She did not expect that the youth who had followed behind her and humbly asked for guidance on the sword Dao back then had already grown to such a level. In the blink of an eye, he had already left her far behind. For a moment, Lin Qing's heart was filled with all kinds of thoughts, and she felt slightly uncomfortable. Of course, this was not because she was jealous of Yi Zan's strength, but rather because Yi Zan's talent was too monstrous. She felt suppressed by his talent. Yi Zan's eyes narrowed. He also noticed the change in Lin Qing's expression. He glanced at the latter and did not say much. Lin Qing was more than 10 years older than him. Even so, in the eyes of core formation realm cultivators, she was still extremely young. Yi Zan also knew how Lin Qing felt about him, but, at the moment, he did not have such thoughts of discussing the matter. Let's go back. Yi Zan then took Yu and Li Qingyan and left. In 5 days, the Qingyan sect competition. All Qingyan sect disciples can participate. The voice of Wan Shanhai resounded across the mountain. Then, in a flash, he suddenly disappeared from the training ground. The vice sect leader and the other elders also left one after another. When they witnessed Yi Zan's sword intent, they had also gained some insights and hurriedly went back to digest them. Lingju Peak. After Yu and Li Qingyan returned, they also chose to enter secluded cultivation to properly comprehend and consolidate today's gains. Now that the sect competition was about to commence, they had to seize every possible moment to improve their strength so that they could live up to their teacher's expectations. After returning, Wan Shanhai also called his disciple over. He planned to follow Yi Zan's example and act as a sparring partner for his disciple, striving to improve his disciples' strength before the sect competition commenced. However, in order to prevent the other elders from making fun of him for imitating Yi Zan, Wan Shanhai cleverly brought his disciple to a place in the wilderness and then began his sparring session. He also suppressed his own cultivation and held a bronze sword in his hand. Chapter 76. I will not let teacher down. However, Wan Shanhai soon felt that something was wrong. Even though his sword intent had reached the first level, he could not fight with his disciples with such ease. Compared to Li Qingyan and Yu, his disciples were completely tied up and beaten. Even though his disciples sparred with him many times, their actual combat ability improved very slowly. After half a day, there were indeed some disciples whose strength had improved, but the margin of improvement was very small. Forget it, the results aren't that good. Seeing this, Wan Shanhai could not help but sigh deeply. Yi Zan was not only a monster, but his disciples were too. He could not be compared to Yi Zan, and his disciples could not be compared to Yu and Li Qingyan either. What could he do? How could he compete? Time flew by, and soon 5 days had passed. There were a total of 20,000 Qingyan sect cultivators gathered on the Qingyan mountain to participate in the sect competition. The sect competition would last a total of 3 days. It was a competition between outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and personal disciples. Among these groups, the number of outer sect disciples was the largest, followed by inner sect disciples and personal disciples. If one ranked top 10 among the outer sect disciples, he or she would be qualified to challenge the inner sect disciples. If the challenge was successful, he or she could become an inner disciple. At the same time, the challenge rules for inner sect disciples were the same. However, whether or not one could truly become a personal disciple depended on whether the sect leader, vice sect leader, or one of the elders favored the successful challenger. If the cultivator possessed outstanding talent, there was a high chance that he or she could become a disciple of an elder. Most of the outer sect disciples were Qi transformation realm cultivators, and only a very small number had reached the true essence realm. A day passed, and the outer sect disciples' competition round ended. Among the top 10 outer sect disciples, 3 had reached the true essence realm, but most of them were at the first level of the true essence realm. Although inner sect disciples were generally stronger than outer sect disciples, there were still some inner sect disciples who were only Qi transformation realm cultivators, albeit high-level ones. Among them, many had reached the 3rd level of the true essence realm. The strongest inner sect disciple had broken through to the 4th level of the true essence realm. The second round of the competition also ended uneventfully. The elders had already listed out the rankings. Soon, it was the third day. The competition between personal disciples would happen today. Compared to the first 2 rounds, the personal disciples participating in the competition were undoubtedly the elites among the elites. The cultivator with the lowest cultivation realm was a 4th-level true essence realm cultivator. These few days, Xuan had also been watching the competition to see if he could find any cultivators that possessed a special physique. However, to his disappointment, there was no one else in the sect who had a special physique. There were a total of 22 personal disciples, which included those under the sect leader, vice-sect leader and the 5 elders. They were also the most powerful and famous of the 20,000 cultivators. Among them, the most famous were Yu and Li Qingyan, whom Xuan had taken in. Many cultivators had come to watch Yu and Li Qingyan fight. After all, not only were they devastatingly beautiful, but also extremely powerful. This much was apparent from the sparring session at the training ground 5 days ago. Yu and Li Qingyan also did not disappoint Xuan. They had won all their fights, and could be said to have crushed the other personal disciples. Why is Yu's strength getting more and more terrifying? Lin Qing, who was sitting cross-legged in the elder's seat, was speechless when she saw how the competition progressed. Although Yu's cultivation had not broken through, her sword chi had become extremely sharp. Cultivators below the 7th level of the true essence realm could not even withstand one of her attacks. Even the beloved disciple of the first elder, the disciple whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of the true essence realm, had only lasted 10 moves against Yu. This is the strength of someone with a sword physique. Wan Shanhai saw this scene and said with a smile. The sword jade physique that Yu had awakened was a rare sword physique, which greatly improved her physical capabilities and reflexes. Coupled with the Qingyan sword that Xuan had given her, even Chen Zhaofeng might not be able to defeat her. Thinking this, Wan Shanhai's heart was filled with envy. Xuan was not only a monster, but his disciples were also becoming more and more monstrous. I lost. Junior sister is indeed powerful. After the beloved disciple of the first elder was sent flying by Yu's sword, he climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Feeling the erratic spiritual power churning inside his body, he could not help but smile bitterly. The strength that Yu displayed was too shocking, just like her fairy-like appearance. She seemed like a towering mountain, lofty and unattainable. I admit defeat. At the same time, on another arena platform, Shui Min also directly admitted defeat. It could not be helped. She had encountered Li Qingyan this round. Had it been any of the other personal disciples, she might have been able to fight and win, but she did not have the slightest desire or confidence to fight Li Qingyan. Looking at Li Qingyan, Shui Min felt that everything was like a dream. A few days ago, Li Qingyan had just been a low-level Qi transformation realm cultivator. How many days had passed since then? She was now able to force her to admit defeat just based on the difference in their cultivation levels. Suddenly, she was overcome by self-pity and sadness. Why did I not end up with such a good teacher? Those 2 senior sisters are so strong. Yes, Elder Yi's disciples are different. They are both monstrously strong. When the spectating disciples saw the fights unfurled, they could not help but cry out in excitement. One after another, they turned into little fanboys. There was no helping it. Who could resist and not admire women who were beautiful enough to topple nations, and strong enough to bring down cities? If only Elder Yi was also my teacher. How great would that be? At the same time, their hearts were filled with envy, especially after learning about Yu's origins. They could not help but fantasize in their hearts. Perhaps they too were another unpolished diamond waiting to be found. However, every time someone had such a fantasy in their hearts, their friends around them would poke fun at them and bring them back to reality. The crowd was not only immersed in the beauty of Li Qingyan and Yu, but they were also deeply shocked by their strength. Soon, the competition reached the crucial stage. This round of combat was between Li Qingyan and Chen Zhaofeng. When the crowd saw this, they narrowed their eyes. In excitement, this would probably be the most exciting match in this 3rd round. Hello, junior sister Qingyan. Chen Zhaofeng cupped his fists toward Li Qingyan like a gentleman. Greetings, senior brother Chen. Li Qingyan cupped her fists politely as well. Everyone said that junior sister Li and junior sister Yu's levels of talent are extremely monstrous. They even called the 2 of you the strongest cultivators of the younger generation in our Qingyan sect. However, as the eldest senior brother of the Qingyan sect, I have experienced some ups and downs, and I will not be affected by these rumors. So, junior sister, be careful. I will not hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed across Chen Zhaofeng's eyes, and his aura turned fierce. The surging true essence power in his body swept out. Peak 8th level true essence realm. What greeted Chen Zhaofeng was Li Qingyan's longsword. Since she had promised her teacher that she would take home the championship, then she would definitely not let her teacher down. Chapter 77. The Power of the Windstorm Slash. The longsword in Li Qingyan's hand shone with a sharp gleam, and a surging true essence power swept out. 9th level true essence realm. Good. When he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Li Qingyan's body, not only did Chen Zhaofeng not panic at all, he even revealed a smile. Only then can we be considered evenly matched. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Chen Zhaofeng's body became stronger once again. When everyone saw this, they could not help but stare with widened eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock. So powerful. What cultivation realm have these two reached? Some of the cultivators with lower cultivation levels were puzzled and had to ask. They have reached the 9th level of the true essence realm. Senior brother Chen Zhaofeng and senior sister Li Qingyan have both reached the 9th level of the true essence realm. Some cultivators explained patiently, but their eyes were solemn as they watched the fight. My God, they have actually reached the 9th level of the true essence realm. As expected of our Qingyan sect's eldest senior brother, his strength is indeed extraordinary. Since the two are evenly matched in terms of cultivation level, it seems that this battle will be interesting to watch. Previously, I thought that senior sister Li Qingyan had a higher chance of winning, but now the outcome of the battle between these two is hard to predict. Many cultivators began to discuss the battle enthusiastically. After watching a few of Yu's and Li Qingyan's battles, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding of their strength. In the same realm, the strength of these two disciples far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Even the talented personal disciples were crushed. This was especially true for Yu. Her sword qi was extremely powerful and contained potent destructive power. Although she was only at the 6th level of the true essence realm, she could easily defeat a 7th level true essence realm personal disciple. In the entire Qingyan sect, only Chen Zhaofeng was able to suppress her. Now, Chen Zhaofeng's strength had improved again, and he was now on par with Li Qingyan in terms of cultivation level. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, the battle would answer that question. As the sect leader's eldest disciple, Chen Zhaofeng's strength and cultivation level had always been far above the other personal disciples. He was also the eldest senior brother of the Qingyan sect. Once everyone saw Chen Zhaofeng's breakthrough, they were excited. Eldest senior brother, go for it. Within the Qingyan sect, Chen Zhaofeng's prestige was still quite high. Therefore, many supporters were already cheering for him excitedly. However, in comparison, there were undoubtedly more people who supported Li Qingyan. After all, no matter what era it was, those with good looks would always be more popular. Moreover, Li Qingyan was so powerful, so naturally, she easily gained a group of little fans. Yu was the same. Senior sister Li, you have to work hard. Beat eldest senior brother into pulp for us. The cultivators watching the battle immediately turned into fanboys and fangirls and shouted excitedly. Most of them were older than Li Qingyan, but in the Tianyuan continent, status was determined according to the identity of the disciple and their strength. Although Li Qingyan had just become Yi Zan's disciple, according to the rules of the Qingyan sect, other than personal disciples, the rest of the disciples had to call her senior sister. Junior sister, please draw your sword. Chen Zhaofeng smiled faintly and pointed his sword at Li Qingyan. As the eldest senior brother of the Qingyan sect, he had absolute confidence in himself. After all, he was far ahead of the other personal disciples. Of course, this did not include Li Qingyan, who had suddenly appeared as a variable. Because his own strength far surpassed the other personal disciples, Chen Zhaofeng naturally developed an aura of invincibility. Although his teacher said that Li Qingyan was extremely strong, he did not believe it. After all, one's strength did not depend on the words of others, nor did it depend on one's own evaluation, but depended on the richness of one's true essence power, and one's combat ability. They were both at the 9th level of the true essence realm. How could he cower before the fight? Even if Li Qingyan was Elder Yi Zan's disciple, she was still not Elder Yi Zan himself. Therefore, Chen Zhaofeng chose to retain his gentlemanly disposition. Ladies first. Senior brother, in that case, junior sister will attack first. Li Qingyan did not hesitate, and with a light leap, her figure suddenly turned into an afterimage as she rushed towards the other party. Since she had promised her teacher that she would take home the championship, then she should give it her all. I, Li Qingyan, had the good karma to become my teacher's disciple in this life. I will never forget teacher's kindness, so I should spend my whole life repaying teacher's kindness. My life belongs to teacher. Teacher's words, to me, are like an imperial edict. Even if the words were said casually, I will not ignore them. Since teacher wants me to win the championship, then I, Li Qingyan, will do my best to win. Thinking this, Li Qingyan's gaze became more determined than ever. Ever since she met Yi Zan in Zhaohe City, her life had changed. The Li family had faced a desperate situation, and just when they were about to sacrifice her happiness, her teacher appeared. The young man with a smile as bright as the sun brought her out of the darkness with a gentle gaze. Then, he took her in as his disciple and taught her high-level cultivation methods and martial techniques without any hesitation. The scenes of the past flashed through Li Qingyan's mind. She then entered a strange state of enlightenment, and insights started filling her mind. The next second, the true essence power in her body surged out and enveloped Li Qingyan. The power that was emitting a bright light was slowly imbued into the longsword. In an instant, the tip of the sword started vibrating. It was as if a violent beast was quietly awakening. Immediately, Li Qingyan's unfocused eyes, which were emitting a bright light, landed on Chen Zhaofeng, who was not far away. The longsword in her hand suddenly slashed down. Sword chi burst forth and created waves as it traveled forward. Cracks immediately appeared on the extremely tough arena platform, and it suddenly shattered. This power. Seeing this, the elders were shocked. Wan Shanhai abruptly stood up, his eyes were full of shock. Windstorm / high-grade black rank. Seeing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Yi Zan's face. He had not expected Li Qingyan to actually comprehend the true essence of the Windstorm / in this fight. Although she was only a 9th-level True Essence Realm cultivator, augmented by the Windstorm / the power she unleashed was no weaker than that of a Purple Spirit Realm cultivator. The hurricane-like strike, which was filled with destructive power, surged forward and swept toward Chen Zhaofeng. Seeing this, Chen Zhaofeng's facial expression changed greatly. Seeing this overwhelming hurricane, he actually felt his heart palpitate violently. When the hurricane was about to land on Chen Zhaofeng's body, a bright golden light suddenly flashed, and a huge palm crushed the hurricane. It was Yi Zan. If he did not make a move, Chen Zhaofeng would have to use the trump card that Wan Shanhai had left for him to protect himself. However, if he did not use it in time, it was very likely that the Windstorm / would kill him. When Chen Zhaofeng came back to his senses, his eyes were glazed over. He was completely stunned, and his face became extremely pale. He had lost, completely lost. Chapter 78. The Joy of Free Stuff. The arena fell deathly silent. One could hear a pin drop. When the crowd saw the sword chi hurricane, they were all stunned. Beads of sweat kept falling from their foreheads. They sensed the dreadful power of that strike. They could also clearly see the change in Chen Zhaofeng's expression. His originally confident smile turned into pale fear. Everyone knew that if Yi Zan had not made a move, Chen Zhaofeng would have most likely fallen to this strike. I lost. After a long time, Chen Zhaofeng muttered dazedly, breaking the silence around the arena. He collapsed on the ground. His arms felt powerless, and his longsword fell onto the arena platform. His eyes were vacant. He had originally been filled with absolute confidence that he would defeat Li Qingyan. After all, they were both 9th-level True Essence Realm cultivators. Even if there was a difference in their innate talent, he would not be defeated so badly. However, when he saw Li Qingyan unleash the Windstorm / he suddenly understood that the difference between them was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. With just one strike, the opponent could kill him. Seeing this, Li Qingyan's expression also changed, and she was somewhat at a loss. She also did not expect to comprehend the true essence of the Windstorm / in battle, and that it would unleash such terrifying power. Although she wanted to win because of Yi Zan, she did not have any intention of killing Chen Zhaofeng. However, when she performed that strike, she had been immersed in a state of comprehension, and her memories amplified her desire to win even further. This was why Li Qingyan had unleashed such a powerful Windstorm / Don't worry about it. Yi Zan waved his sleeve and then came over to Li Qingyan's side. He patted the latter's head and comforted her gently with his eyes. Everyone could see that Li Qingyan had not done it on purpose, so they naturally would not blame her. Moreover, this was the territory of the sect. The sect leader and the elders were all present. There was no way they would sit back and watch a tragedy unfold. Even if Xuan had not made a move, the sect leader or other elders would have intervened. Feeling the warmth of her teacher, the panic in Li Qingyan's heart dissipated a little. She heaved a sigh of relief. She was truly a monster. Although her talent was not as good as Xuan himself, she had already surpassed most cultivators. Moreover, she was actually able to comprehend the true essence of that martial technique in battle. Although he did not know what martial technique Li Qingyan was using, from the looks of it, it seemed to be very similar to the Qingyan sect's windstorm sword technique, but its power was much greater. His disciple's confidence was probably going to suffer a huge blow. However, this was also good. If one's path of cultivation was too smooth, it might not be a good thing. A real rainbow would only shine after experiencing wind and rain. Hopefully, this little disciple of his would allow this experience to temper him. Is the final fight still going to go on? Immediately, Wan Shanhai's gaze fell on Li Qingyan and Yu. After Chen Zhaofeng's defeat, only Yu and Li Qingyan were left in contention for the championship. The other personal disciples were all defeated by these two. There's no need for that. Xuan waved his hand with a smile. There was no need to guess the result anymore. Although Yu had the advantage of her sword jade physique, and was probably stronger than Chen Zhaofeng if she tried her best, she was definitely no match for Li Qingyan, who had comprehended the windstorm slash. Therefore, the ranking was obvious. No. 1. Li Qingyan. No. 2. Yu. No. 3. Chen Zhaofeng. The sect leader and the elders had no problem with the rankings of the third round of the competition. They were the top-tier core formation realm experts, so they had a clear judgment of the combat strength of these true essence realm cultivators. The ranking was fair and just. Wan Shanhai and the elders knew very well that even if Li Qingyan had not comprehended the windstorm slash, Chen Zhaofeng was definitely not her match. However, Chen Zhaofeng was too confident and insisted on challenging Li Qingyan. The result of such overconfidence was obvious. After the rankings of the Qingyan sect competition were determined, it was time to distribute the rewards. Xuan was in charge of the top 3 rewards, so naturally, he was the one to distribute them. Of course, there were also rewards for the 4th to 10th ranks, but they were much more ordinary compared to the top 3, and they were awarded by the sect leader. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the heart-seeking fruit, the host has received a randomized 30x critical reward. Congratulations! You have obtained the heart meditation fruit. When Xuan gave the heart-seeking fruit to Li Qingyan, the system's notification immediately rang out in his mind. At the same time, a spiritual fruit filled with mysterious power suddenly appeared in the system's storage space. The joy of receiving free gifts. Hee. Xuan's expression remained the same, but inwardly, he was so excited that he almost jumped up with joy. He was just a middleman who was giving the heart-seeking fruit to his disciple on behalf of the sect, but he had received a reward from the system. This was practically a gift that fell from the sky. Then, Xuan gave the origin condensing pill to Yu. However, he did not receive a reward from the system because of this. After all, he had already used the origin condensing pill on Yu once. Finally, he gave Chen Zhaofeng, who was in low spirits, the Shuiqing sword. Chen Zhaofeng's gaze fell on the Shuiqing sword and he fell silent. He felt as if there was an inexplicable knot in his heart. Elder Xuan was already a monstrous existence, a young prodigy who had suppressed an era. Now, was his disciple going to repeat his legendary feats? It was really sad to be born in the same era as such a monstrous genius. At this moment, Chen Zhaofeng's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness came from the depths of his heart. Then, the sect competition continued. The inner sect disciples who ranked in the top 10 would have the right to challenge the personal disciples. However, the personal disciples were no doubt the disciples of the sect leader or elders. Their strength was no small matter. Although they were beaten up by Yu and Li Qingyan, it did not mean that the inner sect disciples were not qualified to be their opponents. Although there were indeed many dark horses in this year's sect competition, there was still a strength gap between the inner sect disciples and the personal disciples. No one succeeded in challenging them. In 17 days, the direct disciples who ranked in the top 10 of the sect competition will be the representatives of our Qingyan sect and participate in the competition between the 3 great sects. Moreover, the competition between the 3 great sects will be held in our Qingyan sect's territory. After Wan Shanhai announced the competition between the 3 great sects, the Qingyan sect competition officially ended. Chapter 79. Going to cram school before teaching disciples. The previous two competitions between the three great sects were held in the Huoli sect and the Xianxia sects, territories respectively. Hence, it was the Qingyan sect's turn to host this year's competition. Many Qingyan sect cultivators were also looking forward to this. In the Great Qian dynasty, the Qingyan sect, the Huoli sect, and the Xianxia sect were among the top 10 sects. The Xianxia sect was ranked 8th, the Huoli sect was ranked 9th, and the Qingyan sect was ranked 10th. Compared to the other two great sects, the Qingyan sect's strength was undoubtedly much weaker. It was also because of this that the Qingyan sect cultivators did not obtain good results in the previous competition between the great sects. However, things were different this time around. Now that the Azure Cloud Sect had the two freaks, Li Qingyan and Yu, they might be able to create an upset in the competition between the great sects. They were placing their hopes on Li Qingyan. Her windstorm slash was comparable to a full-strength attack of a purple spirit realm cultivator. Although there was no guarantee of winning first place, given Yu and Li Qingyan's strength, they would at least secure one of the top 3 ranks. Those ranks would no longer be completely occupied by disciples of the other sects. Not long after, Yi Zan brought Li Qingyan and Yu back to Lingju Peak. As soon as they arrived at the main hall, Yi Zan took out the heart meditation fruit. He still had a chance to earn free rewards, so how could he waste it? Qingyan has already obtained the heart-seeking fruit. Now, I will bestow this heart meditation fruit to you. Then, Yi Zan waved his sleeve, and a stream of light suddenly landed in Yu's palm. Ding! As the host has given his disciple the heart meditation fruit, the host has received a randomized 25x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained the spirit-absorbing flower. The system's notification suddenly rang out in Yi Zan's mind and, at the same time, a flower exuding faint white energy appeared out of thin air in the system's storage space. When Yi Zan's gaze fell on the spirit-absorbing flower, he suddenly felt absent-minded. He seemed to hear some strange music that captivated one's mind. This thing is extraordinary. Yi Zan squinted his eyes. After examining it for a moment, he withdrew his spiritual sense. Today, I will help you refine the heart-seeking fruit and the heart meditation fruit. Then, Yi Zan brought the two girls to the cultivation room in the main hall. Just like how he had refined the dark glacial frost and the mountain chalcedony, he played a supporting role throughout the whole refining and absorption process. It seemed that due to the rarity of these spiritual treasures, even with Yi Zan's assistance, the two girls only managed to absorb 90% of their effects. What a waste! Seeing this, Yi Zan felt his heart ache. Although only 10% was wasted, he still felt that it was a pity. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 12 comprehension value points, the host has received a randomized 4x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained 48 comprehension value points. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple obtain 23 comprehension value points, you have received a randomized 2x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained 46 comprehension value points. As soon as the system's notifications concluded, his disciple's comprehension values underwent significant changes. Comprehension value: 257. Comprehension value: 320. Comprehension value: 488. It seems that it won't be long before my comprehension value surpasses 500. He had spent no effort at all, and not only had his two disciples' comprehension value points increased, but he had also received quite a few comprehension value points from the system's rewards. It was simply too satisfying. As for the spirit-absorbing flower, Yi Zan did not know if his comprehension value points would exceed 500 after refining it, but he would never try it. To maximize the benefits, he would have to give it to his disciples to receive a better system reward in return. If he did not use the system as a cheat and absorbed it himself, would that not be a waste of God's gift? Besides, given his current comprehension value, he was not lacking the tiny amount of comprehension value points he would gain from refining it. The most urgent task now is to make Li Qingyan an alchemist before the start of the competition between the great sects. At that time, I can also perform spiritual power infusion on you. Yi Zan was thinking to himself. The things that he had previously used on a disciple could be used again after a month. Yi Zan then made Li Qingyan and Yu cultivate separately, while he went over to the 5th mountain peak of the Qingyan sect. This was the mountain peak of the 3rd elder of the Qingyan sect, Situ Yufei. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Zhudan realm, and he was a true alchemist. If Xuan wanted to guide Li Qingyan to become a real alchemist, he had to learn the related alchemy knowledge himself. Situ Yufei was a third-rank alchemist, but he was just an ordinary third-rank alchemist. He could only refine some ordinary third-grade pills. His failure rate of refining high-quality third-grade pills was quite high. However, Xuan did not care about this. After all, he just wanted to learn knowledge related to alchemy. It did not matter what his failure rate was. When Situ Yufei learned of Xuan's purpose, he welcomed the latter with enthusiasm. Xuan was a perfect cultivator in their eyes. He was young, talented, and powerful. Now, the disciples he took in crushed all of the other young cultivators of the Qingyan sect. When they thought of Xuan, they felt inferior. However, now it seemed that Xuan was not perfect either. There were also areas that he was not good at. Situ Yufei found some alchemy books and handed them to Xuan. He first had Xuan read them carefully. If there was anything he did not understand, he could ask him at any time. Ha ha ha, Elder Yi, you have to study hard. Situ Yufei laughed. It is not so easy to become a real alchemist. Without years of studying, it is impossible to succeed. It's especially difficult for those who have never studied alchemy before. Situ Yufei stroked his beard and said with a smile. At the same time, he envisioned Xuan's discouraged expression when he failed to become a realm alchemist. If they could see Xuan suffer a little, they would feel much better. It could not be helped. This guy was always so fond of surpassing everyone. They both loved and hated Xuan. The so-called love was because Xuan was the youngest core formation realm elder of the Qingyan sect. The sect leader and most of the elders had seen him grow up. As for hate, it was because this guy's talent was too monstrous. From time to time, he would surpass them in one aspect or another. Compared to this monster, they felt like they were wasting their time, and it made them feel like trash. Third Elder, I wonder how much time you spent to become a real alchemist? Xuan asked. He had naturally noticed Situ Yufei's intentions, but he did not expose the latter. Chapter 80. This guy must be feeling embarrassed. 1 year, Situ Yufei looked at Xuan, and then slowly raised a finger and said proudly. In the Tianyuan continent, only cultivators who had reached the true essence realm had the qualification to become alchemists. After all, to refine pills, one had to extract the medicinal power from all kinds of natural treasures. This process consumed a lot of energy, and only true essence power, or spiritual power of a higher level than true essence power, was capable of doing that. After a cultivator stepped into the true essence realm, their own spiritual sense would also become much stronger, and the degree of their control over the temperature of the flame would also become more precise. An excellent alchemist had to be able to accurately control the temperature of the flame at various points of the refining process. Of course, some people could also become alchemists when they were in the Qi transformation realm. However, they would need to rely on many auxiliary tools and artifacts, otherwise it would be very difficult to refine a medicinal pill. The most important thing was that, without the support of true essence power, even if one could successfully refine a medicinal pill, it would not be of high quality. Other than this, there was also an extremely harsh condition for a cultivator to become an alchemist. That was that the cultivator must possess both fire and wood attributes. As everyone knew, cultivators of that era possessed different attributes. The most common attributes were the 5 elements. Other than this, there were also some rarer attributes like the lightning and ice elements. However, among many cultivators, there would also be people without attributes. Generally speaking, one's attributes were innate. Although one could tamper with it a little, doing so was almost as difficult as ascending to heaven. As for Xuan, he was 1 in 10,000 person who had no attributes, which also meant that he was very malleable. However, his cultivation of the Thunder Sword control technique and the 3000 Thunder Sword technique gave birth to the lightning element in his dantian. Every one of his attacks would contain a trace of lightning. It was extremely overbearing. However, Xuan's body did not possess the fire and wood attributes. Thus, it was undoubtedly difficult for him to become a real alchemist. In other words, he could only become an alchemist if he had the fire and wood attributes. However, he was not the one who needed to become an alchemist. Li Qingyan possessed the dual spirit physique and also had the fire and wood attributes, so this limitation was no hindrance at all. Now, he only needed to study and master alchemy from a knowledge standpoint, and then pass that knowledge on to Li Qingyan. As long as she could become an alchemist, he would be able to use the system to earn some sort of reward that would allow him to become an alchemist. However, Situ Yufei did not know this. Therefore, in his eyes, no matter how hard Yi Zan worked, he would not be able to become an alchemist. 1 year, that's not too bad, right? Yi Zan then took the related alchemy books and returned to Lingju Peak. Situ Yufei looked in the direction that Yi Zan had left and burst into laughter. What did he mean by saying 1 year was not too bad? Did he not know that those who could become alchemists within a year were all geniuses? If this guy did not hit a wall, he would not realize how difficult it was to become an alchemist. Although his talent was extremely monstrous and had suppressed the entire younger generation of cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty, it was not so easy to become a real alchemist. Yi Zan, I'll be waiting for a good show. The sect leader and the other elders all learned that Yi Zan wanted to become an alchemist. Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. Hee hee, I'll finally be able to see this guy get discouraged. Just thinking about it makes me happy. When the time comes, this guy will try to refine pills unsuccessfully. His face and scalp will turn black from the resulting furnace explosion. That will be something to remember. This guy is really too much. With such monstrous talent, why doesn't he just focus on cultivation? Lin Qing could not help but feel speechless. Other people could only dream of possessing such monstrous talent, yet this guy not only did not focus on cultivation, but also wasted his time trying to learn alchemy. Was this not a waste of God's gift? Yi Zan's attributes had already been tested a long time ago. His dantian did not contain the fire and wood attributes. Unless there was a fortuitous encounter somewhere down the road, it was absolutely impossible for him to become an alchemist. This guy had already reached the core formation realm. Why was he thinking about becoming an alchemist? Thinking this, everyone was puzzled. If his talent had been average, and he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, it would be understandable if he wanted to spend time on the path of alchemy. However, this guy's talent was so monstrous. Was this not a complete waste of time that could be better spent cultivating? Of course, no one stopped Yi Zan or dissuaded him. They knew Yi Zan's character very well. The latter still knew his limits. He would give up once he knew he could not do it. Moreover, they wanted to see his dusty face. Time passed quickly and, soon, a few days had passed. During this time, Yi Zan had been studying alchemy seriously. If he stumbled upon anything that he did not understand, he would run over and ask Situ Yufei. Situ Yufei was not impatient. He answered each question and taught Yi Zan alchemy based on his own accumulated experience and knowledge. He explained in great detail about the medicinal efficacy of spiritual herbs and treasures, and the precise temperature control required to refine them. Every time he got his question answered, Yi Zan's eyes lit up. He was completely intoxicated with alchemy. Given his comprehension value, he could memorize all of the knowledge in the books from just a single glance, and could understand most of it. He had already reached a certain level of mastery. Although his dantian did not possess the dual attributes of fire and wood, he often mentally simulated the refining process. Soon, 3 days passed. Yi Zan could be said to have learned all of the relevant knowledge he needed about alchemy. At least in terms of theoretical knowledge, he was not inferior to Situ Yufei. Aren't you going to refine pills? Seeing that Yi Zan was about to leave, Situ Yufei looked confused. This guy had been working on studying alchemy for so many days, but now that he had finally finished learning the theoretical knowledge, he gave up on refining pills. There's no rush, I'll give you a surprise when it's time. Yi Zan did not explain. He tricked Situ Yufei into giving him a furnace and went straight back to Lingju Peak. Situ Yufei looked in the direction that Yi Zan had left and could not help but smile. He had not expected that this guy would be afraid of making a fool of himself. He probably wanted to take the alchemy furnace back and refine pills privately. Forget it, this guy must be feeling embarrassed. I'd better study the pill formula properly. The most important thing now was to study how to refine the soul-returning pill. As soon as Yi Zan returned to Lingju Peak, he called Li Qingyan over. Girl, do you want to be an alchemist? Yi Zan got straight to the point. Chapter 81. Innate Dual Spirit Physique, Peak of the Core Formation Realm. When Li Qingyan heard this, she was stunned. Then, she nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, in the Tianyuan continent, only one among thousands of cultivators could become an alchemist. The title of alchemist itself also symbolized an extremely respected status. Alchemists were people that countless cultivators fawned over. Unfortunately, not all cultivators had dual fire and wood attributes. Very good. In that case, I will personally teach you alchemy. Xuan said. What? Could it be that teacher is an alchemist? Hearing this, Li Qingyan was shocked. She had never heard of teacher being an alchemist. Not bad. Xuan nodded without blushing or changing his expression. You were born with the dual attributes of fire and wood. You are very suitable to be an alchemist. Now, I will personally teach you alchemy. Then, Xuan waved his sleeve and led Li Qingyan into the cultivation room. Then, the two stayed in the cultivation room for 3 whole days. After stepping into the true essence realm, cultivators had already reached a level where they could fast. Their pores could absorb the spiritual energy from their surroundings to replenish themselves. During this period, Xuan could be said to have imparted all of the theoretical knowledge he had learned to Li Qingyan. However, he did not demonstrate how to refine pills in front of Li Qingyan. Instead, he chose to teach her how to control the temperature of the flames by hand. He also used words to teach the latter how to refine the essence of spiritual herbs. Now, they had already reached the crucial stage of refining pills. Li Qingyan looked at her teacher's face, which was right in front of her, and her heart started beating rapidly again. She had never come into such close contact with her teacher before. Moreover, she had stayed in the same room with him for 3 days. This was too blissful. However, it was precisely because Li Qingyan was distracted that her pill refining attempts failed. Stabilize your mind. Don't harbor any distracting thoughts. You must succeed. Seeing this, Xuan could not help but look at Li Qingyan. What's wrong with this disciple? Why was she always distracted? Did she not know how to respect her teacher's time and effort? Li Qingyan nodded obediently and frantically screamed inwardly at herself that she should not and could not let her imagination run wild. At such a crucial stage, she must not disappoint her teacher. There were not many medicinal herbs in the cultivation room, and now she was already down to the last batch. If she failed again, she might have to give up. Thinking this, Li Qingyan could not help but take a deep breath, and her gaze gradually became more determined. As she channeled her fire attribute energy, the true essence power in her dantian surged out like a gust of wind. Then, the wood attribute energy in her body was used as a fuel to continuously increase her true essence power, and she used her spiritual sense to control the temperature of the fire. As the temperature of the furnace gradually rose, the true essence flames slowly burned away the impurities inside the medicinal herbs. Seeing this, Xuan also took a deep breath. His spiritual sense swept out and slowly helped Li Qingyan remove the impurities of the medicinal herbs. With Li Qingyan's concentration and Xuan's help, the impurities of the medicinal herbs were successfully removed. As time passed, the power of the medicinal herbs with different attributes gradually integrated. The embryonic form of a pill appeared inside the pill furnace. Now that you are at the final stage of refining the pill, you must stabilize your mind. Xuan's gaze was gentle as he spoke. Then, his own spiritual sense slowly wrapped itself around Li Qingyan's spiritual sense, slowly guiding it as it controlled the temperature of the flame in the pill furnace. Suddenly, the embryonic form of the pill shone brightly, and as the rays of light dispersed, they revealed a round pill that had been fully condensed. Success! Seeing this, Xuan's eyes lit up. As the scorching flame slowly dissipated, a round pill could be seen in the furnace. Qi-breaking pill. It was an extremely common first-grade pill that could help Qi transformation realm cultivators break through bottlenecks. Ding! As the host has helped his disciple become an alchemist, the host has received a randomized 812x critical reward. Congratulations! The host has become a third-rank alchemist. The long-awaited system notification finally rang out. At the same time, a huge amount of alchemy experience and knowledge suddenly appeared in Xuan's mind. Xuan slowly closed his eyes and digested the experience and knowledge in his mind. From this moment on, he was a top-tier existence among third-rank alchemists in the Tianyuan continent. With the help of the system, he automatically learned how to identify the types of medicinal herbs and now knew the ins and outs of refining pills. Other than that, there were thousands of pill formulas in his mind. The most important thing was that whether it was the experience of refining pills or knowledge of the pills themselves, it was as if he had experienced it all himself. The most obvious change was that the dual attributes of fire and wood had appeared in Xuan's dantian. It was as if he had been born with it, and it perfectly fused with his own power. However, this was not the end. The system's notification rang out in his mind again. Ding. As the host has helped his disciple successfully activate the dual spirit physique, fire and wood, the host has received a randomized 29x critical reward. Congratulations. The host has obtained the innate dual spirit physique, fire and wood. As soon as he finished speaking, two powerful auras suddenly erupted. One of them was Li Qingyan's. After she successfully activated her dual spirit physique, her innate bone value soared crazily, and her cultivation continued to rise. The other was Yi Zan's. Now that he had obtained the innate dual spirit physique, his innate bone value had also been greatly strengthened, and his cultivation also received a boost. The most important thing was that Yi Zan's body had been greatly strengthened, and an ocean of extremely powerful qi and blood essence was suddenly born. This qi and blood essence contained many elemental powers, including the tyrannical sword qi, the power of violent flames, and the gentle water spirit power. The three powers slowly intertwined and then slowly revolved around the golden core. The golden core that was shining brightly now had three different colored patterns appear out of thin air. At the same time, Yi Zan made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Naturally, he reached the peak of the core formation realm. At this moment, Yi Zan seemed to have fused with the entire world. The aura around his body rippled slightly, and it seemed like he had been filled with a terrifying power that could destroy the world. As most would know, the core formation realm was different from the true essence realm and the purple spirit realm. The core formation realm was divided into the Zuden realm, true core realm, and the golden core realm, which were also divided into the early, middle and advanced stages. However, if one included the peak of the core formation realm, there were also 10 levels in total. After one reached the peak of the Zuden realm, the core would be condensed into the true core. Then, it could be slowly condensed into the golden core. However, when most of the cultivators entered the advanced stage of the golden core realm, they encountered a bottleneck at this realm. To reach the peak of the core formation realm, the one had to fuse with that endless ocean of qi and blood essence. Only by allowing the golden core in the Dantian to condense those elemental powers into patterns could they truly reach the peak of the core formation realm. The so-called qi and blood essence was the innate power that a cultivator possessed when they were born. In other words, whether it was cultivators or ordinary people, they all had the qi and blood essence in their bodies. However, in comparison, the qi and blood essence in the body of an ordinary person was extremely thin and, after they died, would dissipate at an extremely fast speed. As for golden core realm cultivators, not only were they incomparably powerful, their bodies were tens of times tougher than steel. It was also because of this that the qi and blood essence contained in their bodies was also extremely terrifying. Chapter 82. Should I give it a try? However, the blood and qi essence contained in a cultivator's body was not unlimited. Once the blood and qi essence was exhausted, it was necessary to replenish it. This required plenty of time and resources. In order to reach the peak of the core formation realm as soon as possible, the patriarch of the Xuanian sect did not hesitate to mobilize the entire Xuanian sect. He ordered the Xuanian sect cultivators to go to the various cities of the Great Qian dynasty and slaughter the villages secretly to collect the qi and blood essence of the villagers. One person's qi and blood essence might not be enough, but if the qi and blood essence of tens of thousands, or even millions, were collected, it would accumulate to an extremely terrifying amount. The reason why the patriarch of the Xuanian sect made such a choice was also very simple. He was already old, and had one foot in the grave. The growth of the qi and blood essence in his body had slowed down, which made it almost impossible for him to reach the peak of the core formation realm in his lifetime. This was why he had chosen to undertake such an extreme operation. However, Yi Zan was different from him. He was young and vigorous, and his qi and blood essence was growing rapidly. Moreover, he had awakened the Sword Overlord and the innate dual spirit physiques. The stronger a cultivator's innate bone value was, the purer their qi and blood essence would be, and it would also be endless. Moreover, when a special physique was first awakened, an extremely large amount of energy would be generated by the cultivator's body to help them achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. It was because of this that Yi Zan was able to reach the peak of the core formation realm. The sword qi generated by the Sword Overlord physique was extremely overbearing, and imbued his attacks with a strong destructive power. The awakening of the innate dual spirit physique not only further strengthened his attack power, but also ensured his body had an endless supply of power due to the wood attribute. In other words, even if Yi Zan did not use any cultivation methods or high-level martial techniques, and did not even need to use sword intent, he would still be invincible among core formation realm cultivators. Normally, cultivators would not have two different special physiques, but because of the system, Xuan had perfectly fused the two physiques. After sensing the surging power inside his dantian, Xuan could not help but let out a long howl. He felt invincible. Xuan knew that this was an illusion caused by the breakthrough, but it still put him into a good mood. Not only had he successfully helped Li Qingyan become an alchemist, but he had also reached the peak of the core formation realm. Moreover, thanks to the system reward, he had become a third-rank alchemist. My dear disciple, I really love you to death. Xuan patted Li Qingyan's head and said with a smile. Li Qingyan could not help but be stunned when she heard this, and then her face suddenly turned red. Her heart beat rapidly, and her small hands clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Her face was full of nervousness. Now that your strength has greatly improved, you need to familiarize yourself with the power in your body for some time. In your spare time, remember to revise the alchemy knowledge I taught you. Xuan instructed her, then waved his sleeve and left. However, before he left, he specifically checked his and Li Qingyan's attributes. Innate bone value, 596. Because she had awakened the dual spirit physique, Li Qingyan had also advanced to the second level of the purple spirit realm. Once a cultivator's innate bone value exceeded 500, the difficulty of upgrading became higher and higher. Therefore, even though Xuan's awakened innate dual spirit physique was stronger than Li Qingyan's, the level of improvement was not as great as the latter. Qingyan Sect, 5th Mountain Peak. Failed again. A voice filled with unwillingness could be heard in the hall, followed by the sound of a pill furnace exploding at the same time. Very quickly, Situ Yufei walked out of the pill refining room, looking rather disheveled. Given his strength, a mere explosion would not affect him. However, because he had failed to refine the soul-returning pill many times, he had been filled with dispirited thoughts, and directly allowed the flames from the explosion to pounce on him. It was precisely because of this that Situ Yufei's face was currently covered in dirt. I've studied it so many times. What exactly went wrong? Situ Yufei pulled at his hair, his brows were tightly knitted together. A third-grade soul-returning pill was a medium-difficulty third-grade pill, but to him, it was indeed very difficult, and the success rate was very low. Situ Yufei could refine ordinary third-grade pills, but he struggled to refine the soul-returning pill. He had already attempted it 5 times, but had failed each time without exception. Suddenly, the sound of moving air could be heard. Xuan, seeing this, Situ Yufei's eyes lit up. I've read your books, so it's time I returned them to you. Then, Xuan waved his sleeve, and a pile of books suddenly appeared in the hall. So that's why you came. I thought you were here to refine pills. Seeing this, Situ Yufei felt disappointed. Then, he casually put the books into his storage ring. What's wrong with you? Did you try to refine some high-level pills? Xuan looked at Situ Yufei's disheveled hair and dusty face and almost laughed out loud. Soul-returning pill, Situ Yufei replied, with a dispirited look. Do you have any leftover medicinal herbs now? Xuan asked. Do you want to refine the soul-returning pill? Seeing this, Situ Yufei could not help but frown. He looked at Xuan, his face full of doubt. However, the latter seemed eager to give it a try. Apparently, he had guessed correctly. That's right, if I successfully refine it, the pill will belong to you. If I fail, I will compensate you for the medicinal herbs. Xuan said. Once he became a third-rank alchemist, countless alchemy experiences, memories and knowledge had appeared in his mind out of thin air. He also wanted to see if he could successfully refine the pill. Xuan, are you stupid? The soul-returning pill is a third-grade pill. You are not even a beginner alchemist. Why are you thinking of refining something far beyond your capabilities? If you want to learn alchemy, why don't you refine the qi-gathering pill? That is the most basic beginner medicinal pill. Seeing this, Situ Yufei's mouth twitched. He gave Xuan an earnest suggestion. He always felt that this guy was here to cause trouble. A guy who was not even a proper alchemist actually wanted to refine a third-grade medicinal pill. Was this guy crazy? Chapter 83. I can call you Dad. That's fine too. Xuan did not object. He had just obtained the memories, knowledge and experience of a third-rank alchemist from the system, so his hands were itching to give it a go. Seeing this, Situ Yufei smiled. Although he had failed to refine the soul-returning pill, and was in a bad mood, it would be a comforting thing to watch Xuan embarrass himself while refining the pill. Soon, Situ Yufei and Xuan arrived at the pill refining room. Situ Yufei waved his sleeve, and a brand new pill furnace suddenly appeared in the pill refining room. Then, he took out the related medicinal herbs related to the qi gathering pill. After doing all this, Situ Yufei stood silently by the side and signaled for Yizan to start refining the pill with his eyes. Yizan smiled, and then the fire attribute power in his body gushed out and poured into the pill furnace. The pill furnace was immediately set alight. Then, Yizan waved his hand, and the medicinal herbs next to him slowly fell into the pill furnace. At the same time, the wood attribute power in his body slowly spread out, fueling the flames and refining the essence of the medicinal herbs. Situ Yufei, who was next to him, saw this scene play out and could not help but stare. He was petrified, and his jaw almost fell to the floor in shock. Fire and wood dual attributes, how did you do it? Situ Yufei's eyes were filled with disbelief. Did Yizan not have fire and wood attributes in his dantian? When did he cultivate this? Did this guy encounter some sort of heaven-defying opportunity again? Thinking this, Situ Yufei's heart was filled with envy. However, what shocked him the most was not the dual attributes of fire and wood, but the skillful way in which Yizan refined the medicinal pill. Was this guy still an unqualified alchemist? His precision in controlling the temperature of the flame and the method he used to refine the medicinal herbs was clearly something that only an experienced alchemist could do. Even he could not perfectly remove the impurities of the medicinal herbs like this, let alone accurately control the temperature of the flame at all times. Although he did not want to admit it, the truth was right before his eyes. Yizan's attainments in the field of alchemy had already surpassed his. This guy was a monster. Situ Yufei did not know how to describe Yizan. It was as if 10,000 horses were galloping through the field that was his heart. Moreover, when he thought about his previous suggestion, he felt even more depressed. He originally wanted to see this fellow make a fool of himself, but he did not expect that the clown was actually him. Very quickly, under the shocked gaze of Situ Yufei, the qi gathering pill was perfectly formed. The medicinal pill had 3 lines on it. The medicinal pill had 3 lines. It could be said to be a perfect grade medicinal pill. 3-line qi gathering pill. Situ Yufei looked at the qi gathering pill that was gradually revealing itself on the pill furnace, and his body could not help but tremble. Although this was only the most basic first-grade pill, even a third-rank alchemist would not be able to refine a perfect first-grade pill. Oh my god, this monster. Elder Situ, about the soul-returning pill. At this moment, Yizan looked at Situ Yufei with a smile. Refine, you have to refine it. Before Yizan could finish speaking, Situ Yufei very quickly took out all the ingredients to refine the soul-returning pill. Then, Yizan repeated the process. As the flames slowly rose, all of the impurities in the medicinal materials were removed. Not long after, the medicinal materials of different attributes slowly began to merge. Oh my god, his technique is too perfect. Situ Yufei stared at Yizan's alchemy technique fixedly. He was afraid that he would miss any details. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the refining process. It was only when the pill furnace slowly emitted wisps of medicinal fragrance that Situ Yufei came back to his senses. Fuck, it's also a 3-line soul-returning pill. This is too incredible. Situ Yufei picked up the soul-returning pill. Looking at the 3 lines on the pill, his hand could not help but tremble. He had tried to refine this pill 5 times, but he had never succeeded. Now, Yizan had refined the perfect soul-returning pill without even breaking a sweat. You are a monster. Situ Yufei looked at Yizan, who had a calm expression on his face, completely stunned. How could there be such a monster in the world? Not only did his martial talent suppress the prodigies of this era, he was now also a monster when it came to alchemy. Why was the world so unfair? Yizan, oh, no, brother Yi, why don't you teach me how to refine pills in the future? Situ Yufei looked at Yizan with a fawning expression. His view of Yizan had completely changed. Not only was this guy a cultivation monster, but he was also a top-notch alchemist worthy of his respect. How long had this guy been studying alchemy? He could refine a perfect soul-returning pill. He was practically born for alchemy. Situ Yufei's expression was as if he was looking at his first love, so Yizan could not help but shiver and quickly took a few steps back. Ahem, let's talk about this later. As soon as he finished speaking, Yizan waved his sleeve and turned into a ray of light, flying toward Lingju Peak. Brother Yi, don't go. If you're not satisfied, I can call you Dad too. Situ Yufei immediately became anxious. He hurriedly shouted in the direction that Xuan had left, but the latter ignored him and flew off even faster. After some time, Situ Yufei finally recovered from his excitement. Although Xuan did not promise to teach him how to refine pills, he had already gained quite a bit of knowledge from watching Xuan refine pills just now. If he tried to refine the soul-returning pill again, he would definitely have a better chance at success. A master is indeed a master. His mastery of the refining technique is simply unbelievable. I must review it carefully. Immediately, Situ Yufei shut himself off and focused on reviewing what he had learnt. Only after Situ Yufei finished reviewing and memorizing it all did the sect leader and the other elders learn that Xuan could refine a perfect soul-returning pill. How did this guy do it? This is too monstrous. I somehow get the feeling that this guy is omnipotent. What's going on? 3-line soul-returning pill. This is a perfect pill. The soul-returning pill that Xuan had refined earlier was immediately treated as a treasure by the sect leader and the elders. They all stared at it intently, their eyes filled with shock. Ha ha ha, no matter what, our Qingyan sect now has a master alchemist. Although everyone wanted to see Xuan make a fool of himself, when they thought about the fact that the sect now had a master alchemist, their hearts were filled with joy, as this would definitely increase the overall strength of the sect. Chapter 84. Secluded Cultivation. As soon as Xuan returned to Lingju Peak, he started thinking of ways to obtain medicinal herbs. After all, he was already a third-rank alchemist. If he could get his hands on a supply of medicinal herbs, he could refine pills and give them to his disciples to reap more rewards from the system. Moreover, he could also obtain higher-grade medicinal herbs via this method. Of course, he had to have medicinal herbs first. It looks like I have to go to Elder Situ's mountain to gather some medicinal herbs. I've refined a perfect soul-returning pill for him anyway. Thinking this, Xuan did just that. Situ Yufei was the only third-rank alchemist in the sect. Naturally, there were many medicinal fields on the mountain. Although the other party might not give him the rare medicinal herbs, he would at least get some ordinary ones. He only needed to get his hands on some ordinary herbs and give them to Li Qingyan, from which he would be able to get higher-grade herbs. After discovering Xuan's purpose in coming, Situ Yufei did not hesitate at all and directly gave him a pile of herbs. Then, Xuan directly gave those herbs to Li Qingyan and Yu. Now that Li Qingyan was already a first-rank alchemist, she could naturally use these herbs to refine pills. Although it was useless to give the medicinal herbs to Yu, in order to receive the system's reward, Xuan could not be bothered with that technicality. Besides, Yu could give those medicinal herbs to Li Qingyan. After receiving the system's rewards, Xuan started refining pills in the pill refining room. Time passed quickly, and soon 4 days had passed. Xuan walked out of the pill refining room. Today was very special. It had been a month since Xuan had performed spiritual power infusion for Yu. Thus, Xuan called Yu over. It has been a month since I last performed spiritual power infusion for Yu. I plan to infuse spiritual power into Yu to help you reach the purple spirit realm. Yu was wearing a light white robe. Her beauty was like that of a fairy. She was absolutely stunning. Her jet black hair was draped over her shoulders, exuding a cold and aloof aura. However, the moment Yu saw Xuan, she revealed a brilliant smile. As you command, teacher. Her eyes, which were like the stars, emitted a faint light. The smile on her face momentarily stunned Xuan. No one would believe that such a devastatingly beautiful person was so young. All right, sit down cross-legged and we'll begin immediately. Xuan quickly stabilized his thoughts and began the spiritual power infusion process. As expected, teacher is getting stronger and stronger. Sensing Xuan's power, which was like a vast ocean, Yu's heart was filled with emotion. Teacher's talent was extremely monstrous. Could she really follow in teacher's footsteps? However, she did not have time to dwell on this matter at the moment. Once she felt her teacher's spiritual power slowly enter her body, she quickly calmed herself down. After the Qingyan sect competition, Yu had been cultivating and training diligently. Her current cultivation level had reached the peak of the 6th level of the true essence realm. Even without Xuan's spiritual power infusion, she would still reach the 7th level of the true essence realm within 10 days. However, with the assistance of Xuan's spiritual power, which was supported by his peak core formation realm cultivation, Yu advanced multiple realms in an instant. 8th level of the true essence realm. 9th level of the true essence realm. 10th level of the true essence realm. As Yu's innate bone value was already extremely close to 400 points, she could withstand the spiritual power infusion better now. However, cultivators would gradually need more spiritual power to break through each minor realm, and even more so, when breaking through a major realm. When Yu's meridians and dantian were filled to the brim with true essence power, it meant that she had already reached the 10th level of the true essence realm. If a cultivator wanted to step into the purple spirit realm, they had to condense their own true essence power and open up the void in their dantian. Once the void in the dantian was formed, the true essence power in the cultivator's body would undergo a qualitative change. With the help of the void in the dantian, the spiritual power in the cultivator's body would become even more majestic and, at the same time, strands of purple spiritual power would be produced. This was known as the purple spirit realm. The void in the dantian was also known as the purple mansion. However, the difficulty of forming the purple mansion was extremely high. Many cultivators at the true essence realm spent their entire lives striving, but were unable to cause even the slightest crack to appear in their dantian, which meant that they could not form the purple mansion. Under the surging strength of Yi Zan's core formation realm spiritual power, cracks appeared one after another in Yu's incomparably sturdy dantian, naturally forming a void. At the same time, strands of purple spiritual power emerged from her purple mansion, slowly spreading from her dantian to her entire body. Under the nourishment of this purple chi, Yu's cultivation started increasing at a mind-blowing pace. First level purple spirit realm. Second level purple spirit realm. Third level purple spirit realm. Fourth level purple spirit realm. Fifth level purple spirit realm. When Yu reached the 5th level of the purple spirit realm, Yi Zan discovered that if he continued the spiritual power infusion, it would cause her cultivation foundation to become unstable. Helpless, Yi Zan could only choose to stop. Ding. As the host has imparted 90 days worth of cultivation to his disciple, the host has received a randomized 60x critical reward. Congratulations on obtaining 5,400 days worth of cultivation. As the system's notification rang out, strands of boundless chi and blood essence suddenly appeared in Yi Zan's body. In the next second, the chi and blood essence turned into streams and slowly poured into his golden core, winding itself around it. At this moment, the golden core in Yi Zan's dantian was almost completely wrapped up by the boundless chi and blood essence, leaving very few gaps. As long as these gaps were filled, he would be able to reach the limits of the core formation realm, and would be considered half a step away from reaching the unity realm. I didn't expect chi and blood essence to be so difficult to condense. Seeing this, Yi Zan could not help but squint his eyes. Through the critical reward from the system just now, he had gained close to 15 years worth of cultivation. In addition to his extremely monstrous innate ability, he had not expected to still be at the peak of the core formation realm. It was no wonder no one had stepped into the unity realm in the past hundreds of years in the Great Xian dynasty. The difficulty level of doing so was extremely high. However, it was also because of this that a cultivator at the peak of the core formation realm was considered extremely terrifying. On Earth, one might even be regarded as a humanoid atomic bomb. As long as I condense a few more strands of chi and blood essence, I will be able to reach the limits of the core formation realm. At that time, I will be able to break through to the unity realm at any time. At the thought of this, Yi Zan's pupils flashed with a bright light. Since there had never been a cultivator in the Great Xian dynasty who had stepped into the unity realm over the past hundreds of years, then it would be up to me, Yi Zan, to break through. At that time, it would be time to settle the score with the Xuanian sect. Thinking this, Yi Zan asked Yu to pass on a message to Li Qingyan, the sect leader, and the other elders, that he would be going into secluded cultivation for a period of time. He would not have time to participate in the competition between the 3 great sects. The participants of this competition were the sect's disciples anyway. The sect leader and elders were only there to keep an eye on things to prevent accidents from happening. It did not matter whether Yi Zan participated or not. Chapter 85. Choosing a time of death for Yi Zan. Just after Yi Zan went into secluded cultivation, a major event happened in the Xuanian sect. In the sect's grand hall, the sect leader and all of the elders were gathered in the grand hall. They were discussing how to kill Yi Zan. Once the patriarch came out of secluded cultivation, he would eliminate the Qingyan sect in one fell swoop. As the second-ranked top sect in the Great Xian dynasty, the Xuanian sect's strength was extremely terrifying. The Qingyan sect was ranked 10th, and was a far cry from them in terms of strength. Adding the sect leader, vice-sect leader, and the elders of the Qingyan sect together, they had 7 core formation realm cultivators. On the other hand, the Xuanian sect had a total of 18 elders who had reached the core formation realm. Including the sect leader and the vice-sect leaders, they had 21 cultivators in the core formation realm. In terms of the number, as well as the quality, of their core formation realm cultivators, their Xuanian sect clearly eclipsed the Qingyan sect by a country mile. The sect leader of the Xuanian sect was at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, while the two vice-sect leaders were in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The chief elder's strength had reached the advanced stage of the True Core realm, and he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching the Golden Core realm. Even the weakest of the 18 elders had reached the early stage of the Zuden realm, and was about to advance to the middle stage of the Zuden realm. It was precisely because of this that the various elders of the Xuanian sect had the confidence to choose to besiege Yizan back then. However, there was now a very serious problem. Not only was Yizan alive, but he had even killed the beloved personal disciples of the ninth elder, Li Wuji. Most importantly, Yizan had also learned about the fact that the Xuanian sect had massacred villages to collect qi and blood essence from the common folk. Therefore, before Yizan spread the news, they had to kill him swiftly in order to completely keep this secret hidden. Everyone, the patriarch will finish his secluded cultivation session in a few days. When do you think it would be better for Yizan to die? The sect leader of the Xuanian sect sat at the head of the table with a cold expression, looking at the vice-sect leaders and elders below. Everyone had already agreed to kill Yizan. Whether it was his act of killing Li Wuji's personal disciples or his possession of the knowledge that the Xuanian sect had massacred the villages, both warranted death in the eyes of the Xuanian sect's leadership. Moreover, Yizan was a monstrous talent. Although the other party had been poisoned by the 5 poisons powder earlier, who could guarantee that the other party had not obtained a heaven-defying opportunity that would turn the situation around? Therefore, Yizan had to die. The only question was when. Some elders suggested that the matter of killing Yizan could not be delayed, as they had to prevent him from revealing their secret to the Qian Gate. Some even suggested that they attack the Qingyan sect today and completely wipe them out. Of course, some elders suggested that it was safer to wait for the patriarch to finish his secluded cultivation and give the Huoli, Qingyan and Shenshin sects a big surprise when they held their competition. Ideas and opinions were tossed around left and right, and they were all stuck at an impasse as to which was the best way forward. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. At this moment, Li Wuji stood up slowly. Seeing this, everyone stopped arguing and immediately turned their gazes to the latter. Seeing this, Li Wuji said slowly, regarding Yizan's matter, there are undoubtedly 2 perspectives. The first is to kill him as soon as possible, and the second is to wait for the patriarch to end his secluded cultivation. Elder Lin, Elder Chen, and the others feel that the earlier the better. After all, Yizan's possession of our secret means that he represents a significant threat to our Xuanian sect. However, everyone has forgotten something very important. Although the Qingyan sect is not as powerful as we are, it is still a top-tier sect with thousands of years of history. The opponent's guardian formation cannot be underestimated. Moreover, why is Yizan only known as the strongest genius in 1,000 years since the founding of the Qingyan sect? Why isn't he the strongest genius in history of the Qingyan sect? You may not know this, but before Yizan, there were also 2 extremely talented people in the Qingyan sect. One of them even reached the peak of the core formation realm, and possessed a deep understanding of array formations. Although he was killed by his enemies in the end, with his knowledge and mastery of array formations, it's impossible that he didn't leave behind a powerful guardian formation for the Qingyan sect. Do you think we can destroy an array formation left behind by a peak core formation realm cultivator? For now, we can only wait for the patriarch to finish his secluded cultivation, after which we will be able to defeat the Qingyan sect in one fell swoop. Even if we attack the Qingyan sect immediately, it is unlikely that we will be able to harm him, much less kill him. It might even force him to reveal our secret in advance. At that time, our Xuanian sect will be the one in danger. There are only 4 days left until the competition between the 3 great sects at the Qingyan sect. We just need to wait patiently. Once the patriarch leaves secluded cultivation, we will attack the Qingyan sect immediately and annihilate them all. Li Wuji did not say anything else at this point. He then turned his gaze to the various elders. When the various elders heard this, they could not help but nod to themselves. In their hearts, they agreed with Li Wuji's words. Elder Li is right. However, when the competition between the 3 great sects is being held, other than the Qingyan sect, the Huoli and Shenshin sects will also be present. Are we going to face these three great sects at the same time? There were also some elders who did not agree with Li Wuji's words. What's there to worry about? If the patriarch is in a good mood, those two sects will be able to survive. If he is in a bad mood, why not just destroy them as well? At that time, we can announce to the great Xian royal family that our Xuanian sect already has an expert who has reached the peak of the core formation realm. Our patriarch will be unmatched by anyone below the unity realm. No matter how many golden core realm cultivators come, it will be of no use. Li Wuji could not help but laugh after he finished speaking. Ha ha ha, Elder Li is right. I am being too cautious. In that case, we will wait patiently for the patriarch to leave secluded cultivation. At that time, the position of the strongest sect in the great Xian dynasty will be changed. An elder said with a smile. In fact, the strength of the Qian Gate and the Xuanian sect were very similar. The reason why the Qian Gate was able to secure the position of the number one sect in the Great Qian dynasty was because the Qian sect had a peak core formation realm cultivator. The three stages of the core formation realm were divided into the Zuden, True Core and Golden Core realms. The peak of the core formation realm meant that one had completed their Golden Core. Below the Unity realm, peak core formation realm experts were invincible. As long as the patriarch could reach the peak of the core formation realm, even if the Great Qian dynasty learned that they had collected qi and blood essence by massacring villages, so what? Chapter 86. The Patriarch is about to leave secluded cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, the sect leader of the Xuanian sect raised his eyelids slightly. Does anyone have differing opinions on Elder Li's suggestion? I agree. Ji Yuda was the first to choose to stand on Li Wuji's side. Let's do as Elder Li says. Most of the elders agreed, but a few of them were still a little worried, believing that the sect should not make too many strong enemies. However, advised by the other elders, they were soon persuaded. Once the patriarch reached the peak of the core formation realm, he would be invincible in the entire Great Qian dynasty. Why should they be afraid of a few sects? If they really had the courage to seek revenge, then the Xuanian sect would uproot their sects entirely. Even if the Great Qian royal family objected, so what? The other party would not be able to do anything to the Xuanian sect even though both sides had peak core formation realm experts. After all, the once peak core formation realm experts started fighting, the fallout of their battle would not be something the Great Qian dynasty could bear. In that case, let's do as Elder Li says. Tomorrow will be the day the patriarch comes out of seclusion. Everything will be settled then. The sect leader of the Xuanian sect nodded. He too agreed with Li Wuji's suggestion. Then, the elders continued to discuss how many cultivators should be sent to the Qingyan sect tomorrow, and how many forces should be left behind to guard the sect. Ha ha ha, once the patriarch is out, everything will be over. As long as Yi Zan isn't dead, I won't be able to sleep well. Ji Yuda said with a smile as soon as he left the grand hall. It is Yi Zan's honor to die at the hands of the patriarch. Hearing this, Li Wuji could not help but smile coldly. Of course, the reason they used such power was not simply to kill Yi Zan. They mainly wanted to shatter the Qingyan sect's guardian array formation and then destroy the entire Qingyan sect. Moreover, among the elders who had besieged Yi Zan back then, the ones who had put in the most effort were Li Wuji and Ji Yuda. Both of them had reached the advanced stage of the Zuden realm. No matter how talented Yi Zan was, it was impossible for him to break through to the advanced stage of the Zuden realm at the age of 20. In other words, any one of them could easily suppress Yi Zan. The real reason why Li Wuji and the others had chosen to besiege Yi Zan back then was to eliminate him as quickly as possible before the Qingyan sect leader and elders could come to his rescue. They wanted to get rid of this genius rival of theirs. Who would have thought that Yi Zan's status in the Qingyan sect was so high that the leader and the elders of the Qingyan sect spared no expense to save him? Even so, Yi Zan was still severely injured by the 5 poisons powder that Li Wuji had used. As the poison of the 5 poisons powder was extremely potent, Li Wuji, Ji Yuda, and the others had not chosen to continue pursuing him back then. Luckily, Yi Zan had awakened the system and neutralized the poison of the 5 poisons powder. However, they would not let Yi Zan off so easily this time. They had to kill him. Moreover, with the patriarch making a move, everything would be foolproof. But if the patriarch kills him, wouldn't the heavenly materials and earthly treasures left behind by that Unity Realm expert fall into the hands of the patriarch? Thinking this, Li Wuji could not help but frown. In his opinion, Yi Zan must have obtained some heavenly materials and earthly treasures left behind by a Unity Realm cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to neutralize the toxicity of the 5 poisons powder. He was very tempted by these treasures. Forget it, as long as Yi Zan is killed, it will be fine. Maybe the Patriarch won't look carefully at Yi Zan's possession. I still have a chance. Li Wuji could only comfort himself like this. In the depths of the Xuanian sect's territory, there was an extremely ancient hall. This ancient hall was vast and deserted, and was not guarded either. Other than the sect leader and a few elders, no one was allowed to approach this place. This was the place where the Patriarch of the Xuanian sect was undergoing his secluded cultivation. The Patriarch of the Xuanian sect had lived for hundreds of years, and he had survived a huge battle hundreds of years ago. Back then, he had already reached the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. However, although he had survived, his cultivation foundation had been severely damaged. In order to treat his own injuries, he had stayed in seclusion for 300 years. Were it not for the long lifespan of a Golden Core realm cultivator, coupled with the fact that he used the power of the Xuanian sect to collect healing medicines, it would have been impossible for him to recover. After that, he spent another 200 years cultivating and finally reached the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. However, at the same time, his own potential had been exhausted. If he wanted to reach the peak of the core formation realm, he had to find another way. Due to this, he thought of a method to absorb the chi and blood essence of others. As long as he killed enough cultivators, he could obtain the abundant chi and blood essence in their bodies. However, even if he killed Golden Core realm experts, if the number was small, it would not be able to satisfy the energy requirements needed to reach the peak of the core formation realm. However, if he killed too many Golden Core realm cultivators, it would certainly attract the attention of the great Xian royal family. Perhaps that old monster would even try to suppress him because of this. Therefore, he ultimately turned his attention to the ordinary people. The great Xian dynasty had a total population of 1.7 billion people. Countless people were born every second every day, and the number of deaths was equally as numerous. Perhaps they died from the fallout of battles between cultivators, or were hunted down by their enemies, or were even killed by bandits or monsters. In short, as long as the number of deaths did not exceed a certain degree, the great Xian royal family would not pursue the matter. Therefore, he used the power of the sect to increase the number of disciples. Then, he sent them out to the various cities of the great Xian dynasty to bribe the bandits and order them to slaughter the villages. When the bandits were no longer useful, the Xuanian sect cultivators would cease their partnership with them and kill them. By doing this, they kept the whole matter secret, while also obtaining more chi and blood essence from the bandits they killed. Since they were killing the bandits, they would also be able to use that excuse to drum up public support. It could be said that it was a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It turned out that the Patriarch of the Xuanian sect was indeed very shrewd. As long as the sect concealed their actions and whereabouts of their disciples properly, the great Xian royal family would not be able to find any clues about this matter. Moreover, in order to ensure that the collection of the chi and blood essence proceeded smoothly, he ordered the sect leader of the Xuanian sect to establish a team to monitor their recruited disciples. If they found out that any of them were at risk of leaking their secrets, they would kill them without hesitation. Of course, if someone found out about their collection of chi and blood essence, they would also kill that person. It was not until Yi Zan appeared that the possibility of this whole scheme being revealed appeared. Moreover, he was the first to receive the information. Therefore, even if Li Wuji and the others did not suggest it, he would still kill Yi Zan immediately after leaving secluded cultivation. Previously, he might have been afraid of the great Xian royal family, but now that he had reached the peak of the core formation realm, he no longer had to restrain his ambition. He did not want to remain at the peak of the core formation realm either. He wanted to gather even more chi and blood essence to help him reach the unity realm. Suddenly, incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly rippled out from the ancient hall. The sect leader and the elders who were discussing matters in the grand hall sensed this, and their eyes lit up. Then, they turned into streaks of light and flew out of the grand hall. This is the Patriarch's aura. The Patriarch has finally advanced. Chapter 87. How could I miss the opportunity to earn free rewards? The powerful energy fluctuations swept across the entire Xuanian sect crazily. It exuded terrifying and overbearing power. Even the sect leader of the Xuanian sect, who was at the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, felt his heart tremble. Is this the power of a peak core formation realm expert? The eyes of the sect leader of the Xuanian sect were filled with shock. Although the patriarch had not made a move, the energy fluctuations he exuded were enough to suppress everyone here. However, this pressure dissipated slowly like the receding tide. Moreover, they had set up an array formation to block the energy beforehand, which prevented the patriarch's energy from leaking out. Otherwise, it was highly likely that it would attract the attention of the other top sects or the great Xian royal family. After this terrifying pressure slowly dissipated, the ancient hall in the depths of the mountain range once again became deathly silent. Congratulations, Patriarch, on your breakthrough. Although they could not sense the Patriarch's aura, the sect leader and the elders knew what had happened. The Patriarch had already reached the peak of the core formation realm. Ha ha ha, after hundreds of years, I, Ming He, have finally reached the peak of the core formation realm. As soon as he finished speaking, wanton laughter rang out. Everyone saw a streak of light flash past before a figure appeared in the air. It was an old man with white hair. He had his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with glee. He had suffered so much in order to reach this point. 500 years ago, he had been lucky enough to survive that great battle. After that, he had been cultivating in seclusion in the ancient hall to treat his injuries. During this period, the great Xian dynasty experienced another shocking war. In this shocking war, almost all of the top cultivators of the great Xian dynasty had perished. Yet, he was lucky enough to survive because he was cultivating in seclusion in the ancient hall. Ming He opened his palm slowly. The center of his palm was filled with surging qi and blood essence. As it rippled slightly, even space was distorted. Seeing this, the sect leader of the Xuanian sect and all the elders were shocked. They could sense the terrible destructive power contained within it, and felt that they could not withstand a single blow of that power. The sect leader of the Xuanian sect was even more shocked. Was this the terrifying power of a peak core formation realm expert? For hundreds of years, no one in the great Xian dynasty has managed to reach the unity realm. I will be the first and I will be invincible. Ming He clenched his fist slowly. His gaze was filled with ambition. The power that made heaven and earth tremble slowly dissipated. If the great Xian dynasty and the Qian Gate did not have peak core formation realm cultivators, he would have become the emperor of the great Xian dynasty. Congratulations, Patriarch, the Xuanian sect will prosper. The sect leader and elders of the Xuanian sect looked at each other and kneeled before Ming He in unison. Their eyes were filled with respect. Rise. Ming He nodded lightly and said slowly. In 2 days, you will follow me as I flatten the Qingyan sect. We will obey the order of the Patriarch. However, at this moment, the outside world was unaware of the changes that had taken place in the Xuanian sect. Yizan was still in secluded cultivation, and the Qingyan sect, the Huoli sect, and the Shenshan sect were blissfully unaware of the impending danger. They would never expect that the competition between great sects would become the site of a world-shaking battle. Lingju Peak, Cultivation Room. Yizan sat cross-legged on the floor and circulated his spiritual power within his body. He breathed in and out, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and slowly condensing qi and blood essence in his body, turning into blood-red strands that slowly filled in the gaps around his golden core. According to his calculations, it would take another 2 or 3 days to completely fill up the gaps. He also did not expect that, given his monstrous talent, it would still take such a long time to complete this process. However, he soon understood why. When he had infused spiritual power into you earlier, he had obtained 15 years' worth of cultivation, but still remained at the peak of the core formation realm. Only by tempering his qi and blood essence to the extreme could he turn them into the blood-red strands that were coiled around his golden core. In order for the golden core in his body to completely undergo a qualitative change, the number of blood-red strands wrapped around his golden core had to be in multiples of 36. In other words, only by truly forming 36 blood-red strands would the cultivator truly reach the peak of the core formation realm, and more strands would signify the cultivator's progress toward the unity realm. Currently, there were 107 blood-red strands wrapped around Yizan's golden core. He only needed to condense one more blood-red strand to fill in the gaps. In other words, he would reach the unity realm after 108 blood-red strands were wrapped around his golden core. However, condensing a blood-red strand from his qi and blood essence would take several days with Yizan's current innate bone value. From this, one could see how difficult it was for other cultivators to reach the peak of the core formation realm. Going by how things are progressing, I should be able to reach the unity realm before the end of the competition between the three great sects. Thinking this, Xuan smiled. Although the strength of the Qingyan sect was lacking compared to the Huoli and Shenshin sects, the gap between the three sects was not particularly large. Their cultivators might not be much stronger than those from the Qingyan sect. Moreover, in the previous competitions, most of the winners of the competition had only reached the first level of the Purple Spirit Realm. Given Yu and Li Qingyan's current strength, they could easily crush them. Moreover, Xuan had his eye on the first place rewards. First was the 1,000-year ice silk armor given by Wan Shanhai. It was an artifact with strong defensive capabilities, which was what Xuan lacked at the moment. Moreover, he could obtain a reward from the system by giving it to his disciple. Then there was the Shenshin sect Spirit Burst Flower. It was a rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's comprehension value, and its effect was even better than the heart-seeking fruit. Xuan naturally would not let go of any spiritual items that could increase comprehension and innate bone values. As an elder of the Qingyan sect, it was not unusual for him to take up the responsibility for distributing the champion's reward, right? As it turned out, although they were a little puzzled, no one objected. Therefore, he had to end his secluded cultivation before the finals of the competition. Otherwise, he would not be the one to distribute the rewards. Would that not be a huge loss? However, he had just given his disciple a spiritual item that increased her comprehension value a few days ago, so if he repeated it again, he would not receive a reward from the system. Still, Xuan could wait a month before helping them to refine it. At that time, he could continue to reap the rewards once more. Moreover, he had never given his disciples any defensive artifacts. The 1,000-year ice silk armor was a perfect opportunity to earn a good reward. Thinking this, Xuan sped up the tempering of his qi and blood essence. Chapter 88. Are you trying your best to bluff us? The day before the competition, the elders of the Huoli and Shenshin sects arrived at the Qingyan sect with their respective cultivators. Each sect had sent 3 elders as their leaders. The leader of the Huoli sect's delegation was the sect's great elder, who was at the early stage of the true core realm. The other 2 elders were at the middle stage of the Zuden realm. The leader of the Shenshin sect's delegation was also the sect's first elder, who was at the same realm as Wan Shanhai. The other 2 elders were at the advanced stage of the Zuden realm and the middle stage of the Zuden realm respectively. Each sect had brought 10 disciples. Just like the Qingyan sect, the cultivators they brought were the strongest personal disciples they had chosen through their respective sects' competitions. Compared to the other top sects, the Qingyan sect, the Huoli sect, and the Shenshin sect had a pretty good relationship. At least on the surface, their relationship was extremely harmonious. However, after arriving at the Qingyan sect, the elders of the 2 great sects secretly hinted to their personal disciples to secretly probe the strength of the Qingyan sect's personal disciples. Although the strength of the contestants would be revealed sooner or later, it was naturally best to be able to hide it. This way, they could catch their opponents off guard during the competition. The cultivators of the Qingyan sect were normally quite good at keeping secrets. However, the disciples of the 2 great sects were too shrewd. They directly provoked them and forced some secrets out. When they learned that the top 2 in the Qingyan sect's competition were Li Qingyan and Yu, they were puzzled. The 3 great sects often interacted with each other, so they had some understanding of the talented cultivators of the other sects. They basically knew all of the personal disciples. However, they were completely unfamiliar with Yu and Li Qingyan. They had never heard of either one before. They had believed the most powerful person in the Qingyan sect was Chen Zhaofeng, the disciple of Wan Shanhai, or the favorite disciple of the great elder of the Qingyan sect. Then, they pulled a few more tricks and successfully ferreted out the background of Yu and Li Qingyan. I didn't expect that Elder Xuan would take in disciples. That's strange. It's said that Elder Xuan is obsessed with cultivation. Now, not only did he take in a disciple, but he took in 2. Are these 2 extremely talented? Geniuses were extremely arrogant, and Xuan was a monstrous genius. In the eyes of everyone, Xuan probably did not choose to take in disciples because his benchmark for doing so was too high. Ordinary geniuses were just like ordinary people in the eyes of the former. Why should he waste his energy teaching them? For Li Qingyan and Yu to be able to become his disciples, there had to be something extraordinary about them. What? Li Qingyan is actually at the 9th level of the True Essence realm. She is indeed a rare genius at such a young age. No wonder she was able to become Elder Yi Zan's disciple. No way, you said that Yu's strength has only reached the 6th level of the True Essence realm. My cultivation level has already reached the 7th level of the True Essence realm. If I were to fight against her, wouldn't I easily beat her up? Fuck, you're telling me that Yu is less than 15 years old? It's no wonder she was able to become Elder Yi Zan's disciple. As expected, they are all monsters among monsters. What did you say? You said that you became Elder Yi Zan's disciple a month ago, and before that, she was only a refinement realm cultivator. This is too unbelievable, is it not? Oh my god, could it be that Elder Yi Zan has some great magical power? Otherwise, how could a cultivator who was originally at the 4th level of the refinement realm break through to the 5th level of the True Essence realm in just a month's time? What, you said that you only spent a dozen days to break through to the 5th level of the True Essence realm? I feel like you guys are taking me for a fool. That's right, even if high-level cultivators infuse their spiritual power into their disciples, they still wouldn't be able to reach such a level. As the cultivators from the two sects probed for more information, they became more and more shocked. However, over time, they all revealed traces of doubt, especially those who heard descriptions of Yu and Li Qingyan. Their feats and stories were getting more and more ridiculous. They even felt that the cultivators from the Qingyan sect had tricked them. A cultivator at the 6th level of the True Essence realm defeated a cultivator at the peak of the 7th level of the True Essence realm in only 10 moves. How is this possible? Do you really take us for fools? We won't fall for such obvious lies. If the peak 7th level True Essence realm cultivator was just an ordinary itinerant cultivator, there might have been a slight possibility of that being the truth, but that cultivator was the beloved disciple of the great elder of your Qingyan sect. He is a genius cultivator. How could he be defeated by a cultivator who was a minor realm below him? You said that the martial technique displayed by Li Qingyan had the power equivalent to a full-strength attack of a purple spirit realm cultivator. Brother, please stop lying. I won't believe anything you say anymore. I think if I continue to listen to your lies, you'll start telling us that Li Qingyan and Yu's true strength has reached the purple spirit realm. You are all really talented. Why didn't I realize that the cultivators of the Qingyan sect were such great braggarts? Do you think that everyone is like Elder Yi Zan? Are you and Li Qingyan both peerless geniuses that are rarely seen in 1,000 years? Elder Yi Zan is already a peerless genius. How can the disciples he recruited be so monstrous? Are you guys still dreaming? Don't try to fool us, okay? Are our sects still friends? Can you tell us the truth? Okay, stop talking. We will see for ourselves. We want to see if Li Qingyan and you are as powerful as you say. After hearing the information shared by the cultivators of the Qingyan sect, the cultivators of the Huoli sect and the Xianxia sect did not believe a single word of it. The more they heard, the more ridiculous it became. If things were according to what they said, would that not mean that Li Qingyan and you were as monstrous as Yi Zan? Although Yi Zan's talent was monstrous, it did not mean that his disciples were the same. Little did they know that Yu and Li Qingyan had both made breakthroughs in the past few days. Soon, the cultivators of the two sects went directly to Lingju Peak to see for themselves if Li Qingyan and Yu were as outrageous as the rumors said. Moreover, according to the description of the cultivators of the Qingyan sect, not only were both terrifyingly strong, but they were peerless beauties that could topple nations as well. Unfortunately, everyone was destined to return disappointed. Li Qingyan and Yu were in secluded cultivation, and could not be bothered with those people. Just like that, the cultivators of the Huoli and Xianxia sects were directly shut out. Today was the day when the three great sects would commence their grand competition. In just one day, the two great sects had not managed to get any valuable information. They even unanimously believed that the strength of Li Qingyan and Yu was just for show, and that it was all nonsense fabricated by the cultivators of the Qingyan sect. Chapter 89. Fairies descending upon the mortal world. However, the moment Yu and Li Qingyan appeared, the cultivators of the Huoli and Xianxia sects were stunned. How could there be such fairies in the human world? Heck, even the cultivators of the Qingyan sect were stunned by their beauty. Yu did not say much. Ever since she awakened her jade sword physique, she became as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. Her face was like chiseled jade, her lips were as red as cherries, and her eyes were like stars twinkling in the night sky. She was like a fairy who was untainted by the secular world. What surprised the cultivators of the Qingyan sect's cultivators was Li Qingyan. Although Li Qingyan's appearance had been extremely outstanding, she was still not as beautiful as Yu. However, today, everyone felt differently. Li Qingyan was like an untainted, blooming lotus flower. She was extremely beautiful and her eyes shone brightly. Now, whether it was in terms of temperament or appearance, the two were almost at the same level. The two women stood out, and seemingly emitted a blinding light that made the entire world pale in comparison. They were fairies in the mortal world, dressed in green and white, that could topple kingdoms and nations. The reason why everyone had such a reaction was also very simple. Li Qingyan had been the same as you from before. After Yi Zhan helped her awaken her special physique, her body underwent earth-shaking changes. Moreover, because of her dual spirit physique, she possessed the warmth of fire and the beauty of life at the same time. It could be said that she was the perfect fusion of two completely different temperaments. It was also because of this that everyone's gaze could not help but fall on Li Qingyan. Moreover, in their hearts, the two women were like high and mighty fairies that could only be admired from afar. Compared to the two women, the rest of the female cultivators were like weeds. They lowered their heads in shame. The two women walked slowly together. When they saw everyone's gazes, their expressions did not change, but they exuded a cold and aloof aura. To outsiders, they would not be as intimate and obedient as they were with Yi Zhan. Oh my God, they are too beautiful. Are they the legendary fairies that descended to the mortal world? These two fairies, seeing that I am so handsome, why don't you come and visit me? I thought that the cultivators of the Qingyan sect were deceiving me. If the beauty part is true, then won't their cultivation levels be as powerful as the cultivators of the Qingyan sect described? What kind of genius would be able to match such beautiful fairies? In the entire Great Xian dynasty, I'm afraid that only Elder Yi Zhan can do it. Your words make sense, but Elder Yi Zhan is their teacher. How can master and disciple be together? Let me bear that cross. I'll make them happy. The teacher is monstrous, but his disciples are monstrous too. How can the world be this unfair? In that case, aren't we going to lose? What nonsense are you spouting? They might be extremely beautiful, but they may not be powerful. Don't throw our morale down the drain before the competition even starts, okay? At this moment, everyone was heatedly discussing the beauty of these two women. When the eyes of the elders of the Huoli and Shenshin sects fell on Yu and Li Qingyan, they were shocked. They were old men who had cultivated for decades. They had seen all kinds of people, but they had never seen such stunning women. They possessed extraordinary temperament, like fairies that had descended to the mortal world. Almost no one aside from themselves compared with them. Are these the disciples that Yi Zhan took in? They are indeed stunning. Wait, with my cultivation, why can't I sense their cultivation levels? This is too strange. When did the Qingyan sect have such a high-level aura concealment technique? Seeing this, the elders of the two sects were surprised. As core formation realm cultivators, they could not even sense the cultivation levels of these two personal disciples. All of the top sects had secret techniques to restrain their auras, which were similar to the Qi storage technique. However, this secret technique was not particularly high level, so it was difficult to block the spiritual senses of core formation realm cultivators. Normally, given their strength, they would easily be able to sense the cultivation levels of Yu and Li Qingyan. Ahem, I'm not too sure either. It must have been specially taught to them by Elder Yi Zhan. Seeing this, Wan Shanhai also had some doubts in his heart. Although this matter was a little strange, when he thought of Yi Zhan, he felt relieved. What was so strange about what a monster had done? When everyone thought that he had been deeply poisoned, and had half a foot in the grave, he suddenly appeared full of vigor, and his strength had made a huge breakthrough, in just a few days. When everyone thought that he had just randomly found a disciple to inherit his legacy, the other party had awakened an extremely rare sword physique. Moreover, within an extremely short period of time, she had advanced from the refinement realm to the 6th level of the true essence realm. When everyone thought that Yi Zhan's strength was only at the early stage of the true core realm, he had become a sparring partner for his disciples. Moreover, he had displayed his sword intent for the cultivators of the entire Qingyan sect to see. It was precisely because of this that Wan Shanhai had been able to comprehend his own sword intent. When everyone thought that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist, he inexplicably became a third-rank alchemist. Moreover, he could easily refine a perfect soul-returning pill. When everyone recalled his astounding feats, they felt a little dazed. They inexplicably felt that their paradigm shifted whenever he was involved. Therefore, was this not just a secret technique that could fully conceal one's aura? Was it not just a little more advanced? What was there to be surprised about? It was all normal, okay. Elder Xuan. Seeing this, the elders of the two sects squinted their eyes and then fell into a state of deep thought. Although they did not know what had happened to Xuan, he was still the strongest genius of the great Xian dynasty. Although he was inferior to them in terms of experience, his strength had reached the same level as them. Moreover, it was quite normal for such a monstrous talent to possess a high-level secret technique to conceal his aura. However, this also meant that Yuan Li Qingyan's strength was still a mystery. After all, if even the elders could sense their cultivation levels, how could the personal disciples do so? According to the information gathered, Yu was only at the 6th level of the True Essence Realm 10 days ago, and Li Qingyan was only at the 9th level of the True Essence Realm. In just half a month's time, these two girls should not have made any further breakthroughs, right? They should have. The sect leader and the elders of the Qingyan sect immediately showed a guilty expression when they thought of this. After all, these two girls were Xuan's disciples. He was no normal person, okay. However, even if their cultivation levels had increased, it should not have increased by a ridiculous amount, right? Chapter 90. The start of the competition. At the thought of this, Wan Shanhai felt an itch in his heart. As a true core realm cultivator, he was still unable to sense the cultivation levels of two personal disciples. If this news were to spread, would it not be a great joke? What exactly did Xuan do? Previously, he told me that he had gained new insights into how he could restrain his aura. Could it have resulted in this secret technique? At that time, Wan Shanhai had been unable to sense Xuan's cultivation. When his spiritual sense came into contact with Xuan's body, it was as if it had entered a fog that it could not extricate itself from. Were it not for this guy taking the initiative to become the sparring partner of his two disciples and displaying his sword intent, Wan Shanhai would not even have known that Xuan had already comprehended sword intent. He also did not know what cultivation level this guy had reached recently. Suddenly, Wan Shanhai's heart trembled. Wait, he actually did not know Xuan's cultivation level at all. When he left the Qingyan sect with Yu back then, he had already reached the early stage of the true core realm. Regarding this matter, he and the various elders had witnessed it with their own eyes, so there was no way they could be wrong. However, did this guy break through after that? It should have been very difficult to do so within such a short period of time. It was impossible that he did, right? At this moment, Wan Shanhai felt extremely unsettled. Although, logically speaking, it was impossible for Xuan to break through so quickly, he had an inexplicable feeling that this guy's cultivation level must have advanced recently, and that it had reached an extremely terrifying level. Was it the middle stage of the true core realm, or the advanced stage of the true core realm? This feeling was too unsettling. Wan Shanhai did not dare to think of the realms beyond that. After all, it would already be incredible to be able to reach the advanced stage of the true core realm in such a short time, let alone anything beyond that. Still, he felt uncomfortable. Right now, he could not sense Xuan's cultivation level at all. In his eyes, Xuan was covered in a fog that he could not penetrate. Fuck, everything related to this guy is tortuous. Wan Shanhai was on the verge of pulling out his own hair in frustration. Cough cough. Sect leader. At this moment, someone coughed to get Wan Shanhai's attention. Wan Shanhai immediately came back to his senses. After which, he raised his head and discovered that the various elders of the Qingyan sect, and the elders of the two great sects, were all looking at him with strange expressions. Wan Shanhai revealed an embarrassed expression. If he had not been thick-skinned, his face would have turned red from shame. Ahem, let's commence the competition between the three great sects. Wan Shanhai quickly changed the topic. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. Was the sect leader thinking about something just now? Why had his expression been so strange? Is Elder Xuan in secluded cultivation? The first elder of the Shenshin sect looked around and found that Xuan had yet to make an appearance. He turned his gaze to Wan Shanhai questioningly. That's right, Wan Shanhai nodded. Seeing this, the first elder of the Shenshin sect revealed a look of realization. He had chosen to enter secluded cultivation at such a critical moment, presumably because of that matter. It was no longer a secret that the top sects had been fighting for the seven-colored Chaos Lotus back then, and they were also aware that Xuan had been severely injured at that time. At that time, some of these elders were present at the scene and had witnessed with their own eyes that Xuan had been besieged by the elders of the Xuanian sect. In the end, the sect master and the elders of the Qingyan sect spared no expense to successfully break him out of the encirclement. Now, He had not made an appearance at the competition between the three great sects. They surmised that his injuries had gotten even worse. It had been almost 2 months since the appearance of the seven-colored Chaos Lotus, yet Elder Yi Zan's injuries had not yet healed. However, they did not dwell on the matter. After all, the most important thing now was the competition between the three great sects. The competition format was very simple. It was the elimination format. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, the rules of the competition were more comprehensive than before. There were a total of 30 participants from the three sects. They would draw lots at the same time. The number of lots would be divided into 1 to 15. Those who drew the same number would fight each other. After the first round of the competition, half of the participants would be eliminated. However, in order to avoid special situations, for example, having powerful participants being accidentally eliminated due to the luck of the draw, there was a second chance. For example, if Li Qingyan fought Yu in the first round, then Li Qingyan would have a high chance of being eliminated. After all, Li Qingyan was only at the second level of the Purple Spirit Realm, while Yu was at the 5th stage of the Purple Spirit Realm. However, Li Qingyan could easily crush most, if not all, of the other cultivators present. It would be unfair if she was ranked lower than 15th because of her first-round opponent. Therefore, to avoid any special circumstances, the eliminated participants in the first round would have another chance. After drawing lots, the losing 15 would fight each other. However, among the 15 participants, one of the lucky ones would proceed without fighting. At the same time, the top 15 participants in the first round would draw lots and fight again. After half of the participants were eliminated, the remaining half would continue to advance. Similarly, one more would be able to advance without fighting. Then, the 7 cultivators who won in the second round would advance together with the 7 people who lost in the first round, but won their revival round. After the 2 elimination rounds, only those who were truly strong would remain. There would be 14 people after the 2 rounds of elimination, as well as the 2 lucky people who received a bye. There would be 16 people who would enter the final round. After that, the rules of the competition would be relatively simple. The remaining 16 would battle it out in knockout competition format, quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals. Once the rules were explained, the competition between the three great sects officially began. A 6th-level True Essence Realm cultivator from the Huoli sect went up against a peak 6th-level True Essence Realm cultivator from the Xianxia sect. The cultivators from the 2 great sects were cheering from below the stage. One could see surging True Essence power gushing out of their bodies, and the weapons in their hands emitted a sharp gleam. As their martial techniques clashed, even the extremely tough stage started to crack. When the attacks and shockwaves hit the defensive array formation, it rippled. After more than 10 rounds, the Xianxia sect cultivator sent the Huoli sect cultivator flying with a slash, ending this battle. In the first battle, the Xianxia sect had won. The second battle, at the beginning of the first round, the 3 sects' performances were all as expected, and there was nothing special about those fights. It was not until Chen Zhaofeng of the Qingyan sect fought the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect that the elders in the audience showed a hint of interest. The 2 represented the eldest disciples of these 2 great sects, and they were extremely powerful for True Essence Realm cultivators. This battle could be said to be a peak-level battle. Chapter 91, Monster. Chen Zhaofeng took a step forward as his surging True Essence power swept out. He has reached such a realm at such a young age. It's no wonder he is a genius of the Qingyan sect. The first elder of the Huoli sect stroked his beard and commented with a smile. What a pity, his opponent is even stronger. Seeing this, the elder of the Xianxia sect responded with a smile. An even more powerful force swept out, and wisps of purple spiritual power soared into the sky. What? Purple Spirit Realm? When Chen Zhaofeng saw this, his expression changed. He had not expected this fellow to reach the Purple Spirit Realm one step ahead of him. Other than the Xianxia sect cultivators, the eyes of the Huoli and Qingyan sect cultivators displayed their shock. First level of the Purple Spirit Realm. Although his cultivation level was not high, he was still a genuine Purple Spirit Realm cultivator. When was the last time a Purple Spirit Realm cultivator appeared in the competition between the 3 great sects? It had been ages since that happened. However, they now knew very well that Chen Zhaofeng would definitely lose this battle. Their talents were evenly matched. However, the gap between the Purple Spirit Realm and the True Essence Realm was like a natural chasm. How could he overcome it? You can't win. Surrender. The eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect looked at Chen Zhaofeng indifferently. He did not regard Chen Zhaofeng as his opponent at all. This guy was so arrogant. However, when they thought about the strength of the other party, they felt that it was warranted. Even if the other party had not reached the purple spirit realm, even if he was only at the 10th level of the true essence realm, Chen Zhaofeng would still be unable to defeat him. Let's fight and find out. Seeing this, Chen Zhaofeng gritted his teeth. His pride would not allow him to admit defeat. The next second, the longsword in his hand released dazzling sword chi as it slashed towards the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect. As the eldest disciple of the Qingyan sect, how could he lose without a fight? Even if he lost in the end, he had to protect the dignity of the Qingyan sect at all costs. How can an ant shake a tree? Seeing this, the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect shook his head with disdain. He slowly clenched his right hand, and wisps of purple spiritual power swept out. Moments later, his 5 fingers formed a fist, and a purple fist suddenly appeared and flew toward Chen Zhaofeng. A purple spirit realm expert was extremely terrifying. With just one punch, he heavily injured Chen Zhaofeng, smashing him into the defensive array. Chen Zhaofeng's hand, which was holding the longsword, trembled involuntarily. Streams of blood flowed from his palm, and his face had turned extremely pale. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With just one punch, he had been defeated. Moreover, his opponent had not used his full strength. Otherwise, this punch could have killed him. At the thought of this, Chen Zhaofeng revealed a desolate expression. Half a month ago, when he was fighting against Li Qingyan, this had been the case too. He almost died from her windstorm slash. Now, he had also almost been killed by the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect. What the fuck is going on? Why are there so many monsters? Why can I not keep up with them? Although it's cruel, this is reality. The eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect looked at Chen Zhaofeng indifferently. Although there was no sarcasm in his words, his eyes were full of contempt. Hehe, your strength is indeed terrifying, but you may not be able to win the competition. Chen Zhaofeng used the longsword in his hand to support himself as he got up off the ground with difficulty. He stood up and wiped the blood from his lower lip. Is it because of that Li Qingyan? Seeing this, the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect raised his eyebrows slightly and then revealed a smile. Even if Li Qingyan's strength is as you said, even if she is able to unleash the strength of a purple spirit realm cultivator, she is still not an actual purple spirit realm cultivator. Do you think that she will actually be able to defeat me? The strength of the purple spirit realm is not something you can imagine. Only after you have truly entered the purple spirit realm will you truly understand it. The eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect smiled. Faintly, he first looked at Chen Zhaofeng, then his gaze fell on the many cultivators of the Qingyan sect. He naturally knew that the move that Li Qingyan used in the Qingyan sect competition already possessed the power of the purple spirit realm cultivator. However, it was not her own power. In the end, it was only one attack. He was a true first-level purple spirit realm cultivator. How could a true essence realm cultivator compare to him? Even his casual attacks contained an extremely powerful purple spiritual power. No matter how powerful Li Qingyan's martial technique was, it could not be used continuously, right? Seeing this, Chen Zhaofeng turned silent. The other party was indeed a true first-level purple spirit realm cultivator. Although Li Qingyan's attack would probably injure him, it was too difficult for her to defeat this guy. I have an inexplicable desire to see senior sister Li Qingyan chop him up with her sword. Exactly, this guy is asking for a beating. Look at his arrogant expression. I really want to slap him. But what can we do? After all, the other party only stated a fact. Although senior sister Li Qingyan can temporarily unleash the strength of a purple spirit realm cultivator, she is only a true essence realm cultivator in the end. That's right, the gap between the purple spirit realm and the true essence realm is like a natural chasm. It's too difficult to cross. I just can't stand this guy's arrogance. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just the first level of the purple spirit realm? Can his talent be compared to Elder Xuan? Hehe, throughout the entire Great Xian dynasty, which genius can be compared to Elder Xuan? He has only reached the first level of the purple spirit realm at the age of 19. Isn't that embarrassing? Elder Xuan reached the core formation realm at the age of 20. That's right, based on this guy's achievements, he's not even worthy of carrying Elder Xuan's shoes. In terms of strength, perhaps this guy is currently the strongest, but in terms of talent and age, Elder Xuan's disciple definitely has you beaten. Okay. Although they are only true essence realm cultivators, that's because they are younger than you. That's right, if they were your age, senior sister Yu and senior sister Li Qingyan would definitely crush you. At this moment, many cultivators of the Qingyan sect were furiously arguing. This guy was too arrogant. Although there was no mockery on the surface, the contempt contained in his words and expression was extremely clear. Were it not for the fact that they could not beat him, they would have ran up to the stage to give him a slap. When the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect heard their words, his face turned purple. He had not expected the disciples of the Qingyan sect to be so vicious with their words. At the age of 19, he had already reached the first level of the purple spirit realm. He was already a super genius in the Great Qian dynasty. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to advance to the core formation realm in the future. Even the current him, after revealing his identity and strength, would be able to command awe and respect, especially in those more ordinary cities and sects, where they would treat him like their ancestor and worship him. However, in the eyes of this group of cultivators from the Qingyan sect, he was a worthless person. Furthermore, he could not refute their words. Xuan, this guy, was too monstrous. Xuan was a monstrous existence that suppressed all of the genius cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. In addition, in the eyes of the Qingyan sect cultivators, it seemed that Xuan's disciples were even more monstrous than him. One had reached the 6th level of the true essence realm before she was 15, and the other had reached the 9th level of the true essence realm before the age of 18. In comparison, he had only been a Qi transformation realm cultivator at the age of 14. So it seems that I am not as monstrous as others. Chapter 92. One Sword Strike. However, although he could admit that he was inferior to Xuan, he would never admit that he was inferior to his disciples. No matter how monstrous Xuan's disciples' talent is, at the very least, they are currently inferior to me. HMPH. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Later, I will defeat them one by one. At that time, I will see what these disciples of the Qingyan sect have to say. The eldest disciple of the Divine Mountain sect could only console himself inwardly like this. Only then did his expression take a turn for the better. However, now that his fight had already ended, he would have to wait until the second elimination round of the competition to see if he would face Yu or Li Qingyan. During this period, Yu and Li Qingyan also welcomed their opponents. Everyone's gazes fell on the two beautiful women. They could not help but scream in excitement. When the two women defeated their opponents with just one sword strike, many of the disciples of the Qingyan sect jumped up in excitement. Senior Sister Li, Senior Sister Li, Senior Sister Yu, Senior Sister Yu. At this moment, the crowd's screams resounded throughout Qingyan Mountain. Their strength is indeed formidable. I had not expected the stories of the Qingyan sect disciples to be true. The cultivators of the Huoli and Xianxia sects were shocked when they saw this. Yu and Li Qingyan were as powerful as the rumors said. Moreover, the two girls' opponents were too weak, so they had not even revealed their true strength. Therefore, the true cultivation level of these two girls was still unknown. It's really strange. What kind of secret technique are they using? Why can it block our spiritual sense probing? Seeing this, the elders in the audience frowned. Up until now, they still could not figure out Li Qingyan and Yu's cultivation levels. Normally, cultivators could indeed use secret techniques to conceal their cultivation. However, during a battle, once they started channeling their spiritual power to use martial techniques, they would no longer be able to conceal their cultivation. However, what shocked them was that their spiritual senses were still unable to sense Yu and Li Qingyan's cultivation levels while they fought their opponents. In other words, unless the two women took the initiative to expose their cultivation levels voluntarily, no one would be able to figure out their level of strength. It seemed that Xuan had imparted a high-level secret technique to these two women. These two girls are really extremely lucky to have been able to meet such a good teacher like Xuan. For a moment, the elders of the Huoli and Xianxia sects all revealed looks of envy. A secret technique that could conceal one's cultivation was already extremely rare, let alone a secret technique that could conceal one's cultivation while fighting. With this, unless they voluntarily revealed their strength, their enemies would never be able to figure out their level of strength. This was truly a powerful advantage to have in the cultivation world. Moreover, if these elders were to ask themselves, if they had such a secret technique, would they be willing to teach it to their disciples? No, at the very least, they would have to set many tests for their disciples to pass and gain their trust before considering whether to teach them the technique or not. Did Yi Zan not value this secret technique, or did he trust these two girls that much? Yu and Li Qingyan did not know what the elders were thinking, but even if they knew, they would only smile. Was this secret technique all that great? Their teacher had taught them far more than this. Moreover, every single thing he taught or gave them was extremely precious. How could these elders imagine such a thing? Their teacher's kindness would forever be hidden in their hearts. Moreover, Yu and Li Qingyan knew very well that even if they spent their entire lives trying, they probably would not be able to repay their teacher's kindness. Time passed slowly. Very quickly, the competition between the three great sects reached a crucial stage. Moreover, each and every match that Yu and Li Qingyan partook in made the audience feel more and more shocked. Their eyes seemed to have been permanently widened in shock. No matter what kind of opponent they met, they were all defeated with a single blow. 6th level of the True Essence Realm, 1 sword strike. 7th level of the True Essence Realm, 1 sword strike. Even the eldest disciple of the Huoli sect, an expert who had reached the 10th level of the True Essence Realm, was also instantly defeated by Yu's single sword strike. When everyone saw this scene unfold, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What did it mean to be able to defeat a 10th level True Essence Realm expert with 1 sword strike? It meant that Yu's strength had already reached the Purple Spirit Realm. Were you sure that she was only at the 6th level of the True Essence Realm before? Could a 6th level True Essence Realm cultivator do this? All of a sudden, many cultivators had strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, the competition had reached the top semifinals. Li Qingyan was up against the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect. The eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect cast a meaningful gaze at Li Qingyan, and his Purple Spirit Realm aura revealed itself. Li Qingyan also did not choose to continue hiding her cultivation. The longsword in her hand vibrated, and the terrifying power of her 2nd-level Purple Spirit Realm cultivation swept out. In addition, the dual spirit physique in Li Qingyan's body also exploded with power. One of her eyes was fiery red, and the other one was a lively green. Purple Spirit Realm, and it's the 2nd level of the Purple Spirit Realm too. When the first elder of the Xianxia sect saw this scene, he stood up with a face full of shock, and his eyes were transfixed on Li Qingyan. When the others saw this, they were also beside themselves in shock and disbelief. The elders of the Xianxia sect were dumbfounded, and so were the elders of the Huoli sect. The sect leader of the Qingyan sect and the other elders' mouths were wide open, and they were petrified. Purple Spirit Realm, the 2nd level of the Purple Spirit Realm. At the age of 18. How could this be? Wasn't she supposed to be at the 9th level of the True Essence Realm? Chen Zhaofeng's expression changed drastically. He stood on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. When the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect saw this, his expression also changed drastically. Didn't the information say that this woman was only at the 9th level of the True Essence Realm? What was with her current 2nd-level Purple Spirit Realm cultivation? She had broken through to the Purple Spirit Realm at the age of 17. When had it become so easy to reach the Purple Spirit Realm? Back then, I had to use all of my strength to barely break through to the Purple Spirit Realm. Why was there such a huge difference between us? Although his heart was filled with shock, the purple spiritual power in his body still swept out. The reason for this was none other than that the fight had already begun. The storage ring in his hand flashed with light, and an incomparably sharp saber suddenly appeared in his hand. Faced with a powerful 2nd-level Purple Spirit Realm cultivator, he had to go all out if he hoped to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect was as fast as lightning. His sharp saber was suffused with a terrifying purple spiritual power. The Purple Spirit Realm aura that erupted from him made everyone's heart tremble. Was this the true strength of a Purple Spirit Realm cultivator? This person probably had not even used 1/10 of his strength when he defeated Chen Zhaofeng earlier. Chapter 93. The arrival of the Xuanian sect leader. However, moments later, the shocked expressions on everyone's faces froze. When the sharp saber shone brightly, the fiery red color in Li Qingyan's right eye, and the lively green color in her left eye, suddenly switched places. She waved the longsword in her hand slightly. The expression on the face of the eldest disciple of the Xianxia sect changed drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning. Cracks appeared on the saber in his hand, and he was sent flying like a cannonball toward the defensive array formation. Just like Chen Zhaofeng, the Xianxia sect's eldest disciple's body crashed into the stage, creating a deep pit. Pooh! The Xianxia sect's eldest disciple tried to climb up with great difficulty, but he felt an extremely violent force wreaking havoc in his body. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh my god, she actually beat her with one sword strike. No matter how terrifying a second-level Purple Spirit Realm expert is, she shouldn't be able to defeat a first-level Purple Spirit Realm expert in one strike, right? Could it be that Senior Sister Li's strength has exceeded the second level of the Purple Spirit Realm? Everyone looked at her with shock-filled gazes. From the beginning to the end, Li Qingyan had remained motionless, except for that one sword strike. It was obvious that she had not used her full strength at all. A monster. She was a monster comparable to Yi Zan. This battle has been won by Li Qingyan from the Qingyan sect. After the host announced the victor, everyone came back to their senses. The arena erupted with screams and shouts. Countless fans shouted Li Qingyan's name with flushed faces. We won. Senior Sister Li Qingyan was too cool. She actually defeated that arrogant guy in an instant. However, when everyone's excitement reached its peak, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Hee, your Qingyan sect is quite lively. Although the voice was not loud, everyone heard those words very clearly. Immediately, the deafening cheers suddenly disappeared. Many cultivators revealed puzzled expressions. However, the expressions of the sect leader and the various elders in the audience changed drastically. Who is it? May I know which honored personage has descended upon our Qingyan sect? Wan Shanhai's expression changed drastically as he stood up. His forehead was quietly dripping with sweat. The young disciples might not have realized the danger, but the moment the voice rang out, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was extremely strong, and greatly surpassed him. Hee, the competition between the three great sects is indeed quite lively. As soon as he finished speaking, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the air. That illusory figure appeared above Qingyan Mountain in an instant. He was a middle-aged man wearing a splendid golden black robe. It's you. Wan Shanhai's expression turned gloomy when he saw this person, and he clenched his fists tightly. He would recognize this person even if he turned into ashes. It was the sect leader of the Xuanian sect, Ming Shui. He was a top-tier sword cultivator in the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Why did this guy come to the Qingyan sect? Moreover, what Wan Shanhai feared the most was not Ming Shui. It was the Xuanian sect's patriarch, Ming He. Although Ming Shui had come, he could still use the Mountain Guardian array formation to fight against him. But if the patriarch who had been in secluded cultivation appeared, it meant that he had broken through to the peak of the Golden Core realm and was invincible within the core formation realm. Wan Shanhai's expression turned grave, and the elders of the Qingyan sect also became vigilant when they saw this. The spiritual power in their dantian gushed out endlessly as they prepared for battle. However, they did not act rashly. After all, the other party was a top-tier sword cultivator in the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, a terrifying existence who could crush them. The elders of the Huoli and Shenshin sects were also shocked by this sudden turn of events. They were unsure as to why the sect leader of the Xuanian sect had shown up here at Qingyan Mountain, and what the other party's intentions were. However, whether it was them or Wan Shanhai, they all had an ominous premonition in their hearts. The sudden arrival of a top-tier sword cultivator in the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm meant that something big was about to go down. Moreover, the other party was already among the strongest cultivators in the Great Qian dynasty. Aside from peak core formation realm cultivators, no one else could suppress him. Ming Shui, what is the purpose of your visit here? Wan Shanhai stared at Ming Shui with a serious expression. Although the opponent was strong enough to kill him, they were in the territory of the Qingyan sect. He would not be afraid of an advanced stage Golden Core realm expert on his home ground. Most importantly, the two sects were not on good terms with each other, especially after the incident with Yi Zan. It could be said that they could even be regarded as enemies. However, Wan Shanhai was very clear in his heart that the strength of the Xuanian sect was too terrifying. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he might not have the chance. However, the sect leader and various elders of the Qingyan sect were united in spirit. If Yi Zan had really fallen at the hands of the Xuanian sect previously, even if they were unable to avenge Yi Zan, they would definitely have made the Xuanian sect pay a heavy price. However, Yi Zan was lucky enough to survive, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was also because of this that Wan Shanhai gave up on the idea of targeting the Xuanian sect. However, he did not expect that, despite not targeting them, they had come to look for trouble with him instead. Was it also because of Yi Zan? At the thought of this, Wan Shanhai's facial expression changed. You don't have to be so nervous. I just want to watch the competition between your three sects. Ming Shui stood in the air with a smile on his lips. Those who did not know the actual context would think that he and Wan Shanhai were good friends who had known each other for many years. However, Wan Shanhai did not relax because of this. A jade token in his storage space was quietly withdrawn. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately crush it. At that time, the Qingyan sect's Mountain Guardian Array formation would be instantly activated. Moreover, the Mountain Guardian Array formation was divided into 2 layers. He could use the jade token in his hand to instantly activate the first layer of the array formation. In order to activate the second layer of the array, he would require the assistance of many cultivators of the Qingyan sect to form an array formation. By doing this, he would be able to completely activate the core of the array formation. With his current strength, he was simply unable to resist an advanced stage Golden Core Realm expert. To put it bluntly, even if all the experts present joined hands, they would still be unable to resist the opponent. If Ming Shui's had only been an early stage Golden Core Realm expert, then perhaps everyone still had a sliver of hope. However, the opponent had reached the advanced stage of the Golden Core Realm. Only by activating the Mountain Guardian Array formation could they resist the opponent. Right at this moment, Ming Shui was looking down at Wan Shanhai and the various elders with a smile. Seeing his glance, everyone could not help but tense up. The atmosphere around Qingyan Mountain had become extremely solemn, and the expressions of many cultivators had turned serious. What kind of existence was this person who could casually suppress the sect leader and the various elders?